Ding 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 brain storage check-in. Sign up now and become the next billionaire. No money, just good looks? The next star could be you. No looks, just want to marry into a rich family? It's yours, hurry and claim it. March 1975. Capital City, Military District Family Compound, the Liu family. Old Mr. Liu had just been brought home from the rehabilitation center. Ignoring his still weak body, he grabbed his cane and struck his son more than 10 times. Thwack, thwack, thwack. You fool. You marry again and forget your own child? Your brain must be broken. How could you listen to that woman and let her daughter take your real daughter's engagement? Do you have any idea how much you've hurt Qingluo and Man? I can't believe I raised such a foolish son. The heavy sound of the cane echoed through the living room. The middle-aged man knelt silently on the floor, taking the blows without a word. Not far away, a woman shrank into herself, too afraid to speak, praying that the old man's anger wouldn't turn on her. After 18 strikes, a soft, gentle voice spoke up. "Grandpa, please calm down. My dear granddaughter, your father is hopeless. Let me teach him a lesson for you." Old Mr. Liu looked at his long-lost granddaughter with deep sorrow. He felt guilty toward his late daughter-in-law and her family. The marriage that should have belonged to his real granddaughter had been stolen by his son's stepdaughter. He blamed himself for not protecting her. "Grandpa, it's not your fault," Shinman said softly, helping him sit down. Her expression was calm but distant. She didn't even glance at her father, who was still kneeling on the floor. Following her late mother's wish, she had returned to the Liu family the day before to fulfill the childhood engagement arranged by her grandfather. But when she arrived, she discovered that the Liu family had already married off a daughter, 1 day earlier. When they saw her, both her father and stepmother looked shocked and uneasy. A few careful questions later, the truth came out. To secure a better future for the stepdaughter, they had let her take Shinman's place in the arranged marriage. The situation was already set in stone. Tomorrow would be the day when the other woman and her former fiancé returned home together. Now, her position had become rather awkward. Hearing his granddaughter sigh, old Master Liu clutched his chest and looked down at his kneeling son, disappointment filling his eyes. "Father, Man, if you must blame someone, blame me. It was my idea to have Man take her place. I'll accept any punishment, but please don't hold Mingyuan responsible." Zhang Xuemei apologized carefully. Though she was nervous and afraid, a faint sense of relief rose in her heart. Even though the truth had come out, Shinman had arrived a day too late. If she had come 1 day earlier, her daughter wouldn't have been able to marry into the Gu family so smoothly. Now that everything was done, her daughter had already become the Gu family's daughter-in-law. Their marriage was official and unchangeable. At most, she herself would be scolded and lectured, and once Shinman was sent away, she and her daughter could still live comfortably without worry. "Zhang Xuemei, all these years, you and your daughter have taken the wealth and respect that should have belonged to Man and her mother. Have you forgotten what kind of tricks you used to marry into the Liu family? Taking advantage of us was bad enough, but you even stole my granddaughter's engagement while I was away. Have you no shame at all?" Old Master Liu still kept his composure. His words were sharp, but he didn't completely lose his dignity. Liu Mingyuan felt deeply ashamed and stayed silent, kneeling there in quiet torment. His own daughter had come to find him, bringing terrible news. His ex-wife had passed away 3 years ago. Qingluo, the woman as bright as a rose and as graceful as the clouds, was gone. From the moment he agreed to the divorce, he had been holding on to pride, waiting for her to admit fault and reconcile. But he never expected that in the 15 years since their divorce, she would never once call him. And now, she had already passed away 3 years ago. Even in her final moments, she hadn't called, nor sent a letter or even a message through their daughter. Zhang Xuemei's face turned pale. She couldn't say a single word in response. She could only lower her head, secretly cursing the old man for still being alive. Yes, she had used some tricks to marry into the Liu family back then, but wasn't it true that one hand alone can't make a sound? If it weren't for the falling out between Liu Mingyuan and Qingluo, none of this would have involved her. She had only used a small trick, and Lu Mingyuan ignored everyone's objections to marry her. It wasn't her who told Shin Qingluo to leave. Shin Qingluo left on her own, taking her daughter and even changing the child's surname. While comforting her grandfather, Shin Man reached out her smooth, slender fingers, picked up the teapot, and poured him a cup of tea, signaling for him to moisten his throat. Then she showed a harmless smile and looked at her father, speaking in a slightly distant tone. "Dad, I know that all these years, Aunt Zhang and Sister Man Man have been by your side, so it's natural that you care more about them." But then her tone changed. "Still, I am your biological daughter, part of the Lu family by blood, and the engagement was originally mine. If you and Aunt Zhang help Sister Man Man take my place, and the Gu family finds out in the future, please handle it yourselves and don't involve me." "Yes, I'll take care of it. I won't let it affect you," Lu Mingyuan said. Looking at his daughter, whose face resembled his late wife's so much, guilt surged in his heart like a rising tide. Hearing her speak so politely and seeing the disappointment in her eyes, as if she were looking at a stranger, he knew he had truly hurt her. "Lu Mingyuan," the old master said sternly, "you and Zhang Xuemei did something shameful that hurt Man Man and cost her a good marriage. Now, I demand that you take out your savings and compensate her. Otherwise, I'll go to the Gu family myself and explain everything." After threatening his son, the old man took a sip of tea to calm his anger. In his eyes, his granddaughter Man Man was the victim, and the one who hurt her was her own father. How ironic. Since her engagement had been taken away, he couldn't let her lose both love and money. If Zhang Xuemei claimed that all the dowry for Lu Man Man's marriage came from her own salary, then so be it. Fortunately, he had always reminded his son that he still had his own grandchildren. If his son dared to give money to his stepdaughter as dowry, he would disown him publicly and never speak to him again. So, over the years, his son's salary had been saved up. Now that his son had gone so far as to give his real daughter's engagement to his stepdaughter, who knew what else he might do? At this point, the old man could only help his granddaughter by forcing his son to hand over all his savings. "Yes, I'll get it," Lu Mingyuan said. Lu Mingyuan didn't resist. He struggled to get up and looked deeply at his daughter, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. Zhang Xuemei's face turned pale with panic. Oh no! She had secretly taken the savings book from the cabinet and withdrawn 2,000 yuan to add to her daughter's dowry. Reader's questions. 1. Where did the original character go after the heroine entered the story? The author will consider readers' suggestions and give both the original character and her mother a good ending. This part will be left open for now, but later a perfect conclusion will be added based on feedback. 2. Why didn't the heroine expose the false bride and confront her unfaithful father after returning to the capital? The heroine doesn't need to deal with people who have already made their choices. Not exposing them now doesn't mean she never will. The truth will come out little by little, and it will be satisfying when it does. As for her father, there's no need to argue with him yet. A man who betrayed his marriage and raised another's child can't be expected to have strong morals. Confronting him now would only benefit the stepmother and stepsister. It's better to let his guilt work in her favor and make him willingly make up for his mistakes. A slow and steady approach works best. Man, it's all Grandpa's fault. I didn't take good care of this family, and that's why your father and stepmother did such shameful things. It's not your fault, Grandpa. Maybe it was just fate. He and I were never meant to be. Shun Man smiled politely, her voice soft and gentle, pleasant to the ear. Even though she was dressed simply, without any hairpins or jewelry, just sitting there she looked graceful and elegant, drawing everyone's attention. Old Master Lu was filled with joy at finding his granddaughter again. But Zhang Xuemei, looking at the delicate, porcelain-like girl, couldn't help but think back 15 years. Back then, her husband had just passed away, and she had fled to the Lu family with her daughter, desperate and helpless. Mrs. Lu at that time was flawless, almost unreal, standing on the second-floor landing, looking down at her. Her gaze was full of pity, like a cloud high in the sky, pure and untouchable, while Zhang Xuemei felt like mud in the gutter, humble and insignificant. At that time, a seed of resentment took root in her heart. She thought one day she would take her place. And now, she really had become the mistress of the Liu family. But her body refused to cooperate. She couldn't have a son. Even a daughter, with the Liu family's blood, would have been good enough. Man, here's what I think, said Grandpa Liu. You can stay in the military compound, and I'll help you find a good match. Or you can go to the island to join your brother and choose a military officer you like as your husband. In his heart, Grandpa Liu hoped his granddaughter would stay in the compound. That way, they could see each other often, and with him as her support, no one in her husband's family would dare to mistreat her. But then he thought again. His son and Zhang Xuemei also lived in the compound. If they had to see each other all the time, it would be awkward and unpleasant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at Zhang Xuemei with growing dislike. In his eyes, both she and his son were to blame for the family's troubles. I'll have to think about it carefully, Shinman said with a shy smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a flash of anger on her stepmother's face, which made her smile even more sincerely. It felt like a small victory in her heart. Tap, tap, tap. From the stairs came the sound of leather shoes stepping down. Liu Mingyuan appeared with a dark expression, holding a small leather bag in his right hand and 2 small booklets in his left. Without a word, he walked over. The bag has the dowry I prepared for Man, he said. Over the years, after covering family expenses and helping relatives, I saved the rest in 2 accounts, one for Man's dowry and one for Xiaobai to use when he starts his own family. He placed the bag on the coffee table and handed the 2 passbooks to his father for inspection. Grandpa Liu took out his reading glasses and carefully looked through them. His son's salary over the past 10 years had been at level 12, about 197 yuan a month, over 23,000 yuan in total. In the earlier years, when his salary was lower, he had earned around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. After some quick calculations, Grandpa Liu figured that each account held about 11,000 yuan. When he finished checking, he handed the passbooks to his granddaughter. His anger toward his son eased a little. At least the man still knew where his loyalties lay. Most of the money had gone to his own children. If he had given it to his stepdaughter instead, Grandpa Liu would never have accepted it. Zhang Xuemei stared at the man she had shared a bed with for 15 years, her face full of shock and disbelief. They had been married for 15 years, and she always thought that the passbook with 5 or 6,000 yuan was the biggest one in the family. She never expected that he had secretly opened 2 more accounts behind her back. How much money was in them? When their daughter got married, if she hadn't quietly withdrawn 2,000 yuan, the dowry would have been a complete joke. At that moment, she was filled with anger and sadness. She felt that all her patience and humility over the past 15 years had been worthless.
Thank you, Grandpa.
I'll accept it then. Shinman took the passbook her grandfather handed her. When she saw the number on it, she thought that although her father had poor judgment, at least he still had some conscience. He had saved some money for her and her older brother, and their stepmother hadn't taken it away. Even so, she still couldn't feel any closeness toward her father. If her late mother hadn't secretly given him medicine that prevented him from having more children after their divorce, then if he and her stepmother had a child together, she and her brother would never have received their grandfather's full affection, nor the compensation written in those 2 passbooks. Yes, she had somehow ended up in a storybook world. Before that, she had been a top medical expert who had just returned from studying abroad, specializing in cardiology and gynecology. She had always been the model child everyone admired. Except for her lack of romantic experience, she excelled in everything else. As she was nearing 30 and still single, her parents and friends were busy arranging blind dates for her. During one of those blind dates, she happened to see a dramatic argument between a wife and her husband's lover in a shopping mall. She leaned over the glass railing to watch more closely, lost her balance, and fell from the 6th floor. She thought she was dead for sure, but when she opened her eyes again, she had been reborn into another person's body. The original person's mother had passed away, leaving her to live alone. At first, she was terrified because the name and background of this new body were exactly the same as a character from a novel she had read, the military marriage of the 70s. After the substitute bride, I became the officer's beloved. In that story, Shun Man was the jealous supporting character. Her parents had divorced when she was young, and she had followed her mother back to her hometown in Suzhou. When she was 15, her mother passed away. After 3 years of mourning, she followed her mother's last wish and went to the capital's military compound to find her father and fulfill an arranged marriage. When she arrived there, she fell in love with her childhood fiancé at first sight and refused to marry anyone else. At that time, her childhood fiancé had already fallen in love with her stepmother's daughter, her stepsister. After the scandal, the whole family disliked her. Even her brother and grandfather were deeply disappointed. Her fiancé's family refused to accept her as their daughter-in-law, and in the end, her stepsister married him under the excuse of being a substitute bride. Her reputation in the neighborhood became terrible, and no respectable family wanted their sons to marry her. Eventually, she remained single into her 30s. When the main couple returned home with their child, she tried to harm her little nephew but was caught. Still unrepentant, she was driven out of the house. She wandered for many years and finally died miserably on a snowy night. Throughout the story, the supporting woman lost control, went mad, and served as a contrast to the heroine's happy life. At that time, she thought it was a pity that the villainess who shared her name had ruined such a good life. If she had the villainess's beauty and background, she wouldn't have cared about a mere fiancé. With such advantages, she could have lived proudly and confidently. When Lu Mingyuan saw his daughter accept the bankbook, he thought she had forgiven him. Just as he was about to speak, his wife twisted his arm. He frowned and glanced at her, pretending not to know what was wrong. "You have a problem with this? Mingyuan, you've given all the money to the children. What about our retirement?" Zhang Xuemei felt heartbroken. After 15 years of marriage, she never knew her husband had hidden so much from her. She had been by his side for so many years, taking care of the whole family like a servant. Why did no one appreciate her efforts? Lu Xiaobai was one thing, but Shunman wasn't even raised by the old man or her father. Why should she get such a generous dowry? Lu Mingyuan pushed her hand away and said coldly, "We both have jobs. When we retire, we'll get pensions from our workplaces."
Why?
Are you worried about money? Then where did the 2,000 yuan you secretly transferred go? Zhang Xuemei's heart pounded as she met her husband's sharp gaze. She didn't dare look at the old man. Man, it's getting late. Take your things and go rest. I need to talk with your father and Aunt Zhang." The old man snorted coldly. From the situation, he could already tell who had taken the money. Her granddaughter had just come home for 2 days, so don't let the child hear unpleasant things. "Yes, Grandpa. I'll go back to my room now. See you tomorrow." Shun Man nodded politely, picked up her handbag, and left. Her father felt guilty now, so she might as well accept the things he gave her. She went upstairs to the south-facing room. As soon as she closed the door, she heard her stepmother crying downstairs and her grandfather shouting angrily. "TSK, what a lively household. Too bad the original Shin Man didn't get to see this scene." She locked the door. The room wasn't big, about 20 square meters, simply furnished, but with a small bathroom of 3 or 4 square meters. 3 thermos bottles stood in the corner, and the basin, cup, and toothbrush were all new. Although it wasn't as cozy as her home in Suzhou, she wouldn't stay long. It was good enough as a temporary place.
Click.
Shun Man turned off the ceiling light and pulled the cord of the desk lamp. The room filled with a warm glow. It was March, and the capital's nights were dry and cold. Warm light always felt more comforting than cold light. As a true Suzhou native, Shun Man had always kept good habits, bathing daily, washing her hair every few days, and changing socks and underwear every day. She could never stand being untidy. After returning to her room, she placed her bankbook and handbag on the table, took out clean clothes from her suitcase, and went to the bathroom to wash up and clean her clothes. After more than an hour, everything was done. The house downstairs had quieted. She hugged a hot water bottle, slipped the bankbook under her pillow, and unzipped her handbag, pouring out its contents onto the bed clatter. Gold and silver jewelry, pearl accessories, industrial coupons, foreign exchange certificates, sugar and pastry tickets, bicycle and watch coupons. All piled together. A sly smile appeared on Shin Man's beautiful face. So her father had emptied his savings just to please her? But in times like these, it was best not to show off wealth. She had already made up her mind. To avoid repeating the same fate as before, she would go to the island and join her older brother. But the gold, silver, and pearl jewelry were too eye-catching. If someone stole them or saw them and accused her of being a rich capitalist's daughter, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. After all, her grandfather really had been a capitalist. However, he was a red capitalist, not the selfish kind. Suddenly, she noticed a jade pendant glowing faintly green.
Huh.
She pushed aside the gold and silver pieces and picked up the finger-length pendant, her eyes full of confusion. It looked strangely familiar. When she held it in her palm, it felt warm. Then she remembered the story from the original novel. Wasn't this the heroine's special item, the magical space pendant? In the book, the heroine had returned home 3 days after her wedding and asked her unkind father for a family heirloom, this very jade pendant. Later, while helping with chores at her husband's home, she accidentally broke a bowl and cut her finger. A drop of blood touched the pendant, awakening its power and revealing a secret spring space. From then on, the heroine used that space to rise from an ordinary nurse to a top surgeon, becoming the famous Dr. Liu, deputy director, then hospital dean. When she had read the novel, she remembered those dramatic surgery scenes. The patient was in critical condition. All the doctors were helpless, but the heroine stepped forward. After giving a passionate speech, she secretly gave the patient some spring water, and the patient miraculously recovered. The family was deeply grateful. The comments were full of praise for the kind and brilliant heroine, but she had left one comment. Does the spring water really bring people back to life? Or is it just a coincidence? Instantly, she got flooded with replies, over 99 of them, all criticizing her for overthinking. So now, her appearance must have caused a butterfly effect, making her father feel guilty and give her the heirloom early? Sorry, dear heroine, Shin Man murmured softly as she got out of bed and put on her shoes. You took my fiancé, so I'll take your special item. That's fair, right? She opened her suitcase, took out a small box, picked up a needle, and looked at her hand, 5 slender fingers, wondering which one to prick. Oh wait, it was you who took my fiancé and my special item in the first place. Right now, I'm just giving you the man I don't want and taking back the power that was mine to begin with. She didn't realize how frightening she looked at that moment, her hair messy, talking to herself. Let's use the index finger. She took out her small medical kit, poured some alcohol to clean the needle, and then pricked her finger. A drop of red blood appeared. She couldn't waste it. 1 drop of blood was worth a bowl of rice. Quickly, she let the blood fall onto the jade pendant. The pendant glowed first with a soft green light, then turned golden, wrapping her in its glow. When the light faded, a tiny mole appeared on her hand, so small it was almost invisible. With a thought, she entered a misty world. From the fog, a white tiger slowly appeared. Seeing the tiger, Shin Man felt no fear at all. Instead, she felt a strange sense of closeness. But the majestic tiger didn't stay that way for long. It suddenly shrank and turned into a small tabby kitten, its blue eyes shining adorably. Master Shin Man blinked in surprise, then quickly crouched down and picked up the little creature. She gently petted and cuddled it, laughing as the kitten kneaded her hand like a baby. So, you're saying this jade pendant is a family heirloom passed down from the Liu ancestors, and you're the spirit inside the space? Yes, Master. Only 2 kinds of people can open this space, those with Liu family blood, or those blessed with great fortune. However, this space was created by Elder Liu himself, so normally only his descendants can fully awaken it, and me. What about people with great fortune? They can open the space, but only gain a small part of its power. For example, they can enter and leave freely and receive 1 drop of spiritual spring water each day. After hearing the spirit's explanation, Shen Man finally understood more about the mysterious space. No wonder the space she saw was so different from the ones described in novels. It turned out this was the Lu family's heirloom, a magical space left behind by their ancestor. In the book, the heroine's space was only about 20 square meters, with a water jar inside. A lotus grew in the jar, producing 1 drop of morning dew each day, the spiritual spring water the heroine collected. Anyone who drinks the spiritual spring water not only becomes more beautiful but also feels refreshed and free from illness. In short, even someone on the brink of death could sit up in surprise. Just 1 sip of the spring water could pull them back from the gates of the underworld. As a fellow medical student, she couldn't understand how the heroine relied only on this spring water, without studying medicine, skipping over surgery details, medicine use, and stitching techniques, yet still managed to save lives with it. And somehow, with all the praise and awards, the heroine quickly became a chief doctor, then head of surgery, and even the hospital director at a young age. For real medical students and professionals, this was hard to accept. At the moment, though the distance was hazy, she could clearly see that she was standing in an ancient-style courtyard. A few steps away was a small bridge over flowing water. Beneath the bridge, a pond full of lotus flowers bloomed, at least 100 of them. It seemed that the spiritual spring water she had access to was far more abundant than the heroine's single daily drop. Master, each celestial lotus produces only 1 drop of spiritual liquid a day. If it's not collected, it falls into the pond to nourish the lotus and keep it blooming forever. The little cat only meowed, yet Shen Man could somehow understand its words. Do you have a name? Shen Man strolled across the wooden bridge and pushed open a long sealed door. Master, the old ancestor called me Glutton, but never gave me a proper name.
Glutton?
Shen Man smiled slightly. It seemed the Lu family's ancestor had quite a lively personality. Master, now that I'm smaller, my appetite is smaller too. I'm easy to take care of. Please don't abandon me. The little cat looked up pitifully, naturally acting cute and playful. I never said I'd abandon you.
How about calling you Tangyuan?
Shen Man loved fluffy animals and could never resist them. As she spoke, she glanced around the room. It was a simple Chinese-style interior, with a main desk and chairs in the center and bookshelves and jars on both sides. Okay. Master, a sly glint flashed in Tung Yuan's eyes. It liked the name. 18 husbands dote on me? Shen Man walked to the bookshelf, casually picked up a spotless old book, read the title on the cover, and her eyes widened in shock. Her first thought was, wait, Ancestor Lu is a woman? Her second thought, Ancestor Lu lived 1,000 years ago. Wasn't Earth already in the age when spiritual energy had faded?
Oh, right.
It was only after the founding of the nation that spirits were no longer allowed to take form. So, anything was possible. After all, she herself was living proof. Even something as rare as being transported into a book had happened to her. Master, don't worry about those books for now. Please first claim the jade bottle on the opposite shelf, the small green one. After you recognize it with a drop of blood, you can use your mind to collect the spiritual liquid produced by the lotus. It's very useful. Tangyuan covered its eyes with its little paws, trying hard to help the ancestor save some dignity.
All right.
Since Shen Man had already bonded with the space, she could naturally sense what the spirit Tangyuan was thinking. She put the book back in its place and followed Tung Yuan's instructions to claim the jade bottle. It turned out the jade bottle was a storage artifact. The spiritual liquid stored inside would keep its energy intact and wouldn't lose power over time. After walking around, she realized there were very few treasures left.
Shenmanzite.
After all, 1,000 years had passed. Except for the lotus that could still produce spiritual liquid and maintain the flow of energy, all the other spiritual plants left by Ancestor Lu had withered away. Even Tangyuan might have fallen into eternal sleep if not for the faint spiritual energy left in the water pool. Master, I can find treasures. I'll work hard to support myself and even bring you gifts. Please don't think I'm useless. Sensing her disappointment, the little cat spirit grew anxious and quickly tried to prove itself. How could I ever dislike you? I was just thinking about how to use this space, so we can both live well. Shen Man gently rubbed Tung Yuan's fluffy head, thinking how adorable it was. No wonder Ancestor Lu had made Tang Yuan the spirit of this space. She must have loved cute, furry things too. Master Tung Yuan's eyes shimmered with emotion, and its stomach let out a perfectly timed growl. Shen Man tapped its tiny nose, then hugged it close. With a thought, she exited the space. She glanced at the watch on her blanket. It had been just over an hour outside, meaning time in the space flowed the same as in the real world. Tang Yuan opened its eyes wide, curiously looking around. So this was the outside world? Its master's home was so small and simple, far too plain for someone as great as its master. In this era, there's no cat food for sale, and you're not a real cat anyway. So, eating human food should be fine, right? Shen Man dimmed the desk lamp and took out the snacks her grandfather had bought for her: sponge cake, chocolate, and milk. I can eat that, Tang Yuan meowed, wagging its tail and sniffing the air. It liked the golden sponge cake best and tapped the package with its paw to show that it wanted that one. Shen Man was always patient and generous with her pet. After thinking for a moment, she took out her lunchbox from the suitcase, opened the lid, poured in some milk, and let Tang Yuan eat first. Then she went to practice using her mind to collect the spiritual liquid into a small jade bottle. At the Capital Hospital family quarters, late at night, in a room on the second floor with a red wedding symbol on the door, a man slept peacefully on the large bed. Beside him, a woman's long hair clung to her face, damp with sweat. She looked pale and uncomfortable, murmuring softly in her sleep. "No, don't. It's mine.
Don't take it.
All mine. Mine, ah." The woman woke up drenched in sweat, her body still showing traces of what had happened before she fell asleep. Even with all the movement, the handsome man beside her kept his eyes closed, breathing evenly. If one took a closer sniff, the faint smell of alcohol still lingered in the air around him. Lu Man was still shaken. She quickly reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. After looking around, her racing heart slowly calmed down. She kept telling herself it was just a dream, and dreams are always the opposite of reality. In the dream, her secret marriage swap had been exposed, and everyone looked at her with disgust. Her sister-in-law mocked her with a sneer, and her new husband stared at her with eyes as cold as ice. The neighbors pointed at her, calling her shameless for stealing someone else's marriage. Old Master Lu and his grandson glared at her with hatred, accusing her of taking another's place. And then there was that faceless figure. Yet she somehow knew it was Lu Man, the woman who had died tragically in her previous life. The figure said nothing, but the silent stare and unspoken reproach made her unable to lift her head. She only wanted a good life. She only wanted to marry well, to rise higher by taking the place of a daughter of the Lu family. But being the Lu family's stepdaughter meant nothing at all. She couldn't reveal her true identity. She didn't want her husband's family to look down on her. The man beside her was the one she had fallen in love with at first sight, the husband she had always dreamed of. In both her past and present lives, she had done everything she could to win him over. Twice, she had succeeded. Even if it meant using lies or trickery, she was willing to do whatever it took to make him hers. As long as she could have his child, she knew that, with his sense of responsibility, he would never abandon her. If she could give birth to the Gu family's first grandson, then even if her true identity was exposed, she would still have the confidence to stay in the Gu household and live peacefully as Mrs. Gu. Thinking of this, Lu Man turned off the light, lay down, and quietly moved closer to her husband, curling up in his arms. The next morning, the sky was bright and clear. Although Shen Man had only slept for 2 hours, she didn't neglect herself. She added a drop of spiritual liquid to her cup. After drinking it, her fatigue disappeared completely, and her face looked refreshed and glowing. The food on the table was gone. There wasn't even a crumb left. Shen Man glanced at the small figure curled up in the corner of the bed, a little head with cat ears twitching. She reached out to pat it and said, "Go back into the space first. I'll go downstairs to eat, then head out to stock up on food and supplies to prepare for our departure. When we return home, I'll find a proper reason to explain where you came from, and then you can stay with me openly. Got it? Master Tangyuan meowed softly and obediently returned to the space. Unless it was in danger and had to be sent back urgently, it could only enter or leave the space with its master's permission. Shinman put her bankbook and handbag into the space as well, just in case someone entered her room after she left. Downstairs, after last night's argument, old Master Lu became even more determined to send his granddaughter to live with his grandson. He had just called an old friend to arrange a soft sleeper ticket to the island. His friend agreed and promised to deliver the ticket in person that afternoon. He also gathered his pension and the savings he had collected over the years, planning to give them all to his granddaughter as a way to make up for the 15 years he had missed in her life. When the housekeeper, Aunt Wong, arrived, she went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Because today was Madame's daughter Lu Manman's return visit after marriage, Madame had given her some money after work yesterday, asking her to buy more meat and vegetables from the supply store on her way home. But something felt strange today. The atmosphere at home was odd. The old man wasn't sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper or listening to the radio, as usual. He was still in his room. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, breakfast is ready. All right, coming. Old Mr. Lu tied up the folded ration tickets with a string and put them in his pocket. He planned to give them to his granddaughter later. As for his son's stepdaughter, if she were a kind and sensible person, he might have treated her like his own granddaughter. But after 15 years of watching her words and actions, he knew exactly what kind of person she was. If his wife hadn't gotten sick after giving birth to their only son, and if they'd had another child, he would have packed up and left long ago.
Sigh.
His son was unreliable. Now, he could only hope his grandchildren would start their own families soon. Maybe one of them would take pity on this lonely old man and bring him to live with them, so he wouldn't have to see his foolish son every day. Grandpa, breakfast is ready. Man. The two didn't act like they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Their bond was natural and close. Grandpa, I've decided. I want to go live with my brother as soon as possible.
Good.
Grandpa supports you. Here, this is the money and ration tickets I've saved.
Take them.
It's my way of making it up to you. I won't give them to your brother, just to you.
Thank you, Grandpa.
I've already asked someone to buy you a soft-seat train ticket. Once it arrives, I'll arrange for you to leave right away. When you get there, live well. I'll tell your brother to take good care of you and help you find a reliable partner. Yes, Grandpa. I'll do as you say. Good child. When you're with your brother, help him look for someone too. Once both of you have your own families and a place to live, please bring this old man to stay with you. I really don't want to stay in this house anymore. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll do my best to find someone, and I'll help my brother too. We'll bring you to live with us as soon as we can. Shunman suddenly noticed someone coming down the stairs from the second floor. She quickly stopped talking and gave her grandfather a look. Old Mr. Lu understood right away, feeling a spark of his old sharpness from his younger days. She felt a wave of emotion in her heart. Time truly makes people grow old.
Aman, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have hidden it from your father and grandfather. I secretly took 2,000 yuan to give your cousin as part of her wedding gift. It was Zhang Xuemei speaking. Her eyes were red and swollen, dark circles under them, her whole face tired and pale. It was clear she hadn't slept well. The first thing she did after coming down was to apologize to the younger generation. Shinman took a tissue, wiped the corner of her mouth, and said calmly and clearly, Aunt Zhang, stealing is wrong. The person you've really let down is my father, who trusted you. Not every apology deserves forgiveness, especially one that feels insincere. Shinman turned to her grandfather, smiled sweetly, and said in a gentle tone, Grandpa, today is my cousin's first visit home after her wedding. I don't think I should stay here. I'd like to go out, see the capital, and buy a few things. I won't be home for lunch. Let my cousin enjoy her special day. You're always so thoughtful. Your mother was strong-willed. Why didn't you inherit even a little of that? Old Mr. Lu, who understood people well, treated his granddaughter with warmth and care. But toward Zhang Xuemei, his daughter-in-law, his dislike was obvious. Grandpa, no matter what Aunt Zhang and my cousin have done, I'll still be respectful for your and my father's sake. We can't let outsiders laugh at our family. Shun Man's words were polite and graceful, but to Zhang Xuemei, they felt like a sharp rejection, more painful than a slap. When Lu Mingyuan came downstairs, he happened to hear his daughter say, I'll still be respectful for your and my father's sake. We can't let outsiders laugh at our family. His heart filled with mixed emotions and guilt. The stepdaughter he had raised begged him to help her hide the truth for the sake of a marriage. But the daughter who hadn't grown up by his side was the one thinking of him and protecting the family's dignity. Old Mr. Lu glanced at his remorseful son, then quickly looked away. His expression softened as he gently comforted his granddaughter. Man, I'll have Shaoli go with you. The capital is big, and you're not familiar with it. I'll feel more at ease if he accompanies you. The granddaughter was too striking, so young and beautiful that he couldn't feel at ease without arranging someone to protect her closely. All right, I'll listen to Grandpa, Shin Man replied obediently. Shaoli, the son of Grandpa's former guard, now worked as his driver and bodyguard. Zhang Xuemei secretly felt relieved. It was best for Shin Man to leave home for a while and stay out of sight. Otherwise, if her son-in-law saw Shin Man's face, clearly more beautiful than her daughter's, there might be trouble. As for Lu Mingyuan, he already felt guilty toward his daughter. Even though he had given her a savings book, the guilt in his heart remained. And so, Shun Man got into the black Hongqi car and left the family compound under everyone's watchful eyes. Who's that young girl? I feel like old Lu treats her especially well. When Man was home, he never even let her ride in his car. You don't know? That girl is his real granddaughter, his son's daughter from his first wife. Really? I moved into the compound a few years late. I heard Lu Mingyuan's first wife was the daughter of a wealthy family, and that's why they divorced, each taking one child. No, you've got it wrong. Her family used to be rich, yes, but during the revolution, they sold everything and donated it all to the army. They were patriotic people, good ones.
Oh.
Then why did Lu Mingyuan divorce her? Ahem, that's connected to the late husband of his current wife. Don't keep us guessing. Come on, tell us what happened. Well, Man's real father was Lu Mingyuan's comrade. During a mission, he took a bullet for Lu Mingyuan. Before he died, he asked Lu Mingyuan to take care of his wife and daughter. And then, there was never a shortage of gossip in the military compound. The neighborhood ladies' news station was always lively. Back then, things were complicated. Promises between comrades, broken marriages, blended families, children separated for 15 years. Who was right or wrong? People could only sigh. There was no clear answer. Then someone hesitantly asked, so, the engagement with the Gu family, was it arranged for the daughter from the first marriage or the second? At once, everyone's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Yes, which one was decided on? Wow, this news is really something. One of the people involved, Shun Man, was already in the car, having left the residential compound some time ago. Brotherly, I'd like to stop by the department store to buy a few things. You can drop me off there. No need to follow me around. Got it. Li Mingguang kept both hands on the steering wheel and glanced at Shun Man through the rearview mirror without drawing attention. This young lady's place in the old master's heart was no less important than Xiao Bai's. He knew what not to ask, and he didn't ask. When she gave instructions, he followed them. Shun Man smiled slightly, pleased. She liked people who understood things without being told. Her tense nerves relaxed a little. She leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. Her mind entered the inner space. She collected half of the spiritual liquid, leaving the rest to drip into the pool to continue nourishing the space. Tang Yuan licked the water rich in spiritual energy, still wanting more, and asked, Master, could you buy some fish fry? The pool can support living creatures. If there are more living things here, the energy will become pure, which will help me too. It hesitated, wondering if it was too much to ask before it had even found any treasures for its master. Shun Man responded in her mind, agreeing cheerfully, sure, I'll keep an eye out for some. Thinking about what Tang Yuan said, she asked, Tang Yuan, if I buy some chickens, ducks, geese, or rabbits and bring them in, can you take care of them for me? Of course. As long as you bring them in, I can look after them. I'll set aside an area for them so they won't run around and make a mess. Tang Yuan patted its chest confidently and meowed several times. Shun Man understood and felt reassured. As someone who loved meat, she didn't think of rabbits as cute pets, she only thought about how to cook them. Since she had decided to go to the island to join her brother, she planned to spend as much of her savings as possible before leaving. Poultry, eggs, daily necessities, she would stock up on everything she could. Around 9:30 in the morning, Lu Man sat on the back of a bicycle, her face full of happiness. She held her husband's strong waist with one hand and carried a can of malted milk with the other. There were some pork and other gifts hanging on the front of the bicycle. If the man riding it didn't look so serious, the scene would have been perfect. Today was their first visit back to her family after the wedding. The Gu family had prepared generous gifts for their son and daughter-in-law to take home. Mom Lu Man stepped off the bike shyly. Her legs felt weak, but she managed to stand.
Tingchen.
Father-in-law. Gu Tingchen nodded calmly, parked the bicycle in the corner, took down the gifts, and followed his father-in-law inside. Man, is your husband treating you well?
Of course, Mom.
Tingchen is very good to me. By the way, has anything happened at home recently? I feel like the neighbors were looking at me strangely when we came in. What bad luck. That girl came back the day before yesterday. Your grandfather and father feel so guilty toward her that they give her whatever she wants. All the good things go to her, and Lu Man's eyes widened. She quickly grabbed her mother's arm. Mom, what did you say? Shun Man is back. Yes, but she uses her mother's surname, Shun, not Lu. Although her daughter's grip hurt, Zhang Xuemei couldn't bring herself to scold her. She patiently explained everything. Lu Man felt as if the sky was falling. Was her nightmare from last night really coming true? She had hidden the truth from her husband's family, pretending to be the girl who had been promised to Gu Tingchen since childhood. Through this trick, she had managed to marry him. If Gu Tingchen ever found out she wasn't the real one, he would definitely divorce her. Mom, you have to help me. Don't let Tingchen see Shun Man. Don't worry. She went out early this morning and won't be back for lunch. You and Tingchen can leave after eating. I heard she'll soon go to stay with Lu Xiaobai, so she won't be here long. That's good, that's good. A bit of color finally returned to Lu Man's pale face. No matter what, she couldn't let the truth come out now. Xuemei, you two stop whispering outside. Come in and find the tea that old Wu gave us last time. I'll make a pot for Tingchen. Inside the house, Lu Mingyuan's voice suddenly called out, interrupting the conversation between mother and daughter. Coming, Zhang Xuemei patted her daughter's hand and reminded her softly, smile naturally. Remember, you are the rightful granddaughter of the Lu family.
Okay.
Lu Man's heart was pounding, but she had no choice now. She forced a small smile and followed her mother inside. In the living room, Gu Tingchen sat across from the old Mr. Lu. He was polite and calm, with an impressive presence. The old man sighed quietly. What a pity! Such an outstanding young man had been deceived by Zhang Xuemei and her daughter. Forget it, he thought. His real granddaughter deserved someone even better. Grandpa Lu, my grandfather has gone back to the northeast. He didn't tell you himself because he doesn't like farewells. He asked me to apologize on his behalf. If you ever visit the northeast, he'll be sure to welcome you warmly. Gu Tingchen sat upright, his posture proper and serious. Though only in his 20s, he carried the air of an experienced official. It made people instinctively respect and fear him a little. Of course, except for the nervous Zhang Xuemei and her daughter, the Lu family men all looked at him with admiration. Good, I'll visit when I have time, said the old man. I'll be sure to trouble your grandfather then. He glanced at the uneasy mother and daughter, thinking to himself that they really couldn't handle such occasions. After all, they weren't truly part of the Lu family, too timid. Grandpa, Dad, Tingchen, you go ahead and talk. I'll help in the kitchen. Meeting the old man's knowing gaze, Lu Man felt her confidence crumble. Shame and unease filled her heart. She couldn't stay in the living room any longer. afraid she might lose control, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Zhang Xuemei followed her. The two went through the motions of helping in the kitchen, then slipped back to Lu Manman's room and closed the door to talk privately. Man, did things work out with your fiancé? Yes, she said softly. I had to use a little help, otherwise he didn't seem very interested. You didn't leave any evidence behind, did you?
No.
I mixed it into the wine. He drank with Grandpa Gu last night, and later, when he returned to his room, everything went as planned.
Good.
Before anyone finds out, try to get pregnant as soon as possible. Once you're expecting, even if the truth comes out, the Gu family won't dare treat you badly. Besides, Shunman knew about your marriage and chose to step back. Once she leaves the capital, you'll still be the admired Mrs. Gu. Mom, are you sure Shunman won't try to take him from me? She already accepted the generous dowry your father gave her. What else would she want?
What?
Dad gave her a huge dowry? Then what am I to him? Shh, keep your voice down. You know your father. He's not your real father. Mom, that's not fair. I grew up by his side and have called him Dad for 15 years. Why does he still favor Shunman? Enough, stop it. That's all in the past. Now that you've married Tingchen, focus on your future. Have the Gu family's first grandson and secure your place. Also, you should quit your hospital job and take care of Tingchen. Mom, no. I worked hard to become a nurse. I want to be a doctor, a department head, maybe even a hospital director someday. All right. Just be careful. For now, stay away from Shunman, don't run into her.
Okay.
Jealousy and anger flashed across Lu Manman's face. When she was little, she followed her mother to the capital to seek help from her father's old friend. Her mother held her tightly, standing awkwardly in the grand Lu family living room. There, she saw a little girl in a pretty dress with a neat hairstyle, smiling brightly as she asked, "Big sister, would you like some candy?" At that moment, she understood, people are born different. Some are born into comfort and happiness, while others, like her, come from humble places, lacking love and care. So she tried to be obedient and kind, copying that little girl's smile, trying to please everyone around her. Later, for some reason, Uncle Lu divorced his beautiful wife, and the little girl left with her mother. Her own mother then became the new Mrs. Lu. She was no longer a poor outsider and began to crave everything that once belonged to that girl.
Haha.
Shunman, why didn't you just stay away forever? Achoo. In a department store, Shunman sneezed twice while shopping.
Who's talking about me?
She muttered, then shrugged. Never mind, time to keep shopping. After all, shopping can make any woman forget her troubles. Of course, she wasn't foolish. She pulled up her scarf to hide her face. Beauty could be a curse. Even in a big city like the capital, there were still kidnappers and people with bad intentions. Shunman didn't dare to be careless. She wasn't strong, so if trouble came openly, she would suffer. But if it came secretly, she could still rely on her special ability to stay safe. Some people had already noticed her generous spending and started watching her quietly. "Miss, you bought so many sponge cakes. Do you need help? Don't your family members say anything?" "No, my family's driver is waiting for me outside. My family spoils me, so it's fine." Shunman said it casually, but the listener understood the hint. Having a driver meant having a car. Only wealthy or powerful people could afford that. The few people secretly following her looked uneasy. They had thought she was an easy target, spending money so freely. In fact, she was indeed rich, but the message she gave made them hesitate. Only people with power and influence could afford a car and a driver. This young lady was not someone they could mess with. When Shunman felt the prying eyes around her fade away, she knew her little trick had worked. After getting a big bag of sponge cakes, she asked where the clothing store was and went upstairs. She had heard that the island's weather had clear seasons, with long spring and summer. As for winter, since the island was in a tropical area, it rarely snowed, and the coldest it got was just below zero. The temperature difference between day and night was large, so she planned to buy short sleeves and light jackets. She was going to meet her older brother, whom she hadn't seen in 15 years, so she decided to buy him 2 new sets of clothes as well. Before leaving, she also wanted to annoy her stepmother a little. Her grandfather had always treated her well, so she would buy him some clothes to show her respect. As for her father, she would buy him a few discounted items for the sake of the dowry money he kept. And her stepmother? She hadn't taken anything from her, so she wouldn't buy her a thing. Shinman entered the clothing store and quickly bought everything she wanted. After paying, she found it hard to carry all the bags. A store clerk asked if she needed help. "Thank you. Could you please help me take these to the parking lot?" The car plate number is Jing A.88. The driver's last name was Lee, about 25 years old. "If anyone asks about me, just say I'll come find him after I finish shopping."
All right.
When the staff heard the license plate that showed an official unit, their attitude became even more respectful. In those days, people who could drive such a car were definitely not ordinary. With someone helping her, Shunman could finally relax. Freeing her hands, she continued browsing other stores. During that special time period, only the capital's department store had a full range of goods. Other cities and regions couldn't compare. She didn't have much time to stay, so before leaving, she needed to stock up on personal items like sanitary pads and undergarments. 3 years ago, when she had just arrived in this world, her family had gone through major changes. Her birth mother had passed away. Just as she finished accepting the new memories and information, her period came unexpectedly. At that time, she had to use old-fashioned cloth pads and red paper, since sanitary pads were hard to find. Even bras were simple cloth wraps, thin and useless for a growing body. Later, her mother's friend, Anka, bought her 2 proper bras and shared some of her own ration tickets for sanitary pads each month. Thanks to that, Shunman got through the most awkward part of her teenage years safely. Now, the department store had a shop that sold sanitary pads, but without ration tickets, the price was double. In the past, she might have hesitated, but now she didn't need to worry about money. It was better to stock up just in case. She bought enough for a year, half long type and half short type. After paying, she refused the staff's offer to help and carried the light bags herself. After taking a few turns to shake off anyone following her, she quickly stored the items in her space and left the department store. At the parking lot, Li Mingguang was waiting eagerly and finally saw her coming. "Brotherly, it's almost noon. Let's go to the state-run restaurant for a simple meal." "My treat." Shinman walked over, pulling her scarf tighter as the cold wind brushed her neck. "It was freezing." "Then I'll gladly accept, Miss Man."
Please get in. Li Mingwan smilat.
Since he was close to Liu Xiaobai, he naturally treated Shunman with kindness. Besides this connection, there was also the old commander's instruction. He must protect Miss Man-Man at all costs. Whatever Miss Man-Man wanted to do or buy, he had to make it happen. Shinman's eyes curved with a smile. Under Li Mingguang's care, she bent down gracefully and got into the back seat. Everything she bought was placed in the trunk. The back seat was still spacious. After sitting down, Shinman closed her eyes to rest. Her mind entered a special space, where she told Tang Yuan to eat some sponge cake first, and then wait for the right moment to help create a chance meeting. She planned to show kindness and adopt Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan meowed happily, overjoyed. After 1,000 years, it could finally appear openly in the human world again. Why again? That brought back memories of its former master, the ancestor Liu. Those memories were best left in the past. In any case, it liked its current master much more. The state-run restaurant was not far from the department store. Li Mingguang drove there in about 10 minutes. By coincidence, next to the restaurant was the famous Quanjude roast duck shop, bustling with people. "It smells so good." Shinman rolled down the window and took a deep breath of the delicious aroma of freshly roasted duck, sighing with delight. "Miss Man-Man, please wait in the car for a moment. I'll go to the roast duck shop to find a friend and buy 1 duck. Then I'll come back and go with you to the restaurant to order food," Li Mingguang said as he parked the car by the roadside. After turning off the engine, he took out a roast duck voucher from his pocket, clearly prepared in advance. "All right. Thank you, brotherly." Shinman accepted his kindness with a gentle smile. In her previous life, she had only eaten authentic Kwanjued roast duck once, and the taste had stayed with her ever since. Although many online stores claimed to sell Kwanjued roast duck, none of them tasted quite the same. Now, the familiar aroma instantly brought back that memory, making her crave it again. Hearing Miss Manman's thanks and seeing the trust in her eyes, Li Mingguang felt deeply comforted. In the 7 years he had worked for the Liu family, only the old commander and Liu Xiaobai had truly treated him as one of their own. As for Liu Mingyuan and his family, especially that Liu Manman, they always treated him like an outsider, ordering him around or ignoring him completely. But he was a person, a living person. He had feelings and needed care and trust, just like anyone else. Before Liu Xiaobai joined the army, there was someone around his age in the Liu family he could talk to. Later, only the old commander treated him kindly, but the age gap between them made it hard to be truly close, even though there was trust. Now, this Miss Manman, though he had only known her for 2 days, gave him a very good impression. He sincerely hoped she would find a good husband. As a humble host, he simply wanted to treat her to roast duck, so she could enjoy a bit of good food in the capital, where such pleasures were rare. Master, is the roast duck tasty? Yes, it's delicious. I'll secretly save you a duck leg later.
Yay.
Thank you, Master. You're the best. Shun Man lowered half the car window, withdrew her gaze, and focused on talking with Tang Yuan. The spiritual liquid was a precious thing. Before leaving, she wanted to leave some for her grandfather to help his health. If she gave it to him directly, the old man might think she was just being childish and wouldn't take it seriously. Little girl, would you like some grapes? They're small, but sweet and not sour at all. Suddenly, an old, wrinkled face appeared outside the car window. The elderly man was bent over, carrying a heavy basket on his back. His thin frame and weathered look made him seem especially pitiful. Grapes? In March? Were there even grapes this time of year? May I try one? Shin Man stayed calm and unafraid. Tang Yuan, from within the space, told her that the old man's aura was white. White meant honesty, courage, and a pure heart. Of course, young lady. Take whichever you like, the old man said with a sincere smile. He carefully set down the basket, revealing grapes the size of marbles. With a soft sound, Shin Man got out of the car, rolled up the window, and closed the door. Sir, are these grapes grown in a greenhouse?
Oh.
How do you know about greenhouses? Not many people are familiar with that. I read about it in the newspaper. It said that since the 1950s, to solve the shortage of vegetables in northern winters, our country began developing simple greenhouses and plastic tunnels. In recent years, suburban areas around northern cities have started using glass or plastic film as covering materials for greenhouses. As she spoke, Shen Man picked a grape, wiped it gently with her handkerchief, and put it in her mouth. It's sweet and a little sour, not bitter at all. Perfect for making wine. Sir, how many of these grapes do you still have? I'll take them all. Shin Man had only tasted one grape before deciding to buy the whole basket. Miss, private trading isn't allowed these days. I don't want money. I'd rather have food coupons. There are over 20 pounds in this basket, and more than 40 pounds still at home, not yet picked. The old man's eyes showed a hint of joy, though he looked a bit cautious. He was afraid the young lady might change her mind. He had been wandering around for days, and only this young woman was willing to take his grapes. If she backed out, his family would truly run out of food. All right then, sir. My brother and I came here for a meal. I'll take this basket and the grapes inside and give you 40 pounds worth of food coupons. You can exchange them for food first. Tomorrow, I'll come back here with my brother and you can bring the rest of the grapes. I'll give you more coupons then, some for flour, both 2nd and 3rd grade, and a few for cooking oil. How does that sound? Shun Man spoke gently, as if discussing a fair deal. Anyone who could manage a small greenhouse at home must be an educated person. If life had turned out this way, there must be reasons behind it. Bartering wasn't considered private trading. Both sides agreed willingly. As for the exchange rate, that depended on one's conscience. Thank you, young lady. Let's do it your way. Thank you so much. The old man's eyes glistened. He couldn't remember the last time he had received such kindness. After they finished talking, Shinman opened the car door and motioned for him to place the basket on the front seat. She needed the back seat for herself, so she didn't want to put anything there. Then, with a thought, she took out 4 food coupons from her space, each worth 10 pounds. Sir, tomorrow at noon, same place. Don't be late. The old man's eyes lit up as he took the coupons, quickly tucking them into his pocket and thanking her repeatedly. Thank you, young lady. I'll remember. Oh, by the way, sir, do you have any chickens, ducks, or geese at home? Eggs are fine too. I'll be leaving the capital soon to visit relatives, and I'd like to bring some meat and eggs with me. If you can get them, I'll pay you with either coupons or cash. Shinman asked with a bright smile. Maybe because she had given the tickets so readily, the old man looked around carefully and whispered, Young lady, I wouldn't dare agree if it were anyone else, but since it's you, I'll take the risk and get it for you. Shinman laughed softly, her voice clear and gentle with a soft accent. Thank you, sir. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret and won't cause you any trouble. After they reached an agreement, the old man left happily. He needed to hurry home to get his money and tickets, then rush to the supply store to buy food, or his family would soon run out. Almost as soon as the old man left, Li Mingguang came back carrying an oiled paper package. Who was that just now? He asked. Brotherly, that old man looked so pitiful, so I traded some food coupons for his grapes. I'll be leaving the capital soon, and before I go, I want to make some grape wine for my grandfather. Shinman knew she couldn't hide anything from Brotherly. He wasn't just an ordinary driver. Instead of letting him worry and investigate, she decided to be honest. Grapes? Li Mingguang was surprised. Grapes in March? They must have been grown in a greenhouse. But at this time, only government-supported departments or retired professors and researchers could afford that. Brotherly, don't think too much. I'm hungry, Shinman said, touching her stomach and looking at him pitifully. All right, let me lock the car. I was lucky enough to get the last row stuck. Li Mingguang couldn't resist Miss Man's playful tone. To him, she was 7 years younger, like a little sister. If his sister was hungry, of course he had to take her to a state-run restaurant for a good meal. While the two of them were happily ordering food at the restaurant, the Liu family was also sitting down to dinner. Tingchen, can you drink? Yes, I can have a few cups with Grandpa and Father. Good. By the way, has your job transfer order been issued? Yes, it has. I'll be staying at the Capital Railway Bureau from now on. The Railway Bureau? That's good. Have they assigned you housing? Yes, they have. We'll move tomorrow into the family housing provided by the Bureau. You two are newly married now. From now on, live well together. A good life is more important than anything else. Mom, please have some food. Liu Manman blushed and lowered her head shyly, though her palms were sweaty and her heart was heavy with sadness. It was only after she got married that she learned the Gu family had an adopted daughter, a younger sister who liked Gu Tingchen. On their wedding night, she had looked forward to their first evening together. But she sat alone in the bridal room all night. The groom never came back. He had been drunk and spent the night in the living room. And the one responsible was that adopted sister. The next day, when she served tea to her in-laws, she felt wronged but couldn't show it. Gu Tingchen, the man she loved deeply, didn't come for her. He only said coldly, "My sister is still young. As her sister-in-law, you should be more understanding." Had he forgotten that she was only 18 or 19 herself? She was actually 2 years younger than that adopted sister. On the second night after the wedding, the adopted sister tried the same trick again, trying to get him drunk at dinner. So Liu Manman decided to turn the tables and quietly added something to Gu Tingchen's drink. After that, everything happened naturally. She finally became close to the man she loved. The next morning, the old master of the Gu family warned the adopted sister, so at least she started behaving politely on the surface. But when Gu Tingchen woke up, he rubbed his forehead and looked at her with a cold expression, not at all happy. He said nothing, just got out of bed, got dressed, washed up, and told her to go out for breakfast. Then he took the gifts for visiting her family and went with her to her parents' home. The dishes she used to love now tasted bland and flavorless. After finally finishing lunch, Lu Manman glanced at the clock on the wall, eager to leave. There was no need for them to help clean up the kitchen, so the men moved to the living room. Suddenly, Gu Tingchen's gaze fell on a potted plant by the window, and he asked casually, Are those red blossoms on the money tree? If he remembered correctly, they hadn't been there a few days ago when he came to pick her up. Oh, that's something Man made with candle wax before the wedding, just for decoration. Zhang Xuemei came out carrying a plate of fruit, her back to her son-in-law, giving the old master a pleading look, hoping he wouldn't expose her lie. Old Master Lu didn't want to cause trouble for his granddaughter, so he let it go and said casually, This tea tastes a bit weak. Brew another pot. Ever since Lu Mingyuan's son-in-law and stepdaughter came home, he had rarely spoken. At that moment, as he looked at the wax-made red plum blossoms, a trace of sadness passed through his eyes. Lu Manmen noticed it, and her heart ached as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. In her heart, she silently prayed that Gu Tingchen would never notice anything strange and would never find out that she had married in someone else's place. Tingchen, do you like plum blossoms? After we move, I can make some for our new home. Gu Tingchen didn't say much. He sat down and chatted casually with Grandpa Lu, occasionally glancing at the red plum blossoms. Unknowingly, the coldness on his face softened a little. The food at the state-run restaurant didn't have many dishes, but the chef was truly skilled. Even a simple plate of greens tasted like something from a national banquet. Shun Man ate gracefully, yet the food on her plate disappeared quickly. Those who had been watching her face gradually looked away. It wasn't that the young lady wasn't pretty. She was lovely, but she clearly had a big appetite. The famous roast duck from Quanjude couldn't be bought without a ticket, and the food at the state-run restaurant, though delicious, wasn't cheap either. One lunch cost about 20 yuan, half a month's salary for an average person. Li Mingguang wasn't too surprised or upset. Aside from the roast duck he had personally ordered for Miss Man, the rest of the meal would be reimbursed by the old commander. Miss Man must have suffered a lot over the years, which was why she was so thin. She should eat more good food to regain her strength. In truth, Shun Man wasn't eating that much herself. It was the little creature, Tang Yuan, in her secret space who was hungry and craving food. She took advantage of the moment to secretly feed Tang Yuan. After eating and drinking her fill, not a single grain was left on the plates. Shun Man checked the time. It was still early. She decided to take a walk and visit the supply store. It was only a kilometer away, so she chose to walk. Suddenly, as she passed a tree, she heard a faint meowing sound coming from its roots. A small tabby kitten rolled out and landed right at her feet. Oh, what a cute little kitten. Playing along naturally, Shun Man bent down, knelt slightly, and picked up Tang Yuan. Li Mingguang looked around carefully and reminded her, Miss Man, if you found this kitten in the wild, its mother might still be nearby. Then let's wait a bit. If the mother cat doesn't come back, this little one might have been abandoned. Shun Man nodded in agreement. She gently rubbed the kitten's head and said playfully, You bumped into my foot, so you're my cat now. If you want to come with me, say meow 3 times. Li Mingguang couldn't help but laugh. Miss Man was kind-hearted, but how could a kitten understand human words? The next second, meow, meow, meow. He froze. He really heard 3 meows. And from the kitten's eyes, he thought he saw a hint of pride. He must be imagining things. You're such a good little one. I'll give you a name. How about Tang Yuan? If you like it, give me 1 meow. Meow. Tang Yuan obediently responded, making Li Mingguang stare in disbelief. Good heavens, the cat seemed almost magical. Li Mingguang felt completely stunned. Under Shun Man's care, Tang Yuan was tucked into a soft, fluffy yarn pouch. Master, it's so cold outside, the kitten seemed to say. Don't worry. We won't stay here long. Soon we'll go to an island where it's much warmer, like summer and autumn all year round, not as cold as the capital. Wherever you go, I'll go too, alright. Let's walk around a bit more. If you see something you want to eat or like, just tell me. I have plenty of money now. Okay. Tang Yuan felt touched. It could sense people's energy, but couldn't yet help its master find treasures. Its master treated it so well that it wanted to train harder, recover its strength, and grow stronger soon. Shin Man hadn't forgotten about buying fish fry, but in the supply store, there wasn't even a trace of pork, let alone fish. Times were still tough, and supplies were scarce. Thinking this, she kept walking. Inside the store, the shelves were filled with colorful skincare products, moisturizing creams, beauty balms, frost ointments, snow creams, and rouge. Seeing all those products, she couldn't help herself. She bought them all in one go. Women should treat themselves well, first themselves, then others. There are no ugly women, only lazy women. Even if you're naturally beautiful, you still need good skincare, proper maintenance, and attention to detail, even down to your hair. In a time when people wash their entire bodies with just soap and foreign companies haven't yet entered the local personal care market, she was already very meticulous about her hair. Li Mingguang stood straight and focused, making it easy to guess his profession. Therefore, when Shin Man asked for something, the staff at the counter happily handed it over, not worried about her refusing to pay. Besides things the girls liked, Shin Man also bought a lot of candies, hard fruit candies, bunny-shaped milk candies, and malt candies. She had no choice. Her body was prone to low blood sugar, so she had to carry candies with her. If she didn't, she might faint or lose consciousness. She wasn't sure how big the supply store on the island was or how complete the stock was, but before going there, she decided to buy all the necessary items she could think of and stock up. Tang Yuan caught a sweet, rich smell and wanted some. As the owner, Shin Man could actually sense the spirit of her magical device. Following Tang Yuan's gaze, she saw it was malted milk. She bought 2 buckets. They were quite expensive, but to her, it was just a small amount. After shopping, Shin Man paid with a thick stack of bills and various receipts. Others saw this and were amazed. Under Li Mingguang's watchful eye, everyone around quickly looked away, afraid to stare. After they left, the shop assistant happily counted the money, feeling that today was the best sales day of the month. Especially the skincare products on the shelves, selling 1 box meant she earned a dime. Wow, if only every customer was as generous as this, it would be so wonderful. I have ordered 2 baskets from the older man, and they will be picked up tomorrow. Thank you, Brother Li, for accompanying me here again tomorrow. I will tell my grandfather when the wine is ready, and I will share a bottle with you to try. Shin Man noticed Brother Li's gaze, a faint smile on her face, and a wink that made him reluctant to refuse. All right, then I must taste Miss Man's brewing skills. Li Mingguang felt happy upon hearing this. This shows that Miss Man doesn't see him as an outsider and treats him with respect. Even if the wine isn't very good, he will still drink it. Shin Man didn't explain much. She adds a few drops of special liquid into her wine, which is good for health. Once she settles with her brother, she plans to bring her grandfather to live with her. As for her unkind father and stepmother, she will keep them at a distance. Not only will she not give them any of her special liquid, but she also won't share a single drop of her wine with them. At this moment, Lu Man came out of the study looking upset, with Lu Mingyuan walking behind her, appearing calm. She thought her adoptive father would see her 15 years of devotion and grant her a small wish. But unexpectedly, he directly refused her request. She was only asking for a safe token to carry with her. Why would he give the wine to Shin Man instead of her? In her heart, she felt like she had lost something very important. Why do you look so upset? Gu Tingchen, though not deeply in love with his new wife, understood the principle that one's loss affects everyone. If his wife was unwell, he would stay overnight and wait until she recovered before leaving. It's nothing, just feeling sad about leaving my parents and grandfather. Lu Man tried to act normal, but her words were bitter. She realized that in front of Shin Man, her adoptive father's long-standing affection for her was completely insignificant. Once we move into our new home, on your days off, if you want to visit your family, I will go with you whenever I can, Gu Tingchen said seriously. In this era, where love often comes after marriage, this promise was enough to move a woman. Lu Man nodded firmly. The couple accepted the return gifts from their family, said goodbye to the elders, and rode away from the family compound. As their bicycle and a passing car brushed past, Lu Man's heart nearly exploded. Through the fleeting, swaying car window, she saw a face so perfect it left her speechless. She smiled at her. Shun Man was her. She has returned. Gu Tingchen felt a strong grip on his waist, as if about to hurt him. He quickly stopped the car, pushed his feet against the ground, and asked with a frown, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a little stomach ache. Let's go home quickly. I'll feel better after lying down for a while." Lu Man forced a smile, her face pale, showing a hint of worry on her delicate face. Okay, Gu Tingchen, having served in the military, noticed his wife's unusual expression carefully. But he was not an interrogator, and his wife was not a wrongdoer being trained. He shouldn't dig into her problems. Before Grandpa left the capital, he told him to treat his wife well, not to be too strict, and to support each other in life. Lu Man sighed in relief. It was good that her husband didn't see Shin Man's face. After a few days, once Shin Man left the capital, she would be worry-free. Grandpa. After Shin Man got out of the car, she opened the door and politely greeted her grandfather. As for her ex-stepfather, who looked at her with hopeful eyes, she only nodded slightly. She didn't look at her stepmother at all. Man, have you eaten? Are you tired? Old Master Lu, being older, liked to be close to the younger generation. He loved his granddaughter, whom he hadn't seen in many years.
I've eaten.
Brotherly took me to eat Peking duck at Quanjude. It was delicious. Shun Man linked her arm with her grandfather's, first praising Brotherly, then claiming credit. I also bought a lot of clothes for Grandpa. They're in the trunk. Could you help bring them into the living room, Brotherly? I also found a cute little kitten and grapes, Grandpa. Do we have a jar at home? Glass jars are fine too. I want to make grape wine. That's great. Grandpa, you bought clothes for yourself, but why did you buy some for your brother too? If you like small things, keep them. It's good to have a companion. Grape wine? Shin Man, can you make wine? That's wonderful. I'm craving that wine. Old Master Lu was very accommodating, always responding to her requests and giving her face. Before Zhang Xuemei could be unhappy, he cut off her options directly. Dad, I also bought you 2 sets of clothes. Try them on and see if they fit. Shin Man did not miss the look of hope in her father's eyes. Her father still found her useful, so he gave her a little bit of kindness for now. As for her stepmother, she showed a polite smile and explained, Aunt Zhang, I'm sorry. I didn't know what style you liked. Since Sister Man is returning home, and she hasn't married far away, I didn't buy you clothes. It's okay, I have plenty of clothes, so I don't need any. Zhang Xuemei forced a polite smile, trying to look proper. The 2 sons of the Lu family didn't pay much attention to Zhang Xuemei. They each received their gifts and expressed their happiness. Especially Lu Mingyuan, who was very pleased and immediately said, Man, from now on, I will send you 100 yuan every month as pocket money. You can buy whatever you want and take good care of yourself. Zhang Xuemei's body trembled, angry but unable to speak out. She was afraid if she objected, she wouldn't get the remaining 90 yuan for household expenses, which would all be sent to Shin Man. Shin Man looked shyly at Zhang Xuemei, hesitating. Dad, isn't that a bit too much? Aunt Zhang might be upset. What's wrong with it? You're my daughter. I haven't been a good father, so give me a chance to make it up to you. Besides, Aunt Zhang has a salary. She lives and eats at home. The money she saved before was given to her daughter, and she even secretly took 2,000 yuan from the joint account as her daughter's dowry. Lu Mingyuan's expression changed, from guilt towards his daughter to indifference towards his current wife, vividly showing the bad father image. Old Master Lu didn't bother with his son's mood swings. He asked Shaoli to help him take his new clothes into his room. He planned to wear them tomorrow when he went fishing and show off to his old friends. Okay, thank you, Dad. Shin Man nodded, pretending to be surprised and pleased by her father's kindness. 100 yuan a month in pocket money adds up to 1,200 a year. It's enough to live comfortably even if she never works and just relies on her parents. Li Mingguang moved all the things from the car into the house. Then, he went to the kitchen to find Sister Wang in the storage room, searching for a jar suitable for brewing wine. People who know how to make wine think it's easy, those who don't find it very hard. For Shun Man, it was simple. The clean wine jar was dried in the sun, and the inside must not contain any raw water. In short, she went back to her room to tinker. Old Master Lu's guest arrived on time with a train ticket. They exchanged a few words, and soon it was decided that Shin Man would leave the next morning at 10 o'clock. Hearing this, Zhang Xuemei's bad mood finally improved. Just one more day of patience. Once Shin Man leaves, her daughter will be safe and worry-free. In the bedroom on the second floor, Shen Man slowly washed fresh grapes, picking out the whole ones, discarding the damaged or broken ones. Master, the person called Li Mingguang has green energy on his chest. He is full of life and very positive. That Zhang Xuemei has dark blue energy on her chest. She is scheming and has signs of organ problems. And what about my grandfather? Your grandfather's chest has a faint golden energy, mainly white, which means he will live a long life. What does golden energy mean? Golden energy represents virtue and is a symbol of good luck. Virtue? Shin Man couldn't see the energy, but based on Tang Yuan's explanation, she guessed that the golden energy on her grandfather was accumulated during the years he fought against the Japanese invaders. Otherwise, how could fighting the Japanese increase lifespan? Yes, the old ancestor said that the spiritual energy in this world is becoming thinner, and people with good luck will also have their luck weakened. Luck isn't fixed to one person. It can be shared among many. Tang Yuan caught the grapes thrown by her owner and explained in his own way. No wonder you said at first that the space magic tool left by old ancestor Lu could only be activated by the Lu family's bloodline or a person with great luck.
Shen Man understood.
In the original story, Lu Man was naturally the rightful heroine. Besides the male lead, she had the strongest luck value. But since the other person wasn't from the Lu family, in the original story, after the heroine obtained the space magic tool, she could only unlock part of its functions, and the spirit inside didn't appear. Master, once the space recognizes its owner, no one can separate the owner from the space unless the owner is in danger of life. You can rest assured, Tang Yuan will protect you and stay with you until the end of your life. Tang Yuan obediently showed his belly, fully trusting his owner. The energy in the owner's chest is light purple, with a faint gold edge around it. It has lived for over 1,000 years, and only Elder Lu has this kind of aura. So, it's suspected that the owner might be Elder Lu's reincarnation. However, because it involved information about the elder, it was restricted and couldn't speak about it. Thank you. Shen Man clearly felt Tang Yuan's loyalty and trust, so she didn't keep pressing on that topic. She opened a package of egg cakes on the table and picked up Tang Yuan, placing it on the table. Eat up. I'll brew some wine first. Wow. You're so kind, Master. I'd be happy to be your pet for a lifetime. Tang Yuan's main body is a majestic white tiger, but now, it's just a tiny, adorable kitten, full of cuteness. Shen Man was fond of this, as she had a soft spot for fluffy things. Naturally, she spoiled it. Actually, when she first transmigrated into the story, she was very scared inside. In a strange place, playing the role of a young girl who just lost her mother and needed to mourn for 3 years. The neighbors all thought she was suddenly orphaned and helpless, so they became silent and distant. In fact, she had no memories of the original owner. She was afraid that talking too much might reveal her lack of knowledge and be exposed. After puberty, her appearance became more eye-catching. No matter how low-key she tried to be, some male classmates blushed and confessed, and some malicious people followed her home, trying to take advantage. The neighbors could help her temporarily, but not forever. So, when her mourning period ended, she packed her belongings and took simple luggage to the capital to find her biological father. She didn't care about paternal love. She just wanted a good place to settle down, away from evil people who might covet her or treat her as a commodity, subject to constant scrutiny. In her past life, she had endured enough of being judged and treated as a commodity, arranged for blind dates. Since high school, male classmates had confessed to her. Her parents told her that girls should have self-respect and love themselves, and she shouldn't fall in love early. In college, someone pursued her, but her parents insisted she must return to her hometown after graduation and not marry far away. The suitor's family and personal conditions had to be good. After returning to her country, her parents again demanded she go back to her hometown to take a civil service exam or work at a local hospital, and she had to find a marriage match there. Refuse? Reject? Her parents weren't emotionally blackmailing her. They were threatening her with their lives. Relatives, including her aunts and uncles, kept pressuring her, saying her parents worked hard to raise her, and which girl in the family was in college. Not only did her parents support her through college, but they also funded her studying abroad. Once again, year after year, she became numb. Following her parents' wishes, she returned to her hometown to take a civil service exam, work there, be filial to her parents, listen to their matchmaking arrangements, and become the obedient girl in their eyes. Like meat on a cutting board, she was left to be chosen by suitors and bargained over by relatives. Looking back now, she realizes she was depressed and physically affected back then. It wasn't until one day, during a matchmaking event, she saw a scene of a wife tearing apart a mistress and became fascinated. If only she could be as brave as the sister downstairs, she thought. With this idea, suddenly her mind became clear. She didn't want to go to the matchmaking anymore. She didn't want to be the obedient girl anymore. She didn't want to be her parents' puppet. Anyone who tried to manipulate her again, she would either go crazy or act wild. No one would be better off. Unfortunately, she hadn't awakened for long, and before she could rise up and fight back, she fell from the 6th floor and died. Rebirth is good. Living again, she could break free from her past and start fresh with a new identity. Although she was cast as a villainous supporting character, her parents divorced when she was very young, her mother had passed away, and no one knew her true personality on her father's side. 3 years were enough to change her neighbors' fixed impressions of her and to help her rebuild herself, no longer depressed. In those 3 years without a special power, she relied on her grandfather and her mother's inheritance to live carefully. Unfortunately, in this era, college entrance exams weren't available. After high school, she couldn't continue studying. Thinking about it, she decided to go to her biological father's side. If her childhood fiancé was decent in character and appearance, she would accept him. The idea of marrying first and falling in love later was common in this time. Many did it, and she could too. If love couldn't be cultivated, it didn't matter. By the end, everyone ended up the same. Having children and passing on the family line was also acceptable. After obtaining her special power, she was actually afraid of the system. Anyone who read system novels knew that systems had conditions and goals, making the host work hard. She still remembered that in middle and high school, her deskmate read stories full of intense emotional pain and family secrets, which left her with psychological shadows. Fortunately, her spirit was adorable, and her space was even larger than what the heroine had once obtained. Old Master Lu was not bothered. There's a saying, "In the mountains no tigers, so monkeys rule." It refers to Zhang Xiaomei. If his old illness hadn't flared up and he had not been in the nursing home for 3 months, Zhang Xiaomei wouldn't have been able to replace her daughter, Li, with a substitute, pushing her in front of Gu Tingchen for them to meet and marry. After this incident, he was completely disappointed in his blind son. He no longer had expectations. He didn't want to spend his last days under the care of his son's second wife, who was married again. Maybe she wouldn't even need to remove his oxygen mask. She might just let him die from suffocation. Man, eat more ribs. Look at you, you're so thin. When you get to the island, don't be distant from your brother. If you want anything, just ask him. Okay, I will. Your brother is now a company commander in the army. If you see a female comrade you like, and she doesn't mind your brother, try to match them. All right, as long as Big Brother agrees. Shin Man chatted happily with her grandfather, not following the usual rule of not talking during meals. That made sense. Grandpa was born in the countryside, so he didn't care much about rules. In the Lu family, Grandpa's words are rules. Old Master Lu didn't care much about his future son-in-law's background. The only thing he cared about was whether his granddaughter liked him. If she did, that was good. If she chose well, he would bless the young couple. If she chose poorly, he would go after the man, train him until he became a suitable son-in-law. Meanwhile, the lively, Warm scene between grandfather and granddaughter contrasted sharply with Lu Mingyuan, who was isolated and ignored, like an invisible person. He only felt alive when chewing something. He wanted to get closer to his daughter, but one wrong step led to more mistakes. The damage was done. He was willing to give everything he had to make up for it and repair their father-daughter relationship, but something always felt missing. Dinner soon ended. Shen Man watched TV with her grandfather for a while. After 8:30 p.m., without her prompting, he turned off the TV himself and told her to go back to her room to rest. Man, can we go to the study to talk? Lu Mingyuan had a faint smell of tobacco. His face looked tired, and his eyes were full of sincerity. He wanted to explain to his daughter that he hadn't forgotten about her and her mother all these years. That year, he had his difficulties. He hoped his daughter wouldn't hold a grudge against him and wished she could talk to him about whether her mother was happy during those years, especially in her final days, and if she ever mentioned him. Okay. Shinman accidentally saw a shadow on the stairs, likely her stepmother eavesdropping. Since she wanted to listen, Shunman decided to let her. The father and daughter went upstairs to the study one after the other. Shunman lagged behind and, when closing the door, intentionally left a small gap. Sit down. Lu Mingyuan felt strangely nervous, his hands trembling slightly. Okay. Shunman remained calm and acted normally. After they sat down, the atmosphere became strangely tense. Dad, what do you want to know? Shunman asked directly, not wanting to waste time. Man, I want to know if your mother has been alone all these years, or if she started a new family. Lu Mingyuan hesitated before asking the question he really wanted to know. After my mother divorced, she took me back to our hometown in Suzhou. We lived in the house left by my maternal grandparents, relying on each other for 12 years. During that time, many uncles pursued my mother, but she refused them all. Shunman pressed her lips together, speaking calmly and distantly, but her words carried deep meaning. If it weren't for this man's poor judgment and being swayed by kindness, her original mother wouldn't have divorced him and taken her away. The hardships Shinman and her mother endured are closely related to this man. This man, on the other hand, quickly remarried, spoiled his new wife like a carefree princess, and even handed over his daughter's marriage prospects without hesitation. Is he out of his mind? No, he's completely lost his mind. I knew it. Your mother always had me in her heart. I was the one who let her down back then. It's my fault. Lu Mingyuan covered his face with his hands, showing vulnerability in front of his daughter, and started to cry. Shun Man looked down, hiding her true feelings, swallowing her urge to argue. No, her original mother didn't stay single, because she still loved him. She experienced a bad marriage and didn't want to risk loving another man again. In Aunt Ji's memories, her mother was gentle, beautiful, kind, and a calm, modern woman. In her diary, the original character recorded her mother's selfless love during her growth. Her mother didn't choose to stay single because of the untrustworthy father, but because her experience with him made her lose faith in men. She preferred to raise her daughter alone rather than date another man. Lu Mingyuan now feels full of guilt, immersed in regret, remorse, and sadness. He doesn't notice the resentful and hostile gaze peeking at him from the crack at the door of the study. Shun Man senses the sharp, hateful look behind her. Instead of exposing him, she feels a bit happy. Look at this. You see the man you worked hard to win, but your heart is with someone else. Why can the untrustworthy father enjoy a happy marriage with his stepmother and daughter? She wants to plant a thorn in both their hearts. How can a living person compete with someone who has passed away? Shen Man takes out an old, green handkerchief from her pocket and hands it to the crying man, comforting him. Dad, don't be sad. Mom is watching over us from heaven. She would probably laugh at you. Lu Mingyuan looks at the handkerchief handed to him with tears in his eyes. He trembles as he takes it, hugs his chest, and chokes. Sorry, Qing Luo, sorry. The tears of a scoundrel are no different from crocodile tears. Shun Man feels no warmth in her heart, even a little tempted to laugh. She bites her lip, pinches her thigh to hold back tears, and speaks with a trembling voice. Dad, when I was little, I was often bullied by other children. They called me a wild child, a stray kid. Mom was also falsely accused and suffered a lot of bullying. Back then, I asked her, "Who is my father? Where is he?" Mom just cried, hugged me tightly, and bandaged my wounds. I thought if only I had a tall, strong dad, then maybe my mom and I wouldn't have to face sneers and bullying. Killing is just a matter of a single step. She's doing this on purpose, deliberately not giving the scoundrel a quick end. She just wants him to spend his life in pain and guilt. I'm sorry. Lu Mingyuan couldn't hold back anymore. Under his daughter's repeated questioning, his mental defenses collapsed. Guilt and remorse flooded over him like a wave. When did Shin Man leave the study? Lu Mingyuan didn't know, but the person hiding in the shadows did. In the dim master bedroom on the second floor, the door made a scratching sound. Zhang Xuemei, whose nails were usually well kept, was now digging her nails into the door frame, full of hatred for Shin Man. She knew that Shin Qingluo's daughter couldn't be innocent and harmless like a little lamb. She had only been back for less than 2 days, but she had already captured the hearts of the Lu father and son. Just now in the study, her tone and her acting like she was wronged. Wasn't she just trying to manipulate him? Damn it. She couldn't afford to show her true feelings now. She couldn't let her daughter fall behind. The little brat would leave the next morning. It would be best if she got into an accident on the way, kidnapped by human traffickers, sold to a mountain village, and never came back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She turned off the light for her husband and changed into pajamas to lie in bed. She touched her belly and couldn't help but imagine. If only she had a child with Lu family's bloodline. Then she would truly be the mistress of the Lu family, no longer needing to bow her head or be looked down upon. She planned to go to the hospital to check her uterus and ovaries. She didn't believe she couldn't get pregnant. After Shin Man returned to her room, she quickly washed up, filled her hot water bag with warm water, and placed it in her bed. She sat on the edge of the bed, slowly combing her long hair. "Master, I just saw that the energy in your father's chest is white. He is a good man, with a faint golden aura of virtue, and he loves your mother. Why did he divorce her and marry another woman?" Tuan Yuan, holding a ball of yarn, rolled around on the bed, asking confusedly. Even after 1,000 years, it was still a single cat and couldn't understand human love and hatred. Human feelings are really complicated. He is a good person, but that doesn't mean he's a good husband or a good father. Shin Man put down her wooden comb, plucked a strand of hair from it, slowly rolled it up, and threw it into the trash. Zhang Xuemei's husband saved his life and entrusted his family to him before he died. It was not wrong for him to promise to care for his comrade's orphan wife and daughter. However, he was indecisive and allowed Zhang Xuemei and her daughter to behave like the owners of the Lu family, even more so than my mother. And Zhang Xuemei is not an easy person to deal with. She wants a good life and to be at the top. The only stepping stone for her is Lu Mingyuan. Perhaps, before divorcing my mother, the scoundrel truly did nothing wrong and did not sleep with Zhang Xuemei. But his act of repaying kindness should not drag the entire Lu family into trouble. A woman who can withstand great pressure and decide to divorce in this era must be criticized by many. My mother must have suffered many unknown grievances when she decided to divorce. And who else could have caused these grievances besides the scoundrel? Zhang Xuemei is not innocent at all, and neither is the scoundrel. Master, you just comforted the scoundrel and handed a tissue to the other person again. Tang Yuan was even more confused. Is the master forgiving the scoundrel, or is she deliberately confusing him? Silly, flies don't land on a seamless egg. Shin Man gently pinched Tang Yuan's nose and patiently explained, the scoundrel doesn't deserve forgiveness, but he still gives a good monthly allowance. Instead of letting Zhang Xuemei and her daughter benefit cheaply, I might as well take advantage of his guilt towards me and get as much as I can. Anytime, money is a good thing. Who would dislike having more money? Since her current identity is that of a villainous female supporting character, her stepsister must be able to handle the spotlight of the heroine. She wants to see if, without space, spiritual spring water, or her father's financial support, this lifetime, Man can soar and become a beloved little sunshine. Understood, master. Tang Yuan will cultivate well, restore her strength, find treasures for the master, and earn her own living. Tang Yuan listened vaguely, thinking to herself. Forget it. She's just a little cat. It's better to be a loyal spirit tool and the most loyal pet for her master. Shin Man turned off the light, crawled into bed, hugged a hot water bag, and drifted into sleep. The room was dark, only Tang Yuan's two bright, beautiful eyes shining. In the tropical rainforest, everywhere in the jungle, there are unknown dangers. In a muddy swamp, the buzzing sounds gradually weakened. About half an hour later, the buzzing noise completely disappeared. The surface of the swamp suddenly changed. Several dirty-headed men, covered in mud, slowly crawled out of the swamp, their faces unrecognizable. Careful observation showed that 4 of them had bandages on different parts of their bodies, indicating injuries, and they all had guns. Damn golden ring hornets. Next time I see them, I'll wipe out their nest and burn them all clean. All right, old Pan, stop joking.
Come help.
Old Li broke his leg and we need to find a sturdy stick to fix it or else. Zhangzi, I'm not that weak. First, let's find shelter. Finishing the mission is more important. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Don't touch things in the rainforest. Be careful, they might be poisonous. I think I've found the target. Huh? For a moment, the others looked at Lu Xiaobai, unsure whether he was lucky or unlucky. Honestly, during this half-month mission, because of Lu Xiaobai, they kept having bad luck and good luck. It was really exhausting. The team leader signaled everyone to stay alert. He took the lead to check if Lu Xiaobai's story was true. After a while, the team leader looked at Lu Xiaobai with a complicated expression. It seemed that he truly had survived a big danger and was now blessed. This time, they had completed the mission. They could now send a signal flare for the command center to send a helicopter to pick them up. Old Lu, what's your body like? Do you usually find money on the road? Zhangzi showed a bright, neat smile. He had originally wanted to punch this kid, but his mood changed to happiness and gratitude instead. Over 100 people trained in the rainforest, but fewer than 10 made it through the solo challenge. Their small team managed to secure 4 spots. Luck was really on their side. I don't know. My grandfather once had a master tell him I was born with a noble fate, destined to turn bad luck into good fortune and bring peace after chaos. Lu Xiaobai raised his eyebrows proudly. The next second, something bit his ankle, causing a sharp pain, and a numb feeling spread from the wound. Old Lu Xiaobai fainted and fell into unconsciousness. Fortunately, the experienced team leader quickly killed the snake that had attacked Old Lu and found some medicinal herbs nearby to crush and apply to his wound. Not long after, a helicopter precisely hovered overhead. The command center had sent people to pick them up. Old Lu's luck is simply amazing. No wonder many people wanted to team up with him at the start. Turns out, risk and opportunity really do go hand in hand. Jiang Tuan, Lu Xiaobai is dead. No, he was just bitten by a snake. We've already applied medicine. Okay, take him away. Get him on the helicopter. Got it. As the helicopter landed in a small border town, the military doctor was already waiting nearby. Lu Xiaobai, with lips turning dark blue, had a high fever and was confused. He clutched a piece of cloth tightly, refusing to let go. Mom, sister, let go. Jiang Yi frowned. He hated others touching him. In the army, he was known for being very clean. If it weren't for the fact that this person was his longtime roommate and comrade, he might have broken his hand. Gongzi still had his arm across his chest. For the safety of his teammate, he forced himself to say, Jiang Tuan, Lu Xiaobai is confused. Don't argue with him. I'll loosen his grip. After seeing Jiang Tuan didn't respond, he quickly pinched Lu Xiaobai's armpit.
Soon he let go.
The unconscious Lu Xiaobai didn't know what he had done. It seemed like he saw his grandmother. His grandmother was holding his mother's hand, smiling and waving at him, telling him to go back. Go back where? What about his sister? Where is his sister? When he woke up, he found himself in the military hospital. His mind was blank for a few seconds, Then he smelled a strong foot odor. Gongzi, take off your shoes. Ugh, who's the good teammate that takes off shoes to watch over others? Lu Xiaobai, you're awake. Gongzi had just fallen asleep peacefully. His wound on his arm had been rebandaged. He was just too tired and fell asleep on the side bed without his shoes. Ugh, Lu Xiaobai gagged. The smell of feet was overwhelming. He couldn't take it anymore. All right, Lu Xiaobai, I've put my shoes back on. It's not so bad now. Gongzi looked calm. A real man's feet smell is normal. He wasn't ashamed. Open a small gap in the window. Lu Xiaobai covered his nose and mouth, struggling to breathe through his mouth. He felt he might not die from the snake bite, but from the foot odor of his own team members. Who will come to support us? Jiang Tuan. Jiang Yi. Damn it, how did he get promoted again? Calm down, Lu Ying. The doctor said your injury needs a month to heal. It's best not to get angry. Can Lu Xiaobai not be angry? They joined the army around the same time, entered the team at the same time, and started from the same place. Their abilities are evenly matched. They have been competing at the battalion level for 3 years. Seeing each other repeatedly complete dangerous missions successfully, he's getting anxious. So, ignoring the commanding officer's objections, he signed up for this tropical rainforest mission. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi still managed to get ahead and won the spot. This time, there was only one promotion spot, and it went to Jiang Yi. He has to wait for the next opportunity. So frustrating. Ow, his leg feels numb all over. Lu Ying, save your strength. The snake venom hasn't fully cleared. If Jiang Tuan hadn't brought the anti-venom, you might have been gone by now. Jingzi's eyes show a mix of schadenfreude and relief that he's alive. Because he's in the same team as Lu Xiaobai, they share both success and failure. Only when Lu Xiaobai gets promoted can he move a little. Although they were all injured this time, they still earned a collective third-class merit. Their brothers are optimistic. If they can't stay in the military after reaching a certain age or rank, they can rely on their achievements to get good jobs. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The person is a communications soldier passing by, bringing a telegram and leaving a letter before saluting and leaving. Wow, my sister's coming to the island to visit me. Lu Xiaobai is excited and smiling brightly, even ignoring the foot odor lingering in the ward.
What?
Lu Ying, you have a sister?
How old is she?
Does she have a boyfriend? Jingzi, who was pouring water into a cup, immediately became eager upon hearing this. Go away, my sister is only an adult. Don't think about her. After reading the telegram, Lu Xiaobai's face changes from happy to dark. Something's wrong. After his parents divorced, his mother took his sister away, without a trace, for 15 years. Now, suddenly, his sister is back in the capital? Where is his mother? Moreover, the younger sister has a childhood betrothal with Gu Tingchen. Although the Gu family has been outwardly distant over the years, they still exchange letters during festivals. At the end of the telegram, Grandpa reminded him to find a reliable marriage for his sister while he was in the army. Besides feeling happy, he also had many doubts and guesses, unconsciously wrinkling the letter. Jingzi saw Lu Ying's unhappy expression and thought he had gone too far with his joke. He quickly shut his mouth, placed the teacup on the bedside table, silently took the lunchbox, and went to get food. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lu Xiaobai's face looked as colorful as a spilled paint palette when he saw the visitor. What are you here for? Do you want to see me laugh? Jiang Tuan, he admitted he was a little jealous and envious. Jiang Yi looked indifferent, hands in his pockets, leaning against the doorframe, and responded sharply. Just checking if you're dead, you hopeless loser. You. Lu Xiaobai clenched his teeth and glared fiercely. He knew that, even after sharing a room for 6 years, this person's sharp tongue still couldn't produce kindness. Suddenly, he glanced at his bandaged right foot, which looked like a zongzi, sticky rice dumpling, and came up with an idea. Jiang Yi, I need your help with something. I don't trust anyone else but you to do it. Huh? The sun rising from the west? You're asking me for help. Jiang Yi looked suspiciously at Lu Xiaobai, who looked miserable on the hospital bed, showing a guarded expression. Lu Xiaobai nodded, pretending to be weak. Yes, I'm asking you. Look at how badly I'm hurt. There's something I must ask for your help with. What kind of help? I'll decide whether to help after I hear it. Zhang Yi didn't immediately agree. After so many years of playing mind games with Lu Xiaobai, their grudges weren't something that could be settled in a few words. I thought for a moment and added, "Don't worry. My sister is only an adult this year. Even if I find her a partner, I will choose someone close to her age. I will never match you two." After hearing this, Zhang Ye's worries eased. He has a picky eye and a sharp tongue. Many people introduced to him as a partner, but he refused them all. Lu Xiaobai's sister sounds like a young girl with an ordinary appearance.
So, I am not against helping out.
Okay, tell me the pickup time and your sister's name. Thank you so much. Although we didn't get along before, true friendship shows in tough times. Thanks, buddy. Lu Xiaobai smiled sincerely, but inside, the little person was crossing his arms and laughing loudly. That night, Zhang Yi escorted an important shipment back to the island to report. Lu Xiaobai and others were seriously injured and hospitalized for observation. Xingzi looked at Lu Ying, who was grinning from ear to ear in bed, and secretly asked the doctor if he was losing his mind. The doctor checked the medical record and shook his head confidently. No, if the patient's condition was special, it might be due to an underlying illness from before. Lu Xiaobai, smiling, suddenly started to cry. The reason he asked Zhang Yi to pick up his sister was partly to see him trip, because his sister couldn't be ugly. Another reason was that he had a guess he didn't want to accept. When his mother divorced, she last held him and told him that if she was gone one day, she would send his sister to stay with them, and he should take good care of her. Now that his sister has appeared, his mother might. Capital, train station. Shin Man explained everything to her grandfather along the way, telling him to take care of his health and to send telegrams to her and her brother when he had time. She also mentioned the grape wine she brewed in her room, which would take 2 to 3 months before it could be drunk. She warned him not to open it secretly. When it was ready, they could have at most 1 glass a day. Besides the wine, she also exchanged some brewing ingredients from the old man to make medicinal wine for her grandfather. It doesn't need several months to mature. About a month is enough. With spiritual liquid as a base, the effects would be immediate. Oh, Grandpa, since Grandpa Sue's situation is difficult, could we ask Brotherly to visit him in the alley once a month? Okay, Grandpa, I've noted it down. My family's man has a kind heart. Grandpa, listen to you, help more lonely and elderly people. Old Mr. Lu nodded and made a note. He had Xiao Li check the background of the people in the old lonely alley. They are all poor folks, helping them is no trouble. Shun Man felt relieved. Yesterday, after helping Old Man Su and his group, she noticed a new golden glow around her. Tang Yuan said this was good fortune, and the more, the better. Since she could gain good fortune from Old Man Su's group, Grandpa probably could too. Sending out kind thoughts helps gather more good fortune, which can give more hope when facing illness or danger. That's why the energy between people is different. Moreover. Just then, the train's engine appeared in sight. No matter how reluctant they were, the grandfather and granddaughter had to say goodbye. Lu Mingyuan, who had been silent like an invisible person, finally spoke. Man, take good care of yourself. From now on, your dad will send you pocket money every month. Shun Man looked at him seriously. How did he become so haggard just from that? No, she couldn't let him fall. She still hoped he would regret and torment his stepmother and her. Yes, thank you, Dad. Dad, you also need to take care of yourself. Otherwise, how can he have the energy to fight with a stepmother? Grandpa isn't feeling well, so don't get angry. You should let Grandpa rest more. He's your father. If you're unfilial, you might be struck by lightning. Aunt Zhang and Sister Man did things that hurt me, but it's over now. I hope our family can be peaceful. I don't want to argue about who's right or wrong. This is just a subtle reminder that she also did wrong to her own daughter, making her feel guilty for life. When I see my brother, I'll tell him to stop blaming you. Yeah, right. She's just waiting for her scumbag stepfather and stepmother to get what they deserve. Once they settle on the island, they'll bring Grandpa to live with them. Meanwhile, the scumbag father and stepmother's family will be stuck in constant turmoil, never at peace. Lu Mingyuan felt guilty and ashamed for his daughter's sense of justice. Last night, Zhang Xuemei even spread rumors, saying her daughter came back for revenge and to stir trouble between them. It is really best to bring her over so she can say goodbye to her daughter and let the other person hear how much she cares. He thought he was truly wrong. Even if he had died on a mission back then, he wouldn't have been separated from his loved one or married someone he didn't love. For many years, he mostly stayed in his study. Occasionally, he returned to the main bedroom, but apart from a few drunken times when he mistook the other person for Qingluo, he rarely interacted with Zhang Xuemei consciously. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, he couldn't escape the fact that he was dirty. So Qingluo never appeared in his dreams, right? Alright, Shaoli, escort Man to the car and make sure her luggage is packed before you come back. Old Master Lu didn't bother to pretend. He just rolled his eyes at his son. Last night, he dreamt of his wife. She told him his life wasn't over yet and urged him to live well, take care of his grandchildren, and when his time came, she would come to take him away. Maybe the dream was so sweet that he felt very happy when he woke up. Talking about ghosts and spirits involved superstitions, which he didn't like to tell his granddaughter. But he had always been honest and fearless, especially since the ghost was his wife. He was even happier about that. Grandpa, take care. When I arrive, I will often send you telegrams. Shunman blinked, hinting to her grandpa that once she found the right person, she would marry quickly, settle down, and then bring him to live with her. All right, get on the train. The conductor will look after you. If strangers talk to you, don't smile. If there's danger, shout loudly and cause a fuss. That way, bad people can't take you away directly. Although he said this, old Master Lu was still very reluctant to see his granddaughter leave. He kept giving her instructions and kept talking for a long time. Shunman reluctantly boarded the train. Since it wasn't peak season, apart from some young people returning to the countryside in large groups, there were hardly any ordinary passengers, so it wasn't crowded like during the spring festival travel rush. Brother Li led the way, escorting her to a sleeper car. There was even a locked door. Such a carriage must be reserved for leaders. Grandpa arranged for her to sit in this kind of carriage. Could it be? Miss Man, you are the only granddaughter of the Lu family, and you're still young. The senior leader arranged everything carefully so you can go out alone with peace of mind. Li Mingguang smiled and explained briefly, then handed the key-hanging rope to Miss Man, reminding her. Everything on the train is arranged. Besides going to the bathroom, you can move around inside the carriage. After 3 days, when the train reaches the destination, you will meet Bai at the station exit. Okay? Thank you, Brother Li. Shen Man nodded obediently. After watching Brother Li leave the carriage, she locked the door. It seems that at any time, some people have special privileges. She also enjoyed this privilege, thanks to her grandfather's influence, without infringing on others' rights. She opened the window, took off her scarf, and waved to her grandfather goodbye. Grandpa, goodbye. As the train swayed, Shen Man yawned. She took a brand new quilt from the space, folded it simply, and lay down comfortably to take a short nap. Tang Yuan was busy tidying up her belongings inside the space. Yesterday, she didn't get live chickens or ducks, but she did get fertilized eggs. She built a grass nest for the eggs in the corner of the small yard, occasionally incubating them, helping her owner solve worries. When hungry, she nibbled on some egg cakes. When thirsty, she drank the spiritual liquid from the pond. Life feels hopeful. Her owner said that once they reach the island, they will catch sea fish and shrimp for her to eat. As a purebred inland feline, she has never tasted sea fish or shrimp. In the next few days, except for eating and going to the bathroom, Shen Man hardly left the carriage. This also saved her caretaker a lot of trouble. Likewise, some problems that might happen on the train couldn't find her. During these days of free time without disturbance, Shen Man explored her space thoroughly. She categorized supplies, stored them properly, and arranged a private area in the small house for resting. She kept all the spiritual liquids in jade bottles, adding a drop to her water daily to improve her health. She was saving the rest, sensing they would be very useful in the future. When the train slowed down and the temperature rose noticeably, Man took off her thick cotton coat and changed into light spring and summer clothes. Her bed's quilt was folded neatly and stored in the space. A large and a small suitcase were pulled out from under the bed. My own suitcase is the small one, holding a change of clothes and toiletries. The big leather suitcase was prepared by my grandfather, filled with food and drinks. It's quite heavy. Fortunately, the large suitcase has 4 wheels, so I can push it along, which makes it easier. Attention, passengers. The train is arriving at the station. Please keep your belongings with you. When the train reaches the platform, please disembark in order. The train staff held a loudspeaker and walked through each carriage, repeating the announcement. Man looked at her watch. It was 11 in the morning. When she gets off, she will see her brother. The two of them can find a place to have lunch and chat about recent events, helping to strengthen their sibling bond. Maybe because of family ties, she felt a little excited about meeting her brother, whom she had never met before. Her grandfather had told her that her brother was very kind to her when he was young, and he hadn't forgotten about her over the years. She thought that when they meet, her brother probably wouldn't dislike her as his sister. Thinking this, the train soon arrived and stopped. The carriage door was knocked on softly. Knock, knock, little girl, we've arrived. Okay. It was the train conductor. Man picked up the key on the table, opened the door, politely thanked him, and returned the key. Wait 5 more minutes before getting off. The station is crowded now. It's quite busy. The middle-aged man took the key, smiled kindly, and looked at the girl with concern, reminding her gently. Okay, thank you, uncle. Man nodded, watched him leave, then felt a cool breeze in the corridor. She turned around and wrapped a scarf around her neck. Master, I also want to go out and get some fresh air. In the room, Yuan meowed softly. After tiring from incubating eggs, it wanted to go outside and see the world.
Okay.
Man nodded, slung her bag diagonally across her waist, and with a thought, Yuan's small body slipped into the bag. Meow, meow, meow. Yuan found a comfortable spot, showing a fluffy little head, with curious eyes gazing out the window at the outside world. After waiting about 5 minutes, Man carried her small suitcase in one hand and pushed her large luggage with the other, walking toward the train carriage exit. There was only one platform at the station. When the train doors opened, a crowd of people hurriedly got off. Near the exit passage, there were usually people waiting to pick someone up, often glancing outside the platform barriers. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and fewer people remained on the train. The man holding a sign grew impatient. Could Liu Xiaobai be tricking him? It was indeed this train. The timing was right. So why hadn't he seen his sister yet? Could it be that she was so unattractive she didn't want to show herself, delaying until the last moment? Just as he was thinking about whether to smoke a cigarette to calm his nerves, the sound of rolling luggage wheels came from the platform corridor. Their deep eyes met, as if bound by fate. Jiang Ye's heartbeat quickened. His whole body was shouting with excitement. It was her. It was really her. The girl saw him and immediately smiled, dropping her luggage and running into his arms. Big brother, her soft, affectionate tone made Jiang Ye's heart flutter, and a tingling sensation spread through his body. The cigarette he was holding dropped to the ground. Before coming, Liu Xiaobai had said his sister was chubby, and he had imagined a plump girl with 2 braids. But the girl who threw herself into his arms was fair-skinned, beautiful, with long hair down to her waist, delicate and charming, an overwhelming beauty that made his heart race at first sight. Her sweet big brother was overly affectionate, filled with subtle desire and nervous excitement. He silently allowed her to be so intimate. But as his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, the rational part of his mind snapped. Big brother, have you been waiting for me a long time? Man looked up, her face full of joy from their reunion. Her beautiful eyes stared directly at her brother. From afar earlier, she thought her brother, dressed in a military coat, looked very handsome and tall, giving her a strong sense of security. Up close, she saw that although his features didn't resemble hers, his eyes were full of gentle affection. Jiang Ye's throat went dry. He couldn't speak. Instinctively, He used his right hand to protect the girl's slender waist. Her soft touch warmed his heart. To calm herself down, she instinctively looked at the back of her hand, where her waist-length black hair shimmered like fine silk under the sunlight, shining with a healthy glow. Her gaze involuntarily shifted back to the girl's porcelain-white face, tinged with a faint blush, innocent yet subtly alluring. A gentle breeze brushed her face. Up close, she saw that her face had no hair, and even the wind seemed to cherish her. Big brother Shinman was confused, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. What's wrong with Big brother? Does he look unhappy when he sees her? Stand still. After studying her, Jiang restrained his emotions. His voice was as calm as ever, and he dared not look directly at the girl. Shinman was stunned. It was their first meeting as siblings. Shouldn't they be hugging and crying happily, then smiling at each other in brotherly and sisterly respect? Jiang took off his green military coat, shook it out, and draped it over the girl. I'll take you to eat first, then help you settle in. After saying that, he went to get the suitcase. Shinman was wrapped up in the coat like a rice dumpling, only her small, confused head peeking out. She sniffed and detected a faint soapberry scent on the coat, thinking her brother was quite clean. Is he cold-hearted but warm inside? It seemed different from what her grandfather described as her brother's personality. Although her grandfather had shown her some black and white photos of her brother when he was young, the pictures were blurry due to years of handling, and she could only barely make out the outline. Shinman comforted herself. Maybe her brother had changed after being away from home for 6 years and had become more steady. Jie tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his body stiff for a moment, then quickly relaxed and responded calmly. The snake venom hasn't fully cleared. You need to stay in the hospital for observation for a while. During this time, I will take care of your food and accommodation. Is that so? Then thank you, Brother Jie. Shinman let out a long breath, relieved that her biological brother was not in life-threatening danger. Otherwise, her visit to her brother would feel more like a funeral procession. It's no trouble, Jie replied stiffly with 3 words, then fell silent. He was anxious inside but kept a cold, distant expression, clearly a high and mighty person, hard to approach. Meow meow meow. Master, I found the child of luck. I should stay close to him and breathe in his luck. More Tang Yuan crawled out of her bag, rubbed against her owner's finger, purring and acting cute. The whole cat looked like it had discovered a fish snack, staring intensely at the man driving the car. Child of luck. Ji? Meow, yes, it's him. Such a strong purple aura. No, he's not my brother Lu Xiaobai. How can I have physical contact with someone like that? Meow meow. Master, look at him. Isn't he very noble-looking, with a pure and elegant aura? Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, sitting there, he radiates a strong hormonal vibe. Are you a little flirtatious cat? Meow meow meow. Master Tang Yuan is thinking of you. Aren't you planning to find a military officer husband on the island? I think this one is quite suitable.
Don't say it.
Such a good-looking man might already be taken. We can't be a third wheel. Tung Yuan's ears visibly drooped, and she lazily lay on her owner's lap, kneading her paws. Child of luck, I really want to absorb. Do you like cats? Perhaps sensing the quiet atmosphere inside the car, Jie Yi finally found a topic to start a conversation. Yes, its name is Tang Yuan. It just finished weaning, so cute, right? Shinman picked up Tang Yuan and showed her to him. Jie Yi gently slowed the car, answered vaguely. Yes, very cute. Having been single for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he felt a spark of love at first sight. He seriously suspected that Lu Xiaobai might have planned this, deliberately sending him to pick someone up. We're here. First, fill your stomach. At 1:30 p.m., the customs ferry will dock. I'll buy the boat tickets and take you to Shangdao to settle in. Yes, thank you, Brother Jiangyi. Shinman nodded. For now, it seemed that this man's gaze on her was normal and not malicious. His way of doing things was quite proper. No wonder he's a good friend of her brother. Jiangyi looked expressionless as he turned off the engine and took out the car keys. Even though he keenly sensed the girl's gaze on him, he didn't dare look back, afraid that his sharp eyes might scare her. If he remembered correctly, Lu Xiaobai was the same age as him. Liu Xiaobai once said he had a younger sister 6 years his junior. 6 years younger. So young and delicate. Does she think he's too old? If Shinman plans to stay on the island long term and find a husband through matchmaking, then maybe he could also try? Meow. Master. Why don't you test whether Jiangyi has a partner? Meow meow. Even if not for good luck, for your lifelong happiness, you should seize the opportunity. Jiangyi is your brother's good friend, and being friends with your brother shows he's trustworthy, right? Meow meow meow. Master. Please think carefully. Shinman still wore Jiang Ye's military coat. Because of their height difference, he was much taller. Her coat, which reached her knees, looked quite different from his, which reached her ankles. If it weren't for the mismatched colors, her awkward movements made her look like an indigenous person from Antarctica. State-run restaurant. Beneath a simple sign, there was a modest eatery. Walking in, the lighting dimmed a bit. Inside, the tables, chairs, and decor all had a vintage, Republican-era style. If not for the large handwritten posters on the wall, full of old-fashioned slogans, Shinman might have thought she was on the set of a period drama. Brother Shou, I brought my friend's younger sister. I'll cook a couple of dishes that young girls like. Huh? That's rare. You brought a girl here to eat? Well, I'll prepare 2 good dishes for you. Jiang Yi used his body to block the view through the window, preventing the other person from peeking at the girl. He took out a few tickets from his pocket and handed them to the window. Hurry up. The girl is hungry. The middle-aged man in an apron inside the window clicked his tongue a few times, then took the tickets and started to work. It is rare for Jiang Yi to bring a girl to their restaurant for a meal, and he even shows a possessive attitude. This girl might become his future sister-in-law, so he must make a good impression. Drink some hot water. The food is almost ready. Jiang Yi brought back a hot water kettle. First rinse a cup with hot water, then poured a fresh cup and placed it beside the young girl. Next, he took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, poured hot water into them, rinsed them once, and then set them in front of the girl. Thank you, Brother Jiang Yi. Although Shinman didn't respond to Tang Yuan, she had been quietly observing Jiang Yi since she got out of the car. In terms of appearance, he is about 1.9 meters tall. Compared to him, she only reaches his chest. The way he poured water and rinsed the bowls shows he cares about cleanliness and takes care of others. Especially his hands, knobby, strong, and powerful, are a sign of a capable person. She wanted to hold his hand. From your accent, are you from Suzhou? After finishing everything, Jiang Yi sat up straight. To avoid seeming too serious, he subtly started a topic to learn more about the girl. Shinman gently stroked Tang Yuan's head and smiled softly as she explained, Yes, my grandfather is from Suzhou. Since my parents divorced, I took my mother's surname. My mother took me back to live in our hometown in Suzhou, so my accent is a bit like the local dialect. Whether in her past life or this one after crossing into a novel, she is from Suzhou. Her speech is soft and gentle, with a tender, melodious tone. Simply put, she talks like she's coquettishly teasing, making it hard to argue with her. In her hometown dialect, she would call her brother a go. She stayed in the capital for a few days and felt that calling him go sounded more formal. So, when she first got off the train and saw the sign with her name, she mistakenly thought Jiang Yi was her brother. Brother Jiang Yi, does my brother have a girlfriend? No. How does my brother describe me to you? He said you were a chubby little girl who loved playing in the mud when you were young. Huh. Shinman clenched her fingers around the cup until her knuckles turned white, instinctively grinding her teeth, secretly making a note of this in her unmasked brother's mental record. You are not fat, nor are you ugly. He is just talking nonsense. Jiang Yi noticed the girl was showing signs of anger and felt a bit annoyed. He regretted making her upset just now to impress Liu Xiaobai. Shinman was fine when she ignored him, but now she was even angrier. You bad brother. She had been thinking about him all the way, and now he was spreading rumors about her. Jiang Yi awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a little guilty, but not too much. It was because Liu Xiaobai tricked him. He was just returning the favor. Food is here. While Shinman was sulking, the chef brought over the dishes. 2 plates were placed on the table quickly, filling the air with delicious smells. Shinman's anger turned into hunger instantly. Wow, how old is this young girl? Is she an adult? Chef Zhou looked at the girl Jiang Yi brought and brightened up, but soon he became suspicious. Although he hoped Jiang Yi would find someone soon, he couldn't harm a minor girl. "Hello, uncle. I am an adult." Shinman looked up, her eyes clear but a little confused. Why did he ask if she was an adult? Was he worried she might run away from home? Being an adult is good. Chef Zhou relaxed, but the next moment, he saw Jiang Ye's dark, warning eyes and quickly looked away, begging silently. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'll leave. Would you like rice or steamed buns? Jiang Yi softly asked, while gently pushing a plate of fragrant tomato scrambled eggs and another plate of sweet and sour pork ribs in front of the girl. The two dishes emitted tempting aromas, making anyone hungry. Rice. Shunman focused on the delicious food, not noticing the details. But the dumpling, who was alert, sensed something. It saw this little creature peek out from its owner's lap, with big round eyes spinning around, as if it saw through Jiang Ye's somewhat suspicious look when he looked at its owner. As expected, it was right. Its owner looked like a soft, fragrant cake. Who wouldn't like that? Jiang Yi smiled slightly, casually picked up a delicate rice spoon, and then stretched out his long, strong arm. He carefully scooped a full bowl of steaming rice, pressing the grains tightly with a spoon. He clearly didn't realize that for a small girl, such a large amount of rice might be more than she usually eats. Shunmen opened her mouth but didn't have time to stop him. Before she could react, someone had already filled her bowl with food. She only heard the gentle voice say, "Eat it while it's hot." Faced with such warmth and care, Shinman nodded reluctantly. All right. She tried to eat, and if she couldn't finish, she would pack the rest in a lunchbox to take away. She firmly refused to waste food, valuing every grain. Chef Zhou was hiding in the kitchen, occasionally peeking out from the window with a satisfied smile. It's good that the young girl has grown up. Look at Xiao Jiang. He's so useless, clearly interested in the girl. He's just waiting to attend the wedding and enjoy the sweets. Jiang Yi was almost eating plain rice, fast and hurried. In contrast, Shinman ate gracefully and delicately, chewing slowly and carefully. Unconsciously, Jiang Yi slowed down, reflecting on whether his eating style was a bit rude. Shinman had eaten half her rice and was full. She wasn't deliberately dieting. Her normal appetite just matched one bowl of rice. But the rice Jiang Yi served her seemed to be pressed down tightly, making it very filling. She put down her utensils and reached into her bag to take out her lunchbox. Suddenly, she heard, "Are you full?" "Yes, I'm full." Seemingly confirming, Jiang Yi reached out and took her bowl and chopsticks, glanced at the remaining half of the rice, and thought to himself that she eats very little. No wonder she's so slim. Then he scooped the rice into the plate with scrambled eggs and tomatoes, poured the remaining sweet and sour pork sauce over it, stirred it up, and ate big bites. He showed no disgust, only stubbornness towards the food. "Meow, meow, meow. Master, this man is scheming against you." "Meow, oh no, he's definitely interested in you." "Meow, his gaze at you isn't pure." The story about Tang Yuan made Shinman can't help but look at Jiang Yi a few more times. They had only met a few hours ago, but his behavior seemed more like caring for a brother or sister. Was it too much care? How could it be caring enough to stay unfazed while eating leftovers from a sibling? Shinman still didn't know Jiang Yi had a cleanliness obsession. If she found out, food is precious. We must not waste it. Jiang Yi explained briefly, and if not for the faint redness spreading across the tips of his ears, his words would have sounded more convincing. Oh, Shinman noticed his shyness and, with a playful thought, asked on purpose, "Brother Jiang Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Are you married?"
No.
"How old are you this year?"
24.
"Same as my brother." As Shinman kept asking, Jiang Yi answered while finishing the leftovers on his plate. He tried to act calm and natural, but the way he held his cup and the light sweat on his forehead showed his nervousness. Just as he lifted the cup to his lips and drank all the water, ready to say he should leave, Shinman looked straight into his eyes and said with a teasing smile, "Brother Jiang Yi, that's my cup." He really was nervous. So innocent. Jiang Ye's face turned completely red. He had taken the wrong cup. Did that mean he had accidentally? Seeing that she had teased him enough, Shinman stopped. After confirming that Jiang Yi seemed to like her, she returned to her usual gentle and polite self. Brother Jiang Yi, it's getting late. Should we drive to the pier to line up for the boat tickets? There was still plenty of time ahead. She did care about appearances, and though the man before her fit her taste, he wasn't enough to make her fall for him yet. Her goal on this trip was to find her brother and meet someone reliable to build a future with. Jiang Yi could be a candidate, but she wanted to see more, take her time and not rush.
Okay.
The subtle tension between them disappeared instantly. Jiang Yi realized too late that he had fallen too quickly, completely unprepared. The loss of control felt strange and made him uneasy. So he followed her lead, pushing away the thoughts in his mind, forcing himself to stay calm and clear-headed. Tang Yuan, the little creature, watched both its owner and the child of fortune with confusion. Just a moment ago, it felt like they were about to confess their feelings, but suddenly, the mood changed and all the sweet tension vanished. If Tang Yuan had ever read a romance novel, it would know this was just the usual push and pull between two people testing each other's feelings. Have you ever seen the sea? The sea breeze tastes salty. The seawater was not a deep blue, but a murky color. The waves are strong near the dock, and the ship's draft is deep, so the sand and silt make the water look dull. When we reach the island, there are several coral reefs in the surrounding waters. The water there is clear and transparent. On a sunny day, the sea turns a bright blue, like a beautiful sapphire. Jiang Yi drove a green Jeep, slowly following a large truck loaded with supplies, patiently waiting in line. The afternoon sun shone on him, giving him a golden glow. His facial features were sharp and clear, with strong eyebrows and bright eyes, very eye-catching. Jiang Yi rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt to his elbows, revealing his tanned, muscular forearms. He also opened the window of the driver's seat to clearly hear the broadcast from the front, announcing the vehicle order. The sea breeze howled past, blowing his neatly combed black hair into a messy style. This wild look added a rugged, bold charm to his appearance. Shun Man rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head slightly, and looked openly at Jiang Yi's handsome, sharply defined face. She quietly admired him. He's truly a brave soldier from the national team. So handsome. Brother Jiang Yi, are there people fishing on the island? Can they find pretty shells, small fish, or shrimp? Yes, many military wives and local fishermen do tide fishing after the tide goes out. I'm not sure if they find beautiful shells or fish, but if you want to try, I can take some time off and take you to the beach. Brother Jiang Yi, I've arrived on the island. Where will I stay? Do you have an introduction letter? Yes, my grandfather arranged for someone to get me a new one, and he also gave me a task. What task? My grandfather wants me to find a partner in the military and get married soon, then settle on the island. He plans to come here to retire. Then, what are your requirements for a future husband? Jiang Yi's deep eyes no longer avoided her gaze but fixed firmly on the girl. Is he being straightforward? Tang Yuan, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly woke up. The busy cat tilted its head back from its owner's lap, listening carefully with perked ears. Shin Man held up a cute, innocent-looking rice ball, softly teasing. Little mischievous cat, meow meow meow, master, don't worry about me. You should answer what the child of fortune asked. He's watching you closely, waiting for your reply. Requirements? Shin Man casually hugged the rice ball, gently stroking it, pretending to think. When the gaze stuck to her became hotter, she finally answered. Good-looking face, nice body, a decent military rank, at least a battalion level, good temper and about the age. Jiang Yi, who was secretly serious with himself, looked serious when he heard about age. Age-wise, I can accept up to 10 years younger. My grandpa said, when choosing a man, look for someone a few years older than me who will be gentle and tolerate my bad temper. This wasn't something Shin Man made up. It was her grandpa's original words. She didn't consider younger men. Those around her often argued, but older men would be more caring. But not too much older. Within 10 years, no marriage, no children, a decent rank, good allowance. Only then could she nurture her delicate rose. Jiang Yi listened carefully and instinctively defended, You don't have a bad temper. Shin Man covered her mouth, smiling as she asked back. Huh? Jiang Yi, Are you trying to pursue me? Jong-yi heard his own heartbeat and responded according to his feelings. Yes, I am. Then you'd better work hard. You need to pass my brother's test first. The girl's smile was like a flower. A strand of playful hair blown by the wind revealed her smooth, white neck. The contrast between innocence and desire appeared vividly on her face. Jong-yi nodded lightly, understanding. He turned his head away, one hand on the steering wheel, the other reaching into his pocket to touch a pack of cigarettes, then hesitated, rubbing his fingers instead of taking it out to smoke. When men are troubled or preoccupied, they often smoke or drink.
He was the same.
But in the army over the years, he followed the rules and never touched alcohol. Tobacco numbed nerves, its spicy taste helped relieve stress and soothe the mind. He used to think he would live a lonely life, so he didn't resist his smoking habit. Now, a woman more important than cigarettes appeared. Does cigarettes still matter? For a moment, the inside of the car became quiet, and neither of them spoke, creating a subtle atmosphere. Meow meow meow. Master. Look, such a big ship, yes, that's a cruise ship. Meow meow meow. Master, I'm scared. Please hold me tight. No way, you're a spirit, are you seasick? Meow meow meow. Master, there is a lot of dark energy on the ship. I don't like it. I feel very uncomfortable. Dark energy? Shin Man frowned slightly. If I remember correctly, dark energy usually belongs to bad people. Are there bad people on the cruise? Woo woo woo. The cruise docked, and the waves at the pier crashed heavily against the rocks, splashing white foam. The deck was suspended from the front of the ship and connected to the dock, forming two pathways. Jie-yi drove a jeep behind the supply vehicle, quickly passing through and parking inside the ship's cabin. Then he got out, took a sign, and carefully led Shin Man through a side corridor into the cabin. This cruise is very big. The lower part is the passenger lounge. Let's find a seat by the window. If you're feeling unwell, it might be seasickness. While speaking, Jie-yi took out a wrapped item from his pocket. This is preserved plum. If you feel seasick, hold it in your mouth. Thank you. Brother Jie-yi Shin Man squinted in gratitude and reached out to take the preserved plum. It seems she isn't seasick. But Tangyuan is definitely seasick. Her tongue was already sticking out. This preserved plum is better for Tangyuan. I'll pretend to be fine later by popping a tangerine candy in my mouth to distract others. Nice words, I want a kiss. Jie-yi suppressed his greedy thoughts and didn't dare look at the young girl. He carefully sat her down by a window seat. He wiped the chair with his sleeve, fetched her luggage, and asked if she was thirsty. He went to get some water. While Jie-yi was away to get water, a few companions, holding blue scarves, approached and started chatting. Little girl, your brother is really nice to you. Little girl, has your brother married yet? Do you want me to introduce someone? Little girl, how old are you? Are you an adult? And has a nephew who is about your age. The enthusiastic aunties smile warmly and speak gently, making it hard to dislike them. Shin Man pretends to be shy, lowering her eyes and not speaking. She fears that if she speaks, these aunties will become even more enthusiastic. Water room. A row of 4 faucets, and you have to queue for hot water. Jong-yi is no exception. Whether or not he's in uniform, he follows the rules and maintains order. When he finishes getting hot water and returns to his seat, he sees a few aunties wrapped in headscarves, happily talking to a young girl. Young girl, you should think about it. My nephew is 20 years old, a big guy, working as a communications officer in the army, earning over 30 yuan a month in allowance. He can definitely support a family. Young girl, don't listen to her. Consider my son. He works at a seafood processing factory on an island and is already a team leader. He makes over 50 yuan a month. Young girl, ignore them. I know a few unmarried officers. The young men are all good-looking. You should consider them. The closer Jong-yi gets, the clearer it becomes what these aunties are doing. Damn it, they're trying to hit on him. Excuse me. The ship is about to set sail. Please stay in your seats and be careful not to fall or get hurt. The first part is a warning. The latter sounds a bit like venting. But since Jong-yi looks quite reliable and has the demeanor of an officer, the aunties don't catch the hidden meaning. They think it's a kind reminder from a young man's brother, and they all sit back obediently.
Bianchi Frons.
When people are truly speechless, they really are speechless. The originally dizzy rice balls are now laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. They curl up in their bags, leaving only a pair of curious eyes watching the scene, spinning around. Until the host feeds him a sugared plum, he finally quiets down and focuses again. The facilities on the ferry are old, with many signs of repairs and renovations. Shinman is still wearing Jiang Ye's military coat, feeling no cold at all. Without the auntie's enthusiastic sales pitch, she finally has the mood to enjoy the view outside, the calm sea stretching endlessly. In the distance, a white warship was sailing closer and closer, its grand and solemn figure towering above the sea. The ship's flag displayed a bright red color, which made people's hearts beat faster with pride. As a Chinese person, I felt a deep sense of national pride naturally rising from my heart. For the next half hour, neither of us spoke. We were both lost in our thoughts. The busy chatter of the women around us had quieted, and they were now dozing off. At this moment, Tang Yuan suddenly sensed something and became alert. Meow meow meow. Master, there is a bad person. A bad person? Shin Man's sleepy mind instantly woke up. She quietly observed her surroundings while adjusting her sitting position. What's wrong? Jiang Yi asked softly, his eyes sharp like an eagle, able to notice every small change. His body was slightly tense, staying alert. Only when sleeping in the military dorms did he relax a little. Seeing the strange expression on the little girl next to him, he immediately became more cautious. Shinmen shyly lowered her voice and whispered, I drank too much hot water just now. I want to go to the bathroom. Brother Jiang Yi, do you know where the bathroom is? Actually, with Tang Yuan's reminder, she had already identified the source of the dark energy. It was coming from the family sitting not far away. That family of 3 was sitting close together, the young couple holding their sleeping little boy tightly, looking like they were taking a rest. However, Shinman felt that the little boy's sleeping position was very strange, which made her suspicious. To confirm her guess, Shinman decided to check it out herself. The most natural way to get close to that family was. Hearing the girl's request, Jiang Yi paused for a moment before nodding and leading the way. As he stood up, he casually glanced at the spot where the girl's gaze had just been. There, a very ordinary-looking couple sat. The woman was holding a quietly sleeping child. This scene was so normal that there was nothing unusual to see. But where was the problem? The couple sitting on the bench by the corridor had already noticed the approaching figure from afar. After exchanging a quick look, they reacted immediately. The man hurriedly moved his legs slightly to the side and casually pulled his luggage closer to himself. The woman gently comforted the sleeping child in her arms while signaling to her husband to protect the luggage, which contained their valuables and was very important to their safety. In just a few seconds of eye contact, despite wearing thin clothes, the man's forehead was dotted with tiny beads of sweat. The woman held the child tightly, almost leaning forward onto her knees, as if that could give the child enough protection and comfort. She kept her eyes lowered, not daring to look straight ahead, just holding the child carefully. The man also looked nervous. He clutched his worn-out bag tightly, looked around anxiously, and unconsciously tightened his grip on the bag strap. Suddenly, a loud "oh no" cry was heard. The girl suddenly leaned forward and fell onto the woman.
Sorry.
My leg went numb. Did I hurt your sister? Shinman's soft, sweet voice was pleasant and not annoying. The woman, about to get angry, swallowed her curse when she heard the girl's apology. Instead, she simply said, It's okay. Just be careful when you walk next time. Meanwhile, Shinman gently placed her finger on the boy's wrist, but quickly withdrew it after a few seconds. Once she stood firm, she gratefully said, Thank you, sister next to her. Jiang Yi reached out and guided the girl to the corridor, nodded slightly to the couple, and then, as if nothing unusual had happened, they headed toward the bathroom. They didn't notice, right? Probably not.
Good.
Let's change seats and leave this cabin.
Okay.
The couple whispered to each other and soon left their original spot. The little boy in the woman's arms remained asleep, completely unaware. After they left, Shinman peeked from the corner, and a small head appeared from her knitted bag around her waist. Meow meow meow. Master, the energy in the chests of that couple is dark. They are bad people. The little boy was given a strong dose of medicine that made him lose consciousness. If he isn't treated within 12 hours, even if he wakes up, he will be forever mentally impaired. Don't worry, that little boy's life is safe now because he met me and Brother Jiangyi. Meow meow. Master, I think you should explain your strange behavior to the boss first. How did you realize that the couple was suspicious? Shunman turned her head and looked into Jiangye's deep eyes, which could see through all lies. Her plans suddenly came to a halt. Brother Jiangyi, that couple is suspicious. Yes, do you need to use the bathroom? Yes. Shunman answered quickly. She wasn't lying. She had drunk a lot of hot water and needed to go. Jiangyi nodded, signaling the girl to go to the bathroom. He then opened a box in the corridor, pressed a button, and soon someone came to connect. After a brief whisper, the person on the other end nodded seriously and went a search for the suspicious targets. If it had been just Jiangyi alone, he would have followed without hesitation upon noticing something unusual. But now, his main task was to escort the girl safely onto the island and settle her there. The suspicion about the couple was something the girl had discovered herself. This made Jiangyi look at her with new respect and also sounded an alarm in his mind. He had to stay close to her to prevent her from risking herself. Meow meow meow. Master, do you think the boss might suspect you? Clatter. Hearing this, Shunman paused her hand-washing action. She then calmly took some hand cream from her bag, squeezed a small amount about the size of a soybean, and applied it to her palms. After warming her hands, she spread the cream between her fingers. What's there to be afraid of? I studied medicine. Finding that the little boy was acting strangely isn't that unusual, is it? Tang Yuan was convinced by her master and immediately shrank her head, acting cute. Shunman slowly left the bathroom. When she looked up, she saw Jiangyi. Just standing there, the light and shadow seemed to favor him unusually. Brother Jiangyi, I'm done. Yes, let's go back. The passenger boat will arrive in about 10 minutes. As the girl approached, a faint orchid fragrance wafted into her nose. The scent was elegant and light, not at all overwhelming. Shunman didn't ask Jiangyi about the follow-up with the couple, and Jiangyi didn't explain either. They both understood each other silently and quietly returned to their previous seats in the cabin. Both of them are very attractive and have a charming presence. If they weren't always together, they might attract many strangers trying to talk to them. There are also many young men and women in the cabin. Most of them are young women who responded to the country's call and volunteered to come to the island to plant rubber trees. At first, they were tired from sitting on the train for a long time. Plus, they were seasick, so after entering the cabin, they closed their eyes to rest and recover. Soon, the crew's announcement came over the loudspeaker, saying the ship would arrive in about 10 minutes. They naturally opened their eyes. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a handsome, elegant man sitting nearby, protecting a beautiful young girl with the same striking appearance. Looking at the military coat the girl was wearing, clever people guessed that this man was probably an officer on the island. As for the beautiful girl, she might be his sister. Little sister, are you also a young person who signed up to plant rubber trees on the island? A brave young woman approached to greet her, but her eyes kept fixed on the man twisting the bottle cap. Huh? Plant rubber trees? I don't know. I'm not. While Shunman was thinking about how to refuse Jiangye's offering, someone spoke to her, and she started talking. You're not a young person? Then why did you come to the island? Yuan Qingqing saw that the man didn't look up at her, which made her a bit annoyed, and her tone became a little sharper. Who? Jiangyi was indifferent to others. He disliked the gazes that clung to him, especially when they were so intrusive. Plus, the other person was speaking in a questioning tone to the young girl, which annoyed him. Naturally, he defended his girl without any politeness. Man, don't talk to irrelevant people. Come, have some water to soothe your throat. Oh, okay, Brother Jiangyi, Shunman obediently nodded. She was used to others being polite and respectful to her, and she responded the same. But she didn't mind making the other person lose face.
Hey, what do you mean by that?
Qingqing, stop talking nonsense. Come back quickly, pack your luggage, and don't fall behind later. The girl speaking has a gentle voice. Shunman takes small sips of water from the cup lid, glancing at the other person and suddenly feeling surprised. She has a similar hairstyle. The girl speaking also has long, straight black hair parted in the middle, just like her. However, her facial features are not as delicate as Shinman's. It's not that Shinman is narcissistic. In terms of appearance, she hasn't seen anyone who can surpass her. Xianxian's sister, Yuan Qingqing, seems a bit unhappy, but she obediently steps away. She thinks to herself, this time she will listen to Xianxian's sister. Next time she meets this girl, she will teach her a good lesson. Shunman didn't expect that she hadn't done anything, but her resentment towards her suddenly grew rapidly. It's all because of that handsome troublemaker. Nearby, the troublemaker Yi Yi says softly, "Be good, drink a little more." Shunman doesn't understand why Jiang Yi insists on feeding her water. One cup after another. By the third cup, she rebels, glaring at him and refusing to drink. Jiang Ye's normally serious face softens into a smile, like teasing a cat, testing its limits little by little. Just as the cat is about to scratch, he quickly stops. Their interaction feels natural, not like siblings, but like a couple in love. Ji Xianxian looks away, unsure of their relationship, and decides not to think about it. As long as they are on the island, she can still meet them. Let me go. Quick, stop him. Put down the knife, surrender. Brother Dong, run fast, don't worry about me. Quick, catch that man. Suddenly, loud fighting sounds come from the front cabin, followed by hurried footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Shinman peeks out and sees the man from the family of three, covered in blood, holding a dagger, rushing anxiously into their cabin. The women in the cabin and the young women who just confronted her scream loudly, chaos breaking out. Don't be afraid, hide behind me. Jiang Yi remains calm, takes the bottle cap from the girl's hand, and screws it back onto the water bottle. It's you who caused this. I'm going to kill you. The man's eyes are red, and he rushes madly toward the window Shinman is near. Ji Xianxian widened her eyes, watching the innocent-looking girl protected behind the man. A seed of jealousy was planted deep in her heart. Bang! Jiang Yi moved quickly, almost at the moment he stood up, smashing the water bottle onto the attacker's wrist. The man's dagger fell to the ground. Then, with a long leg, Jiang Yi kicked the man in the chest. The man was kicked several meters away, crashing into a seat across from him, and let out a loud cry as he hit the ground. Bang. Jiang team? Yes. Thank you for helping. We will take the suspect down for questioning. We may need your cooperation later. Understood. The scene was silent, completely quiet. Only the guards on the ship exchanged polite greetings before quickly dragging the unconscious suspect away. The older women, relieved after the incident, looked gratefully at the officer who had subdued the suspect. Still not satisfied, the women wanted to ask if the officer had a partner, since such a young leader was quite rare. Please excuse us. We have other matters to attend to. We'll go ahead. Jiang Yi didn't like being surrounded and waited for the right moment to leave. Is he not already pursuing someone? He knew these women still wanted to interfere, trying to introduce other men to the young girl. Shinman's scarf was carefully wrapped around her neck, tied in a tight knot. Throughout, Jiang Yi didn't give her a moment to speak. He took her through an internal passage back to the jeep. Tuan Yuan thought to himself, the boss truly is a lucky one. His intelligence, strength, and even his jealousy are all impressive. The master flies bravely, and Tuan Yuan will always follow. I should read more of the old Master Lu's notebooks. Maybe they contain some secret ways to win over men. Inside a vacant room in the cabin, besides a man and a woman who had been restrained and tied up, there was also a rescued young boy.
Soon a doctor arrived.
After examining him, he told the captain that the boy had been injected with a drug capable of knocking out even elephants. The boy is now in danger and must be immediately taken to the military hospital for treatment. As for the two suspects, they will be transferred to the armed forces on the island for further interrogation. On the deck, ordinary people carrying big and small bags line up unaware to leave the deck. Even the nagging older women stop talking about the incident of the suspect with a knife on the ship. Now, enemies and spies are everywhere. Our own people must stick together and not give enemies a chance. Chinese aunties, defending the country is everyone's duty. Xian, hurry onto the ox cart. There won't be a seat later. Okay, I'm coming. Xian tidied her hair and looked away. Just as she struggled to climb onto the ox cart, a military green jeep slowly drove past in front of her. She saw the man driving reach out and gently ruffle the girl's hair in the passenger seat, smiling freely. It turns out he isn't unable to smile. He just keeps his smile for one special person. Inside the jeep, Shenmanjin was very angry. Can a girl's hairstyle be casually messed up? Sorry, I couldn't help it just now. I won't do it again. Jiang Yi apologized quickly. He didn't expect himself to be so careless. It was an instinctive action, just wanting to tease the girl and see her lively expression. Next time, Shenmanjin took out a small mirror from her bag, then a horn comb, and carefully fixed her hair. But thinking about the young woman she saw earlier in the cabin, she felt uncomfortable inside. No, Jiang Yi corrected his attitude, both hands on the steering wheel, driving gently and not too fast, taking care of the girl's feelings. For now, I forgive you. After fixing her hair, Shenmanjin no longer called him Brother Jiang and directly asked, by the way, if that couple is bad people, what will happen to that child? Identify their identities, trace their origins, contact the boy's household registration, and find his relatives. Jiang Yi answered briefly, then licked his upper palate. The girl was really angry. She no longer called him Brother Jiang. I actually studied traditional Chinese medicine a bit. The little boy's condition isn't right, like he's been drugged into a daze. I confirmed it after checking his pulse. Of course I wanna, but traditional Chinese medicine is weak now and Western medicine is rising. These days, Western medicine is everywhere. Old Chinese doctors often keep silent about Chinese medicine for various reasons, or only pass it down to sons, not daughters. When Shun Man said this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. In her previous life, she chose to study medicine, and her family and friends were happy, praising her for her bright future. But when they found out she chose Chinese medicine, their expressions changed. She finally got into university to study Chinese medicine, but surprisingly, the elective courses in Chinese medicine were replaced with Western medicine. Moreover, as she studied more deeply, she realized that very little of traditional Chinese medicine remains. Many ancient prescriptions, folk remedies, and old texts are incomplete or lost. The inheritance of Chinese medicine has gaps. At that time, her mentor told her about an opportunity to study abroad funded by the government. In a foreign country, a university library held many Chinese medical classics. They didn't lend or rent out books. They only accepted international students. No matter what their purpose was, Shun Man resolutely accepted this opportunity. For her passion and to help restore the lost knowledge, she bore the blame of being unfilial and traveled abroad to study for 4 years. Fortunately, the night before her arranged marriage, she memorized many texts and, after returning home, spent 2 years organizing Chinese medicine materials and prescriptions, recording everything on a USB drive, which she sent to her mentor. She only hoped that her mentor could compile these contents into a book, repair a part of Chinese medicine's gaps, and help it flourish again for the benefit of all. Jiang Yi listened quietly, feeling a strange illusion rise in his mind. Although the young girl sat right beside him, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them, making her seem so distant. Want to learn? Whether it's Chinese or Western medicine, both can save lives and heal wounds. They are not opposed but can complement each other and work well together. Hearing this, Shin Man suddenly looked up, her eyes shining with a strange light. After a moment, she smiled and said, Brother Jiang Yi, you really talk like an old man. Are you really the same age as my brother? I feel like you're more like someone from my grandfather's generation. Shin Man's emotions came quickly and went just as fast. She, who was just lost in her thoughts a moment ago, quickly returned to her usual lively self. She has no attachment to the past. She is not afraid of the future. In this life, she has caring family members who truly love her. So, she decides to let go of everything from her previous life and focus fully on the present, working hard to achieve her long-held dreams. She will continue practicing traditional Chinese medicine, and she still plans to learn Western medicine. As Brother Jiangyi said, both Chinese and Western medicine can save lives and heal wounds. They are not in conflict but can complement each other and work well together. Jiang Ye's lips pressed tightly, and he seemed a bit gloomy. Who says women can't talk about age? Men can't either. He hides this very well, but how did the young girl see through him? If she knew his true mental age, would she be scared away? Shunman fiddled with her fingers, as if she said something wrong. Brother Jiangyi is ignoring her now. Clatter, clatter. The wooden stairs on the second floor of the guest house made a sound and quickly disappeared at the top of the staircase. Auntie, the receptionist, closed the register and thought about the young girl just now. She looked prettier than the main star of the art troupe. No wonder Jiang, the quiet and reserved soldier, was willing to carry her suitcase. Thinking about the recent notice from the political commissar, she realized there would be more excitement on the island soon. Room 208 on the second floor. Shunman pushed open the door and looked inside at the small one-room space. Though tiny, it had everything needed. A 1.2-meter bed, bright and clean sliding windows, a 2-square-meter washroom, a spotless desk, and wooden floors. Jiangyi pushed the suitcase inside, checked around, looked things over, and made sure everything was in order. Then he said, "Just stay here for a while. When your brother heals up, we'll discuss how to settle you. Okay, I'm not in a hurry." Shunman was quite happy with the simple furnishings of the guest house. Living alone was enough for her. Besides, her brother was hurt, and as his younger sister, she naturally wouldn't cause trouble for him. "I'm in a hurry." Jiang Yi finished checking the facilities, then stepped outside. Tall and upright like a pine tree, he exuded a calm, restrained aura. Shunman didn't dare look into his eyes. She quickly took off her military coat and handed it to him, saying, "Here, you can have it back." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Instead of taking the coat, he softened his tone and said, "You can keep it. I'll go back to the unit to handle some things. I'll come back to pick you up for dinner. Rest well," he added. "Also, think carefully. I'd be a good choice for marriage." After saying that, he gently closed the door and reminded her, "Remember to lock the door. Don't open it for anyone except me." "Okay." A faint, confused voice came from behind the door, sounding like a response to Jiang Yi. She would consider it. Jiang Ye's face, in the dim corridor, gradually took on a gentle glow. Though his expression was hidden, she could somehow sense that he was in a good mood. Clatter, clatter. The sound of military boots walking away on the wooden floor grew quieter. Shunman's flushed face gradually calmed and returned to normal. It was now 3 p.m., 2 or 3 hours before dinner, enough for her to rest briefly. Jie Yi, this man, was originally thought to be a cool, aloof type, like a high mountain flower. Unexpectedly, he is straightforward and direct. "Meow, master, are you shy?" "Not at all, I'm just hot." "Meow meow, hot?" "It seems the climate on the island is more comfortable than in the capital and the cities we pass through." "Yes, I want to rest for a while to regain my energy. If there's any danger, wake me up." Shunman, seeing that he was joking, felt at ease. She lifted the faintly fragrant soapberry quilt, took off her shoes, socks, and coat, then slipped into bed and quickly fell asleep. Tangyuan isn't hungry right now. She found a spot on the bed, curled up, and soon her stomach made gurgling sounds. The receptionist, Aunt, at the front desk was counting the time. 5 minutes was just right. Someone was coming down the stairs. "Sister Wang, please look after the girl in room 208. I will come to pick her up for meals at the dining hall during mealtimes. Also, I will settle the room fee every 3 days." "Okay, Jiang Tuan has spoken. I will definitely take care of her." "Thank you. Take care, Jiang Tuan." The aunt's smile deepened. It seemed that the difficulties in Jiang Tuan's marriage might finally have a chance to improve. After leaving the guest house, Jie Yi drove back to the military district smoothly and without delay. First, he went to the communications department and sent a telegram to the hospital where Lu Xiaobai was. The message was received. No need to worry. Then he handled the backlog of affairs for the 3rd Regiment. Having recently been promoted to regimental level, many of the complicated matters that seemed difficult to outsiders, he handled with ease and decisiveness, impressing everyone. In the office, Commander Duan listened to the report from the communications officer. Jiang Tuan had returned. Finally back. Quickly notify him to come to my office. Received. The political commissar and the head of the cultural troupe, who were sitting on the sofa, appeared to be discussing something. Congratulations, Commander Duan. Your keen eye has once again identified talent. During this exercise, he led and won first place, promoting the youngest regimental commander in our army. That has nothing to do with me. It's all because this kid is hardworking. There are also a few other promising young people. With proper training, they can all become pillars of the nation. Commander Duan makes a good point, but many officers are still single when it comes to settling down and starting a family. I heard that Commander Duan asked the propaganda department and Commissar G to organize a matchmaking event. I wonder if the unmarried young women in our cultural troupe are eager to sign up. Captain Lee, you're joking. Unmarried men and unmarried women who meet the criteria can all enthusiastically sign up for the event. The three people in the office were chatting happily, looking very cheerful and relaxed. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside the office. Commander Duan Yang said, "Come in." At the same time, Captain Lee and Commissar Ji both stood up naturally to leave. Jiang Yi stepped aside and nodded slightly, showing respect without arrogance, not trying to make connections. After closing the office door, Jiang Yi frowned. The smoke inside was very thick. It was hard to believe that Captain Lee could sit there calmly. "Little Jiang, come here and sit down." Seeing Jiang Yi, whom he had personally trained and promoted, Commander Duan's face was full of pride and happiness. "Wait a moment, I'll open a window to let the smoke out." Jiang Yi was calm. He stepped over the obstacle with his long legs and said that opening the window simply meant pushing it open. The wind blew in from outside, dispersing the smoke inside, so the room could be used comfortably. "Tell me, what do you want to see me about? Kid, you're not young anymore and still not married. How long do you want to delay?" Commissar G is organizing a matchmaking event, calling on unmarried men and women on the island to join a dating party. "I've decided you must participate. Report to the commander, I already have someone I like and am pursuing her. I request to refuse the matchmaking event." "What?" "Say that again." Commander Duan originally planned to give Jiang Yi some good advice and work on his mindset. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yi gave him a surprise. "Report to the commander, I already have someone I like and am pursuing her. I request to refuse the matchmaking event." Jiang Yi saluted and repeated what he had just said. When you already know your feelings clearly, going to a matchmaking event is like betraying the young lady. "Really? Who is the girl you like? Is she a female comrade in the unit, or a girl from your hometown on the island?" Commander Duan waved his hand, signaling Jiang Yi to sit down and talk. "Honestly, I saw with my own eyes how Jiang Yi joined the army as a regular soldier and performed his duties so well that he quickly rose to a company-level position. Since he has no children or a family of his own, Jiang Yi is like a grandson to me. Our relationship is no longer just a simple superior and subordinate. I genuinely care about him and hope he finds a family of his own soon. I worry that, like me, he might be lonely. No matter how high his rank, at midnight, he might still be alone, unable to sleep peacefully. At his age, he should be doing what young people do. Jiang Yi is outstanding in every way. It's time for him to settle down." Across from me, Jiang Yi pulled out a chair and sat down before answering. "None of them."
Clap.
Commander Duan slammed the table in anger and asked, "Are you lying to me?" "No, I'm serious. The person I like is Lu Xiaobai's sister. I took today off just to meet her." Jiang Yi didn't want to upset the commander, who had been looking out for him since he joined the army, so he patiently explained, "It's fate. It seems you are destined to be with Lu Xiaobai's sister. She's just an adult girl, and you're 6 years older than her." After hearing this, Commander Duan relaxed. Good news. It turns out she's real, not a fake or a trick to fool him. She's just a young girl, and Lu Xiaobai is willing to let her find love on the island and follow the army. "Commander, it's up to us to make it happen. I'm only 6 years older than her. I will be more understanding, caring, and gentle with her than her peers." Jiang Yi rarely took things seriously, but to match the young girl, he was willing to show his true self without holding back, letting her see everything about him, even if she was picky. I used to think you were cold and indifferent, but I didn't realize it was because you hadn't met someone you liked. Now that you've found someone you want to be with, you're actively pursuing her. Commander Duan joked. Since Jiang Yi has made his feelings clear, he will give him the chance to pursue the girl. Although you've told me how you feel, I support you. But you must understand that love can't be forced. Forced love isn't sweet. From now on, I'll allow you to take leave, so you have enough time to pursue her. But remember, if Lu's girl doesn't like you, you can't bully her or force her. Do you understand? Understood.
Dianque nodded.
He felt very satisfied to receive the support and approval from Commander Duan. He agreed with part of what Commander Duan said, but not the whole. A forced apple isn't sweet, but it can quench your thirst. In his 2 lives, he only fell for one young girl. He wouldn't give others a chance. If he can't even keep the person he wants, then he's useless. Commander Duan also couldn't tell if Jiang Yi truly listened or just half-heard. After thinking for a moment, he opened a drawer, took out 2 neatly wrapped items, and handed them over, saying, "This is chocolate. It's quite sweet. Take it to make the young girl happy." "Thank you, sir. If we succeed, I'll treat you to some wedding candies." Jiang Yi didn't refuse. These things are rare and valuable. Only leaders get a little each month. Since Commander Duan supports him, he keeps it in mind. If one day the commander retires and lives in a seaside retreat, he plans to leave his and the young girl's child with him to take care of. Commander Duan watched Jiang Yi thank him happily, put the gift in his pocket, and smiled modestly. He felt very curious about the young girl he'd never met. If there's a chance, he definitely wants to see her in person. He wonders what charm she has that can turn a cold military officer like Jiang Yi into someone gentle and caring. It's getting late. I'm going to pick up the young girl for dinner at the cafeteria.
I'll take my leave now.
Jiang Yi glanced outside the window, judging the time based on the sunset's light, then stood up to leave. Go ahead. Commander Duan's smile softened. This was a good opportunity. After Jiang Yi left the office, he pressed the intercom button and told the aide not to prepare dinner for him tonight. In half an hour, he planned to go to the cafeteria himself. Meanwhile, Captain Lee returned to the training building where the cultural troupe was rehearsing. He silently nodded as he watched the dancers inside. The girls were quite diligent. After this matchmaking event, some of them might report getting married and leave the troupe. It seemed he also needed to find suitable candidates, nurture them well, and fill the gaps in the troupe. Auntie, suddenly, a clear female voice sounded from behind, and her eyes were covered. Come on, be serious. We're in the group, Jiao Jiao. How many times do I have to tell you? Got it, leader. Li Jiao Jiao stuck out her tongue, quickly let go of her hands, and showed a good attitude of apology. Hey, come with me to the office. I have something to tell you. Looking at her tall and graceful niece, Li Yumei couldn't find many words of blame. After thinking for a moment, she could only sigh and invite her niece into her office. Li Jiao Jiao was used to this. She thought her aunt was just going to scold her a few words like usual. She walked lightly behind her aunt, entered the office, closed the door, and obediently waited for her punishment. No, first give her aunt a shoulder massage and a back rub. Auntie, does this hurt? Auntie, drink some water. Auntie, all right, be quiet.
Sit down.
I have something important to tell you. Being treated like this by her niece, Li Yumei's little anger quickly disappeared. What's wrong, Auntie? Li Jiao Jiao blinked and sat down following her aunt's words. I just finished talking with Commissar Ji in Major Duan's office. Commissar Ji wants to hold a matchmaking event for unmarried men and women, including officers, on the island in 3 days. There were no outsiders in the office, so the 2 relatives lowered their voices to discuss serious matters. Really? All unmarried officers have to participate. Yes, as long as they are unmarried officers. Major Duan has said that unless they are already engaged, everyone must go. Li Yumei had dedicated her life to lively singing and dancing performances, so she was still unmarried. Her family had many children, but she especially loved Jiao Jiao, who had a talent for dance. It wasn't that Jiao Jiao was particularly talented, but she resembled her. And she, for her ideals and ambitions, had already removed her uterus and given up the right to be a mother. So her love was all for Jiao Jiao, treating her as her own child. If Jiao Jiao liked someone, she would support her fully and wholeheartedly, just to make up for her own regrets from her youth. In the evening, as the sunset painted the sky beautifully, the island was large, but it rarely had tall, majestic buildings. Meow. After admiring the scenery outside for a while, Tang Yuan suddenly jumped lightly from the windowsill. Meow meow meow. Master, wake up. The lucky one is here with the car. Shunman was awakened, feeling a bit dizzy. She had slept very well and didn't remember dreaming. Meow. Master, don't stay in bed. The child of fortune has arrived at the first floor of the guest house. Okay, I understand. I'll get up now. Shunman ran her fingers through her smooth, long hair, then pulled back the blanket, put on her shoes, tidied her top slightly, and put on a long-sleeved jacket. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the door, a gentle male voice sounded, knocking softly and not in a hurry. Are you awake? It's Jiang Yi. I'm here to take you to the dining hall. Clack. Almost as soon as the man finished speaking, the door to room 208 was pushed open from inside, and a soft, sweet voice came. Jiang Yi. A girl who had just woken up, with a faint pinkish skin tone, looked up at the man's deep gaze, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, showing a hint of innocence and cuteness. Wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. The man's gaze lingered on the girl for a few seconds, his brow slightly furrowed and his tone firm. The temperature on the island will drop in the evening. Be good, listen to me. Put on your military coat. Okay. Shunman agreed quickly, without any dissatisfaction. She knew he was doing it for her good, considering her well. She could tell right from wrong. Thinking of this, she decided it was time to report to her grandfather and give her stepmother a little trouble. Outside the window, the warm orange sunset cast a glow into the room. Tang Yuan, the little cat, trotted with tiny short legs, walking adorable catwalks to the child of fortune's feet, rubbing against his military boots, then meowing affectionately a few times. Unfortunately, the man's eyes were fixed on the girl, completely ignoring the cute little cat begging for attention at his feet. Shunman put on her military coat, then tucked the room key into her coat pocket. She then saw Tung Yuan's flattering, unworthy expression, which made her lose interest instantly. Meow, the child of fortune, this little cat, is the owner's favorite. If you get along well with it, the master, might say a few good words for you in front of the owner. Meow. Master. Owner Tang Yuan, caught by the scruff of her neck, was suspended in midair, then thrown into a woolen bag by the owner, immediately afraid to speak nonsense. Tang Yuan, stay in the room. I'm going out to eat and we'll be back soon. I'll go hunting for you. Shen Monpi smiled without showing her teeth, giving her beloved pet a loving hug. Meow. Tang Yuan curled up inside her bag, pretending to be an innocent, adorable cat. It seemed to be responding, yes, yes. Clack. The door was locked. Shen Monpi shyly asked, Brother Jiang Yi, will it delay your meal? No, it won't. Jiang Yi replied, watching intently. The lively side of the young girl was very cute. Together, they walked downstairs side by side, greeted the clerk at the counter, and then left. Well, they make a good match. Wang Mingkue quietly munched sunflower seeds, smiling as he commented. When she got home, she planned to tell her family that Jiang Yi was about to find someone special, and Lu Xiaobai and others should also be arranged. In 3 days, there would be a matchmaking event to help these stubborn single officers find partners. Otherwise, the new housing on the island would be empty, which would be a waste. Houses need people to bring life and energy. When people live there, the house becomes lively and strong. If a house remains empty for a long time, it loses its energy. No matter how good it is, it will develop small problems over time and eventually fall apart. People who have experienced hard times hate to see good things wasted. No one had taught Jiang Yi how to pursue women, nor how to take care of girls. But from the moment he met Shinmonpi, he seemed to understand instinctively. Details he had never thought of before. he now considered after meeting her. Perhaps this is the instinct of a lover. Brother Jiangyi, after dinner, I want to send a telegram to my grandfather. Do you know where I can send one? Yes, I do. I can take you to the communications department and help you write a request, but tonight might be too late. Maybe tomorrow noon, once I get the approval, I can take you there to send the telegram. That works. Shun Monpi almost forgot that communication methods in this era were quite outdated and required layers of approval, so resources couldn't be wasted. Jiang Yu was like a teacher, patiently guiding her and leaving the decision to her. Although Shun Monpi had never been in love, she had watched many love movies. Like Jiang Yi, a talented and charming man, can be called an older partner. He is an older, wise, and attractive man, and she finds it hard to resist this kind of personality. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the car became quiet. But the distance between them was very close, almost within reach. A faint scent of orchid filled the air, drifting softly with a mysterious and tempting aroma. At the same time, another cool, crisp scent quietly blended in, creating a unique atmosphere that was hard to describe. An inexplicable feeling began to grow and develop between the two, like a volcano about to erupt, ready to burst. Jiang Yi casually said, "In 3 days, there will be a matchmaking event on the island for single men and women. My boss specifically told me I must attend." Hearing this, Shin Man's heart suddenly tightened, and she almost couldn't breathe from nervousness. She tried to calm herself and asked carefully, "So, Jiang Yi, how did you reply to your boss?" Jiang Yi smiled slightly and softly answered, "I told him I already have someone I like and am pursuing her actively, so I don't need to go to the event." After saying that, he looked at Shin Man with a meaningful gaze. Shin Man's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster, first calm as water, then suddenly anxious, and finally gradually returning to peace. But her calm appearance couldn't hide the ripples already forming in her heart. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yi suddenly broke the awkward pause and asked softly, "By the way, Man, can I call you that?" This affectionate nickname made Shun Man blush. She shyly nodded, giving her permission. If this had happened before, Shin Man would never believe in the cliché of love at first sight. But now, just less than a day after meeting, she found her heart leaning toward Jiang Yi without even realizing it. Maybe, as people say, love at first sight is just superficial attraction. But it's undeniable that the mutual attraction between them wasn't just about looks. Perhaps it was more about how their energies matched. When Shun Man and Jiang Yi entered the army, they saw many soldiers and officers along the way. They looked at her with curiosity and interest. Overall, no one said anything bad or made any rude comments. At the army cafeteria, she saw a long line at the window. The line was moving slowly, and eventually only about 3 meters of people remained. Jiang Yi looked at the line, not wanting the young girl to wait, so he found an empty seat and said, "I'll go get the food. You sit here and wait for me." "Okay." Shun Man nodded obediently and sat down. Her small nose twitched as she sniffed the smell of seafood. She had been in this world for over 3 years but had never eaten seafood before.
She really wanted to try.
"Do you like seafood?" Jiang Yi noticed the happiness in her eyes and asked gently to confirm. "Yes, I like it."
Shen Man nodded firmly.
In her previous life, when she studied abroad, her diet was very poor. Hard bread and cheese that didn't suit Chinese tastes. Later, a senior student who was dating a white man often brought her seafood because his family fished in the ocean regularly. Over time, she learned how to cook seafood and grew to love its taste. Studying abroad also taught her to be independent. She learned cooking from online tutorials and other methods. After hearing her positive answer, Jiang Yi had a clear goal. He took 2 clean trays and went to the seafood counter to queue. Meanwhile, Shin Man thought about eating soon and reached up to take off her scarf. Almost at the same time she removed her scarf, a few gasps sounded around her. Then, countless hot gazes fell on her. If it weren't for her military coat hiding her identity, some people might have approached her to talk. But among these people, one pair of eyes looked at her with kindness, curiosity, and interest. "Little girl, may I sit across from you?" A gentle voice with a warm smile spoke. Shin Man, only realizing it later, looked up and saw an old man holding a tray. He looked about the same age as her grandfather. Shin Manjian saw that the other person was dressed simply, like everyday clothes, and couldn't tell much about them. Not wanting to offend anyone or cause trouble for brother Jiang Yi and the others, she replied, "Hello, old sir. Someone is sitting across from me now. Could you sit in the seat next to me?" Of course, Commander Duan smiled warmly and sat down. He thought to himself that this young girl's voice was soft and gentle, quite polite. Just earlier, he had seen the young girl being very carefully protected by that young man Jiang Yi. He wondered if Jiang Yi was perhaps too nervous about her. Now that he saw her face clearly, he couldn't help but think that heroes have always struggled with beautiful women. No wonder Jiang Yi was so captivated. "Young girl, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here on our island?" Commander Duan was eating from his plate and casually started a friendly chat. "Yes, old sir. Are you a local here? Or are you in the military?" Shin Manjian could feel the gentle aura coming from this old man, which made her feel very comfortable. Since he seemed interested in talking, she didn't mind and responded politely. "I'm in the military, but I've been on this island for over 30 years. Old sir, do you know what seafood is the tastiest here? Or which fruits are the sweetest?" "Of course. Let me tell you, the best fruits in season here are sugarcane and oranges. The freshest seafood includes sea cucumbers and conchs. Next month, mangoes, wax apples, mangosteens, and pineapples will be in season. The best seafood then will be mantis shrimp, clams, and squid. Starting in June, watermelons, lychees, dragon fruits, and coconuts will be available. Lobsters, crabs, oysters, and sea urchins are also delicious." This question was perfect for him. Commander Duan, a seasoned food enthusiast, knew all about the seasonal fruits and local produce on the island. If not for his recent high blood pressure and strict sugar control, his plate would definitely have some small oranges. Listening to the old man's explanations, Shin Manjian's eyes sparkled with delight. She knew coming to this island was definitely the right choice. The old man and the young girl enjoyed their meal, chatting about nourishing food, traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and Western medicine. The atmosphere was warm and friendly. Some people watching were stunned. Did the young girl even know who the old man talking to her was? And the person across from her, "Why are you smiling so brightly? During every military drill and activity, why do you always look so serious and stern? Old sir, have you forgotten?" Unknowingly, the people around went from being amazed at the young girl's beauty to having complicated looks in their eyes. Noticing the strange looks from one side and the line for food on the other, Jiang Yi also caught the attention. However, when he saw it was the young girl who had approached him, he managed to control his racing heart. A daughter-in-law must meet her parents-in-law eventually. Commander Duan is a fortunate and important person in his life, a close relative. Moreover, his young girl is not ugly and is not afraid to meet the family. "Xiao Jiang, what do you want to eat?" "Sea fish, the part with fewer bones. Also, a serving of sea cucumber, conch, and 2 ounces of rice. My usual portion."
Got it.
The middle-aged man serving food glanced at Jiang Yi with a faint smile. Then, he prepared 2 servings of food according to the request. In the army, there is an unwritten rule. If you bring a partner to the cafeteria, you can ask the cook for a special order, and they will usually agree. Of course, if you've officially reported your relationship and been assigned to a family residence, then larger portions might require a ticket, and they won't give it for free. It looks like Jiang Yi has brought someone special today. Oh no, maybe a romantic interest. Either way, it's the same. When Jiang Yi returned with a plate in hand, Shin Man was already chatting comfortably with the old man. She learned that the old man's surname was Duan, and she was told to call him Grandpa Duan. "Jiang Yi, this is Grandpa Duan. I just met him." Shin Man didn't know they already knew each other, so she introduced them happily. I know him. You eat your food first. If you run out, I'll add more." Jiang Ye's dark eyes glanced at the disguised and formidable Commander Duan. He didn't expose his identity, but also didn't act overly familiar. "Okay." Shun Man smiled politely at Grandpa Duan, then obediently took her chopsticks and slowly picked up a piece of sea fish to eat. "Is it tasty?" This was asked by Commander Duan. His plate was already cleared, and the stainless steel tray was spotless, with no rice wasted. It's delicious. Shunman answered politely, thinking that nowadays, only skilled cooks could make food this good. After finishing the sea fish, she picked up a piece of sea cucumber, soft and sticky, and also very tasty. Try the flower snail, but don't bite the tail. Just taste it. Zhang Yi was completely ignoring the person next to him, speaking softly to the young girl as if the others weren't there. Shunman followed the man's guidance and tried it. The snail meat inside the shell was tender and smooth, with almost no fishy smell. It was very tasty. If you like it, eat more. If you're still hungry, I can get more for you. Take your time. Seeing the girl enjoy her food, Zhang Yi felt happy inside. Unknowingly, his simple appearance was noticed by others. They were more shocked than when they saw the kind and gentle expression of Senior Duan. Has Senior Duan and Jiang Tuan been replaced by others? Little Jiang, you can stay and eat with Man. I'll head back first. Seeing that he was just extra, Senior Duan shrugged and stood up to leave. Oh, Zhang Yi didn't move at all, as if saying, you can go now, I won't see you off. Goodbye, Grandpa Duan. Shinman quickly swallowed her food and politely waved her hand. Yes, goodbye, Man. Senior Duan said farewell to the girl, feeling complicated inside. As he turned away, his eyes flicked to the side. When he turned his back, his gaze sharpened. The people watching the scene around him froze, quickly looking away and not daring to stare. Shunman was very striking in appearance. Zhang Yi, this young man, was usually picky, but when he chose, he always picked the best. Liu Xiaobai's grandfather, Liu Chongjun, the former commander of the 28th Army Corps, was a formidable figure. The two hadn't seen each other in many years. For Zhang Yi, he was willing to lower his pride and put aside his dignity. Half an hour later, after dinner, Shinman, holding her swollen belly, felt a bit dizzy from overeating. During the 3 years at her old home in Suzhou, she lived alone. Apart from Aunt Go occasionally bringing food, she mostly cooked and ate very simply. No meat, as she didn't have a meat ticket. She had no special privileges or perks, just living modestly. After arriving in the capital and staying at the Liu family for a few days, the food was plentiful, but she still lacked a sense of security. So, she ate what she could and didn't care about preferences. On one side, Sister Wan was used to cooking for her grandfather, making soft, well-cooked dishes to suit his teeth and stomach. On the other hand, she knew she wouldn't stay at that home for long and didn't want her stepmother to know her preferences. During lunch and dinner, the food was very to her taste. Do you want an orange? Shin Man's eyes sparkled with the natural shine left by her yawn, and her gaze was full of confusion. The topic changed too quickly, and her head felt dizzy. She hadn't reacted yet. Zhang Yi chuckled softly, then stood up and walked toward the cafeteria window. When he returned, he was holding a few oranges. Fruit after the meal. Take some back to eat. Oh, okay. Shinman realized and thought that brother Zhang Yi was very thoughtful. If she were his girlfriend, she would definitely be loved very much. Can you walk? Zhang Yi placed the oranges into the young girl's bag, naturally holding the bag in his hand, without giving it back to her. Yes. Shunman stood up, shook her head to stay alert. She hadn't forgotten that she was supposed to go to the communications department with Zhang Yi to submit an application. Be careful, button up your coat. The temperature on the island drops at night, so don't kick off your blanket. Okay, got it. By the way, this afternoon I will report to the leader. The leader gave me 2 chocolates. I don't like sweets, so I put them in your bag. If you're hungry at night, just eat a little. Zhang Yi didn't expect himself to talk so much one day. Fortunately, on the way out of the cafeteria, he didn't see many acquaintances or else. Shin Man, having lived twice, had encountered all kinds of people, many with suspicious eyes. For the first time, she felt loved and cherished. No wonder someone once warned her parents when she was young, be kind to girls, broaden their horizons, or else, when they grow up and are inexperienced, they might be tricked by a little troublemaker. She secretly glanced at the man with a smooth jawline and a rolling Adam's apple. He wasn't a troublemaker, and she wasn't an inexperienced girl either. So it all started with a crush and ended with good character. The two walked side by side, their contrasting heights making their figures look very matching. This time, Jong-yi appeared at the cafeteria with Shin Man, and even Commander Du was happily chatting with the young girl. Rumors about Jong being in a relationship started to spread. Much later, Commander Du finally realized that the little wolf was protective of his food, especially since he was now an adult wolf king. After settling everything, they returned to the guest house. It was already an hour later, and it was completely dark outside. Go upstairs. Tomorrow morning, Sister Wang at the front desk will leave breakfast for you and deliver it to your door. I'll come to pick you up for lunch at the cafeteria, and I'll also send a message to Grandpa to let him know you're safe. Brother Jong-yi, aren't you busy with work? I can finish my work early and make time to be with you. Besides, you look so adorable. I don't feel comfortable letting you go out alone. Jong-yi always showed a gentle and caring side. Now, he openly revealed his possessiveness. His feelings for the young girl weren't just a passing fancy. Yes, he was attracted to her. But he wouldn't fall for every girl he saw. He was loyal only to the partner he chose. Oh, then, Brother Jong-yi, you can just leave me here. Good night. Shun Man bit her lip, her heart pounding faster, and she chose to avoid him like an ostrich. Jong-ye's gaze, with that dark flicker in his eyes, seemed like it wanted to swallow her whole.
Go on.
Jong-ye reached out and returned her bag. His long fingers accidentally brushed her palm, and deep inside, she couldn't help but feel a warm, restless sensation. He watched her go upstairs until her figure disappeared down the corridor. Then his dark gaze withdrew. Fiske, I said, Lil Jiang, the girl's already upstairs. How long are you going to stare? Sister Wang. All right, I heard you. Tomorrow, I'll bring breakfast for your girl. Are you satisfied? Yeah. Thank you. No need to be polite. If you find someone, it's the best gift for old G. You don't know how worried old G is about you single officers. He's losing hair and has nail marks from stress. Wang Mingkue raised her eyebrows, looking like she understood everything from experience. After a few casual words, she successfully made Jiangyi blush and then left him be. When she finishes work later, she will go home and tell her family about Jiangye's behavior. Jiangyi escaped from the guest house and immediately got into his car, but didn't start the engine right away. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and smoked. The window of the car glowed, then the curtains were pulled shut. After about half an hour, the light inside the room went out. Jiangyi threw away the last cigarette but exhaled a deep breath, then started the car, stepped on the gas, and drove away. He thought to himself, this is the last cigarette. From now on, he would quit smoking. After the Jeep left, behind the window of the 208, a person and a cat's heads appeared. Meow, Master, I told you. The lucky one hasn't left. Shinman had already taken off her military coat and changed into long-sleeved pajamas. Her long hair was tied behind her ears, and her beautiful eyes were filled with colors that she couldn't understand, like soup dumplings. Meow, Master, I really think highly of the big boss. He's so much better than that male lead you mentioned. Don't you think it's too fast to be with Jiangyi after only knowing him for a day? Meow, Master. Old Master Lu said that life should be enjoyed to the fullest when you're happy, and you should seize the moment. Did Old Master Lu really say that? Meow, Master, Tang Yuan never lies. Just look at the wall of notes Old Master Lu left behind. All right, I'll open a pack of egg cakes for you to eat first. I want to read the notes left by our ancestors. It's only a little after 7, and Shinman isn't sleepy at all. She can pass the time by reading the notes. Meow, thank you, Master. The person and the cat quickly entered the space. Tang Yuan was busy, either acting cute and eating, or incubating eggs. It was eager to plant vegetables and raise poultry in the space, hoping to add vitality and life to it. In a corner of the small house, Shinman lay on a rocking chair, holding a book titled 18 Husbands Who Dote on Me. She took a deep breath and opened the first page. The next morning, a transport truck stopped at the military base gate. Soldiers, fully armed and just finished training, disembarked one after another, returning to the unit. Finally, A pale-faced injured soldier was helped out of the truck by a slightly injured comrade. "Brother Liu, how do you feel? Is your head dizzy? Go away, I'm fine." Ugh. Liu Xiaobai's face was pale, showing that the snake venom hadn't fully gone away. He supported himself with a cane and coughed up several bitter sips, even bringing up bile. "Brother Liu, should I take you to the military doctor? Don't bother. You think I'm not dying fast enough? Take me back to the dorm first. I need to ask Lao Jiang if he's received any news from my sister." "All right." After their conversation, they checked their IDs with the guard at the gate, supported each other, and slowly returned to the unit. Others saw this kind of injury often and weren't surprised. They were used to more serious injuries. If someone needed help, many people were happy to lend a hand. If not, they continued with their own work, not wasting time. At the soldiers' dormitory, ordinary soldiers slept in large shared beds, with 10 or more people in one room, which was normal. Only company commanders, battalion commanders, and regimental commanders could stay in double rooms in the brick buildings. Liu Xiaobai had been sleeping in the large shared beds since he joined the army. The smell of sweaty feet and body odor from the big guys was not something you could ignore just by showering often or changing socks. To move into the brick buildings sooner, he started competing fiercely. Whether it was training, trials, or military exercises, he aimed to do his best and be the strongest. But things didn't go as planned. His ideals were high, but reality was harsh. There were many talented people in the army, and he was not the best. At one point, he doubted himself, wondering if he was wrong. Maybe he was just an ordinary person, unable to surpass those more talented. One night, he was crying in a corner of the training ground when Jiang Yi saw him. Jiang Yi, who always excelled at everything, looked at him with disdain and said, "Is that all? If you're just here to show off as a rich kid, you'd better leave early. Don't waste resources. Soldiers bleed and sweat, but they don't cry. If you can't handle the training, pack your bags and leave." In that moment, he felt an unprecedented shame. He decided to stay and prove he wasn't just a rich kid trying to show off. He was a man, a real man, and he wanted to be strong and upright. From then on, he worked hard, trained desperately, and aimed to reach the top. Gradually, they became friends. Jiang Yi was both a mentor and a friend to him. Actually, he secretly wondered if the other person was lying about their age. Otherwise, how could Ji Duo come up with solutions and training moves so easily, things he couldn't even think of? No matter what, he trusted this friend very much. He trusted him so much that he told him about his family matters, including this time when his sister came to the island to visit him. Since he had trouble walking, the first person he thought of was Jiang Yi. "Luing, what were you and Jiang Tuan thinking when you chose the 5th floor, the top floor dorm? Isn't climbing stairs every day tiring? Go away, let me down at the dorm. I can walk by myself. You go back to the camp and write your report, then take 2 days off to rest." Got it? Hearing this, the lightly injured soldier was very happy. He had heard that Commissar Ji was going to hold a matchmaking event for single men and women on the island. He was still single, and since the captain gave him leave, he could rest well and take care of himself. Clack. Liu Xiaobai took the key from the potted plant at the door, unlocked it, and looked around. Jiang Yi wasn't in the dorm. At this moment, Jiang Yi was in his newly assigned battalion command office handling battalion affairs. Sitting in the position of a battalion officer, he needed to manage internal affairs. External affairs were handled by the battalion commanders below him, setting rules for the battalion and regularly reporting on personnel, equipment, training, and needs. Recently, he had been on many missions outside, and since he had just been promoted, the former battalion commander Li was transferred away. Deputy Battalion Commander Qian Honglu thought he might take over, but Jiang Yi had outperformed him with military achievements and took the position instead, leaving many tricky issues behind. To be honest, the internal situation of the 6th Army Group was a bit chaotic. He was originally just a battalion commander in the 6th Army Group, so he didn't need to handle internal affairs. But now, with his new position and the shifting of people's loyalties, everything needed to be sorted out from the beginning. "Knock knock, come in." Reporting to Jiang Tuan, Battalion Commander Liu returned to the unit this morning by transport vehicle and is now back at the dorm. Okay, schedule a full check with the military doctor this afternoon. I will take him there. Understood. After the person left, Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead. The young girl hadn't given him a clear answer yet when her brother-in-law returned. Jiang Yi carefully thought about whether he had offended his brother-in-law over the years. After some reflection, he realized he hadn't really offended him, but he had been scolded quite a few times. He touched his smooth chin. His face still had some charm that might attract the young girl. If her brother-in-law scolded him, would she feel sad? He looked at his watch. It's already 11 o'clock. He sorted the documents on the table, placing the signed ones aside. The rest could be handled another afternoon when he had free time. The most urgent thing was to take the young girl to the cafeteria for lunch. Meanwhile, in the room, Shen Man, who had stayed up all night reading novels, poured 2 drops of spiritual liquid into her cup, swirled it, and drank it all. Her fatigue, dark circles under her eyes, gradually disappeared. In its place, she felt energized, alert, with no trace of sleepiness or dizziness, full of vitality. Meow, master, are the storybooks really that good?
Shen Man nodded.
Yes, they are very good. Shen Man had always been a good girl in her past life, excelling in exams since childhood. During her teenage years, her family kept a close watch on her, and she only got her first phone when she went to college. In college, she focused entirely on her studies and didn't explore much outside academics, missing out on many things. Later, she studied abroad. In a foreign land, only one senior sister in her circle paid special attention to her, which is how she started reading online stories. Perhaps because of the recommendation algorithms, most of the stories she read were about school life and youth, with fresh and light plots, mostly innocent kisses, hugs, and ending at wedding scenes. The stories were very happy and satisfying, but also quite plain. Last night, she stayed up all night reading a few picture books left by old Master Lu. Now her head felt itchy, and everything she looked at seemed yellow. Tang Yuan was confused. She rolled over on the blanket, revealing her soft belly. What's wrong with Master? Her eyes flickered, cheeks flushed, breathing uneven. Something felt strange. Knock, knock, knock. Man, it's Jiang Yi. I'm here to take you to the cafeteria for lunch. A gentle knocking sound came from outside. Inside the room, both she and the cat, lost in their thoughts, suddenly snapped back to reality. Shen Man shook off the yellow paint in her mind, gently rubbed her cheeks, and softly responded, "Got it." Then she packed the rice balls into her bag. Seeing the bright sunshine outside and the sudden rise in temperature, she didn't wear her military coat, only a jacket. She tied her long hair into a low ponytail. Click, the door opened, and a faint orchid scent filled the air. Jiang Yi looked at the girl, more delicate than a flower. She stood there looking charming, like a beautiful painting, stunning everyone. Big brother Jiang Yi, Shen Man unconsciously curled her palm, a little afraid to look at him directly. Last night, she had read a comic book, and the amount of information she absorbed was overwhelming, making her feel a bit dizzy. Her rational mind told her not to be influenced by the mature scenes in the comic. But her inner voice said, Jiang Yi is not a stranger. Did you sleep poorly last night? Why does your face look a little red? Did you kick off the blanket? Jiang Yi didn't realize that the girl stayed up all night reading the comic. He thought she was just being naughty and kicked off the blanket. He reached out to check her forehead temperature with his palm. When his warm hand touched her forehead, Shen Man's face turned bright red instantly. She quickly lied. No, it's because the rice ball was naughty. It hid under the bed, and I had to work hard to catch it. At the same time, she silently apologized to the rice ball. Sorry, rice ball, please help me take the blame. Meow. The rice ball's pupils widened as it looked softly at its owner, then glanced at the lucky star, silently shrinking back. All right, for the sake of its owner and the future home with the lucky star, it bore all the blame at this moment. Is the rice ball hungry? Later, I'll ask the chef if they have small dried fish. Jiang Yi noticed the girl's eyes flickering and her reluctance to meet his gaze. He tactfully changed the subject. He suddenly realized that the girl seemed shy.
Shy.
The girl was shy when she saw him. In that instant, a joyful flicker appeared in his deep, calm eyes, like a tranquil pond rippling with happiness. This happiness involuntarily made his facial features soften. The usually cold and distant iceberg was quietly melting. Shinman locked the door and somehow sensed a subtle change in the man. Big brother Jiangyi, he seems to be in a good mood? Man, I feel very happy. Huh? Shinman followed the other person downstairs. As they got into the jeep, suddenly, she heard a sincere, almost confessional whisper. She was momentarily distracted. Shinman, I like you. I hope you'll consider being my partner and my lawful husband. This was the second time he confessed. Unlike the first time, when his eyes were full of tenderness, this time Jiang Yedong's eyes were filled with pure love. Jiang Yeg, my brother hasn't agreed yet. Shinman nervously looked away and fumbled with her seatbelt. The more she tried to fasten it, the more her hands trembled and failed. Don't be nervous. Seeing this, Jiang Yeo let out a gentle, pleasant laugh. Then he leaned down to help her, reaching out to take the end of the seatbelt from her slender fingers. With a gentle press, the buckle clicked into the slot on the passenger side. Shinman had only read novels, watched TV dramas, and read scripts. She had never experienced such close contact before. Suddenly, she could smell a faint soap scent on the man. Her gaze involuntarily dropped to his rolling Adam's apple, and her mind was flooded with useless thoughts, almost overflowing. She wanted to touch him. What would it feel like? She even thought about biting him. Meow. Master. Be reserved. Be reserved. Tang Yuan pushed hard, rubbing its head against her hand. A little disappointed but secretly happy, Shinman thought that if her owner also liked the lucky one and they got married, she could openly snuggle with them. In other words, she could lie on them, sit on them, squat with them, and enjoy cuddles anytime. Shinman struggled to suppress her rising reaction. She quickly looked down, hugged Tang Yuan, and buried her face in its fluffy fur, hiding her brief loss of composure. Indeed, electronic snacks and mental treats can make people lose their senses. Bang! The car door was gently closed. Although Jiang Yeo didn't get a clear answer from the girl, her shy and awkward reaction showed she wasn't indifferent to him. At least, her face was still attractive to him. After entering the driver's seat and starting the engine, he said, Lu Xiaobai left for the army with the transport truck this morning. He's now in the dorm. Is my brother back? When Shinman heard the news, she was happy at first, then worried. Why doesn't he take care of himself? It takes 100 days to recover from a sprain or injury. How could he? She couldn't bring herself to complain anymore. Shinman realized that her brother was worried about her, so he ignored his own injuries and hurried back. Originally, Tang Yuan was still cuddling with her owner, but suddenly she felt water droplets falling on her. She fluffed up her fur and looked up, only to see her owner crying. Meow, owner, don't be sad. Since your brother is back, can you ask the big boss to take you to visit him later? Don't cry. If Lu Xiaobai sees your red eyes, he might drag himself out of bed just to scold me. Zhang Yi had never comforted a girl before. This was his first time, and he was flustered, searching everywhere for a handkerchief. But there was none in the car. Helpless, he wiped his hand on his clothes and then gently used his fingertips to wipe away the tears on the girl's face. Shinman's tears, like small pearls, fell down. Hearing this, she forced herself to hold back her tears. Her only thought was, could her brother beat Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi, who is stronger, me or my brother? Shinman was still not used to such close contact. She slightly backed away, her long, dark eyelashes moist. When she took out her handkerchief to wipe her tears, she missed the intense, possessive look in the man's eyes. He used to lose to me. Jiang Ye's voice was hoarse. He withdrew his arm and looked straight ahead, then grabbed the steering wheel, pressed the accelerator, and turned the wheel. The car quickly drove onto a smooth road. Shinman paused for a moment, pondering the hidden meaning in his words. He used to lose to her brother. If they got together in the future, then would it all depend on her feelings? The blush that had faded from her ears after hearing her brother's news gradually spread across her cheeks. Jiang Yi, did you really never fall in love with any other girl before? No. In this life and the next, only you. Jiang Yi looked straight ahead without looking at the girl. He was afraid that if he suppressed his feelings too much, He might scare her. She is so delicate. Since their relationship hasn't been fully confirmed yet, she can't afford to offend him. Shun Man's face turned even redder, but her mind was filled with many questions. Past life and present life? Is Brother Jiang Yi speaking sweet words? But his formal tone sounds strange. Then why do you act so well? Shun Man felt a bit upset. She had never been in love before. In her past life, she was seen as an old maid by her parents. It seemed that not dating or not getting married was considered disobedient and unfilial, something she was guilty of. She wasn't unwilling, she just hadn't met the right person at first glance. She didn't want to settle. She didn't want to spend her life being a good girl, always under her parents' watch. For love, she wanted a partner who was strong, confident, and capable of handling emergencies and family disputes. He didn't need to be very handsome, just good-looking enough to look at comfortably. Otherwise, how could she have the courage to kiss him? And more than that, to do other intimate things under the covers. She didn't care much about family background, education, or income. She had a decent education and a good income. Ahem, she could support herself. As long as her partner was caring, loved her wholeheartedly, and took care of her feelings. Actually, from this point on, it was already destined that she wouldn't find a suitable partner in her past life. During the 3 years after entering this story's world, she rebuilt herself. At the same time, she understood why her parents had such high expectations of her in her past life, why she was afraid to resist at first, why she dared to resist later, and why she eventually gave up. Last night, I went back and talked to some married friends to learn from their experiences. Jiang Yi didn't hesitate to choose between saving face and saving his wife. His married friends shared many successful stories, but after thinking for a long time, he found some useful and some not. Learning from others? Shun Man's eyes widened. Her mood became complicated, bittersweet and shy feelings intertwined, and she felt ashamed. How could she think of him that way? She was so embarrassed. Yes, other women have certain rituals, but my man can't be left behind. In Jiang Ye's view, loving someone means giving the best of everything, careful attention, all your efforts and mutual respect, status, and living conditions. Is love clouding the mind? No, love is about mutual respect. Oh, Shun Man covers her face and responds faintly. For her, a mature, guiding man who is full of himself is exactly her ideal type. What should I do? It's hard not to like him. After yesterday afternoon's appearance and Jiang Ye's actions last night, today when Shun Man enters the military cafeteria, although more and more people are looking at her, their smiles are friendly. It seems everyone is quite kind, as if they support this couple. Jiang Yi ignores the teasing looks. He finds a corner for the girl, wipes the bench with his sleeve, and then signals her to sit down. I'm going to queue for food. You sit here for a while, okay? Shun Man obediently agrees, constantly reassuring herself not to care about others' opinions. If the sky falls, there's a tall person to support her. After Jiang Yi leaves, some brave soldiers carry their trays and deliberately pass by Shun Man. They are new soldiers trained by Jiang Yi. They never imagined that the cold, ruthless Jiang Yi on the training ground would one day become gentle and caring, especially towards a young girl. When the news spread during morning break, they didn't believe it. But now, seeing her in person, they couldn't help but come to watch their future sister-in-law. Their first reaction, wow, such a well-behaved girl. She's clearly inexperienced and innocent. Second reaction, what a beast. The squad leader is a beast. How could he do this to such a young girl? Third reaction, well, I have to admit, they really look good together. Future sister-in-law is even prettier than the star of the dance troupe. Fourth reaction, they dare not look directly anymore. A sharp, oppressive gaze follows them from behind, starting at their necks. This familiar pressure is the most intense they've felt during countless training sessions. They slip away. If they don't leave now, when will they? This is an ordinary soldier. If it were officers with ranks, they would simply glance more openly and then look again at Jiang Yi in the line, all with meaningful smiles. The young girl is very attractive. No wonder Jiang Yi asked them for advice last night and shared his cigarettes with them. At that time, they joked that Jiang was blinded by beauty and didn't even want cigarettes. Now, seeing the young girl, they can't help but think that Jiang is truly a surprising person. He refuses to talk about relationships, but once he does, he chooses the most outstanding one. This means Commander G might need to cut his hair a bit more. If he goes bald, a slicked-back hairstyle won't hide the bald spot on the back of his head. Shin Man felt the gazes from all directions. Her palms were sweaty, her face blushed, and her skin was smooth and delicate. She didn't let outsiders tell if she was shy or embarrassed. Cough, cough. An old man calmly entered the dining hall with his hands behind his back. The intense stares finally shifted away from Shin Man, Grandpa Duan. Shin Man looked gratefully at the old man who had come to her rescue, smiling. "You're here for lunch too. Man girl, why are you sitting here alone? Where's Jiang Yi?" Commander Duan's gentle smile responded to her greeting. He turned around, looked around sharply with a warning look, as if to scold. These officers, full and bored, are all staring like wolves at Jiang Yi. What are they looking at? Jiang Yi is getting my food. He'll be here soon. Shin Man believed him without doubt, thinking how timely Grandpa Duan's appearance was. Okay. Commander Duan was indeed straightforward. He didn't queue for food but sat directly across from the girl. After a short chat, Jiang Yi returned with 2 plates of food. He saw Commander Duan, still pretending not to know his identity and happily chatting with the girl. He silently set down his food, queued again, and ordered a meal for the other person. Shin Man was feeding small dried fish from her plate to Tangyuan on her lap when she heard the words. Her curiosity instantly sparked. She didn't deny that she liked Jiang Yi. She didn't dislike him. In fact, she even felt a natural fondness for his closeness. But she still wasn't sure about her feelings and wanted to know more about this man. Of course. That boy came to the island when he was 15. I've known him for 9 years now, Commander Duan said with a nod, his tone friendly and his eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia. Don't be fooled by how calm he looks now. When he first came here, he was as thin as a stick, his eyes fierce like a young wolf, always on guard. From Grandpa Duan's words, Shin Man learned that the Jiang Yi of the past was completely different from the one she saw now. As a teenager, Jiang Yi had gone through many hardships, in his family, in training, and even in his heart. Just as she was hearing about how hard he had trained and how he began to stand out in the army, Jiang Yi returned, carrying a tray of light dishes. Ahem. Commander Duan, caught talking behind his back, looked a bit awkward. He winked at the young woman, hinting that they could continue the story another time. Shin Man understood and quickly avoided Jiang Yi's caring gaze, feeling strangely guilty. Meow. After eating a few small fish, Tangyuan felt very satisfied. Seeing the important guest sitting beside its owner, the little cat stretched lazily, then jumped onto his lap, gently rubbing against his arm. So warm, so full of good energy, it thought happily. I hope my owner and this man get along well. Ahem. Ahem. Shin Man had just eaten a fish ball when she suddenly heard Tangyuan's thoughts and started coughing. Jiang Yi quickly brought the bowl of seaweed egg soup to her lips and said softly, "Have some soup. Take your time, don't rush." Commander Duan was stunned. This boy's reaction was fast, and that gentle tone, so soft it could melt anyone's heart. Shin Man covered her mouth, coughed lightly, took a sip of soup, and said after a moment, "I'm fine now. As for the rice balls, I will go back and properly teach this big yellow cat." The meal was quite enjoyable, and the food in the cafeteria was to Shin Man's liking. She was quite receptive to fresh seafood. After General Duan finished lunch, he didn't stay to be a third wheel. He said goodbye to the young girl and then casually left the cafeteria, walking away with his hands behind his back. It's not just about managing countless daily affairs. As a leader, he has many responsibilities and worries before retirement. Even so, he takes moments to relax whenever he can. After returning the clean plates to the sink, Jiang Yi stretched out his left hand, revealing a watch on his wrist covered with spiderweb cracks. He glanced at the time and said, Man, there's still time. I can take you to your dorm and meet your brother, Lu Xiaobai." Hearing this, Shin Man looked surprised. She bit her lip with her white teeth and asked worriedly, Is that okay? Can I go into the dorm? Of course. Your family. Just register downstairs at the dorm building and I'll vouch for you. Jong-yi nodded. Although love can make people dizzy, he still kept his reason. Before their relationship was confirmed, he would behave properly and prevent any rumors from causing trouble for the girl. This is responsible for her and also for his military uniform. Okay, thank you, Brother Jong-yi. Thinking about seeing her brother soon, Shinman felt very happy inside. In her past life, she was an only child and always wanted siblings. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Her parents gave her love, but also restrictions and burdens. After traveling to this world, she couldn't be filial to her mother, and her stepfather was a terrible person. Fortunately, she still had her caring grandfather. The brother he mentioned was undoubtedly also loving her. Man, don't distance yourself from me. If your brother isn't happy with me being his brother-in-law, will you listen to him? Jong-yi lowered his gaze, his deep eyes fixed on the girl's face. His nervous words carried a hint of testing, as if her answer could shatter everything instantly. I don't know, Shinman honestly said. Since it hadn't happened yet, she wouldn't assume the worst. I asked before, who is better, you or my brother? He hesitated, if my brother doesn't like you, then don't fight back first? Yes, I understand. When Jong-yi heard this answer, his dull expression brightened again. He reached out to fix a strand of hair that had fallen into the little girl's ear. His gaze was intense, and he became a bit more daring. Man, I will try my best to get my brother to agree that we are together. Oh. Man looked around nervously. They were outside the cafeteria, where people came and went. If others heard Jong-yi confess, it might spread through the unit by tomorrow. No. Maybe even this afternoon. Man, are you nervous? Seeing her reaction, Jong-yi felt unexpectedly relaxed. His smile carried a strong desire to claim her. Let's go. I want to see my brother. Shinman avoided his intense gaze and quickly pushed her little head back into her bag. Naughty dumpling. Bad kitty. Meow the dumpling had just absorbed a lot of luck while in the boss's arms. Now it felt like it was walking on clouds. Did it hear wrong? Did its owner scold it? Single officer's dormitory, 5th floor. Bored and with a cast on his leg, Liu Xiaobai, whose snake venom hadn't fully cleared, held his stomach that was growling. He lifted the thin blanket. What's going on? Jong-yi should have received the message that I'm back. Why isn't he back yet? He still wanted Jong-yi to come with him this afternoon to meet his sister and help him tidy up so he could see her looking clean and neat.
It was almost mealtime.
Why wasn't he back yet? Dang. Suddenly, he heard the sound of military boots outside the dorm door. A sly smile appeared on his face. He grabbed his crutches and got up, hiding behind the door. Click as the lock turned and the door opened. A terrifying ghost face appeared in front of the girl. Abang Jong-yi quickly pulled the panicked girl into his arms, pressing her head against his chest with one hand, and without mercy, he delivered a heavy punch. At that moment, his only thought was, even future brother-in-law can't scare his little girl. The officers resting in the dorm downstairs heard the noise and quickly peeked out the windows, exchanging puzzled looks with question marks on their foreheads. Who was that loud scream just now? One person nudged others to look at the top floor. Then everyone wisely withdrew their heads back into the dorms, not looking anymore. The 5th floor housed a tough person they couldn't afford to offend. It was mainly because being crushed by the other person didn't feel good, especially in front of his soldiers. Don't be afraid. That ghostly thing is Liu Xiaobai. He was just joking with me, not trying to scare you. Jong-yi didn't bother with others' reactions and focused on comforting the little girl trembling in his arms. Actually, that powerful punch had completely stunned his future brother-in-law. Jong-yi, let go of your dog paws first. Tell me, who is the girl in your arms? Liu Xiaobai, whose head was spinning, looked at Jong-ye's behavior and thought about the fleeting face he saw earlier. His teeth ached painfully. He regretted it. Regretted bringing trouble into his life. Regretted trusting Jong-yi to help him meet his sister. Shunman was afraid of the dark and ghosts. When she opened the door and suddenly saw a funny ghost face, unprepared, she was so scared her soul almost left her body. Now, hearing the trembling, questioning voice, She guessed who that ghost face belonged to. Big brother? Shin Man still hugged the man's strong waist with her hands. Her voice was muffled. Her head peeked out, revealing her current look. Her face was still full of terror, and her small face, about the size of a palm, was ghostly pale from fright. Jiang Yi, in a stance of absolute protection, wrapped his arms around the girl and looked at Lu Xiaobai with a very serious and fierce expression. He had been trying to build goodwill in his mind for future happiness, trying to please his future brother-in-law. But this person had gone crazy, making a ghost face to scare his little girl when opening the door. "Little sister, are you man?" Lu Xiaobai, holding his swollen left eye, squinted with a mix of surprise, shock, confusion, regret, and concern on his face. He slapped himself loudly. He was such a fool. How could he make a ghost face to scare his sister on their first reunion? He really deserves to die. "Brother, what are you doing?" Perhaps because of blood ties, Shin Man felt more compassion than fear when she saw the stranger leaning on a cane, covered in scars. Jiang Yi had been watching the girl's expression. Seeing her look worried, he sighed softly. "My little girl is too kind." He loosened his arm, which was holding her, and looked at her with encouragement and approval. "I'll go prepare a meal for him. You and your brother go inside and sit down to talk. Love is about tolerance, understanding, and kindness." At this moment, his role was that of a pursuer and admirer of the girl. Giving the girl and her brother some personal space is also a way for him to keep his dignity. "Okay." Shin Man relaxed her grip and watched him leave. This scene made Lu Xiaobai feel very bitter. Oh, such a good person, and he hadn't protected her for long before someone else took her away. In just one day, why does his sister trust and rely on Jiang Yi so much? If she liked Jiang Yi, should he agree for them to be together, or should he break them apart? His head hurt so much, probably because Jiang Yi hit him and caused a concussion. "Brother, are you okay?" Although the siblings had some awkwardness and shock when they first met, their blood ties made it impossible to fake their feelings. They didn't look alike, but there were some small similarities. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 years. Sitting face to face, they asked each other caring questions, and all the awkwardness disappeared. Instead, there was joy from reuniting after a long time. "Mom passed away 3 years ago? Why didn't you contact the family? Even if that man was unfaithful, we still have Grandpa and me." "Brother, don't blame yourself. Mom was very peaceful when she died. Even though she didn't contact you all these years, she always thought of you. She loved you. I know, I've always known. When Mom divorced, she could only take one of us. It was me. I chose to stay and protect Grandpa. You were so young back then, and you needed Mom more than I did. I never expected that after Mom took you away, I'd hear nothing from her. When I grew up, Mom often talked about you. She said you were sensible from a young age and a real man." Mom spoke proudly when mentioning her older brother. "Have you and Mom been through hardships in life all these years?" "Brother, my mom and I are in our hometown, Suzhou. We are very happy there, with no worries. Don't you remember, Suzhou is Mom's hometown, where she knows many relatives and friends. As mother and daughter, we haven't suffered much. Actually, it's you, brother. Mom doesn't say it openly, but I can see she misses you very much." Shin Man covered her chest, feeling a bit heavy. Maybe it was the lingering obsession from her original self that caused her to have these thoughts. While talking to her brother, images appeared in her mind, one after another, filling in her memories. At the same time, as she comforted her brother with kind words, the heavy feeling in her chest gradually disappeared. It was as if her original self was using her voice to express the longing and reluctance of her mother and herself for her brother. "I knew it. Mom cares about me." Lu Xiaobai covered his face, tears spilling out like a flood. He was tall, nearly 1.89 meters, but now he looked fragile, as if a gust of wind could knock him down. Fortunately, Lu Xiaobai was an adult. His emotions came quickly, and after venting, he awkwardly smiled, looking even more miserable than when he was crying. "All right, sister. After talking about Mom, I want to know why you came to the island to find me. It's not that I don't welcome you, brother. But I know you have a marriage arrangement with the Gu family. According to the usual practice, after returning to the capital and staying with our grandfather, he would arrange your marriage with the Gu family. Why? Does Grandpa agree for you to come to the island and even send a telegram asking me to help find a military officer as a husband? Lu Xiaobai's intelligence seemed to regain the upper hand. That was also why he wanted to come back early this morning. He couldn't wait. He was afraid he might miss something and cause his sister to suffer. Brother, don't get excited. Have some water first. Seeing this, Shen Man knew she couldn't persuade him directly. She could only use a different approach, adding a drop of spiritual liquid to the cup to help ease his symptoms. At least, after learning the full story, he wouldn't be so angry as to have a stroke. Glug glug, Lu Xiaobai's appearance was that of a refined gentleman with a touch of elegance. Although his face and legs were covered with scars at the moment, he drank water roughly, almost like a wild beast drinking. But in terms of appearance and temperament, it's hard not to notice. I don't know if it's his imagination, but he feels that the water his sister handed him tastes sweet, like it has sugar in it. Very delicious. After drinking a glass of water, the hunger in his stomach has eased quite a bit. It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. He feels his head isn't as dizzy as before because the snake venom isn't fully gone. His numb right leg suddenly regains sensation, and he grimaces in pain. It's really hurting. Big brother, what's wrong? Shun Man intentionally asks, casually pouring him another glass of water. But this time, the water doesn't have any spiritual liquid added. Too much isn't good. Since his brother was in the army, over the years, his hidden injuries in his body are best treated with silver needles and slow recovery. Spiritual liquid works well, and it's almost miraculous. Good for emergencies, but it shouldn't be overused or exposed. Otherwise, she might be caught by special agencies and studied by scientists in white coats. Nothing. You can tell me the reason now, right? Lu Xiaobai increasingly feels that his sister looks like an angel, gentle, sweet, charming. She's like a beautiful rose. Who wouldn't love her? He simply doesn't believe that the person surnamed Gu wouldn't be moved when he sees his sister.
Why?
Grandpa would approve of his sister giving up her relationship with the Gu family and coming to the island to stay with him, even asking him to help find her a good match. This all started from the day I returned to the capital. In the next few minutes, Shun Man explained briefly about returning to the Lu family in the capital. After listening, Lu Xiaobai's temples visibly throb with veins, and his chest rises and falls with his unstable emotions. Damn it! I knew that once there was a stepmother, there would be a stepfather. I don't know what tricks the stepmother used. Or maybe the stepfather is just an idiot. He doesn't care for his own daughter and gave your marriage to Lu Man. All right. Our brother and sister are not as good as the adopted daughter. From now on, you stay with me. I'll find you a better partner. We'll settle here, find a chance to bring Grandpa over to live with us. We don't want that house in the capital anymore, nor the stepfather. Let him grow old with his good wife and his beloved adopted daughter to take care of him. Lu Xiaobai clenched his fists, his eyes full of disgust for his biological father. What he said wasn't a joke or just angry words. He is serious. Brother, I trust you, but there's no need to find a match for me. Shun Man obediently smooths her hair after her brother's emotional outburst. At the same time, she feels a bit shy. If it were someone else, she wouldn't express her true feelings. But this is her brother. Her brother defends her and cares about her. She can't bear to hide her feelings about Jiang Yi. Man, do you really like Jiang Yi? After Lu Xiaobai's emotions settle, he faces reality. His sister is so beautiful, so clever and considerate. Jiang Yi, that lively guy, is lucky. Brother, that was a bit too direct. Shin Man covers her face, feeling really shy. Okay, I have no opinion. Lu Xiaobai feels a bit bitter inside. It's his own fault for bringing trouble into his home. But then he thinks about Jiang Ye's qualities, bright future, good looks, and good character. He's more than suitable for his sister. He hasn't been with his sister much over the years, and he already feels guilty. Now that she has someone she likes, he has no reason to stop her. But inside, he feels a little sour and a bit upset. When Jiang Yi punched earlier, he was not gentle at all. Wait, his eyes. Is he talking to his sister now with those ugly black circles under his eyes? His image. After the siblings finish talking, they naturally become closer. When Jiangyi brings food back, the brother and sister are already chatting happily. It's mostly Lu Xiaobai talking, while Shunman listens intently. She occasionally exclaims, "Wow, brother is so amazing," or shows concern. "Does it hurt, brother?" Suddenly, Jiangyi feels a strange emotion in his heart. But he's good at pretending and doesn't want the girl to see his other side. Dang dang dang, the rhythmic sound of military boots approaches. Shun Man instinctively looks toward the door, her face showing unintentional anticipation. Lu Xiaobai sees his sister's expectant look, and his good mood instantly disappears, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, scrutinizing. To make him Lu Xiaobai's brother-in-law isn't so easy. Although he agrees in his heart that Jiangyi is good, that doesn't mean he's ready to accept him as his brother-in-law. Men's conversations are more than just words. Because he had seen his biological father be unkind and indecisive since childhood, he was very careful about his sister's lifelong happiness. "Brother Jiangyi, you're back." Shinman saw it was really him, quickly stood up to greet him, with a tone of affection she didn't even realize she had. Seeing her, even her older brother Lu Xiaobai felt a bit jealous, thinking that girls grow up too fast. He didn't want to scold his sister, and Jiangyi was just holding her hand and glaring. "Yes, I went to the cafeteria at this time. There weren't any good dishes, so I asked a friend inside to help cook a stir-fried pork liver with vinegar, and I also brought a big bone soup. It took a little longer," Jiangyi explained, his pleasant voice a little hoarse. His chest was out of breath from climbing stairs, and as he caught his breath, he smelled the fragrance of magnolia flowers, and his heartbeat gradually calmed. "Brother, look how good Jiangyi is to you. Don't let his kindness go to waste. Eat quickly. After an injury, you need 100 days to recover. Even if you're strong, if you bleed, you should eat foods that help replenish blood. Drinking bone soup is good for your health." Shinman shook her head, trying to balance her emotions. She sensed that maybe her brother-in-law and her older brother didn't get along naturally. The gazes from her brother and Jiangyi seemed to be fighting, creating an invisible pressure on her. Man, knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. You're still young. Be careful not to be tricked by someone with bad intentions. "You're right, brother. Please enjoy your meal." Jiangyi couldn't bear to see the young girl worry about their relationship. He gave her a subtle signal, sitting opposite her older brother, and lowered his head to pass the chopsticks. "Jiangyi, what do you call me?" Lu Xiaobai felt unexpectedly pleased, and his teeth unconsciously showed. "Jiangyi, this strict man. What does he call him?" "Big brother, brother. Sir, I call you that because Man is my sister." Jiangyi explained patiently, casually opening the insulated container, and the aroma of bone soup spread in the air. Forget it, after all, this person is her biological older brother. Loving the family, he could tolerate the other's ignorance and arrogance. Yes, not bad. Good manners. Lu Xiaobai felt better now, and his words were no longer as stiff as before. To make this strict man willingly humble himself, Lu Xiaobai truly felt accomplished. Shinman didn't expect her brother to be so childish. Shinman admitted she liked Jiangyi. She believed Jiangyi wouldn't bully her brother, but she wasn't sure her brother wouldn't bully Jiangyi. Before leaving, she tugged on her brother's sleeve and shook it. "Brother, don't bully Jiangyi." Lu Xiaobai really wanted to curse, but his gentle sister was pleading with him. His image. Got it. Every word was spoken with gritted teeth. A person's gaze can reveal their true feelings. Man, let's go." Jiangyi pursed his lips, his expression soft and relaxed. He didn't look back at his future brother-in-law's expression. He could feel proud, but he must not show it. The young girl defended him in front of her older brother. If men had tails, his tail would probably be wagging right now. Liu Xiaobai, despite his physical limitations, stood on the fifth-floor balcony, gazing resentfully at Jiang Yi carefully escorting his sister downstairs, then gave him a meaningful smile. He has wild ambitions. This guy truly lives up to his name. Poor his little cabbage, like a white rabbit, feeding wolves with her innocence. Wah, 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 sister, it's all the brother's fault. He shouldn't have had plans to scheme against Jiang Yi. Shun Man walked gracefully, tentatively asking, Jiang Yi, are you really good friends with my brother? The man beside her slowed his steps noticeably, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. Yes, we're good friends. Jiang Ye's expression didn't change, though he quietly added in his mind that the man was also a rival, one who had always lost to him. Shun Man didn't comment on his answer. Her eyes curved with a bright smile as she said cheerfully, my brother agreed. The next second, the man beside her stopped walking. His intense gaze locked onto her as he asked in a low voice, so, what are we now?
Take a guess.
Shun Man's face turned red. She wanted to slip away after speaking, but his hand caught her wrist firmly. We're together. We're going to get married. Jiang Ye's eyes burned like fire as he looked at her.
All right.
Shun Man tried to pull away but couldn't. Instead, she followed his hand and gently intertwined her fingers with his. Let's go. If my brother sees us, he'll glare at you again. I'm not afraid. Jiang Yi tightened his hold on her soft hand and lifted it to his lips, placing a gentle, restrained kiss on the back of it. Dating without marriage in mind is meaningless. I can file the marriage application this afternoon. Can we get the certificate soon? Are you serious? Shun Man felt a little dazed. Had she really found her other half so quickly? Of course. I have no family left. All the money I've saved over the years. I'll give it to you tonight. From now on, everything I earn will be yours. You can spend it however you like. Jiang Yi spoke without hesitation. His soul, once adrift like a traveler lost at sea, had finally found a place to rest. Perhaps fate had decided it long ago. Heaven took pity on his lonely life and sent him a ray of light. Having lived in darkness for so long, he couldn't help but want to hold that light close, to keep it all to himself. Won't you keep some for yourself? Shun Man wanted to laugh, but also felt a pang of sadness. In her past world, a man who would entrust everything to his wife was rare. She had never imagined that in another world, she would meet someone so sincere. No need. I don't really spend money.
Evacuate smoking.
Jiang Ye's tone was calm, as if he were simply talking about the nice weather. If we ignore his usually cold and tight lips, at this moment they are slightly curved upward, showing clearly that he is very happy. In the past, no one cared, so when he was annoyed, tired, or in a bad mood, or even happy, he could only use smoking to soothe himself. Now, with his identity clear and his future bright, he doesn't want the young girl to smell the tobacco on him. Oh, Shun Man finally realized that Jiang Yi had seen him smoking yesterday when they met. He decided to quit smoking overnight. She was both surprised and touched. People who smoke find it very hard to quit. Quitting takes strong willpower. Neither of them spoke for a moment. They followed the small path outside the army base. Along the way, they saw scattered people. Seeing their tightly held hands, some were shocked, some offered blessings. Is this an official announcement? Jiang Yi. What else could it be? Jiang Yi, who usually keeps to himself, never thought he would one day hold a young girl's hand like a proud peacock spreading its feathers, eager to tell everyone that he is a partner. Although discussing love openly is still a bit taboo in this era, people who are serious about their relationships often hold hands, walk together shyly, and share their feelings quietly. Even old married couples can do these things without changing their expressions, picking their teeth, scratching their feet, or farting. Jiang Ye's actions, though surprising and curious to some, mostly brought smiles and understanding. Who isn't like this? Everyone has been through it. Seeing it many times makes it less shocking. Shun Man gradually got used to the attention. When she got into the car and was taken back to the guest house by Jiang Yi, It all felt a bit unreal. Was it so easy for her to find someone? Rest well. I'll come to pick you up tonight. I need to go back and handle some things. I'll make sure everything is taken care of. Jiang Yi carried the water bottle and saw the young girl back to her room. He gently ruffled her hair, his eyes full of tenderness. It's so good. He now has a proper, official status. Okay. Shun Man nodded, but her delayed dizziness hit her suddenly, making her a little sleepy. A warm kiss landed on her head, and she sank into the broad, strong chest of the man. She could clearly feel his heartbeat beneath his chest. Not used to this kind of intimacy, she moved back slightly. There was a sharp, prickling sensation on her head like tiny needles, yet also a tingling feeling. She instinctively wanted to look up and see what expression the man had right now, but his large hand gently pressed her head back down. Man. Suddenly called by that nickname, Shin Man's body trembled slightly and she weakly asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just wanted to call your name." "Oh, what kind of strange habit is this?" Shin Man was full of questions and confusion, but she chose to respect it. Jiang Yi was undoubtedly a gentleman, very controlled and reserved deep inside. He stayed in the little girl's room for less than 5 minutes, told her to rest well, then went downstairs. In the afternoon, he had several things to handle and arrange one by one. Meow. Tang Yuan peeked out of her bag. She felt full of energy. As expected of the lucky one, just absorbing a little was enough to make her full, and she spent effort digesting it. She couldn't imagine that her owner and the lucky one were married. If she could always stay close to the lucky one, how happy would that be? All right, little greedy cat, I need to rest now. Do you want to enter the space to hatch eggs or stay outside and keep me company? Meow meow. Owner, I want to go into the space to hatch eggs. Okay. Shunman put Tang Yuan into the space, then changed into slippers and checked the lock on the door. She remembered Jiang Ye's words, and there was a glass cup placed on the doorknob. If someone tried to break in, the glass cup falling and making noise would be enough to wake her. Although they were in a guest house and danger wasn't certain, Jiang Yi always taught her to be cautious. She took off her coat, lay in bed, and her mind was a bit excited. Thinking about their relationship being confirmed, she was eager to report their marriage and submit the allowance. It made her feel a little sweet, but also more certain about the future. She couldn't help but recall what her senior sister Lu often said in her past life. Marriage needs effort to maintain, and love can't be kept warm with just water. When choosing a partner, she should pick someone with good qualities. Back in her hometown in Suzhou, Aunt Ji's words were different. If one day she met a man with good conditions, a good temper, good looks, and who she couldn't help but like, she should boldly go for it. Without experiencing marriage, how would she know that marriage is full of trivial daily chores? The events of past lives and each step taken in this life are two different paths of fate. Shunman tossed and turned in bed until she was tired and her mind became fuzzy, then she gave up. Jiang Yi drove back to the military base. First, he quickly submitted a marriage report and in the application section, he confidently wrote down Shun Man's information. Military marriages require political approval and must be reported in advance. Only after the report is approved can he register the marriage with the girl, choose a residence, and get a house in the family compound. Currently, on the island, there are many empty houses in the family compound, and they can be booked early. If the matchmaking event ends and more people find someone they like and succeed, then the houses will be assigned randomly. After leaving the political commissar's office, Jiang Yi first returned to his dormitory and had a friendly chat with his future brother-in-law. Jiang Yi, if you ever let down my sister, I won't let you go, okay? I won't let down man. If I ever do, I'll give my life to make up for it. Humph, you'd better mean what you say. Lu Xiaobai snorted coldly, feeling there was nothing more to trouble the other person with. What does he want with the other's life? If his sister finds out, she'll be furious. I have something for you. Pack it up and come downstairs with me. I'll take you to the military hospital for a thorough health check. After settling the matter with his future brother-in-law, Jiang Ye's worries were completely gone. With a clear path ahead and the support of his future brother-in-law, his plans with the girl were certain. I won't go. I'm fine here. Lu Xiaobai shook his head. a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. Going to the military hospital meant he might run into that woman again. Last time, she had pulled down his pants. She even slapped him and praised his butt for being white and firm. Can women really say such things out loud? He, a young man, had never experienced such embarrassment except when he was a child and his pants were pulled down. If he hadn't been injected with anesthesia, at that time he might have. "Big brother, why are you blushing so much?" Jung-yi said as he reached into the wardrobe and took out a box. Inside were the allowances and bonuses he had received over the years. He hadn't kept them in a bank outside the island because it was too troublesome. "I thought this was his retirement pension, but I didn't expect it to become a bride price." Cough cough, Jung-yi, you haven't registered to marry my sister yet. Don't call me brother so affectionately. It feels strange. Lu Xiaobai pretended to be indifferent, trying to find a way to escape. With his current fragile and easily overpowered appearance, how could he assert dominance in front of that troublemaker girl? No, he absolutely couldn't go. Eventually, you'll have to call me that. Let's get used to the new title first. Jung-yi found a bag, packed the box inside, finished quickly, then went to pick up the young girl and handed her the item. Right now, he needed to deal with his future brother-in-law.
I'm tired.
I'm going to sleep first. I'll go to the military hospital another day. Lu Xiaobai pouted stubbornly, acting as if he wouldn't go, even yawned deliberately. Jung-yi looked at his watch and insisted. No, we've already made an appointment. We can't waste valuable medical resources. Let's go. This is an order from the military. As the leader of the 6th Regiment, I require Captain Lu to comply. Understood. Lu Xiaobai's hand trembled slightly as he saluted, showing a look of helplessness. This terrible reflex. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He could only accept his fate and follow Jung-yi, the living death god, downstairs. He prayed silently. Oh heavens, please don't let me meet that troublemaker girl. But, as expected, what he feared most happened. When he arrived at the consultation room, he immediately made eye contact with a teasing gaze. He wanted to run, but a steel hand pressed on his shoulder, preventing him from escaping. Jung-yi, do you still want to be my sister's son-in-law? Brother, your health is the top priority. I believe Man feels the same way. Jung-yi raised an eyebrow with a meaningful smile, catching the future brother-in-law's weakness. So, he was afraid of doctors. Lu Xiaobai clenched his teeth, but felt helpless against the other. Damn it, so frustrating. Name, Lu Xiaobai. Age, 24. Condition, snake venom not fully cleared. Serum injected in time. Some minor injuries, no serious issues. Undress. You troublemaker girl, I knew you were coveting my body. Lu Xiaobai crossed his arms, feeling humiliated but strangely excited, as if experiencing a strange sense of déjà vu. Across from the examination table, a short-haired female doctor in a white coat looked up slightly, smiling at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were deep and swirling like dark ink. Jung-yi looked at the future big brother-in-law with surprise, then glanced at the name tag of the woman doctor. Name, Pei Yanting. Position, attending physicians seeing their reactions. Do they know each other? Comrade Lu, please watch your words. I am not a hooligan. My name is Pei Yanting. And, although I've seen that, you haven't really lost out, have you? Pei Yanting clasped her hands, resting her chin on them, with a calm and elegant demeanor, radiating a sharp, attractive charm. Her eyes had been fixed on the awkward man from the start, never looking at anyone else. Hearing this flirtatious exchange, Zhang Ye's view of the future big brother-in-law changed even more. What is something that cannot be washed away even if you jump into the Yellow River? This is it. Lu Xiaobai's face turned red, not out of embarrassment, but out of anger. This hooligan woman said he wasn't at a disadvantage. How could he not be at a disadvantage? Only his future wife can see his backside. Men are one thing, but if women see it, how will he explain to his future wife in the future? Stop it, both of you. We'll catch up later. I'm in a hurry. Dr. Pei, please clarify. Where does this person need to be undressed? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Zhang Yi quickly interrupted their stare-down. He thought to himself that the future big brother-in-law actually liked this kind of woman. A military doctor. What a good profession. If this woman became his sister-in-law, then Yimin could also have a peer to learn from and grow together. Upper body. Pei Yanting withdrew her gaze, her long fingers curling around a pen on the table, writing something swiftly on the medical record. It was as if everything that just happened was a mistake, and the flirtation never existed. Lu Xiaobai awkwardly tugged at his collar, unwilling to undress, wanting to slip away. Jiang Ye's face was cold, his eyes sharp, with a natural sense of authority. Unfortunately, besides the title of future brother-in-law, Lu Xiaobai was no match for Jiang Yi. He could only grumble and give in. Fine, just undress. Taking off his coat, he revealed a slim waist, followed by a thin shirt and finally a white tank top that outlined his abdominal muscles. Since they are all grown men, Jiang Yi had nothing to hide. He casually looked at the bandaged wounds on his future brother-in-law's chest and back, frowned slightly. Were the wounds opening again? Blood was seeping out and staining the gauze red. Pei Yanting's gaze moved over the abs on the opposite side, then up along the muscles to the wound. She stood up, untied the bandage, and looked closely at the injury. There was some surprise in her eyes, but she didn't think much of it, guessing that perhaps the soldier's good physical condition helped his wounds heal quickly. However, the medicine still needed to be changed, so she decisively turned around, bent down, and added a few medicines to the medical record. Could you please take this list to the window on the right side of the first floor to get the medicine? Okay. Jiang Yi took the medical record, barely recognizing a few scribbled words, anti-inflammatory and antibacterial medicines. Nothing serious. When the door opened, a cool breeze blew in. Lu Xiaobai, with his hands covering his bare upper body, looked at the female troublemaker with a cautious gaze. Are you that petty? I just teased you a little during your last surgery, and now you're so sensitive there was no one else in the office. Pei Yanting's tone carried a hint of playful irreverence. Despite being a cold and beautiful woman, she had a carefree, rebellious style. You, female troublemaker. How dare you say that? Aren't you afraid I'll give you a needle in the eye? Why not? You call me a female troublemaker, so I have to tease you back, right? Besides, I didn't even look at your front. Pei Yanting's gaze was straightforward, boldly scanning the bashful man, her words full of teasing intent. Lu Xiaobai's face turned red, then pale, then blue, then purple. He was so angry his teeth itched. He simply didn't bother to hide his bare upper body. With a big hand, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her toward him. He originally wanted to get close to warn her not to hit on him again, and if she kept talking back, he'd go talk to the director. Unexpectedly, she fell into his arms naturally, wrapping her arms around his neck without hesitation. Snap him? Sorry to bother you. Jiang Yi pushed open the door, his pupils trembling. He calmly closed the door and stepped out. Wait, the medicine in my hand. Knock, 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 click, put the medicine here. Since you two know each other, I won't bother you with old stories. Someone, I'll go back to the office first. You can go home yourself. Jiang Yi didn't look away, placed the medicine on the table, quickly said a few words, and left swiftly. Wait. Lu Xiaobai reached out to grab Jiang Yi, but someone pinched his waist with fingernails, causing him to cry out in pain. Ouch. His response was Jiang Ye's unkind back and the door. Pei Yanting admired the man's tactfulness, still sitting in his arms, with delicate fingers lifting his chin, and confidently declared, Now no one will bother us. It's time to settle the bill. After saying that, she kissed him. Although she was the lower one, she used the tactics of the higher position. Lu Xiaobai's pupils widened in shock. Oh no, he was bitten by a mischievous girl. His innocence was gone, his first kiss. Jiang Yi walked back to the office easily. It seemed that his future brother-in-law had good luck with romance, so he wouldn't be monopolizing his little sister anymore. He casually placed the box from the cloth bag into the cabinet and started handling other difficult tasks. During this time, Vice Captain Qian homely passed by and made a brief appearance, maintaining a peaceful appearance. He worked until after 5 p.m., then locked important documents in the drawer, took out the cloth bag and locked the office door. Is Zhang the team off work? Yes, I have something to do. Good news makes people happy. Looks like Zhang has some good news. Of course. When the time comes, I'll invite Vice Captain Qian to celebrate. All right. Qian, homely with a square face, looked very upright. But after a few polite words and turning around, his expression suddenly darkened. If before, he could still think Jiang Yi wasn't married, and use that to suppress the higher-ups' interest in him. Now that Jiang Yi is married, that strategy no longer works. Thinking of this, a thought crossed his mind. Maybe there's still hope. This time, Jiang Yi borrowed a friend's bicycle to pick someone up. The Jeep consumes a lot of fuel, and at his level, there are limits on how often he can use it. Apart from this factor, there is also a little bit of a man's cautious thought at play. As for the future brother-in-law, I completely ignore him. A grown man, especially one who is close to a female military doctor, doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage with the future brother-in-law. If the future brother-in-law ends up with that Dr. Pei, maybe they can even hold a wedding banquet together. When dividing the family housing, they could choose neighboring houses so they can look out for each other. Wouldn't that be better? Also, I remember the girls said that once they settle down, they will find a chance to bring Grandpa to the island to enjoy his retirement. Regarding Grandpa Liu, I heard a little about him from Commander Duan. He is someone who has made great contributions to the military and the country. If he wants to come to the island to retire, the authorities won't oppose it. Instead, they will warmly welcome him and provide all the resources he needs. This shows more kindness than the monarchic dominance system of my previous kingdom. Being reborn in this era, I hold deep respect for the country's leaders. If, in my previous kingdom, the monarch could learn from that great leader's ideas, there would be no worries about a united world, no theft in the streets, and no one locking their doors at night. When Shinman sat on the back of the bicycle, she naturally held onto a support, and her arms instinctively wrapped around the man's waist and stomach. How is my brother doing? Close together, the scent of orchids seemed to penetrate through the fabric, making it unclear who was invading whose space. Only the feeling of being awake yet falling deeper into the moment. Jiang Yi reined in his wandering thoughts and considered how to reply. My brother has his future wife to take care of him, so we don't need to worry too much.
Huh?
Future wife. When did my brother start dating someone? Shinman didn't notice anything unusual. She was just pleasantly surprised to hear Jiang Yi say her brother had someone to look after him, but also felt a bit confused. Her brother hadn't told her about dating anyone. Was he deliberately hiding it from her? Jiang Yi sensed her dissatisfaction in her tone and slowly pedaled, speaking calmly. My brother kept it a secret. I only found out this afternoon when I accidentally saw them being affectionate in the medical office. Hearing this, Shinman unconsciously tightened her wrist and pouted coquettishly. Humph, my brother is really something.
He didn't tell me about this.
What if I meet his fiancé someday and don't behave well, embarrassing him? It won't happen. Jiang Ye's body stiffened, the muscles around his waist tightening as his breathing grew uneven and his pedaling slowed down. He carefully avoided the bumps and stones on the road to make the ride smoother, then pulled over to the side. Man, his voice was low and rough, carrying a hint of emotion, as if he had been holding something back. What is it, Brother Jiang Yi? Shen-man looked up at him with innocent eyes, confused about why he had suddenly stopped. Relax a little, you're holding me too tightly. That wasn't exactly true. Jiang Yi wasn't really hurt. He just felt a strange, tingling sensation from her touch, something that made him uneasy but also stirred emotions he didn't quite understand. Saying it hurt was just an excuse. He actually liked the closeness, but he knew it wasn't the right time. He wanted to wait for the right moment, when everything would feel sincere and meaningful, when he could give her his best and his true heart. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang Yi. I got too excited and didn't realize I was holding you too hard. Let me make it up to you? Shun-man believed him, feeling guilty. Her long lashes trembled, and her face showed regret and worry. She had just been upset with him and hadn't noticed that her hand had pressed against his waist. I'll remember this, and you'll have to make it up to me later. For now, let's go eat at the cafeteria, and then I'll take you to the beach to collect shells. Didn't you say you wanted to do that? Jiang Yi glanced at the girl, feeling a bit ashamed of his own thoughts. He turned his head away, pretending to be casual as he changed the subject. He really was terrible sometimes. How could he take advantage of such a kind and innocent girl? Brother Jiangyi, you're so nice. Shun Man looked at him with admiration, thinking about how he had come to pick her up, how gentle and patient he had been since they met. To her, he seemed like the perfect, caring partner. Jiangyi gripped the handlebars tightly. The wind lifted the strands of hair on his forehead, and a faint shadow passed through his eyes. He wasn't as good as she thought. His conscience ached a little, but beneath it was a growing sense of desire and determination. If the young girl liked someone who appeared perfect on the outside, he would wear that mask to hide his darker side. First time, second time. After eating together a few times in the cafeteria, Shun Man naturally started to look around and observe. If her gaze met someone else's, she would smile back. The dinner was still rich and delicious, with braised crab, steamed fish, and seaweed egg drop soup. In the inland areas, such dishes are hard to find. It's only around the island that such abundant seafood is available, caught by fishing boats in relatively safe waters, protected by Navy escort ships. High-quality seafood and fish are carefully selected and transported by train or other means to relevant departments. Some are given to key leaders who contribute significantly to the country. Others are sent to domestic health and wellness centers for those who have served well, so they can rest and enjoy their later years. Another portion is distributed to local supply and marketing cooperatives, where people with tickets can reserve and buy. Seafood or algae that are less perfect or damaged are sold cheaply to military canteens. Listening to Jiang Ye's explanation, Shun Man sincerely admired the leaders of the country's finance department. This era's country has experienced many upheavals over the past decades. Building the nation requires a lot of money and resources. There are internal challenges and external threats, with enemies lurking. It's impressive how quickly they built a navy, stabilized military supplies, increased income, and managed to unite the military and civilians. Jiangyi saw that his young girl understood everything quickly. Like a sponge, she kept absorbing knowledge. He was happy about this and willing to share his military insights with her. In his view, even if she married him and became his wife, she shouldn't be confined at home. If she liked traditional Chinese medicine, he would support her to continue learning. If she wanted to broaden her horizons, he would do his best to help. Loving someone isn't about stopping them from becoming better or afraid they might surpass you. It's about understanding, supporting, uplifting, and guiding each other to become better. Ding ding ding, after leaving the army, he rode his bicycle for about half an hour. The closer they got to the sea, the stronger the salty smell of the sea breeze became. However, the scene was not as open and wide as Shun Man had imagined. It turns out that going to the beach also involves passing through a dense grove of palm trees. Our marriage report has been submitted. Once it's approved, we'll go to register our marriage. Do you want a block-style apartment or a small independent house for our new home? The former is lively, and the latter is quiet. Then, let's choose the small independent house. Later, I want to bring Grandpa over to live. He likes planting flowers and fishing and having a small yard. He would like that. Shun Man hesitated for a moment, shifting the topic from beachcombing tips to their life after marriage. But she wasn't the type to be stubborn or shy. Since she had decided on Brother Jiangyi, she naturally wanted to participate in planning their little home. Okay, as you wish. Jiangyi parked the car under a tall, straight palm tree. His tone seemed steady, but inside, he was secretly feeling very pleased. The young girl agreed with him, already thinking about how they would decorate their future home. Sharp, clear sounds of oh, echoed in the sky. Under the sunset glow, several large seagulls flew over the golden sea surface. Waves crashed heavily against rocks covered with seaweed and barnacles, making a splashing sound. Behind the beach were tide pools of varying depths, left after the tide went out. Jiangyi and the girl didn't rush into the water. Instead, they went to a nearby shed to find a local fisherman. They borrowed a bucket, some tongs, and 2 pairs of rubber boots. One pair was black for men, and the other red for women. These rubber boots are all new. My son and daughter-in-law bought them when they got married. I kept them, but I don't need them. If you don't mind, you can take them. Don't let good things go to waste. Jiangyi didn't refuse. After changing into the boots, he smiled and said, "All right, then I'll accept them happily. When we get our marriage certificate someday, we'll bring some wedding candies." "Yes, that sounds great." "That's wonderful." The old man rubbed his dry eyes and kept saying yes happily. Shin Man was curious inside, but politely didn't ask more. After saying goodbye to the old man, they held hands and walked toward the tide pools. After walking away and making sure the elderly person wouldn't hear their conversation, Shin Man asked softly, "Brother Jiang Yi, do you know that old man? What about his son and daughter-in-law? Something feels strange." "Yes, I know them," Jiang Yi replied with a slightly sad expression. He explained, his son and daughter-in-law went out to sea fishing a few years ago and had an accident. They both died. It was an accident involving a clash between the Navy patrol and a foreign ship. The details are not suitable to tell a young girl. "I see," Shin Man said with a sigh. Her heart felt heavy, like a big stone was pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Although Jiang Yi didn't go into details, she guessed it wasn't just an accident. Since Jiang Yi didn't want to talk about it, she chose not to ask. Soon, they arrived at the water puddle area. There were already many women wearing scarves, some children, and a few fashionable young women, all bending over and touching the water. Shin Man leaned forward, curious about everything around her. She saw someone's bucket filled with unknown seashells, fierce-looking crabs, and other sea creatures she couldn't name. "There are so many people here. Let's go to a less crowded water puddle," Jiang Yi said, holding Shin Man's hand tightly. His rubber boots were slip-resistant, which helped prevent slipping on the mossy stones, but there was still a chance of falling. "Okay," Shin Man replied with a bright, sweet smile. A faint dimple appeared on her porcelain-white cheeks, and her eyes showed trust and dependence on the man. Jiang Yi looked relaxed now, his gaze full of affection for the girl. They stood close together, their actions very tender and matching perfectly. "Brother Jiang Yi, I saw a crab claw in the crack of a stone," Shin Man said excitedly. "I'll move the stone and you use the tongs to catch it," Jiang Yi suggested. "Okay," Shin Man nodded happily. She thought it was a sure thing, but when she tried to catch the crab with the tongs, she missed. The crab quickly scuttled away sideways into the muddy water, disappearing from sight. "I didn't catch it," she said disappointedly. It was her first time fishing close up and catching crabs herself, but she failed. "It's okay, try again," Jiang Yi said patiently. He wasn't very good at comforting people, but he was very gentle with her. So, the two of them continued to search for traces of prey while bending down. Half an hour later, the bucket was still empty. As expected, nothing caught. Pop, a little boy nearby, couldn't help but laugh. He thought adults were very capable, but it turned out he was better at catching things. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Jiang Yi looked a bit annoyed. He could mock others, but not his little girl. The boy wasn't afraid and even carried his own bucket over, raising his chin to reply, "Uncle, is this your family's beach?" Then he looked at the pretty girl and softened his voice, politely greeting her. "Beautiful sister, did you just come to the island? Is this your first time catching seafood here?" "Yes, little brother. You're so good at this, catching so many sea creatures." "What's this shell?" Shin Man felt the frustration coming from Jiang Yi, but held back her laughter. She asked the interesting boy for advice. "Beautiful sister, this is a cat's eye shell. The meat inside is very tender. Whether you cook it simply or braise it, it's delicious." The boy was praised by the pretty girl and looked at the stern-faced uncle, then showed her his catch and answered her questions. The chat lasted only 5 or 6 minutes, but for Jiang Yi, it felt like 5 or 6 months. He seemed calm on the outside, but inside, he was annoyed that the boy called him uncle. Uncle and sister. Aren't they from different generations? Is he that old? 6 years older. Does that really matter? Shin Man sensed the heavy atmosphere from the man behind her. After talking with the little boy and learning some sea foraging tips, she took out 2 rabbit candies from her pocket. "All right, thank you, little brother. Here's a rabbit candy. I appreciate you sharing your sea foraging tips." "Thank you, beautiful sister." The boy's eyes lit up at the sight of the candy. Without hesitation, he happily took it and carefully put it in his pocket. "Beautiful sister, I won't bother you and that uncle anymore. I'll go home now." My sister will definitely love the candy. Yes, go ahead. We'll see each other again if we get the chance. Shenman nodded, wondering if she had given him enough candy. When Xiaohai left, he deliberately called a man who could have been called brother but chose to call uncle with a teasing smile. Goodbye, uncle. Jiang Yi clenched his fists, silently thinking that this little kid was still young and not under his command, so he couldn't hit him. Brother Jiang Yi, come quickly. I caught a sea crab. I'm coming. The experience really helped. Now Shenman could catch sea crabs too. Not only that, she also found a few cat's eye snails on the rock wall in the water puddle. Unfortunately, as it got darker, the water in the puddle grew colder, and the water level, which was just above her ankle in her rubber boots, slowly rose by another inch. That's enough for today. I'll rest in the next few days. There's plenty of time for us to go sea foraging. I'll take you back first. Don't stand in the sea breeze and catch a cold. Jiang Yi was a bit upset by the little boy's teasing and started to doubt himself. But then he thought, as long as the girl liked him, everything else he could overcome. For example, taking better care of his health, loving his body, maintaining his figure, and taking good care of his face. Okay, just then Shenman was also tired. She had been bending over for a long time, and her waist was sore. It was better to go home and rest early. Of course, since she rarely came to the seaside to gather sea creatures, she didn't forget her promise to Tang Yuan. She secretly collected some tiny fish, about the size of a fingernail, into her space. Who knew how long it would take for these tiny fish to grow? The old man's lonely expression gradually faded into memories. Brother Jiang Yi, Grandpa Wu, he. Shenman hesitated, feeling that the old man's spirit was fading. Losing a child in old age must be a heavy blow. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and looked at the vast, endless sea. He softly said, "Let's visit him more often in the future and keep him company." They completed the final journey. People who have experienced death are more sensitive than others. He knew the old man's spirit was weakening, and his hope for life was fading in his eyes. Perhaps, on a very ordinary afternoon or night, the old man would peacefully pass away to reunite with loved ones. Shenman understood, but she wondered why she felt a sense of loneliness from Jiang Yi. It was as if he was alone on an island, surrounded by nothing but silence. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on his hand. Feeling the warmth, she looked at him carefully and tentatively asked, "Brother Jiang Yi, what are you thinking?" Unaware, her innocent concern and attention to him seemed like a blind person seeing the light, or a person on a sandbank discovering water. His frozen heart was increasingly out of control, craving more. The soft touch and gentle pressure from her palm made him regain some reason. What was he thinking? Of course, he wanted to be closer to his little girl. Thinking about marrying you and keeping you forever, to be together in life and death. Even if he turned into a ghost or ashes, he wanted to stay with her. "Brother Jiang Yi, my feet are cold. I want to go back and soak them." Shenman sensed danger. The desire in his eyes was obvious and unhidden. She had never been in love, but that didn't mean she hadn't seen it. Whether it was the romantic stories shared by Senior Lucy or the romantic novels she studied last night, they all made her heart flutter. Get in the car. I'll take you back to the guest house. Jiang Yi saw it clearly. His little girl was sometimes bold and playful, unknowingly teasing him. But other times, she was like a turtle, retreating and hiding when she sensed danger. It's okay. He tends to indulge and be patient, guiding gently and also charming the young girl into getting her way, leading her into his web of deception. Years later, when Shenman looked back on her love story with her husband, she sighed and realized she had been tricked so early on. Capital City, at 6:20 p.m., after Lu family father and son, along with Zhang Xuemei finished dinner, old Master Lu spoke. Man called and said she has safely arrived on the island. That's good, that's good. Lu Mingyuan looked down, a faint smile on his face, but soon he felt guilty. If he hadn't approved of his wife and stepdaughter's plan, the person married into the Gu family and staying in the capital would be his own daughter. Now, no matter how much he regrets, it's too late. He could only silently decide to save part of his monthly salary for their living expenses and send the rest to his daughter to make up for the fatherly love she missed. Zhang Xuemei wanted to speak but couldn't, forcing a strained smile on her face. She was about to agree when the old master interrupted. The commander on the island sent me a telegram inviting me to go for a health retreat. I've decided to leave tomorrow. Don't bother me with anything else. Anyway, you two are quite capable. Old Master Lu swallowed the words about the snake's den, feeling like saying them would drag him down too. His attitude was clear. This was a notice, not a discussion. After speaking, he got up and went back to his room to pack. Actually, he hadn't said everything. That Commander Duan, besides sending greetings and praising his grandson, kept complimenting another young man. Yes, that young man was pursuing his granddaughter. A 24-year-old battalion commander, in this peaceful era, without much warfare, was quite outstanding. His grandson was now a company commander, still young, with no big background, rising purely through military merit. Isn't he better than the Gu family's young man? He was deliberately not telling his foolish son. Let that foolish son and the mother and daughter be proud first. The higher they climb, the more painfully they will fall when the truth comes out. Thinking he could completely dominate his granddaughter's marriage, he thought he could crush her forever?
Dream on.
At the dinner table, the food had already gone cold, because the old man's words and decisions made some people happy and others sad. Zhang Xuemei was naturally happy. The old man had always been concerned about his daughter-in-law, Shinqing Luo, and for many years, he hadn't paid much attention to her. It's best that he left, so she wouldn't have to lower herself or pretend to be a good daughter-in-law anymore. In the future, when her daughter and son-in-law visit, she wouldn't have to look at the old man's face. It's better if they all stay on the island and never come back. As for Lu Mingyuan, he felt very sad. His wife left him, his daughter was hurt and stayed away, and his son disliked him from a young age and left home. He rarely returned from the army over the years. Now, even his father was leaving. He truly felt alone in this family. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his wife's awkward state on the pillow and couldn't help but think of her, beautiful as a rose, stunning and unique. Back then, their relationship was very good, and they were a happy couple, enjoying family life. Could it be that his decision to take in his comrade's orphan child was the start of all his mistakes? If only he had listened to his wife and used money to settle the matter. If they had treated the orphan as a relative and kept close contact, would they still be married today? If nothing had happened, and his wife and children were still with him, happy and peaceful at home, wouldn't there be fewer regrets? Tonight, I'll sleep in the study. Whatever you want, she replied. Seeing the remorseful look on his face, Zhang Xuemei felt angry and sneered silently. What does this mean? He looks down on her and despises her. Why, then, could she once trick him into falling for her? Men are just like that. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret lover. Don't be fooled by his outward appearance. Inside, he's not as strong as he seems. In the kitchen, Sister Wang silently ate her meal, sighing softly. The atmosphere in the Lu family was growing gloomier and more oppressive. It felt like this job was about to end. Old Mr. Lu decided to leave quickly, taking only some clean clothes and a bottle of grape wine his granddaughter had made for him. Considering the long journey, he only took 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. As for the rest of the wine, after some thought, he asked Xiao Li to put the large jar in his bedside cabinet and locked it. There are 2 keys. He took one and gave the other to Xiao Li. Yes, in this house, he can only trust Xiao Li now. Xiao Li has a family. This time, he's going to the island to visit his grandchildren and probably won't come back for a while. So Xiao Li stayed behind, occasionally coming back to help clean and watch over his belongings. He also treats Xiao Li well, recommending a better job for him as a way to honor 2 generations of the Li family and his friendship. Moreover, when the train arrived, Xiao Li helped the old leader carry his luggage into the private carriage. His eyes were slightly red, showing he was very reluctant to leave.
Don't be sad.
I'm going to retire on the island. With my grandchildren there, my old age will be better. Old Mr. Lu patted Xiao Li's shoulder to comfort him, then gave some advice and encouragement. In the lonely alley, please watch over it for me. If you need anything, use my retirement allowance. Also, you've worked hard with me all these years. From now on, follow Director Pei and do your best. Contribute to the country and society. Got it. Xiao Li saluted respectfully and said goodbye to the old leader with reluctance. He felt unworthy, but was lucky to have learned from the old leader for a few years and was well cared for. He would remember the leader's words and strive to be a good soldier who contributes to the country and society. Because it was the weekend, Lu Mingyuan was on leave. During breakfast, he noticed that his father, who usually had a regular routine, had not come to eat. When he was about to knock on the door, he found it was locked. Knock, knock, knock. Dad, are you up? Breakfast is ready. Dad? Knock, knock, knock. There was no response, only silence inside, with no sound from the door. Just as he was worried that his father might have fallen and fainted, he heard footsteps behind him. He saw Sister Wang with a complicated expression, looking at him hesitantly, seeming very troubled. Sister Wang, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. At that moment, he already had a bad feeling. Sir, the old gentleman left early this morning. He left a message, telling you not to contact him anymore. Just let each other be, and that's the best way to show filial piety. Additionally, I want to resign. I am getting older, and my children are all grown up and settled. I think I should. Sister Wang twirled her fingers around her apron, feeling a bit awkward, but mostly she had made this decision after thinking all night. One bad news after another hit Lu Mingyuan's mind, making his head ache. His father has truly passed away. Now, Sister Wang, who has been helping at home for over 20 years, is also leaving. His eyes filled with sadness. Everyone is leaving. This home is losing its people. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Right now, he really is all alone. On the island, Commander Duan arrived at the office in the morning. The head of the communications department personally delivered 2 encrypted telegrams. He opened them, and his lips tightened. One telegram was about Jiang Ye's marriage report, the results of the military marriage investigation, and Shin Man's family background. All clear and detailed. Especially notable was the mention of a prominent capitalist, with a bold note about a little-known story. Shin Man's background is completely fine. Her maternal grandfather, decades ago, worked for the country, donated his assets, supported military needs, and did his best for the early days of the nation. He carefully stored this telegram and placed it into Jiang Ye's file. Then came the second telegram, which was brief. It was from the sender, who came to the island to retire with his grandchildren. It included train times and arrival details. This person's style was consistent, casual, efficient, and straightforward. Around 10 in the morning, Jiang Yi received a notice to go to the commander's office, reporting.
Comain.
After some negotiations and discussions, Jiang Yi obtained the urgent marriage report. At the same time, he accepted Commander Duan's suggestion. After the matchmaking event hosted by Commissar Ji today, a group wedding will be held in a week. Additionally, he was granted special permission to go to the logistics department now and choose a family residence in advance. And one more important piece of news, Shin Man's grandfather, Lu Chongjun, will arrive at the train station in 3 days. As her future husband, Jiang Yi should go to meet him personally. Thank you for your guidance. For the wedding, please be the witness for me and Man, and be our honored guest. Jiang Yi was moved and said some warm words that meant a lot to him.
Got it.
I'm busy now, so I don't have time for sentimental talk. Major Du looked at the talented officer he had trained with complex eyes. Although he scolded him to leave, he felt comforted inside. This young man grew up in a tough environment and has become somewhat cold. He thought the young man would live a lonely life, but fate changed that and nothing could stop it. Received. Jiang Yi saluted, stood straight, then turned and left with a confident stride. That kid. Major Du watched the office door close again and shook his head with a smile. He took off his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and continued working. At the army gate, a wide open space was set up for a matchmaking event. Long tables and chairs were neatly arranged on the ground. Each table had a teapot, cups, bottles, and a flower, making the scene look elegant. Besides the tables, there was a stage covered with a red carpet, suitable for formal occasions. A loudspeaker, a background platform, a wall of roses, and some fruit for easy grabbing made the scene grand and carefully prepared. When Jiang Yi left on his bike, he took a quick glance and didn't look again. He was no longer single. He had someone special. Captain Jiang, a woman's voice called out, but maybe she didn't call loudly enough, or Jiang Yi simply didn't hear. He pedaled quickly and disappeared from sight. Jiao Jiao, come over and draw a seat number. Okay, I'm coming. Li Jiao Jiao nervously looked away, a faint smile on her lips. A few days ago, her aunt was sick. She took leave to care for her until her aunt got better. Her aunt reminded her not to forget an important thing, attending the matchmaking event. Yes, today was the matchmaking event organized by Commander G. Single men and women on the island, including officers, would participate. Jiang Yi, as the most promising officer in the army, would definitely be required to attend. It's been 3 years since she first saw him and decided he would be her future husband. Besides her, who else could be worthy of him? Jiang Yi, she was determined to be with him. Today, more young women checked into the guest house than usual. Because of Jiang Yi, Shun Man had some contact with Wang Jia at the counter. Wang Jia was very gentle and caring, telling her that she could use the hot water in the hot water room for free. If she wanted to wash clothes, she could go and scrub them with hot water. Shun Man indeed had some personal clothes to wash, so early in the morning, she went downstairs with Wang Jia to have breakfast, borrowed some soapberry powder, boiled water to make hot water, and then scrubbed her clothes in her room. She didn't need a wash basin because she had bought one when she was in the capital. After her marriage application with Jiang Yi was approved and they registered their marriage, and after they moved into the staff housing, she took some things out of a big box, things that made sense. As for the soapberry powder, she had forgotten to stock up on it at the time. Now that she remembered, it wasn't too late. She planned to tell Jiang Yi, and they could find time to buy wedding supplies on an island outside the city. Shun Man wrung out her clean personal clothes and hung them on the towel rack in the washroom using a borrowed hanger to drip dry. Later, she would hang them outside on the windowsill to dry. It felt a bit strange to hang personal clothes outside on the windowsill in broad daylight. In the space, meow, Tang Yuan stretched lazily and disappointedly jumped down from the egg. Sure enough, because they were different species, it couldn't hatch chicks or ducklings. It completely felt no life inside the eggshell. Instead of wasting them, it was better for the owner to cook or fry the eggs, out of sight, out of mind. Shun Man looked at the time on her wristwatch, then called the sad little cat. Tang Yuan, come out. I'll take you out to play. Meow meow. Tang Yuan's gloomy mood suddenly improved. It leapt out of the space and fell into her arms. Then it voluntarily crawled into her bag, only showing a fluffy little head. Shun Man gently rubbed Tang Yuan's small head, then added a drop of spiritual liquid into her military water bottle. After shaking it evenly, just then there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Man, it's me. It's time for lunch. When Jiang Yi appeared in the corridor on the second floor, many young women who had just checked in peeked and looked, then blushed and shyly hid in their rooms. This afternoon, there was a singles matchmaking event on the island. They were sent here by their families to find a suitable partner. If he is an officer, he would be eligible to accompany the troops, which could save a lot of food for his family and also help his relatives back home. So, the strong-looking, serious man I saw in the corridor earlier is probably an officer, right? Later, we can go and find out more. Clack, the door to room 208 opened, and Shun Man came out. Today, she wore a different outfit, with a matching pale yellow headband tied in a bow, showing her delicate features and a nice hairstyle. Brother Jiang Yi, here, the water bottle. It's really heavy. Shun Man handed the water bottle to him, sounding a little playful. Jiang Yi stood still at the door, like a gatekeeper. His cold face softened instantly when he saw his young girl. He took the water bottle, hanging it at his waist. The weight was nothing to him. Shun Man carefully locked the door, then linked her arm with his, acting naturally and affectionately, as if they had done this many times before. I wonder what delicious dishes the cafeteria chef will cook today. Salt-baked shrimp, braised fish, steamed bass, and seaweed radish soup. Huh? I'm not surprised about the first three, but will the seaweed and radish soup taste good? The flavor is okay. When we go to the cafeteria later, I'll get a bowl of soup first. You can try a sip. Okay, I'll listen to you. They walked downstairs arm in arm, chatting happily and affectionately. The young girl, who was feeling a bit lively earlier, looked a little disappointed. It seemed there was no need to test or ask around anymore. Sure enough, her parents were right. Handsome officers are all taken. Next, they must do their best. In the afternoon, she plans to change into new clothes and dress up nicely. She must make a good impression and stay close to the officer. Wang Mingkue watched this and thought to herself that Xiaozhang's marriage was definitely settled. She just wondered, at the matchmaking event in the afternoon, those women who came specifically for Xiaozhang, if they saw him not showing up, would they feel sad or upset? Young people are so lucky. This isn't her concern anymore. Tonight, she'll ask her husband how many couples formed on the spot and if anything fun or new happened. Wow, today's matchmaking event on the island is so grand. When Shen Man saw the scene outside the army gate, she appropriately expressed her admiration and praise. Although this environment seemed simple and childish compared to the scenes she had experienced in her past life, in an era of material shortages and limited resources, being able to set up such a scene showed how thoughtful the organizers were. Yes, that was organized by Commissar Ji for a matchmaking event for single officers and soldiers. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes, his gaze resting on the girl's clean, porcelain-white face, emphasizing the word, single. Commissar Ji is really kind, even working as a matchmaker. He's a good person. Shin Man pretended not to notice the tone in the man's voice and didn't reply, instead praising Sister Wang's partner. Let's go to the cafeteria first. Today there are many people, and if we go late, your favorite dishes might be gone. Zhang Yi smiled gently, his voice soft and persuasive. His only thought was that after eating, he would take the girl to the seaside to gather seafood. Absolutely. He couldn't let the girl stay here any longer. If he wasn't careful, she might be attracted to another man and then… Meow, Tang Yuan couldn't help but peek out of her bag. Her round eyes looked at the big boss and then at her owner, before she retracted back into the bag. Human feelings are really complicated. She still needs to work hard to absorb the luck from the big boss, practice diligently, and try to restore her abilities early to help her owner manage the chores inside the space. Shin Man gently patted Tang Yuan's small head. She was truly her good cat. Zhang Yi took the girl's hand voluntarily, slowing his steps. Today was the weekend and most soldiers and officers in the army were off duty. On the way to the cafeteria, it was obvious that more people had gathered. The looks they gave Shin Man grew more numerous. This time, they weren't all friendly. Some carried faintly sneering, jealous gazes. Shin Man was puzzled. She had only been on the island for a few days. Why did she seem to offend people? When she approached the cafeteria, she saw a tall, beautiful girl staring fiercely at her and Jiang Ye's hand-holding. Suddenly, she understood. Jiang Yi Ji, Shen Man believed, she wasn't a naive girl. On the contrary, she had her own little schemes. When she needed to show weakness to trigger a man's protective instinct, she moved smoothly and even calculated her tone carefully. Don't be afraid, I am here. Jiang Yi, having lived 2 lives, is not a heartless person. He willingly falls into the love trap for his little girl at home, accepting everything about her, including her little schemes. In a way, isn't this also her way of caring for him and wanting to possess him? To outsiders who don't matter, he only shows one attitude: indifference and rejection of friendliness. Li Jiao's eyes are starting to fill with tears. Before she can ask questions, her good friend nearby helps her by asking, Captain Jiang, who is she? She's my partner. Please make way. Jiang Ye's voice is deep, and his eyes are cold and distant. He doesn't think his attitude toward unfamiliar female colleagues is a problem. Jiang Yi, when did you have a partner? I didn't know. Li Jiao stares in disbelief, her eyes full of accusations and disappointment. To her, Jiang Yi is just a bit cold. He's slow to warm up, but she is patient and willing to give him time to warm up to her. At this island singles event, her aunt told her Jiang Yi couldn't escape. This event was sure to bring her partner. She had waited so long and worked so hard for this event. But now, all her efforts seemed to be in vain. He is holding another female colleague's hand openly, with absolute possessiveness, defending her. This makes her look like a fool, and she realizes her love has been one-sided all along. How could he be so heartless? Comrade, who are you? When did I have a partner? What does that have to do with you? Jiang Ye's expression remains cold. He carefully searches his memory and feels there's no connection. Why does this female colleague look at him as if he's a heartbreaker? You, Li Jiao Jiao stomps her feet in anger. Because of Jiang Ye's icy attitude and his calm response, she feels deeply humiliated. She looks at the girl who is just as attractive in appearance, figure, and temperament as herself, and, upset, covers her face and runs away from this embarrassing scene. Sniff, sniff. Jiao Jiao, the short-haired girl quickly chases after her, glaring fiercely at the girl who is peeking. All because of the girl who suddenly appeared and took her friend's man. Unintentionally caught in the middle, Shin Man poked the man's waist and calmly explained. That woman cried. Oh, Jiang Yi grabbed her small hand that was causing trouble at his waist, his expression softened, full of tenderness. We're not close. No matter what others say, trust me. Let's just enjoy our little life. Hearing his words, Shin Man showed a satisfied smile and muttered softly. Male beauty is trouble. Huh? Jiang Yi is a martial artist. He is trained in martial arts all his life and has exceptional hearing. He only heard of beauty is trouble, but this was the first time hearing male beauty is trouble. It's nothing.
I'm hungry.
Let's eat first, then visit my brother. I also want to hear about his progress with my future sister-in-law. Shin Man realized she had spoken too much, but she spoke so softly that Jiang Yi could still hear her. Okay, Jiang Yi looked at his little girl a few more times. Her delicate face and beautiful appearance were tempting. She looked obedient, but her true nature was lively and cheerful. She knew her limits, when to act innocent, and when to be clever. When pushed too far, she would jump out like a little rabbit and bite. Is she two-faced? No. He liked all her sides, both shown and hidden. If she didn't care about him or trust him, how could she show any flaws? Tang Yuan, do you think Jiang Yi noticed anything? Meow. Master, which aspect are you referring to? Well, I'm not as innocent and harmless as I look. Meow. Master, I truly love you. Someone who cares about you will accept all your bad moods and flaws unconditionally. Really? Shin Man's gaze fell on the man lining up to serve food. The more she looked, the more her admiration and affection couldn't be hidden. Tang Yuan stretched lazily on her lap. Old Master Lu once said, people in love tend to develop love brain. Unilateral love often leads to trouble. Mutual love, however, is like a seasoning that keeps the relationship fresh and lasting. So look, isn't your master and the big boss exactly that kind of mutual love? After lunch, Jiang Yi accompanied the young girl to visit her future brother-in-law at the dormitory. On the way, he told her that their military marriage application had been approved by the leaders and the organization. As soon as the staff at the marriage registration office outside the island were working, they could go there to get their marriage certificate and officially become a married couple. They could also go to the housing area later to choose and reserve a house in advance, or else many other officers who successfully got together today might take the available homes. Finally, he shared good news. In 3 days, Grandpa would come by train, and then they could stay on the island with him for a long time, enjoying a healthy life. That's wonderful. Grandpa can attend our wedding. After hearing that their marriage had been approved, Shin Man's face naturally turned a little red. When she heard that Grandpa was coming, her expression showed a hint of surprise. It's so great that Grandpa escaped his hardships and can now live with them on the island. That's really good. She couldn't wait to share this happy news with her brother, Big Brother. However, when she reached the 5th floor, she saw something unforgettable. She quickly covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock.
Huh?
Pretty sister, are you kissing? Pei Yanting calmly put her right leg down from the man's shoulder, slowly tidied her rumpled white coat, and spoke softly, as if worried about scaring the delicate girl. Shinman's eyes sparkled as she looked at the elegant woman. Seeing her white coat, she guessed her identity. In the next second, without thinking, she enthusiastically greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Pei Yanting's expression changed from playful to slightly awkward when she heard this title. Man, don't call me that." "She's not." Lu Xiaobai's face turned bright red. He dared not look into his sister's innocent eyes and could only look at Jiang Yi for help, blinking desperately. "Help me." "Hello, pretty sister. I am your brother's attending doctor, Pei Yanting. Nice to meet you." Pei Yanting extended her right hand warmly, introducing herself harmlessly to the young girl. "The young girl is so beautiful. I really want to touch and squeeze her. Unfortunately, today is not the right time." "Nice to meet you." Shen Man smiled and extended her right hand to shake hands with her future sister-in-law. With that handshake, she felt the calluses on her future sister-in-law's palm. Noticing the curiosity of the pretty younger sister, Pei Yanting confidently opened her palm and explained, "They're from practicing shooting. I am a military doctor, and I sometimes go on business trips to support border areas." "Sister Yanting, you can shoot too?" "That's so impressive." Shen Man understood, and her future sister-in-law admired her even more. "Come play with me when you're free." "I'll teach you." Pei Yanting agreed immediately, not for any other reason, but because it was rare to meet a pretty girl who isn't afraid of her being a military doctor and looks at her with respect. The two became more friendly and shared many common topics. A military doctor has a well-known nickname, Ghost Seeing Worry. It means even if your intestines are spilling out, a military doctor can tie you up with their bare hands and put you back inside. As for stitching, they use whatever is available: glue, a soldering iron, pins, hairpins, anything useful at hand. No matter what, they can pull you back from the brink. Even ghosts would shake their heads and feel worried. Pei Yanting animatedly talked about the cases she treated on the border battlefield. Shen Man listened, both amazed and a little scared, but she couldn't help wanting to hear more. "Sister Yanting, what are the requirements for joining as a military doctor?" She felt a bit excited. Whether traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, it's all about saving lives and helping others. Through her future sister-in-law's stories, she developed a longing for the profession. Maybe she could try it? Man, being a military doctor is very tough. You need to learn life-saving skills, practice a lot, and the scenes can be quite bloody. "You." Pei Yanting stroked her smooth chin, surprised that the delicate-looking girl who seemed fragile had been studying traditional Chinese medicine since she was young. If she has no medical background, she wouldn't agree with her pretty sister studying medicine. She has personally experienced how tough it is to study medicine. "I'm not afraid," Shinman answered firmly, her eyes shining with love for the medical field. Hobbies and interests are the best teachers. Because she loves it, she can overcome all difficulties and stay committed to this path. "Okay, remember what you said. Our military hospital announces the exam registration every August. When the time comes, girls helping girls." Unlike her aggressive attitude in front of Lu Xiaobai, Pei Yanting is gentler and more patient with Shinman. People say same-sex repel each other, but here, it's the opposite. Jiang Yi saw this and quietly pulled the future brother-in-law, who was about to kneel down, away from the dormitory to the corridor outside. "My marriage report has been approved quickly. I want to take Man to the island next Monday to register and buy things for the wedding house. That soon?" "It seems Commander Duan really treats you like family," Lu Xiaobai muttered while taking a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one for himself and offering another to Jiang Yi. "I've quit smoking. I don't smoke anymore." Jiang Yi didn't comment. Commander Duan has always been very good to him, so his old retirement plan included taking care of him until the end. Also, Grandpa has left the capital and will arrive by train in 3 days. Perfect timing for the group wedding next week. "Grandpa is coming." Lu Xiaobai almost dropped the cigarette from his mouth, feeling surprised at first, then his smile faded. If the old man saw him looking so disheveled, he might get angry. "At least I'm your future brother-in-law. If Grandpa tries to scold me with his cane, can you say a few good words for me?" Lu Xiaobai's smile was insincere, acting like they are good brothers and he's not rejecting him. "No problem." Jiang Yi took a step back, avoiding the other's attempt to pat his shoulder. He didn't want that cigarette smell to get on him. Are you and Dr. Pei? She's just a troublemaker, coveting my body. We have no other relationship, Lu Xiaobai quickly denied, lowering his voice and begging. Please don't make things awkward for everyone by pairing us up. Flowers should be picked when in bloom. Don't wait until they wither and leave the branches empty. Although Jiang Yi has little dating experience, as someone who has been through it, he can see clearly. His future brother-in-law, though verbally dismissive and not fond of the idea, keeps stealing glances at Dr. Pei from time to time. If he truly had no feelings for Dr. Pei and found it boring, why would he feel so guilty? This is the classic case of the person involved being confused, while an outsider sees clearly. I know you're good at literature, but talking so fancy makes me think you're an old-fashioned scholar. Lu Xiaobai panicked, his hand trembling as he fumbled with the matchstick. Although he said this, his mind was filled with mixed feelings, like a jar of spices spilled open. Could it be that he's really falling for this mischievous girl? Pretty little sister, I have work to do, so I have to go now. Let's hang out another time. Pei Yanting, busy with her official duties, approached out of professional courtesy to check on Lu Xiaobai's healing. After chatting for a while, she stood up to leave. All right, Sister Yanting, take care. Whenever you're free, come visit more. She swallowed her last words. Now, people are very conscious of their reputation. Initially, she was worried that her future sister-in-law might be difficult to get along with. But after talking, she found they had many topics to discuss. Pei Yanting picked up her silver medical box, gently brushed aside the pretty sister's bangs, and couldn't help but pinch her porcelain-white face, smiling warmly. TSK, so tender. The little dumpling curled up in the bag dared not move, not knowing why, but whenever it saw Dr. Pei, it instinctively wanted to hide, hoping she wouldn't notice it. Seeing her evil hand kneading the owner's cheek, the timid little thing thought, if you're going to pinch the owner, don't touch me. Pei Yanting didn't seem interested in the fluffy creature and turned to leave without delay. Dr. Pei, take care. When Jiang and the pretty sister get married, remember to send me an invitation. I want to come and share some wedding wine. Next week at the group wedding. I'll definitely invite Dr. Pei. Yes, okay. I'll wait for good news. Pei Yanting greeted Jiang from the corridor, completely ignoring someone else. Lu Xiaobai, meanwhile, was smoking, inhaling and exhaling smoke while eavesdropping with one ear open. What happened next? The hope in my heart was dashed when the other person didn't respond and simply left, leaving me disappointed. Darn it. This girl is just a troublemaker, always teasing him and not talking to him properly. She is polite and normal when talking to others, but not with him. Blockhead. Jiang Yi saw through her, but didn't say anything, too tired to argue with his clueless future brother-in-law outside. Instead of wasting time staring at each other, he might as well take his little sister to the beach in the afternoon to enjoy collecting seashells and satisfy her enthusiasm. Big brother Sister Yanting is so bold and lively. In the future, don't call her a troublemaker. That's rude. Here comes a teasing comment from his younger sister, and he's on her side. Mon, it's not what you saw. Girl. Lu Xiaobai pouted, feeling wronged and unable to explain himself. Big brother, Grandpa is coming to the island soon. If he sees how you treat Sister Yanting, he will definitely wave his cane and scold you, Shinmon said softly, worried that her brother wouldn't remember clearly and wouldn't take it seriously, so she added vividly, I saw Grandpa hit Dad with his cane once. It was exactly 18 times, and Dad's back was bleeding. After speaking, she couldn't control her expression, her eyebrows and eyes curved, showing a row of cute teeth. How could she look like an innocent little bunny? She looked more like a clever little fox, smiling slyly. Lu Xiaobai suddenly realized that his sister was not an innocent little bunny after all. But he didn't think that was a bad thing. On the contrary, he was happy that his sister could protect herself. Big brother, I'm going to the beach with Jiang Yi to collect seashells. You stay in the dorm and rest well. Drink more water. It's good for your health. Shinmon quietly added some ingredients to the water jug on the table, hoping her brother would recover quickly. Otherwise, when Grandpa arrives on the island and sees his grandson's resilient spirit despite his injury, will he first wave his cane or feel heartache? It's all because that annoying brother spread rumors about her being a little chubby girl who loved playing in the mud when she was young. Got it. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head. Luckily, his sister only asked him to drink more water and didn't tell him to stay in the hospital. Jiang Yi held the little girl's hand and went downstairs. They weren't in a hurry to go fishing. First, they wanted to choose a house. After finding the house, they needed to buy furniture, bedding, and kitchenware. The more he thought about it, the more lively his mind became. His usually serious face softened surprisingly. If Shen Man hadn't reminded him, he might have completely lost focus and accidentally bumped into a tree trunk on the roadside. Shen Man quickly grabbed his arm to stop him from walking into the tree. She tiptoed and waved her hand in front of his distracted eyes. "Brother Jiang Yi?" The little girl's soft, sweet voice sounded like she was being playful, and it made people feel a little ticklish inside. "Sorry, I was distracted." Jiang Ye's eyes gradually cleared, and he felt a bit embarrassed but also secretly happy. They were very close now, with a faint orchid scent in the air. The subtle flirtation and his natural desire mixed together. Jiang Ye's only thought was that he really wanted to take the little girl to get their marriage certificate right away. That way, he could kiss her properly and openly.
Distracted?
Shen Man's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Then she reacted and silently stepped back a little. "Let's go quickly and find a good house. I want to go to the seaside to see the small fish." Tang Yuan likes to eat small fish. Meow. When Tang Yuan heard her name, her fluffy little head peeked out of the bag. She blinked her big eyes, seeming to agree with her owner. Yes, she liked to eat small fish too. Sea fish are so fresh. She wants to eat some. Jiang Ye's gaze fell on the slightly flustered little girl and the adorable, silly cat. He suddenly curved his lips. "No rush, take it step by step." In a few days, he would officially become her partner. Their interaction was very sweet, and anyone who saw it would smile knowingly. Sure enough, the staff responsible for housing arrangements in the logistics department saw Jiang Yi walking over with a new, very beautiful girl. They couldn't help but smile knowingly. "Xiao Jiang, waiting for the stars and the moon, I finally found someone for you. Is this your girlfriend?" Although they had already been told by the leader beforehand, she still asked to follow the proper procedure. "Yes, this is my partner, Shun Man Director Lu. My partner and I have already received approval for our marriage report. On Monday, I will take her to register at the island's marriage office. I'm here now to see if I can choose a house in the family housing area in advance. Would that be possible?" Jiang Yi nodded openly and honestly. After exchanging a few words, he sat down with the young girl on a bench to talk. "Of course you can. Since you came early, you can choose the type of house. I heard that the matchmaking event organized by Commissar Ji this afternoon has helped many find partners. When the military marriages are grouped together and a collective wedding is held, the houses will be assigned randomly. So, there's no need to worry." Director Lu kept talking as he took out a stack of documents from the cabinet. They showed the current layouts of the military family housing, indicating which houses were empty and which were occupied, very clear. Jiang Yi took the documents, first selecting a detached small courtyard to show the young girl, then flipping through some floor plans of the apartment buildings to get a sense of the options. Director Lu naturally brewed tea for both of them, pouring water. He was friendly but professional. "Little Jiang Lilshan, do you prefer lively places or quiet ones? I can go either way depending on what my partner prefers," Jiang Yi replied. He slightly bowed, took the teacup with both hands, first offering a cup to the young girl, then to himself. "Big sister Lu, I like quiet places. I want to live in a standalone small courtyard." Shen Man's voice was soft and gentle, sounding like beautiful pearls falling onto a jade plate, clear, melodious, and very distinctive. He couldn't help but think that if her voice were used on the radio for broadcasting scripts, it would be perfect. "Little Shun, call me sister. I won't hide it from you. There are a few small courtyards like that. Excluding 2 heavily guarded ones, which only a battalion commander can live in, there are just 2 adjacent courtyards." Director Lu's voice naturally softened as he patiently explained the details to the lovely young girl. Then, he selected small courtyards suitable for Jiang Yi from the documents and continued. "These 2 courtyards are similar in structure, both with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The kitchen is outside in the yard and the toilet is at the back of the yard. This was built in the 1950s, so there are no electrical wires inside, and the furniture has long been removed for firewood. It's just an empty shell. The roof and beams are fine. Last year, when the apartment complex was renovated, repairs were also made, so it's quite sturdy. There are a few coconut trees and some weeds in the yard. The azaleas are blooming beautifully, and the environment is peaceful. Overall, living in such a small yard means buying furniture yourself. There's no stove or iron pot, so everything needs to be purchased anew. Most people wouldn't want to spend so much money on that. As for Jiang Yi, he used to be a military officer, often on missions. He received good bonuses and allowances, so he has the means to buy everything again. After hearing this, Shunman fell into deep thought. The house is empty, just an empty shell. To others, it might seem unappealing. But for her, it's not a problem. She doesn't mind gradually setting up her little home and filling it with her belongings. Moreover, she's not short of money. Shunman pointed to one of the houses and firmly chose, "Brother Jiang Yi, I like this house. Let's take it."
Okay. ¿Quién quién?
It doesn't matter where he lives, as long as his little girl is with him. Since she chose, it's settled on this one. Please help me, Director Liu, to reserve this house. I'll come tomorrow to pick up the keys and see what I need to buy. All right, no problem. I'll reserve this house for you. Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch so it doesn't fall into someone else's hands. Director Liu looked at the couple, thinking that Jiang Ye's future was bright. Now that he had a wife, his prospects would be even better. Thank you. Sister Liu. Shunman took a sip of tea. It was bitter at first, but after swallowing, it tasted sweet. Bitter first, then sweet, just like her life. The two left the logistics department, hand in hand, walking confidently and leisurely. They continued until they reached the army gate, where they were stopped while fetching their bicycle. "Jiang Tuan, you're really easy to find. Why didn't you come to sign up? Commissar Ji kindly organized a matchmaking event, and you're not showing any respect?" The man was dressed in a military uniform, looking like a member of the Navy fleet. Shunman was not familiar with military ranks, but from the meaningful glance the other person cast over her gloomy eyes, she could sense that he was not here with good intentions. "Deputy Commander Qian, if I remember correctly, your late wife died from a difficult childbirth, and it hasn't been half a year yet, right? What's the matter? Are you free to mind my business? Or do you want to join a matchmaking event but are too proud to ask directly, so you're trying to drag me along? Well, there's no need for that. I've already found someone. Let me introduce her. My partner is Shunman, the younger sister of Captain Liu. When we have our group wedding, you're all invited to celebrate. In the past, Jiang Yi wouldn't bother arguing much. But now, a man's status in front of other men is like a woman's status among women. A husband's pride, a wife's honor. When he was alone, he didn't care about others' provocations. But now, he has someone a soft spot. He doesn't want his little girl to face even a little cold treatment, sneers, or bullying. Oh, Captain Liu's younger sister. Why is her surname Shun and not Liu? Deputy Commander Qian was openly insulted in front of everyone and looked a bit gloomy. Fortunately, he was prepared and wasn't afraid of Jiang Yi fighting back. "Comrade from the military group, is this road yours?" Shunman was offended. Her beautiful face darkened with a hint of anger. She gently squeezed Jiang Ye's hand, wanting to vent her frustration. Deputy Commander Qian was stunned by the question. After meeting her beautiful, glass-like eyes, he instinctively lowered his voice and stammered. "And no, the road is public property. It's not mine. Since the road isn't yours, why are you so concerned?" Shunman asked sarcastically with a hint of humor, causing the scene to fall silent for a few seconds before bursts of laughter erupted. Captain Zhang's partner was not only beautiful but also very cultured. She didn't curse or swear. "Look at that." Deputy Commander Qian's face turned as red as pig liver. "You, smooth talker, truly the descendant of a capitalist family." Deputy Commander Qian snorted coldly, unable to contain his anger any longer, and revealed the information he had gathered. One thing was certain. He wouldn't have a good time, and Jiang Yi wouldn't either.
What?
A descendant of a capitalist family, a small spark caused a big wave, and more people gathered to watch. There were officers, soldiers, local single women from the island, and women who had come from outside the island after hearing the news. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Tuan with surprise and suspicion, carefully watching the beautiful girl he was protecting. Capitalists are hated by everyone. Their elders, friends, and family. Has no one been exploited by capitalists in their family history? If Jiang Tuan's partner is a descendant of a capitalist, does that mean he is still fit to be the leader of this group? Is he still fit to be a soldier? Jiang Yi looked down from above, scanning the hidden glances around him with sharp eyes. He felt calm inside. Are you afraid? No, I am not. He looked at Qian Honglu with disdain. It was as if he was saying, you've prepared your best move for a long time. But it's only this much? Shen Man remained calm. Not only was she not afraid, but she also smiled sweetly and surprisingly admitted, yes, I am a descendant of a capitalist. How arrogant. Instead of feeling ashamed of being a capitalist's descendant, she was boldly acting as if to say, so what if I am?
What can you do about it?
Just when Qian Honglu thought he had stirred things up enough to take control and ruin Jiang Ye's reputation, the pretty girl continued speaking. Have you ever heard of what a red capitalist is? Red capitalist? Some officials attracted by the commotion, including Commissar Ji, also heard this. He was originally worried that Jiang Ye's partner might cause trouble for him. He was thinking about whether to have someone take her away to calm the situation. But in the next second, he heard the term red capitalist. What is a red capitalist? Are there red and white capitalists? Qian Honglu sneered, thinking this little girl was just struggling to survive, and his tone was full of disdain. Shut up. Suddenly, one of the high-ranking officials present, Commander Han Zhengqing, interrupted. He was the highest-ranking officer on the island besides Major Duan. When he appeared, his powerful presence made everyone at the scene hold their breath and step back, clearing the way.
Commander Han.
Qian Honglu saw who was coming and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. How could she be attracted here? Looking at her stance, it seems like... Little G, explain to everyone what a red capitalist is. Commander Han looked around with cold eyes. His expression softened a bit only when he saw the curious girl examining him. She really looks like her mother. Understood. Commissioner G looked serious, stood at attention, and saluted. Then he turned to the crowd and, with a grateful tone, explained what a red capitalist is. Yes, Shun Man's ancestors were capitalists, wealthy landowners, from a famous scholarly family during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. Later, after the fall of the Qing, during times of chaos and hardship, many brave people united to start countless movements to save the country. During this period, Shun's family head, Shun Qingxi, Shun Man's great-grandfather, quietly supported students involved in these movements. Moreover, in later wars, 2 talented members of the Shin family joined the Air Force as pilots. Other relatives also eagerly signed up for the army, many sacrificing their lives heroically. Later, they even sold family property to support the Red Army in fighting. The generals at that time wanted to take IOUs, but Shun Man's great-grandfather refused. A family with blood, loyalty, and dedication to New China, these red capitalists are worth respecting and honoring. So, Shun Man is not a selfish descendant of capitalists, but a descendant of red capitalists with a proud family history. People's prejudices are like a big mountain. Without knowing the full story, they don't speak. Once they learn the truth and details, everyone respectfully admires Shun Man's entire family. Many of them had read history books and knew that during that special era, the first Air Force pilots were all from noble families. They fought bravely for their beliefs and for New China, risking everything without hesitation. What were they just doing? They were incited and almost bullied the descendants of those who had contributed. Shame, embarrassment, and regret flooded over them. Many realized their mistake and lowered their heads in shame. Sorry, a soft apology sounded, followed by more. Everyone involved, whether male or female, bowed to apologize to Shin Man. Qian Honglu's face looked very unhappy, full of panic and silence. He knew his military career was over from this moment on. Commander Han's eyes were sharp and unforgiving. He had made a serious mistake. All right, everyone. I know you didn't mean to suspect me maliciously. You were just misled by someone. On behalf of my ancestors, I forgive your rashness. Shen Man stepped forward confidently, nodded slightly, and spoke calmly. Wasn't Deputy Commander Qian trying to use public opinion to attack Brother Jiangyi? So she fought back. Was that too much? Thank you, leader, and thank you, Commissar Ji, for clearing my family's name. You're welcome. You are a descendant of someone who has contributed, and you shouldn't be smeared with dirt. In the future, if you encounter anyone disrespectful at the family compound, you can always ask Jiangyi to come to me. Commander Han's attitude was surprising. Those who knew him well understood that he had never been so kind and friendly before, especially not in defending a young girl like this. Thank you, leader. Shen Man didn't refuse or show politeness. She accepted his kindness gracefully. As for Jiangyi, he seemed expressionless, but was secretly pleased. Your family, Jiangyi. This wasn't the first time he heard people say that. His little girl could handle trouble herself and even resolve conflicts without fighting, taking down troublemakers. Such skills, in his previous life, would have made her a perfect head of the household. He felt no fear, only pride and admiration. How many more sides of his little girl did he not see? Everyone disperse now. The social gathering will start soon. Hurry and find your seats. Commissioner Ji spoke appropriately, dispersing the crowd. He smiled on the outside but cursed Qian Honglu's foolish actions inside. He had put so much effort into today's event. He almost lost everything because of that. Once the important work was done, he wouldn't let the other person go easily. Commander Han looked at Shen Man deeply, as if through her, he was remembering someone from the past. Let's go. Got it. Everyone left without paying attention to Qian Honglu, following the top leader directly. They all knew clearly that exposing Shen Man's identity in front of everyone was actually aimed at Jiang Tuan. Now, trying to sneak something and failing, they also got remembered by the leader. What future could they have now? Ding ding ding. Jiangyi didn't bother to give Qian Honglu any attention. Doing wrong always leads to self-destruction. He only knew Shen Man's identity through official background checks. How did Qian Honglu find out? Without him needing to act, someone else would handle this kind of person. Man, get in the car. Okay, the afternoon breeze carried the scent of flowers and warmth. But Qian Honglu felt a coldness spreading from his feet. He was finished. Although a little delayed, it didn't affect the main task. When Shen Man and the others arrived at the seaside fully prepared, the tide had already gone out. Unfamiliar seabirds were resting on nearby rocks, occasionally pecking at shellfish. Puddles of water, some deep and some shallow, rippled with waves. The seawater in the puddles was much clearer today than yesterday. Shen Man chose a spot and started using tongs to poke at the cracks under the rocks. This was something Xiao Hai had taught her yesterday. When she saw bubbles coming out of holes, she shouldn't use her hands to poke recklessly. It was better to test the depth with tongs first, and if there was something inside, then carefully use gloves to remove it. Listening to advice and eating well, Shen Man poked and probed, feeling something hard and moving. She guessed it was a shellfish, like a crab. Let me try. Jiangyi examined the bubbles coming out of the hole, then helped the girl rest beside him. He inserted his gloved finger into the hole and explored briefly, then pulled it out quickly. On his index finger, there was a proud-looking crab, about the size of a palm. Not small. Wow, today we won't be empty-handed. Shen Man happily held out her empty bucket. Good start. If she caught one, she could catch two. They had 4 hours this afternoon to have fun. Meow. Tang Yuan peeked out from its owner's bag, acting cute. Master, I want to eat fish. Is Tang Yuan craving fish? Jie put the spoils into a plastic bucket, looking at the person and cat in front of him with affection. He thought, pets really do follow their owners. Meow. Master, the boss is like a parasite in your stomach. The cat's natural instinct is to like fish. Let's see if there's any fish around. Shen Manhua gently patted Tang Yuan's head and said, What are you saying? Brother Jia is not a parasite in my stomach. Parasites are such disgusting creatures. Jie stroked his chin, feeling a bit uneasy as he noticed a flicker of dislike in his little girl's eyes. At night, he looked for a razor to shave. He never thought about finding a partner before. Life was rough, but okay. Now that he has someone, he worries that if he wants to kiss her, poking her delicate cheek might not be good. Brother Jieyi, come quickly. I saw a small fish about the size of a palm. Come look and see if it's edible. All right, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Jieyi was happily fishing by the sea with his favorite girl. At the same time, the matchmaking event at the army gate was going smoothly. More than 500 people participated, and 153 couples successfully paired up. That means over 300 men and women found partners. 1/3 of them held ranks like platoon leader, deputy battalion commander, or deputy regiment commander. According to the Army's housing allocation rules, these 1/3 could bring their partners, no, their newlywed wives, to live in the assigned family housing after the wedding. The family housing was made of concrete and steel, with 5 floors. Each floor had 2 units, each with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Next to the stairs, there were 2 stoves, and water was supplied through the taps for half an hour in the morning and evening. The first floor was not for residents. It was divided into male and female baths, each with a toilet. Compared to the old, dilapidated courtyards everywhere, these apartment-style homes in the family housing were the ideal place for military wives. The other 2/3 of the people, whose ranks weren't high enough yet to qualify for the family housing, had to keep working hard. They could start dating, get engaged, and married. When their rank increased later, they could move into the family housing with their families. More than 200 others, for various reasons, either didn't find the right person or liked someone who didn't like them back. At around 4 o'clock, Commissar G announced that this matchmaking event had successfully concluded. They would hold it again next year. Some people were happy because they achieved what they wanted, while others felt disappointed because they gained nothing. And some had already been taken to the interrogation room for questioning and tea. Comrade Shinman's background information was urgently reviewed and personally delivered to Commander Duan by me, the head of the communications department. Deputy Commander Qian, how did you find out about Shinman's background? Who leaked this information? Or, do you have another hidden identity? Inside the airtight interrogation room, the heat was oppressive, making everyone sweat. A faint smell of sourness filled the air. The person tied under the bright light was soaked in sweat and looked very embarrassed and miserable. I'll tell everything, he said. Qian Honglu couldn't take it anymore. After harsh questioning, he confessed. It turned out he had an old lover in the communications department, someone he had been seeing for a year. His wife died during childbirth, leaving him lonely. His needs grew, and they met secretly from time to time. During their last meeting, he overheard her mention that Jiang Tuan had submitted a marriage report. The person involved had some issues. She was a descendant of a capitalist family. So he planned to expose Jiang Yi publicly this afternoon, to shame him and make him step down as a leader. He thought that would be enough to end his career. But they never expected that this capitalist, unlike red capitalists, was fundamentally different. Not only did he fail to shame Jiang Yi, but he ended up trapping himself instead. When the head of the communications department heard this, he was completely stunned, because the person Qian Honglu mentioned was actually a young female colleague recently married. If Qian Honglu was telling the truth, this scandal would be huge, an absolute scandal. Soon after, the second person was brought into the interrogation room. Later that afternoon, Jiang Yi took his young daughter back to the unit for dinner. Passing by the notice board, I saw a military announcement criticizing Officer Qian and Ms. Yi for an improper extramarital affair, as well as abuse of power. The handling results were also posted. The ink on the notice was still fresh, and the writing was sharp. It was clear that the person who wrote this big poster was feeling very upset. All right, the annoying person has been punished. Let's send these seafood items to the cafeteria. Maybe we'll get to eat them tomorrow. Shinman read quickly, without much feeling. It proves that bad people will eventually be punished. As long as you've done wrong, you'll be exposed and judged sooner or later. Jiang Yi couldn't help but gently rub the little girl's head. His heart was filled with happiness. Once someone is in your heart, there's no room for anyone else. He liked her, wanted physical contact, and desired more and more. Jiang Yi, little sister, just as their atmosphere grew more intimate, aloud, carefree voice called out to them, breaking the romantic moment. Big brother? Shinman turned around and saw her cheerful older brother leaning on a cane and bouncing happily. She waved happily. Big brother, can you come downstairs? Of course. I've been healthy since I was young. This small injury has already healed. Brother, are you going to the cafeteria? Can I go with you? Won't I disturb your time together? No, brother. Look, these seafood items were caught by me and Jiang Yi. We also caught several octopuses this afternoon, almost getting inked. I heard someone named Qian caused trouble for you this afternoon. That annoying person? It's nothing. A leader stepped in to handle it, so I wasn't affected. Next time, you must protect yourself first. Don't try to be brave. Got it, brother. Jiang Yi was there too. Well, with him around, I don't need my real brother anymore. That's not true. I'm your brother, and Jiang Yi is different. Having more people to love and protect me is a good thing. Shin Man and her brother walked ahead, while Jiang Yi carried a plastic bucket a few steps behind, giving the siblings some private time. But instinctively, he kept his ears open, quietly listening to their secret talk. Once again, I want to clarify that he didn't want to listen. His ears automatically perked up, and the sound naturally entered his ear canal. Alright, even though Jiang Yi is usually cold and distant, I can tell he's really different when it comes to you. But if he dares to bother you, just tell me. I can't fight him alone, but I can call our brothers from the team to help. We'll stand our ground and wear him down. Got it. Thank you, big brother. You're the best. Shin Man leaned on her brother's right arm, feeling both sweet and a little amused by his caring words. Knowing she couldn't win in a fight, she still wanted to stand up for herself, even bringing a group of brothers to help. It was hard to tell if her brother was clever or just brave. By the way, big brother, are you and Sister Yanting together? Kids shouldn't ask about grown-up matters. Lu Xiaobai looked around nervously, worried someone might overhear. Big brother, I'm an adult now, and I'm about to get engaged to Jiang Yi. I'm not a kid anymore. Shin Man glared at her brother, annoyed. She could tell he was hiding something. When her brother heard the name Yanting, he puffed up like a rooster ready to fight, holding his head high. It was obvious he cared a lot, but was pretending not to. Was he in love, or just jealous? Anyway, I don't think I'll be with her. It seems she already has a fiancé. Lu Xiaobai's voice was a bit gloomy, tinged with frustration and jealousy. Huh? Shin Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Was her brother the third wheel in her love story? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Isn't that like being a secret lover? Ahem. He hadn't heard anything. Did you ask Sister Yanting directly? Shin Man thought Yanting was confident and capable, with a kind and caring aura, like a healer with a good heart. She seemed honest and straightforward, not the kind of woman who would cheat or be unfaithful. Could her brother have misunderstood? Impossible to mistake. I overheard her talking to a colleague. She said she already has a fiancé and is quite happy. Lu Xiaobai's tone was filled with jealousy, though he didn't realize it. Seeing this, Shin Man rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Her brother, although the same age as Jiang Yi, was still childish in his thinking. Clearly, he cares about Sister Yanting, yet he allows her to touch him and even says he doesn't like it? I don't believe it. Alright, let's eat first. After we finish, I will take Man back to the guest house to rest. Jiang Yi doesn't want to delay his future brother-in-law's personal matters during their meal. He steps forward, takes the girl's hand, and leaves after saying a few words. Hey, wait for me. Jiang Yi, I am your big brother-in-law. You have to listen to me in the future, or I'll have my sister teach you a lesson. Jiang Yi raises an eyebrow and leaves a meaningful remark. Oh, respect is good, but obedience is better. Lu Xiaobai stands still for a moment before realizing, wow, this is a wise old man, amazing. Being scolded by his sister seems to be a kind of fun. The next Sunday, after Jiang Yi gets the key to the small courtyard, he goes ahead to check the place. No, he's cleaning it. The house has been in use for years, so it's quite dusty. He cleans the ceiling, the spider webs on the windows, and the rat holes in the corners. Fortunately, there's no furniture, so after cleaning and opening the windows for fresh air, it's finally livable. Besides cleaning, he plans to ask the logistics department in the afternoon to build a shower room in the front yard. He also wants to get a stainless steel tub and make a simple water pumping device. The outdoor toilet is dirty, so he plans to build a water tank to pump water. It might cost more, but for the girl's future comfort, spending a little money is worth it. Additionally, fresh water on the island is scarce. The family compound and the dormitories in the army only allow water use in the mornings and evenings for half an hour. That might be enough for others, but he found an unused well in the yard. It's full of mud, dry leaves, and debris. If he cleans it up, the well water could be drinkable. Then the girl can get fresh water anytime, without worries about water supply. After inspecting the house where they will live for many years, Jong-yi leaves lightly, locks the door, and first goes to Commander Duan's office. He applies to borrow a military transport truck for tomorrow to move furniture. Then he takes away a stack of old newspapers from the corner of Commander Duan's office. He modestly said, "Our home has nothing but walls. I try to save a little money. I knew you wouldn't bring anything good. Wait a moment, here, I support you. I've prepared some things for your little girl, your young wife. You should cherish her and not treat her badly." Commander Duan took out a stack of various receipts and bills from his pocket, some small, some large. It was clear that this was all he could give. Jong-yi took the items, weighed them, and felt mixed emotions. He quickly adjusted his mood and promised, "Got it. When we have children, I'll definitely consider you as a godfather and let you take care of them. Get lost, stop bothering me, I'm busy working." Hearing this, Commander Duan felt both happy and a little strange. Despite being a leader for many years and being quick-witted, he was annoyed and told him to leave. Got it. Jong-yi put the items in his pocket, carried the newspaper, and left the office in a good mood. Everyone else gave a thumbs up. Only he dared to provoke the commander without getting into trouble. If they weren't from different families and places, they might even suspect Jong-yi was the illegitimate child of someone inside. At the guest house, since this morning, Shinman's door had been knocked on repeatedly. It was from people who saw Deputy Captain Qian causing trouble yesterday afternoon but left unscathed, even gaining the upper hand. They came to say hello or socialize, mostly confirming that they would stay for the upcoming group wedding. She couldn't just frown and turn people away. As long as they were polite and sincere, she would smile and chat a few words. People need to get along. Don't underestimate wife diplomacy. It helps distinguish closeness or distance and is very useful for socializing with officers' spouses in the military. It wasn't until Jong-ye's brother came to pick her up that she could leave. If you don't like socializing, you can refuse. Don't force yourself. Jong-yi was somewhat chauvinistic by nature, but not much. Mostly, he just cared about his little girl. It's okay. I can handle it. I don't want to be a clingy person. I want to be Jong-ye's good wife and also an independent individual. Shinman wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her face against him. The gentle reply was soft but clear enough for the man to hear. Okay, if you're tired, remember to tell me. I won't interfere with your decisions, as long as you take good care of yourself. Jong-ye's love was genuine and sincere. They reached an understanding about this matter without further words. Later, they parked the car at the military district gate. Jong-yi held her hand and led her to the cafeteria for a meal, briefly talking about the small courtyard they had been assigned to. Shin-man admired the man's energy. After a busy morning cleaning up, he still took time to plan the inside and outside of the small yard. If it were her, she would be at a loss. After lunch, they arrived at the bare courtyard. Suddenly, the man took out a roll of notes from his pocket and handed it to her. She was surprised. Brother Jong-yi, I thought you already gave me your allowance. What's this? This is a subsidy from Commander Duan for us. Jong-yi mentioned Commander Duan, his eyes softening a little. He is my mentor and father figure. He has no children or relatives. When he retires, would you be willing to take care of him and see him off in his old age? Of course. As a respected elder approved by Brother Jong-yi, we will take care of him and support him in his later years. Shin-man naturally agreed. Her brother had privately told her that Jong-yi was brought back from Wolf Mountain by Commander Duan, who had cared for him like a wild child at the time. Jong-ye's background was a mystery and a sensitive topic she was told not to ask about or investigate. Now, Jong-yi was doing well, and that was enough. Tomorrow I've applied for a transport truck. I'll drive to pick you up from the guest house. Bring the notes and money. We need to buy quite a few things. Yes, yes. Let's plan what to buy. I have a pencil in my bag. I'll write a rough list on some old newspaper so we won't forget and have to make a second trip. Okay? I'll follow your plan. A gentle breeze swept through, and the 2 coconut trees in the yard rustled softly. Everything was just right, the timing of their meeting. He was glad he was the one to pick up the girl. The dumpling was not a troublemaker, just feeling itchy, so it jumped out of the bag and climbed up the coconut tree. Small coconut tree, got it. Climbing up didn't make her feel scared, but everyone who has climbed coconut trees for years knows that it's just a single trunk with no branches. Apart from the crown, there are no footholds anywhere else. Meow. She was so frightened she almost peed herself. She's afraid of heights. Master. Help the kitty. Shin Man heard the noise and instinctively looked at her bag on her waist.
Huh?
Where's Tang Yuan? Meow. Master, look up. I'm on the tree above your head. Shin Man looked up, confused. Why is Tang Yuan climbing so high? And she's always been a gentle lady since she was young. She wouldn't climb trees. It was Zhang Yi who thought of a way. He took down the old clothesline under the eaves, tied her bag to one end, stretched out his arm, and encouraged Tang Yuan to climb down a bit. Then, with teamwork, they safely caught the little thing. Meow. She was so scared she decided she would never climb a tree again. For the bed, Shun Man thought a size of about 1.5 meters would be good. Zhang Yi insisted on a larger bed, 1.8 meters, in the master bedroom. She didn't want a wardrobe, closet, or dressing mirror. She preferred a long table, about 1.2 meters by 60 centimeters. On the table, she wanted to place a mirror for daily use, just to check her hair in the morning. When buying a dressing mirror, she also wanted matching drawers, cabinets, and a chair. But they wouldn't be used often and would just gather dust. A long table could also serve as a desk. She planned to add a chair, a coat rack, and a shoe rack. Besides the master bedroom, there was the second bedroom. The second bedroom was on the left side, separated from the master bedroom by a living room, which was the main hall. She wanted a bed about 1.5 meters, a wardrobe, and a long table. Same as before, a chair, a coat rack, and a shoe rack. In the main hall, she planned to buy an 8-treasure table for chairs, a set of tea utensils, and 6 cups, just right. Then there was the kitchen. She would prepare seasonings, a kitchen knife, a cutting board, and 6 sets of dishes and chopsticks for emergencies. A cast iron pot, a coal stove, and tongs. For washing up, she would get a wash basin and a bathtub. No need for a shower. As Zhang Yi said, he would build a shower room in the corner of the yard, along with a water flush toilet. She still needed to buy foot basins, 2 or 3 for her grandfather as well. Tooth mug, toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and towels. There is also soapberry powder. At this time, a 2-kilogram bucket of soapberry powder is still very affordable. Looking over everything, there are really quite a few things to buy. Zhang Yi was quite foresight. He borrowed a truck, or else how could they bring everything back? Add 5 jin of oil, 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour. I'll ask my restaurant friends to help get some eggs. Shunman paused her note-taking, looking a bit worried. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm not very good at cooking or frying food. Zhang Yi thought carefully and replied, It's okay, I'll learn. I'll add a few bundles of noodles to the list. Later, I'll teach you how to cook noodles. If one day I'm busy with work and don't come home, and you don't want to go out, just cook some noodles to eat. When I return, I'll make you something delicious. Brother Zhang Yi, why are you so kind? Shin Man originally just wanted to create a simple, inexperienced cook persona for herself. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi not only accepted it, but also wanted to teach her how to survive. What should she do? She felt her feelings for him grow a little more. Fool, you're my partner, my future wife. Who else should I be good to if not you? Zhang Ye's voice was gentle. He looked down at his little girl with steady eyes. In her previous life, in the Grand Marquis's mansion, there were hundreds of maids and servants. They didn't need to wash clothes or cook. They had maids to do everything. Now, in this era, an era of democracy, open-mindedness, and equality, Old social customs and old ideas are no longer welcome. He had undergone military training and embraced new culture. He had let go of his past life. Now he was no longer alone. He had a partner, a fiancé soon to be married. Her older brother was his brother-in-law. Her grandfather was his grandfather. Her father, he would treat her father the same way. But he was truly grateful to her stepmother, Zhang Xuemei, thanks to her planning for her biological daughter to marry into the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met his destined soulmate, would he? If they ever meet again, he would definitely express his gratitude. As for that rival he had never met, he thought, let him just live happily with his current wife. It's best if they never meet and he never sees his little girl. It took the whole afternoon. Shun Man supervised as her brother used newspaper to cover the walls of 2 rooms. She watched Jiang Yi, her brother, bring tools, jump down a dry well, and dig for 2 hours. He transported out a lot of mud, which smelled bad. She pinched her nose and stayed far away. I say, Jiang Yi, why go through all this trouble? Why not ask the logistics team to buy some materials and connect the water pipe directly? Why bother digging the well? The water faucet has limited supply time. If the well can be cleaned, I can buy a water pump and set it up next to the well. Then Man can use water anytime. Isn't that better? Jiang Ye's clothes were dirty, and his face looked a bit messy. But his actions and behavior made Lu Xiaobai look at him differently. Forget it, no harm done. He was thinking about his sister, clearing obstacles for her. As her brother from her maternal family, he couldn't cause her trouble. Is the yard next door still empty? Yes, it's empty.
Why?
Do you want it? I'm just asking. I don't even have a partner. What are you thinking? Some people are just stubborn. They care but don't admit it. Jiang Yi, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tell my sister to put salt in your food. You'll be so salty you'll regret it. Man wouldn't do that to me. Be careful. You might miss your chance, and you'll regret it later. 2 grown men, almost 50 years old, were arguing back and forth by the well. Shen Man rolled her eyes in disgust, but Jiang Yi couldn't see her. As for her older brother, it didn't matter. Family wouldn't expose her pretending to be innocent. Lu Xiaobai didn't know if he was convinced or if his sister's honest nature confused him. He suddenly said, I need to change my wound dressing at the hospital. I'll go ahead. Shen Man saw Jiang Yi climb out of the well smoothly. Even with his messy clothes, he looked handsome. She couldn't help but pinch her nose and signal for him to bend down. She used her handkerchief to wipe his face. Jiang Yi, do you think my brother and sister Yanting can be together? Jiang Yi bent down and kindly replied, people who are meant to be will be together sooner or later. His voice was clear and fresh. He let the young girl do her thing on his face. You're right. Shun Mansion nodded in agreement. Just like she and brother Jiang Yi, originally from very different places, would never have crossed paths. But fate brought them together. Their connection grew, and with family blessings, they became a couple.
All right, I'm dirty.
I'll go to the nearby pond to clean up. You can wander around the yard. I'll be back soon. Jiang Yi took the handkerchief the girl used to wipe his sweat. It was a clean, good handkerchief, but now it was dirty. He planned to wash it, dry it, and keep it. When it's clean, he wouldn't give it back to the girl. He might need it someday. Oh, Shen Mansion didn't doubt him. After watching Jiang Yi leave, she walked a few steps toward the well, peeking inside.
Wow.
It's so deep. The water well, previously blocked by dead leaves and dirt from a withered tree, now revealed its true form. From her estimate, it's about 10 meters deep. The well walls are made of blue bricks, arranged in a rustic pattern, giving an old-fashioned feel. At the bottom, murky water is slowly rising. Tang Yuan, the little creature, also came over with its small head. Using its mental power, it checked the water's ingredients and made a conclusion. Meow Master, this well contains living water from the earth's veins. After purification, the water is safe to drink. How do you purify it? Under Jiang Ye's scientific explanation, Shun Mansion learned about the island's water shortage. Several reservoirs are still under construction, and the water supply system isn't fully complete. So, the tap water is only available at certain times. If this well can be used, she won't have to worry about water shortages anymore. She can bathe, wash her hair, and use water whenever she wants. Meow Master, the fairy lotus in the space, can be pulled out by its root. When placed into the well, it will turn into a lotus root. By dripping spiritual liquid into it daily, for a month, the lotus root will firmly root itself at the bottom and purify the water. After hearing this, Shun Mansion couldn't help but hug Tangyuan and give it a kiss. Truly, her space's spirit tool had pointed her in the right direction. He added one more drop of the spiritual liquid, then waited patiently. When Jiang Yi returned, his clothes were cleaned. They weren't perfectly spotless, but they looked much cleaner. I'm ready. I'll take you to the cafeteria for a meal, then send you back to the guest house. Sleep early tonight, so you can wake up early tomorrow. Okay, I trust you. Shunman had no objections. To her, this man was definitely trustworthy. She didn't nitpick. She was easygoing and content. If she could enjoy being cared for and loved in every way, why bother worrying so much? The old wooden door creaked as it closed, the hinges making a loud noise. Jiang Yi crouched down to check and said, "It's nothing serious. Tomorrow, I'll add some tongue oil to the hinges to make them smoother and reduce friction." Shunman looked at the man with admiration and praised, "Brother Jiang Yi, how do you know so much?" "I only know a little. Mainly, when something happens, don't panic. First, find the cause, the source." Jiang Yi chuckled softly, happy to be praised. Then, he gently guided her, knowing she was still young. He's 6 years older than her. In the future, whether it's daily life or social skills, he will carefully explain things to her. She doesn't need to be very skilled, just to understand a little and know some basics. If something unexpected happens one day and he's not around, he hopes she can protect herself. Shun Man's gaze unconsciously stayed on the man, a tingling feeling spreading in her heart. Compared to men who only show concern with words but do nothing practical, hoping women will change, she preferred this steady, guiding, mature man. While the young couple's relationship was smooth sailing, Lu Xiaobai at the military hospital faced rejection. He took the initiative to visit, wanting to clarify things with Pei Yanting, but she wasn't there. He waited and waited until night fell, but she still didn't show up. Damn it, he knew she was just playing around, teasing him. He even hoped she had some genuine feelings for him, that she was interested in him. One act of initiative, and he was left waiting all afternoon. His passionate heart gradually cooled. He looked deeply at the window on the second floor of the hospital, then limped away with a grim face. Meanwhile, behind the curtains by the window on the second floor, a slender, delicate figure leaned against the window. With long, fair fingers holding a thin cigarette, she exhaled smoke that curled around her nose, giving off a faint tobacco scent. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Cough, cough. A young nurse brought a plate of fruit, cut and ready. She was first startled by the smoke and coughed, then muttered, "Dr. Pei, why do you hide in your office to smoke so much? The person downstairs is left. Why don't you see him? You're still young and don't understand men's bad habits. The more you chase, the less they care." Pei Yanting smiled gently as she explained. She and Lu Xiaobai had this kind of relationship. Their feelings hadn't made much progress, but his change in attitude might be a sign of a new beginning. She couldn't always be the one to make the effort. It was time to make him feel a little anxious and uncertain.
Huh?
The young nurse looked confused. Was she still young? She was already 20 years old. Dr. Pei was so mean. Teasing her male colleagues was one thing, but teasing her too. Lu Xiaobai, who was determined and resilient, was so angry he skipped dinner and limped back to his dorm. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi came back so early today and was even stylishly shaving. "You said before that having a beard makes you look more manly? Big brother, why did you die before you even succeeded? Is Dr. Pei ignoring you because of your temper?" Jiang Yi wore a white tank top. The evening breeze was cool, but for a strong, energetic man like him, it was nothing. Hearing his soon-to-be brother-in-law's sarcastic words, he knew this guy was probably feeling ignored. Lu Xiaobai curled his lips, pulled out a chair, and sat down casually, confidently asking, "Jiang Yi, I'm your brother-in-law. Shouldn't you help me analyze this?
Tell me what you think.
Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, put down his razor, took a damp handkerchief given by a young girl, gently wrung it out, and wiped his smooth chin. I suspect Pei Yanting is deliberately teasing me to make me mess up. Her attitude towards me is unpredictable. It doesn't seem like she's serious about a relationship. Rather, she acts like a tool, using me and then discarding me. Lu Xiaobai scratched his head. Anyway, he had already been humiliated in front of her, so now, when it came to feelings, he felt he couldn't hide anything from her. It was better to let her be his advisor, analyze the situation, and give him guidance. Jiang Yi watched the two argue, and his face showed many expressions. He didn't understand. It was obvious that his future brother-in-law's intelligence had been taken over. Clearly, she was provoking him, playing with him, teasing him, then pulling him into her trap, trying to make him fall for her. Pei Yanting, this female military doctor, is really clever. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Otherwise, his little sister would still like her. If they became enemies, his sister would be very sad for a long time. Lu Xiaobai was getting frustrated. He angrily asked the absent-minded man, "Jiang Yi, are you listening to me?" "Listening." Thinking of a plan, Jiang Yi thought quickly and calmly analyzed the situation for his future brother-in-law, making a plan. A few minutes later, "Are you sure this will work?" After hearing Jiang Yi's analysis and plan, Lu Xiaobai suddenly understood. He was angry but also secretly pleased, feeling a bit proud. She is scheming against him so cunningly, using all sorts of tricks. Doesn't that mean she cares about him and is determined to win him over? Isn't she crazy about him? Trust me, this will be quick and effective. You won't always be led around by the nose. Jiang Yi shrugged and rolled his eyes dismissively. He observed his future brother-in-law's reaction, worried that their relationship might be difficult and that their future married life would be unstable. How did he not notice before that his future brother-in-law was so clever? Thanks. Lu Xiaobai imagined the plan happily, feeling great, completely forgetting his earlier confusion. In fact, his fighting spirit and desire to conquer were also stirred up. Jiang Yi was too lazy to argue further. He went to pour some water, ignoring his silly-looking future brother-in-law. Love can make people forget logic. He didn't mock her because he knew he wasn't much better. However, his little sister is obedient and gentle, unlike Dr. Pei, who is fierce. Everyone has their own preferences. He only focused on his own small piece of land and didn't want to interfere too much in others' love and hate conflicts. Recently, Xinman had become a bit distracted, spending most of her time bonding with brother Jiang Yi and going to the beach. She hadn't paid much attention to managing her space. The spiritual liquid and seeds in the space were all taken care of by Tang Yuan, the adorable cat. Meow. Meow, I want to eat egg cakes. When you go shopping with the boss tomorrow, can you buy some for me? Of course. You are my most precious pet. Not only egg cakes, but if you want yellow croaker fish, I'll get that for you too. Xinman cuddled Tang Yuan on the soft bed for a while. Tang Yuan shyly purred and kneaded her. Then she stopped. She looked at some stories in her space for a while. Feeling a bit sleepy, she left the space and lay on the bed at the guest house, pulling the blanket tight to sleep. Maybe because in the coming week, more soon-to-be military wives would stay at the guest house. The boiler room was burning charcoal. The warm air traveled through pipes into each room, making it cozy and ensuring a good night's sleep. That night, some people felt happy, others worried. At dawn, the sea surface shimmered with golden light, and the sonar on the passing ferry made a humming sound. A new day began. Jiang Yi had kept a routine of waking up at 6 a.m. for years. He would wash up for 5 minutes, jog slowly to the dining hall for breakfast, then do various training exercises on the sports field. Since Deputy Commander Qian Honglu was dismissed, his military unit was short of a deputy. Besides injured Lu Xiaobai, there were 5 company commanders and deputy company commanders. He gathered these 5 leaders for a meeting to discuss the upcoming management plan for the troops. Finally, he announced that they should all prepare, as in half a month, they would be evaluated. The assessment included combat plans and skills, physical fitness, teamwork, and command ability. The 5 listened and showed gratitude and excitement. The deputy commander's rank and treatment were very different from that of the company commanders. They all knew Liu Xiaobai was Zhang's future brother-in-law, and they had initially thought this was a good opportunity to support Zhang's brother-in-law directly. But they were wrong. They had underestimated the situation. How could they think that way about Zhang's team? At this moment, the 5 people fully trust Jiang Yi because of the fair, just, and open deputy team leader assessment opportunity provided by Jiang Group. After handling this matter, Jiang Yi went to get some paper, borrowed a military card, and went to pick up his little sister. They planned to go outside the island to buy furniture and household items together. At the guest house, Wang Mingkue had returned home last night and eaten a lot of fruit. Now, seeing Shinman, her eyes showed more affection. She not only prepared breakfast for Shinman, but also peeled a salted duck egg for her. Little Shin, you look thin. You should eat more to strengthen your body. Otherwise, with your small frame, you might not be able to handle your partner's size after marriage. As a woman who has been married for many years and has 2 children, Wang Mingkue naturally spoke openly about such topics. Recently, Shunman has been trying to learn more, but there's a big difference between reading about it and actually experiencing it. At first, she didn't understand. After thinking for a few seconds, she realized and her face turned bright red as blush, almost like it was bleeding. Miss Wang, Shinman begged for mercy, feeling shy and unable to handle such teasing. Once the group wedding is over, you and your partner will be officially married. As someone who has been through it, I tell you a girl's health is very important. Don't be shy about speaking up. If you feel uncomfortable, say so. Don't hold it in. 2 years ago, there was a young wife who was too shy to speak up. She had a stomach ache in the middle of the night, and her fallopian tube ruptured. She was rushed to the military hospital for emergency treatment and almost didn't make it back. Wang Mingkue usually doesn't talk much, but she heard from her husband Ji last night that this girl's family situation was complicated. Her parents divorced early, and her mother passed away 3 years ago. Her father had remarried long ago. In short, the girl was not only cute but also had a sad background. As a woman and a mother, Wang Mingkue couldn't help but feel pity for her and wanted to say more. Shinman looked down shyly and whispered, "Thank you, Miss Wang. I'll remember what you said." As a proper medical student, she knew that the symptoms Wang mentioned were related to progesterone. If this substance breaks after intense exercise, it must be treated quickly. Delaying could be dangerous. Wang Mingkue's heartfelt advice meant a lot to her. Since coming to the island, she was the first older sister figure she met and interacted with. "Good girl, eat more. If the porridge isn't enough, I'll make more for you." Wang Mingkue loved how obedient and charming this young girl was. His own 2 sons, on the other hand, were always playing with mud or asking for food, showing no thoughtfulness at all. "I'm full." Shinman sipped her porridge quietly. To others, she looked elegant and delicate, every movement graceful and attractive. The soon-to-be military wives nearby started to imitate her, gradually lowering their noisy slurping sounds. Eating beautifully is very different from gobbling down food. Military marriages are their stepping stones, a chance to change their poor and ordinary lives. From now on, they also want to become graceful, calm, and better. Shunman unintentionally exchanged glances with other prospective military wives, each offering a kind smile. Girls, don't mock other girls. When girls are outside, helping, encouraging, and supporting each other is a good thing. "Hello, my name is Yi Qinghong. Can we be friends? Maybe in the future, we can look out for each other in the housing area." "Sure.
I am Fan.
When I have free time, let's go sea fishing together." "Yes, thank you. You're beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty girl before. You're also very cute. I have to go now. My partner is here to pick me up. Let's talk another day, okay?" Yi Qinghong's face lit up with joy. So, her beautiful girl's name was Shinman. Her name sounded so nice. More importantly, from her clothes and appearance, it was clear her family was well off. Yet, she was so down-to-earth and friendly, which was surprising. She was the first friend she made among the prospective military wives. After the group wedding, she could follow her husband to the military base. Living in the same housing area as fellow military wives, They would surely have plenty of time and opportunities to hang out. But not everyone thought the same way. Some prospective wives' eyes flashed with jealousy. Even though they were all in the same situation, why could Shin Man get special treatment? She saw the hostess attentively peel an egg for her. Meanwhile, her own bowl was empty, only some salty beans remaining. It felt unfair, so unfair. However, she wouldn't foolishly ask directly. Instead, she chose to secretly mention to other military wives washing clothes in the water room, pretending to be casual. Hey, I wonder what rank the military officer is who is married to Shin Man. How come she gets special treatment? And those salted duck eggs too. Maybe she's the sister of the receptionist. Sun Meili, are you jealous because the girl is pretty? Zhao Tsue, don't talk nonsense. I'm just curious. What, do you want to fight me? I don't want to fight with you. You're so petty and jealous and you won't let me say anything. Alright, I won't say more. Everyone, disperse now, or you'll be used as pawns. You, Sun Meili's face twisted with anger for a second. She angrily wrung out her clothes and stormed back to her room, sulking. Cui, do you know her? Yes, we are from the same team. She's known for being lazy and talkative. Be careful not to be used by her in the future. Thanks, Cui. I'll remember that. I'll remember too. The soon-to-be military wives in the water room nervously patted their chests. Sure enough, where there are many people, there are conflicts. They hadn't even moved into the family quarters yet, and already there were a bunch of issues. Brother Zhongyi, a soft, sweet voice sounded in her ear, warm air mixed with the scent of orchids close by. The man instinctively turned his head, his cheek brushing against pink lips. His gentle eyes immediately sparkled with bright light. It was like a beautiful fireworks display exploding in his mind, leaving only the two of them in the world. His magnetic voice carried a husky tone, and his restrained emotions almost slipped out at this moment. I want to say, tomorrow Grandpa's train will arrive. Do you want to go with me to pick him up? Shin Man stammered for a moment. She wasn't completely naive or innocent. She was an adult and had recently been studying some theoretical knowledge. She didn't expect her lips to brush against the man's cheek, as if she had invited him herself. Her face turned red, and her heart pounded wildly. She quickly looked away, missing the tense muscles and restrained, abstinent expression in the man's eyes. Yes, I will go with you to pick up Grandpa. But, man, shouldn't I get some reward? Zhang Ye's intense gaze fixed on the young girl, finally resting on her honey-colored lips. In the already small space, the scent of orchids was strong and everywhere, filling the air and touching the heart. The girl's shy reactions made her even more charming. She was like a contradiction, both alluring and innocent at the same time. This trait made it hard to resist, stirring a desire to possess her and breaking down rational thoughts. Reward? To what extent? Shun Man secretly peeked, trying to catch Zhang Ye's expression and guess what kind of reward he wanted. Suddenly, his gentle grip on her chin was followed by a soft, invasive kiss, overwhelming and impossible to resist. The little girl in her bag silently covered her eyes with her paws. She was still a pure little cat, shy about witnessing such a big scene. Who knew how long it had been? The girl, feeling faint and weak from lack of oxygen, obediently leaned against the chair back, giving a delicate, harmless glare at the satisfied man. Sorry, I couldn't resist my inner desire. Under her almost accusatory stare, Zhang Ye's Adam's apple moved slightly, but he felt no remorse. If given another chance, he would still boldly tease the girl just like before. Shin Man's skin started to turn pink visibly, spreading to her face. She quickly pulled her military coat from her knees over her head and buried herself inside. All right, rest your eyes for a while. It will take about half an hour to reach the dock. Feeling guilty, Zhang Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. After calming down, he deliberately avoided looking at his little girl and focused on driving. Her breath still lingered on his lips, so delicate. On their wedding night, what would happen then? For a harmonious future, he thought about buying some nourishing supplements for her body once they arrived. He planned to start with diet therapy to help her recover. During the rest of the drive, Shun Man acted like a little quail, pretending everything was fine. Until she boarded the ferry, She was wearing a long military coat that reached her ankles. Her porcelain white skin was slightly pink, and her long, smooth hair flowed down to her waist like a waterfall. Her presence was like a rare orchid in a quiet valley, so stunning that even passers-by couldn't help but glance at her more. "Sit over here." "I promise I won't." Jong-yi calmly used his broad frame to block the curious and admiring gazes from others, shielding the young girl. Before he was officially recognized, his possessiveness was not obvious, as he was afraid it might scare her and make her avoid him. But now, they're about to get their marriage certificate and start building a home together. He is a man with a rightful place in her life. A rose is naturally charming and attracts bees and butterflies, but that's not the problem. Since he married this rose, he will carefully nurture it so it blooms even more beautifully and brightly. Anyone who covets the rose will be removed one by one, leaving no danger behind. Shun Man sat by the window, carefully guided by the man's gentle care. Her large, warm military coat kept her cozy, even though the cabin was a bit chilly. "Hey, why does it feel like there are more patrol crew members in the cabin today? Didn't you hear? A few days ago, they found a human trafficker in the cabin. There was a young boy who was drugged by the traffickers and almost lost his mind." "Really? That's terrible." "Yeah, I heard it's because a fisherman on the island has 5 or 6 daughters and no sons. So they paid a lot of money. Bah. If they don't have a son, they should suspect something's wrong with their ancestors' graves. Paying for a boy is just trying to harm another family." "Exactly." On the middle seat, a few elderly women wearing blue headscarves and some other women were chattering noisily. The story was so shocking that almost everyone in the cabin was paying attention. Listening to this, Shun Man remembered the incident she and Jong-yi had encountered in the cabin a few days ago. The young boy has recovered. Commander Duan contacted the police outside the island, used connections, and found the boy's parents. They've already sent the boy back to his family. "Don't worry, he's fine and not harmed." While Jong-yi was speaking, he took off his water bottle and poured warm water into the lid for the little girl and his family, signaling her to take a sip. "That's good." Shun Man took the lid, drank it all in one go. The warm water eased the strange feeling in her throat. After drinking, she shook her head, indicating she didn't want more. She didn't want to drink too much because she might need to use the bathroom soon, which was inconvenient. Jong-yi saw this and didn't insist. He screwed the lid back onto the water bottle and hung it around his waist. Then he tidied up the cloth on his shoulder, signaling the little girl to lean in and rest her eyes, to catch some sleep. Shun Man was not picky. She hugged his arm and rested her head on it. In the past, Senior Lu said that good men are not common in the market. Either they are handed over to the state or long gone with the neighbor's sister. Now, looking at her, she seemed quite lucky. Although they first met and mistakenly thought they knew each other, and she had hugged the wrong brother. But it was also a case of good luck and mistaken identity, ending up holding on to a promising person by chance. The cruise ship started moving, and the cabin began to sway. The movement wasn't big, but the sudden dizziness made many people fall silent. Especially the older women, whose spirits suddenly seemed to weaken. They leaned back in their chairs and closed their eyes to rest. Soon after, the cabin returned to silence, only faint snoring sounds filling the space. The city next to the island port is called Banhai City. It's not as developed as the capital, but it has basic facilities like supply and marketing cooperatives, department stores, state-owned industries, and marriage offices. The scale isn't as large as in the capital. It reminded Shun Man of Suzhou, where she had lived for 3 years, so she felt quite comfortable. After getting the new marriage certificate, she confidently started shopping with the man. First, they went to a furniture store. Nowadays, many items are handmade, made from solid wood. Although Shun Man didn't know much about wood, she believed that quality matched price. She used the compensation her father gave her to buy her dowry. They bought a large solid wood bed, 1.8 meters by 2.2 meters, a matching pear blossom wood wardrobe, chairs, and a long table. They also received 2 bedside tables and a coat rack as gifts. Additionally, she bought a 1.5-meter bed for her grandfather, made from the same type of wood, along with a matching wardrobe, chairs, and a long table. They received 2 bedside tables and a coat rack as well. Next, there was a round table with 4 chairs. The person in charge saw they were important customers buying wedding furniture and gave them 2 cutting boards, 10 pairs of wooden chopsticks, and 2 peachwood combs, wishing the couple a long and happy life together. When these kind words were spoken, Jiang Ye's usually stern face subtly softened. This shop was quite honest. If his brother-in-law needed to buy things for his wedding in the future, he would choose this store without hesitation. When Shunman paid, she didn't feel much pain. It was her stepfather's money. Shouldn't it be used for her and her brother? The total was just over 300 yuan, not including installation. Jiang Ye remembered everything clearly. He told the workers to dismantle the bed directly. After reviewing it once, he understood how to put it back together. After some effort, it took over an hour to move everything onto the truck. They still needed to buy other items, so they asked the furniture store owner to watch over the goods. They promised to return soon. During this time, Jiang Yi ran into an acquaintance. Shunman kindly suggested he go ahead with his work, while she strolled around the supply and marketing cooperative. They agreed to meet at the entrance after shopping. Jiang Yi hesitated, but finally agreed. Sometimes, too much protection can make someone feel suffocated. Now that they were married, he thought he should listen to his wife. Xiao Jiang, with your current wife doting look, other brothers should see this. A middle-aged man with a beard and broad chest, showing off his muscles, handed Jiang Yi a cigarette. His fingers were stained with black dirt, looking rough. Jiang Yi looked away from watching his wife go into the supply store. After turning around, he glanced at the man's hand offering the cigarette and said calmly, "Quit." "Ah, another one quitting for love. I tell you, once you get a partner, you change completely, boring." The middle-aged man glared at him in dissatisfaction, squinting as he lit his cigarette and smoked without caring about others. "I just got married to my wife. We're having a group wedding on Friday. Are you coming?" Jiang Yi knew him well, so he simply invited him without much fuss. "Happy wedding." "I won't go. If my commander saw me like this, he'd be mad and stare at me. I'd rather not cause trouble." The middle-aged man smiled, exhaled smoke, first offering his congratulations, then politely declining the invitation. Brothers understand each other with just a look, no words needed. "All right, I just saw you joking with a young girl and smiling in a silly way, so I called out to you out of curiosity. Nothing else. You and your younger sibling continue shopping. I'm going to Old Mo's place to grab a meal." "Oh, got it." Jiang Yi watched a middle-aged man walk away with a limp, feeling mixed emotions. That man was someone he admired long ago, an outstanding soldier in the land combat team, Zhou Yan. He was also his teacher and friend, who taught him many ways to stay safe in the military. If not for that one mission, Zhou Yan might not have retired quietly and left the army. He didn't know how long he stood outside, when suddenly someone patted his back. "Jiang Yi, brother, help me carry the sack." "I bought so many things." Shunman's voice sounded naturally sweet and a little playful, full of affection. Jiang Yi snapped out of his thoughts, looked at her with a gentle, caring tone. "Why didn't you call me to help carry it? How did you manage to bring it all by yourself?" "I moved slowly. I thought you and your friends were still chatting, so I didn't want to bother you," Shunman explained while watching his reaction. Actually, she had called him, but he didn't respond, as if lost in his own thoughts. They are married, and she would give him enough time to calm down. "Fool, next time no, forget it. There won't be a next time. When you need help, just call my name." "That's not bothering me, understand?" Jiang Yi felt a bit guilty inside. Holding the sack, he could feel it was quite heavy. His wife was so delicate. How could she do such rough work? "Yeah, I understand, Jiang Yi. When we have everything, let's go home." Shunman lowered her eyes, hiding her guilty feelings. Before leaving the capital, she had stored some supplies in her space. Most of what she bought now was already in her space, so she decided to use up the stored goods first. For sneaky things like this, it's better if the man isn't around. Luckily, she managed to get away with it. "We still need to go to the place that sells stoves. Buy an iron pot, a coal stove, a kettle, otherwise, how can we cook rice and boil water?" Jiang Yi pinched her cheek. His wife, looking so adorable and playful, was very charming.
Oh, I forgot, she said.
Shun Man dodged a little. Although the man's touch was gentle, was it appropriate to do that in front of so many people? Jiang Yi saw an opportunity and decided to stop. He thought, maybe as a married couple, they could take things slowly? That was impossible. He wanted to win her heart completely, to make her love him and think of only him. He was straightforward about his feelings, openly showing his affection. If he were like her older brother-in-law, pursuing her might take a very long time. Meanwhile, at the military hospital, Pei Yanting had just finished assisting the deputy director with a surgery and was feeling very tired as she returned to her office. As she opened the door, she saw a man sitting in her chair, crossing his legs. "Dr. Pei, I came for a checkup. I heard from the nurse that you were doing surgery, so I came in to wait." Lu Xiaobai put down his crossed legs and smiled brightly, explaining why he was there. "Oh, come down." Pei Yanting looked expressionless, but inside, she was thinking. The man had looked at her earlier with a shy, bullied look. Now, he acted as if nothing had happened and even smiled at her with a much gentler attitude. Her first thought was something suspicious. But then, Lu Xiaobai cooperated fully during her checkup, didn't feel shy anymore, and responded smoothly to her questions. He seemed like a different person altogether. After finishing the checkup, Lu Xiaobai politely stood up to leave. During their interaction, instead of acting shy like before, he played hard to get, pretending to be reluctant, but actually cooperating fully by lifting his shirt and letting her examine him. His face stayed calm, as if he had changed into someone else. Pei Yanting couldn't tell if this change was because he was upset or if someone had given him advice. Overall, she thought she wasn't losing out, right? However, the results in Lu Xiaobai's health report were strangely abnormal. Was his body really in such good shape? Normally, after a serious injury, a person would need about 100 days to recover. Even for someone with strong physical fitness, like in the military, at least a month of rest was needed. But today's report showed that all his body functions had returned to normal. What was the next step again? The beauty scheme, or rather the handsome man scheme. Pei Yanting must have liked his face. Otherwise, why would she flirt with him among so many patients? Lost in his own plan, Lu Xiaobai was completely immersed in his thoughts. Bang! Without noticing, he fell into a flower bed and hit a tree trunk. Near noon, the newlyweds just drove back from the dock to the military area. It wasn't time for lunch yet, but the training ground was bustling, as if some training was happening. Suddenly, Shun Man saw a group of soldiers with bare upper bodies, showing their strong muscles, running in neat lines. They temporarily moved aside and stopped by a truck on the roadside, passing by a long line of people. Unconsciously, each person and cat were peeking behind the car windows, staring intently. Oh no! The boss was emitting a low-pressure aura. Tang Yuan hurriedly hid in her bag, thinking, hope the owner is safe. Is it good-looking? The man's eyes were cold like frost, with a hint of restraint and jealousy in his tone. People in love often feel confident, while those not loved tend to be humble and at a disadvantage. He's not a saint. He's a normal man with desires and jealousy. When his lover's gaze falls on someone else, he gets jealous. Shun Man's mind was racing fast. Think. Got it. It's beautiful. She first admitted it, secretly glanced at him, then quickly explained, Brother Jiang Yi, seeing these soldiers training so hard, I couldn't help but think of you starting as a soldier too. I feel both worried and proud. Jiang Ye's originally unhappy mood, upon hearing his wife's explanation, gradually brightened. His eyes, which had been downcast, regained their sparkle, and he responded with interest. I feel sad that you've suffered so much. proud that you've grown so well and still very loyal. With a soft heart and strength, Shinman tentatively reached out and held the hand resting on the steering wheel, carefully stroking the back of the fingers until all 5 fingers were clasped together. Brother Jiangyi, in my heart, you are the best. No one else compares to you. Ahem, except for her grandpa. The old man truly has no complaints about her, and her brother is also very good. Although she knows that behind her obedient and gentle appearance, she is clever and smart. But at this moment, Jiang Yi doesn't want to think about anything else. He is willing to bow for love, happily falling into the sweet trap her words create. Really? Of course, I swear on my dad. If it's not true, then let him go bald. Shinman solemnly swore, her expression firm enough to join the party. Jiang Yi covered his forehead with his left hand, feeling both amused and helpless. Should he pity himself first, or should he enjoy the misfortune of his father-in-law? Seeing the man's expression soften, Shinman became more daring and coquettish. Jiang Yi, I'm hungry. Let's send the things home first, then cook some noodles to fill our stomachs. Jiang Yi helplessly gave in first. What can you do? There's only one choice. Pamper his wife. A wildflower may not be as fragrant as a cultivated flower, but her charm can attract others' attention because she hasn't seen the best. This afternoon, he must fix the main bed in the master bedroom. He wants them to move into the wedding room soon and enjoy a happy, shameless life together. Oh, and tomorrow, when he picks up Grandpa, he must show his best side. He wants to be the most outstanding son-in-law in Grandpa's eyes. A man's desire to win can come suddenly. Shinman doesn't mind occasionally creating small accidents to make him jealous, to give him a sense of urgency and competition. Is she being naughty? Is she scheming? Doesn't Jiang Yi notice her? In love, the period of constant freshness is very short. A man's bad habit is craving new experiences. Because of hormones and visual effects, men around her might fall in love at first sight. Therefore, the one in power bows for love. But that doesn't mean he will always be loyal to their love and marriage. In relationships, the person who falls in love first is often the loser. Based on this, she recently concluded this from reading stories. Even powerful figures like Elder Lu have fallen in love and made mistakes. 1,000 years of cultivation can be lost in a day, all for one person to change fate. I wonder if the elder's wish has been fulfilled? Will he regret cutting off his celestial connection and ending his immortal path? The military vehicle quickly entered the residential area, driving into an old courtyard about a kilometer from the newly built apartment complex. Jiang Yi took out the keys and turned off the engine. Then, he was the first to get out of the car, walking around to the passenger side, opening the door and half-carrying his wife out. Lu Xiaobai leaned against the door frame, making a teasing sound and saying, "Hey, I can't watch anymore. Brother-in-law, treating my sister like a fragile vase. Aren't you worried you'll spoil her?" Jiang Yi gently set down his wife, smiling happily as he replied, "I'm happy to do that. Brother, why are you here?" Shinman looked angrily at her brother. Was this her real brother? Why does he call her a vase? No wonder Sister Yanting only flirts with him, but doesn't give him a proper relationship. Stinky brother. Now she's going to be her future sister-in-law. Man, I'm here to bring you dowry. Although Grandpa and someone else already gave you some, as your brother I should also contribute. He then handed her a thick bundle of money, splitting it in half. These year's allowances and bonuses, I divided them into 2 parts. One for your dowry and the other. I get it. It's for my future sister-in-law, right? Shinman touched the bundle of money in her hand, and her resentment toward her brother disappeared. All right, even if he's a bit silly, he truly loves her. He even gave her half of his savings as dowry. Lu Xiaobai turned around in place, stomped his foot to show his sister and brother-in-law that he was fine and ready to rejoin the team. Brother, thanks. We just bought a lot of furniture. Can you help me carry it into the yard? His tone when calling him brother was so natural that it sounded quite rude. Actually, he should thank his brother for giving him the chance. Otherwise, how could he be the first to enjoy the benefits? Stop talking nonsense. It's past lunchtime at the cafeteria. Later, make me some egg noodles. I want 2 big bowls. Lu Xiaobai looked disgusted. He suddenly realized how double-standard Jiang Yi was. In the past, he couldn't win, so he just talked big. Now, haha, don't worry, brother. I'll make sure you eat your fill. Shen Man heard this and thought, it's simple, just boiled egg noodles. Later, Jiang Yi would cook a lot of noodles for him, enough to satisfy him. There were also some eggs from Tang Yuan's hatchlings, perfect for frying. Although his brother's injuries had healed, the blood he lost needed proper rest to recover. Jiang Yi didn't speak, only looked tenderly at his wife, a feeling of love and sweetness filling the air, which made someone still single feel a bit sour. With Lu Xiaobai's help, the furniture on the truck was quickly unloaded. Jiang Yi took a moment to check the well and was surprised to find the water level had risen halfway, about 7 or 8 meters high. The water was clear and pure, looking clean without any impurities. Then he tied a bundle of hemp rope to a red brick water bucket, lowered it into the well, tilted it slightly, and submerged it. Afterward, he pulled up a bucket of water. Wow. Yesterday the bottom of this well smelled bad, but today the smell is gone. Looks like you've managed to get underground water. Lu Xiaobai, with some dirt on his arm, leaned over and tilted the bucket to wash his hands. After feeling the water, he sniffed his palm. No strange smell. Then he poured some water into his palm and drank it directly. Brother, Shen Man's eyelids twitched. Although she and Tang Yuan had cleaned the well water, her brother's reckless behavior was too much. Even though the well water had been purified and was drinkable, it hadn't been boiled. Underground water, no matter what, should be boiled before drinking. It's okay. When we train outdoors, the rainforest is fine, but if it's a swamp or desert, then it's a different story. Lu Xiaobai felt his brother-in-law's sharp gaze. He smiled playfully, pursed his lips, and said nothing more to avoid scaring his sister. Anyway, your brother, am in good shape. By the way, this well water tastes pretty good, like mountain stream water. Sister, if you don't believe me, you can let Jiang Yi take a sip and try it. He is a stubborn friend who sticks to his beliefs. Since he already drank it, he's not worried. At worst, his stomach might hurt, but he can honestly go to the military hospital if needed. Brother Jiang Yi, don't listen to my brother. We didn't buy a coal stove and kettle just to boil water, right? We boil water to drink. Drinking raw water isn't good for health. Promise me you'll try to drink boiled water from now on. Shen Man stopped brother Jiang Yi, who hadn't finished speaking. She could guess what he was about to say. She wasn't disgusted, just a little worried about her man. Okay, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do. Jiang Yi felt warm inside, like honey spreading through his heart. No wonder some comrades seem like different people after they get married. It turns out, true love can soften even the toughest person. Ugh, I got goosebumps. I know you two just got married, and you're very close, but can you please consider my feelings? Sister, it's all because I didn't see things clearly, and let this guy come to pick you up. Lu Xiaobai saw this scene and felt his stomach not hurt, but his teeth did. He felt so jealous. Why does Pei Yanting have a fiancé and still come to bother him? It made him anxious and not himself anymore. Brother, aren't you hungry? I'll boil some noodles first. Can you help me by driving the truck to the logistics office and returning it to Director Lu? Jiang Yi was annoyed with his brother-in-law, who was an obvious third wheel. If there were no outsiders, he might have. So he looked for a straightforward reason to distract him. Oh, then cook more noodles. I think I can eat 2 bowls, no, 3 bowls. Lu Xiaobai didn't think much and agreed happily, but he also made a request. Sure, no problem. Jiang Yi's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. Although his brother-in-law could be a bit annoying sometimes, he was easy to fool when it came to convincing him. Cough, cough, I'm not lying. I'm just kindly distracting him. Shen Man watched clearly from the side. Brother Jiang Yi is mean, bullying her honest brother. And her brother, who looks quite smart on the outside, is actually very simple and easy to trick. After her brother left in the car, she softly said to her man, Brother Jiang Yi, my brother is very innocent and straightforward. Can you please, for my sake, not trick him too much in the future? Honey, how can you think that of me? Jiang Yi looked hurt, then gently reached out and lightly tapped his wife's small nose, smiling as he promised. Okay, I promise you. In front of others, I will stand up for my brother and won't let anyone trick him. I won't trick him either. Since her brother-in-law is family, how could he let his wife worry? That's more like it. Shinman didn't mind this kind of affectionate gesture. Maybe because they already registered their marriage, their relationship is official, so she feels very comfortable accepting his kindness. Gurgle gurgle, a sound came from her stomach. She was hungry. I'll boil some water and cook noodles. You can eat some egg cakes to fill your stomach first. Jiangyi immediately put aside his wandering thoughts, took a chair from a pile of things, wiped off the dust with his sleeve, and signaled his wife to sit down. Shinman first washed her hands, then sat in the chair and accepted Jiangyi's feeding. Meow master, I'm hungry too, alright, I'll give you a piece. Shinman tore her egg cake in half, eating small bites, while the Tangyuan on her lap, paws in the air, carefully hugged her egg cake and ate it with a meow. It's delicious, sweet, soft. Jiangyi went to fetch water, light the fire, and ignite the stove. Soon, thick black smoke billowed out, quickly turning into bright red flames. Jiangyi's way of working was very skilled. It seemed that as long as his wife asked, he could learn and do any task willingly. Unlike some men who, if they can't be told what to do, just refuse to do anything. They might not be unwilling to work, but just want to cause trouble. Capital City, First People's Hospital. Doctor, my classmate's mother has appendicitis. Can you arrange a hospital room and surgery as soon as possible? The corridor is noisy and there's no privacy at all. In an office on the third floor, a young woman with a low ponytail, wearing a wool coat, took out a red envelope from her pocket and was about to hand it to the doctor in a white coat. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged female doctor refused very seriously, with a cold look in her eyes, and directly said, "Ma'am, please show some respect. Our hospital has rules. No red envelopes from patients' families. You're trying to tempt me into making a mistake. Take your red envelope back. You need to wait for a bed. Goodbye, and don't come back." After speaking, she rang a bell on her desk, calling her assistant nurse to escort the woman out. "Hey, my sister-in-law works here. Her name is Lu Man, with the surname Lu from the mainland. Aren't you colleagues? Can you give some convenience to a staff member's family?" The young woman was unwilling to be driven out so easily. She quickly started to shout, mentioning her proud connection to her sister-in-law. Who would have thought? The middle-aged female doctor was confused. Lu Man?
Who is that?
I don't know her. The assistant nurse was a woman, strong and upright, full of integrity. She looked at the woman trying to give a red envelope and tempt the director into a mistake with disdain, and without hesitation, she said, "Ma'am, please don't disturb Director Wang's work. Leave now or I will call security. Hey, what's your attitude? My sister-in-law is from the Lu family, Lu Man. Her grandfather is..." Bang. Before the woman could finish her sentence, the office door slammed shut. The wind from the door nearly hit her nose. Damn it, what a lousy hospital, what attitude. It's just about holding a government job, isn't it? Why is everyone so fierce? Why chase people away? The young woman muttered softly, putting the red envelope back into her bag. Calm down, she felt a bit embarrassed. Yesterday, she promised her classmate that with her sister-in-law's help, she could use internal connections to get a hospital bed. But she didn't expect that even after mentioning her sister-in-law's name, Director Wang in that office wouldn't give her any face. She is not lacking in intelligence. Usually, in this situation, either Director Wang's status and family background are higher than her sister-in-law's, or probably not. Her sister-in-law is the granddaughter of old Master Lu. Grandpa said that she could stay in the capital, but she should behave well and not cause trouble for her brother and sister-in-law. Especially, she should get along nicely with her sister-in-law. Although old Master Lu, who supports her behind the scenes, has retired, he is still very influential, with many protégés across different provinces who hold high positions now. Lu Man, just as an assistant, had just finished a surgery with the vice director who mentored her. As she took off her sterile gown and stepped out of the sterile room, she bumped into Gu Yinin, the adopted daughter of the Gu family, at the corner. Sister-in-law Lu Man instinctively used her coat to cover the name tag on her chest, afraid the other person might see her surname. Then, she tried to sound natural and caring. "Neen, why are you at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" "Oh, sister-in-law, I'm not sick. It's my classmate's mom. She has appendicitis and there are no beds, so she's waiting in the corridor. I must say, your hospital's rules are strict and the staff's manners are poor." I kindly gave a red envelope to a director, hoping she'd help us, and let my classmate's mom skip the line to get a bed. But Gu Yinyin has lived with the Gu family since she was young in the Northeast. She has a loud voice and a strong Northeastern accent. Lu Manman's ears hurt from the noise, but she couldn't show any displeasure on her face. She had to pretend to be affectionate and play the role of a good sister-in-law. Speak softly, Yinyin. You've lived outside since you were young, so you don't understand the rules of this big city. How can you casually give red envelopes to people? You're too impulsive. Come on, take me to see your classmate's mom. I'll check on her and see if I can arrange her surgery quickly.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You're so kind. I used to think you didn't deserve my brother. Sorry, sister-in-law. Gu Yinyin didn't catch the implied meaning and was easily fooled. At first, she was a bit resistant to this plain-looking sister-in-law who was only somewhat pretty. Ask yourself, if your older brother has always spoiled you since you were young, and suddenly one day, he starts sharing his love with your sister-in-law, even risking her taking all his affection, would you show a good attitude to your sister-in-law? Gu Yinyin wouldn't. For a while, she really disliked her sister-in-law. When Grandpa left the capital, he earnestly told her not to be willful and to avoid offending her sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law is from the Lu family, which holds a very high status in the capital. If she could control her temper, it would not only prevent her brother from being caught in the middle, but also help her use her sister-in-law's family connections to find a good marriage match. So now, she is gradually adjusting her attitude. She is adopted by the Gu family. If Grandpa hadn't cherished her since she was a child and her brother hadn't protected her, she might not know where she would be now. It's the Gu family that gave her a good life and a new beginning. Therefore, for Grandpa and her brother, she will endure her dislike for her sister-in-law and try to act like a good, obedient younger sister who knows her mistakes. It's okay. Lu Manman's fingernails unconsciously dug into her palm. She appeared generous and tolerant on the outside, but inside, she felt a sharp pain. Both of them had their own thoughts and didn't notice each other's flaws for a while. After Lu Manman checked on the patient, she first dismissed Gu Yinyin. When she climbed the stairs afterward, her face immediately darkened. She took a moment to adjust her mood before continuing to climb the stairs to find the deputy director for help. If only that jade pendant was still with her. In her previous life, by this time, she was already thriving in the hospital with the help of spiritual spring water, praised for her beauty, kindness, and excellent medical skills. Even the director looked up to her and recommended her to participate in an exchange program at a hospital in Jinling. But now, even though the time has come, there's no news from the hospital. Could it be? Her rebirth was a butterfly effect, changing some of the fixed paths from her previous life? Maybe without the spiritual spring water as her backing, she now feels uncertain and a bit guilty. Deputy Director's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Xiaolu. Why aren't you resting? Why are you coming to my office? Is there something you need? This is how the Vice Dean explained the situation. I have a friend whose mother has acute appendicitis. In the end, the Vice Dean approved a special channel, agreeing to arrange an early hospital bed and surgery for Lu Manman's friend's mother. But he made one request: let Pei Yao go for the exchange program with Jinling First People's Hospital. You don't need to write a formal application. Why? Vice Dean, that's very unfair to me. Lu Manman's face suddenly turned pale. Pei Yao was her rival from her past life, always second place in the hospital system, only fit to be under her. Such an invisible person, always inferior to her. Why should she get the chance for this exchange? Lu Manman, have you checked your performance scores for the past 6 months? The Vice Dean rubbed his forehead, tired, and took off his glasses, speaking calmly. His question left her speechless. Of course, Lu Manman saw her scores, but at that moment, she was immersed in her new marriage happiness, proud of successfully intercepting Shin Manhwa's marriage proposal and becoming Mrs.
Goo.
She didn't care about such small things as her performance scores. Vice Dean her face looked bad and she stammered. This time, without the universal healing spiritual water, her medical talent was not recognized by the hospital. What could she use to compete with Pei Yao? Pei Yao's scores for the past 6 months are excellent, so this isn't a discussion, it's a notice. A hint of disappointment flashed in the Vice Dean's eyes. He had once highly regarded this student, but now he was disappointed. Before Lu Man came to his office, Director Wang's assistant had already visited. He had confidently said Lu Man would uphold hospital rules, but now he was proven wrong.
Bang.
When Lu Man left the Vice Dean's office, she accidentally made a loud noise with her hand. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have sacrificed her future for that fool Gu Yinin. She could imagine Pei Yao successfully attending the exchange, returning accomplished, and showing off in front of her. Is there any way to stop Pei Yao? Dark thoughts grow freely in the heart, like an invisible black mist quietly swirling around the chest. At dusk, the sky over the island was filled with highly saturated clouds drifting by. After a busy afternoon, I finished assembling the last bedboard and collapsed onto it, tears welling up. My dear Grandpa, your grandson worked so hard just for your bed. Brother, are you tired? Come here and drink some water, have some fruit. Shin Man was spotless, not even a speck of dirt, not even from cooking or boiling water. Someone willingly helped her. Fruit? Did you buy a lot of good things today? Lu Xiaobai rubbed his stomach, recalling the 3 fried eggs he ate at noon, and found the plain eggs and noodles surprisingly tasty. Brother Jiang Ye's friend sent them, saying it's a gift to celebrate our wedding. Shin Man explained patiently, then reached out to hold her brother's arm. Don't touch me. I'm dirty. Lu Xiaobai rolled on the bed, which was just big enough for him to turn comfortably. All right, your wedding room is ready. Tomorrow, you'll move in from the guest house. As for Jiang Yi, before the group wedding, he'll keep staying in the dorm with me. Oh, Shin Man responded softly. Her brother's arrangement made sense. In the main hall, Jiang Yi was fiddling with a chair, his body stiff. His brother-in-law really was a troublemaker, but he understood it was for his wife's reputation. After the group wedding, he'd live with his wife again, and they'd settle down. They had already torn up the marriage certificate, so he wasn't in a rush.
Snap.
One of the chair's legs was broken by a strong grip. Brother Jiang Yi, what happened? Shin Man heard the noise and hurriedly looked toward the main hall. It's nothing. This chair isn't sturdy. I'll fix it with some tools. You and brother can eat some fruit first. I'll be right there. Jiang Yi turned his back to his wife, his voice normal. He couldn't say he wanted to challenge his brother-in-law or that he was trying to provoke him. He was probably just worried that his brother-in-law would interfere if he spoke up too soon. This isn't very sturdy. Lu Xiaobai looked suspicious, but also a bit relaxed, hands in his pockets, wearing a tank top whose color was no longer visible, walking out of the second bedroom. Brother, how are things with Sister Yanting? Shin Man patted the chair, signaling her brother to sit down and talk. She casually handed the fruit plate to him, so he could relax after a busy afternoon. Adult matters. Kids should stay out of it. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobai's face turned red and then pale. He always felt something was a bit off. Pei Yanting sometimes seemed to like him, teasing him on purpose, even being a little flirtatious. But other times, she would suddenly turn cold and ignore him, making him feel like he was just someone she could call on or dismiss at will. Love's pain really made him suffer. Brother, I'm already married. Tomorrow, Grandpa will come. When he sees I've married, and you still haven't found someone, he'll probably scold you with his cane. Shin Man smiled proudly, looking a bit mischievous. Like a little fox showing a clever side, making her seem quite charming. Little sister, I am your real brother. If Grandpa ends up scolding me harshly, you should help me out. Look at me, I just recovered from an injury, and I'm not young anymore. If Grandpa chases me around with his cane, I might become a joke in the military district. Lu Xiaobai cared about his reputation, so he hoped his sister would help him. All right, since you're my brother. Shin Man heard this and thought if the joke got to Yanting's ears, her brother's image would drop a lot. The siblings openly planned together. Tomorrow, They would go to pick up Grandpa, introduce Jiang Yi as her son-in-law, then take him to the island and settle him in. As for whether Grandpa wanted to stay at her small courtyard or had other plans, that could be discussed later. In the yard, Jiang Yi held a hammer, found a nail, and was reinforcing the cracked leg of a chair. Bang, bang, bang. He applied gentle force, adjusting the angle to prevent the nail from bending and causing hidden dangers after repair. His meticulous and serious attitude towards everything was truly captivating. Meow. Tang Yuan jumped down from her owner's arms, walking like a little cat to rub against the boss's feet, absorbing today's luck. Jiang Yi looked up and gave a faint glance at the little ball of fur by his feet. Loving a house means loving everything related to it, including the pet that your wife loves. Basically, her pet is also his favorite. By the way, is nuzzling a cat's way of showing affection? All the furniture inside and outside the house has been set up. The stove, pots, and dishes in the kitchen are also in place. Next, they need to build the shower room and dig the sewage pipes. To help his wife move in soon and live comfortably, Jiang Yi and his brother-in-law worked overnight. They dug the foundation and the sewage pipe openings. They worked until early morning and almost finished. Lu Xiaobai was so tired his fingers trembled. Is this his sister's husband? No, it felt more like he was being used as a beast of burden by someone who hated him. Jiang Yi pushed off the ground with his foot and quickly jumped out of the hole. Thanks to his good night vision, he sensed his brother-in-law's deep resentment. He thought he shouldn't push too far and comforted him. Once you marry Dr. Pei, I'll help you dig some holes too. Lu Xiaobai didn't think much and replied casually, that sounds good. Wait, dig holes? That phrase sounded so suggestive. Jiang, all right, it's late. Come out quickly, wash your face, and go back to the dorm to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow to pick up Grandpa at the train station. Jiang Yi anticipated his brother-in-law's reaction and quickly diverted his attention. Lu Xiaobai kicked a dirt mound in frustration, but suddenly kicked something hard. It hurt him a lot. Ouch! What's wrong? Hand me a flashlight. I kicked something. Sometimes, Lu Xiaobai couldn't help but marvel at his own luck. Good luck and bad luck often come together. He kicked out a fist-sized stone. Casually, he threw the stone to Jiang Yi and said angrily, Look at this, your stones are almost alive. Huh? Jiang Yi reached out and caught the stone. In the dark, he looked at it and then crushed it, scattering the broken shell to reveal a tiny, clear jade core about the size of a fingernail. Lu Xiaobai crawled out of the hole, eyes wide with excitement after seeing his brother-in-law crush a fist-sized stone with his bare hands. He shouted excitedly, Jiang Yi, you're amazing. How did you do that? Teach me. How do you crush stones? Jiang Yi picked up a small jade stone and asked happily, Want to learn? Lu Xiaobai answered firmly. Yes, if he could learn this skill, he would have a cool trick to show off in the future. First, find a stone. Then hold it every day. Try to focus all your strength into your palm. After practicing for a long time, it becomes a kind of energy skill, and you can even crush the stone. Jiang Yi patiently explained and demonstrated. It's not that he didn't want to teach, but this is basic training that needs to start from childhood, at least after 18 years, to build internal strength. Clearly, his brother-in-law could start learning now, but if he failed, it would be a waste. Since it's useless to teach too deeply, Jiang Yi kept it simple. Okay, I'll try. Lu Xiaobai listened carefully and practiced seriously. He kept a small stone in his hand, and no one dared to ask why, fearing he might suddenly throw the stone at someone. Later, Lu Xiaobai didn't succeed in crushing stones, but he became very accurate at hitting people. Perhaps he was on the wrong path as a villain. Moreover, after several days and nights of travel, old Master Lu finally arrived in Harbin City. The scenery outside the window looked a bit bleak, but in the distance, he could see farmers working in the fields and buildings with the 5-star red flag. The morning sun shone on everything, full of life, promising a bright future. Dear passengers, Harbin City train station is approaching. Please carry your belongings and disembark in order after the train stops. The conductor held a loudspeaker, reminding each carriage one by one. At the same time, 2 railway police officers in uniform came to knock on old Master Lu's carriage door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Old Master Lu, we are here to help you with your luggage. Thank you. I've packed everything. Just these, mainly some wine and glass bottles inside the box. Please handle with care. Understood. Old Master Lu nodded slightly, sitting upright with his cane in hand. He was about to see his grandson and son-in-law, and his heart was full of excitement. He didn't oppose his granddaughter finding a partner soon. These days, many people get married blindly and quietly. Many couples are arranged by family or meet once through matchmaking and then decide to marry. He and his wife are childhood sweethearts who grew up playing together outside their home. Love can develop over time, or be love at first sight, or even come after marriage. Nowadays, very few couples get divorced. Thinking of this, he can't help but think of his foolish son. If only his son had been more firm and kind-hearted, his daughter-in-law wouldn't have divorced, and his granddaughter wouldn't have left the capital with her mother 15 years ago. Oh well, enough of this frustrating stuff. It's better not to think about it. He is eager to see his grandson, who hasn't been home for many years, and to see the daughter-in-law his granddaughter chose, and learn about her personality. Meanwhile, early in the morning, the brother and sister set out on a boat to the seaside city's train station, along with a new husband, Jiang Yi. The three of them arrived at the train platform half an hour early, waiting for Grandpa's arrival. Thanks to his good looks, many people kept glancing at them and observing. Throughout, Jiang Ye's hand was openly holding his wife's hand. Their atmosphere clearly shows they are a newlywed couple in love. As for the tall soldier beside them, he looks good and handsome, but maybe a bit slow-minded. He was holding a stone and playing with it, doing what? Is he going to throw it at someone? Brother, what are you doing with that stone? Shunman was curious. Since she met her brother, she had wanted to ask. Lu Xiaobai looked at his brother-in-law instinctively, then quickly changed his answer. Just practicing wrist strength. That's all. Her brother-in-law said this skill was something only he could teach, in case her sister got interested and hurt her hand. Oh, is that so? Shunman looked at them with doubt, wondering what secret men might be hiding. Or was her own brother teasing her innocent brother? Moreover. Meanwhile, the distant sound of a steam train grew louder as a long green train approached. Grandpa's train is coming. Hurry, let's find a high spot to wait. Based on what I know about Grandpa, he's probably the last to get off. Why? Because it looks more stylish that way. Huh. For the first time, Shinman heard this word used in this era and was a bit stunned. Lu Xiaobai quickly pocketed a stone and cheerfully explained to his sister. Having style means being impressive. It's a local way of speaking in the capital. Oh, I see. Shinman nodded, understanding. Stylish Grandpa, this adorable little old man, with his charm and character, definitely has style. Finally, after the crowd thinned out, they saw two railway police helping to carry luggage off the train. Behind them was the elderly man they respected and came to pick up Grandpa. The three of them called out in unison and rushed over. Lu Xiaobai spread his arms, excited to be at the front, planning to hug Grandpa. But unexpectedly, Grandpa smiled warmly and responded. Hey, he suddenly turned and reached out his hand to another person. Are you Jiang Yi? Yes, Grandpa. I am your son-in-law, Jiang Yi. Welcome to the island. Jiang Yi extended his hands, bowed politely, and shook the old man's hand. Good. Full of energy. You look strong and healthy. Nice. Grandpa nodded happily, with a satisfied look, his eyebrows slightly raised. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, a high nose bridge, and a commanding presence, just like when he was young. According to his wife, a man with such uprightness looks reliable. Lu Xiaobai looked frustrated and called out again, his tone full of longing. Grandpa, is he still Grandpa's real grandson? After so many years, Grandpa doesn't recognize him anymore? He's the real grandson. Shouldn't he be the one who, after a long separation, runs up and hugs him, calling him dear and baby grandson, holding him tight and never letting go? At the very least, he should get a hug, a pat on the head, and a "you've worked hard." Is that all? Your mind is drifting to the southern hemisphere. I'm not deaf. Stop calling my soul. And why don't you quickly take the luggage from the two railway bureau officers? You have no sense at all. Old Mr. Lu let go of his son-in-law's hand, turned around with a look of disgust and glanced at his lively grandson. It's been a few years, and he's grown taller but still as silly as ever. If he weren't his own grandson raised right under his nose, he wouldn't care how he acts now. Got it, Grandpa, Lu Xiaobai pouted, not very happy with his grandfather's attitude, but he listened to what he said. He honestly went to get the luggage and even took out cigarettes from his pocket to give to the 2 railway police officers helping out. The 2 officers politely declined but then accepted the cigarettes and tucked them behind their ears. Before leaving, they saluted the old man to show respect. Old Mr. Liu and his grandchildren all returned the military salute. Grandpa, are you tired? Are you hungry? Should we eat first or take you home to rest? The girl is more thoughtful. Seeing the dark circles under Grandpa's eyes, Shenman knew he had been traveling hard these days. Old Mr. Liu patted his granddaughter's arm, which was linked to his right arm, and spoke softly with a smile. I'm not hungry. The train conductor brought me some meat soup and bread. I ate well this morning. Let's go home first and let Grandpa see the housing assigned to you. Since he came, he didn't plan to return to the capital home. Where there are grandchildren, that's his home. He looked at his son-in-law and was quite satisfied just from his words and actions. He might feel a little tired, but mostly he cares about his granddaughter's new home. Grandpa, I want to tell you, Brother Jiang and I picked a small yard. We bought furniture yesterday and set it up. We prepared a guest room for you, so you can live with us in the future. Shin Man held her grandfather's hand and led him ahead, while the 2 men behind naturally fell back a few steps. Jiang Yi saw that his brother-in-law was carrying many pieces of luggage and went over to help carry some, reducing his brother-in-law's burden. Lu Xiaobai made a face. His position in Grandpa's heart was dropping fast. He couldn't understand why. After the 4 of them left the station, they got into a jeep, loaded their luggage, and prepared to head to their new home. Lu Xiaobai sat in the front passenger seat, with his grandfather and sister in the back, and his brother-in-law driving. Xiaobai, how are you getting along with that girl from the Pei family? I haven't heard anything about you 2 getting married. Grandpa Lu drank half a bottle of water given by his granddaughter, feeling energized, and was in a good mood to ask about his grandson's love life. That girl from the Pei family? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Did you send someone to watch me? Lu Xiaobai was confused. His first thought was, how did Grandpa know he liked Pei Yanting? No, with Grandpa's tone, why would he think they would get married? If I had that ability, I would have tied you up and thrown you into the sea to feed the sharks. Grandpa Lu glared at his grandson upon hearing this. From the capital to the island, a distance of thousands of miles, how could this retired old man have such power? Shunman saw this and suddenly had a bold guess. She hurriedly patted Grandpa's back to comfort him and tentatively asked, Grandpa, how do you know about Sister Yanting? That girl from the Pei family? She has a marriage match with your brother. It's normal if you didn't know, but your brother, that fool, wouldn't be unaware of this. Grandpa Lu explained while getting angry and switching to his hometown dialect from Hunan. Grandpa, I really don't know. Could you tell me in detail? Lu Xiaobai twisted his head like a pretzel, eyes shining with excitement as he looked at his grandpa. When you were 6, you got sick with a high fever that wouldn't go away. At that time, your father went to the countryside to visit your stepmother, and I was in the sanatorium when I received a call from Aunt Wang. Then, Grandpa Lu mentioned this incident, still feeling a bit uneasy. If he believed his grandson's illness was an accident, he wouldn't. But he had no proof, and Aunt Wang hadn't noticed anything unusual, so it was left unresolved. When they took his grandson to the hospital, they happened to meet the Pei family grandparents and grandchildren. At that time, the Pei family was a medical dynasty with strong connections and an unshakable status. They weren't affected by that incident and were assigned to work at the hospital. The Pei family had been practicing medicine for generations, with only Pei Laoda, the eldest, going into politics. Pei Laoda's daughter was about 5 years old then, a cute little girl, holding a needle and thread, quietly sewing something. Was it banana peel? Yes, the banana peel. At that time, my grandson was getting in 4, and Aunt Wang was taking care of him. He happened to watch the little girl sewing the banana and admired her courage and personality. Just then, old Master Pei saw that he liked his granddaughter, so he jokingly suggested that the two families should become in-laws. That sounded good to him. The Pei family isn't very wealthy, but they have a long tradition of practicing medicine and are well respected. Arranging a marriage for his grandson with their girl wouldn't be a problem, even if he grows up without a wife. In the car, Jiang Yi was driving steadily, keeping his emotions hidden. The brother and sister in the front and back seats looked like they suddenly understood something. It turned out that the fiancé mentioned by Pei Yanting was him. He had been taking this imaginary rival seriously all along. Shinman was so excited, she clapped her hands and told her grandfather, "Grandpa, Sister Yanting is so nice. I like her. The ideal sister-in-law is someone like her, someone who shares common interests, speaks humorously, and doesn't need to overthink." What's rare is that Sister Yanting seems to like both her brother and him. Lu Xiaobai struggled to swallow, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Yes, he liked her too. "Grandpa, I didn't know I had a fiancé." Lu Xiaobai felt secretly happy. After feeling grateful, he looked a bit wronged and asked, "I really didn't know." Grandpa hadn't told him, because when you were in your teens during your birthday, your grandparents came to visit. You called her a tomboy, and she kicked you into a muddy ditch. You hit your head on a stone. Old Master Lu shook his head and explained the story. Lu Xiaobai was confused. He didn't remember this. Seeing her brother looking so confused, Shinman thought it didn't seem fake. She wondered if he might have amnesia and asked Grandpa, "Grandpa, could my brother have lost his memory?" Yes, he had a concussion. Old Master Pei treated him for 3 days. After he woke up, he lost some memories. "I thought it wasn't a big deal, so I didn't pursue it. Your brother was quick to tease others and called the girl a tomboy, so maybe that caused some memory loss." After Old Master Lu finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Pei girl hadn't mentioned their arranged marriage. "Grandpa, you are really my true grandpa. Such an important matter, and you didn't tell me in advance." Lu Xiaobai scratched his head, noticing a scar on the back of his head. "So that's how it happened. Pei's girl hasn't looked for you these past 2 years. Does Old Master Lu feel guilty?" Of course not. He's old, and it's normal for his memory to be a bit fuzzy. One sentence left Lu Xiaobai speechless. His face kept changing, and he sat up straight silently, saying nothing more. He couldn't tell his grandpa that not only did she look for him, but she also flirted with his eldest grandson. "Brother, I think you and Sister Yanting might have some misunderstanding. When you return to the military district, go to the hospital and explain everything clearly to her." Shun Man sighed, feeling that a good relationship was almost lost. It's hard to rebuild a connection once it's broken, especially because of misunderstandings. "Brother, really you should speak more. You always keep quiet, just like Jiang Yiji, who can say nice things to Yanting's sister. He doesn't know how to comfort people, so he should ask Jiang Yiji for advice. His own man is very good at comforting others. They shared a room for years, but he never learned how to make a girl happy." Lu Xiaobai stayed silent, feeling the disdainful looks from all directions, nervously rubbing his hands. All right. He would follow his sister's advice and go talk to Yanting properly. After finishing the serious talk, the car became quiet. Jiang Yi drove without distraction. Seeing her brother deep in thought, Shenman knew he was preparing what to say to Yanting, so she just let him be. "Grandpa, what did you do with the grape wine I brewed for you?" Since she was concerned about the spiritual liquid added to the wine, she asked. "I packed the 10 Jean glass bottles into boxes and brought them along. The biggest jar I hid under my bed. I only gave Shaoli 1 key to the door, no one else can get in. I also asked Shaoli to check on it twice a month." Old Master Lu looked proud, as if expecting praise. "Grandpa, you're amazing." Shinman happily complimented him, thinking no wonder people say old folks become more like children as they age. The grandpa in front of her was just like that. "Wine, sister, do you still know how to brew wine?" Lu Xiaobai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and immediately joined the conversation. The army has strict rules. Drinking alcohol and getting drunk are big taboos. Occasionally, during rest or special celebrations, they might have a sip, enjoy a cigarette, and feel happy like a fairy. "Yes, I do. When I was back in Suzhou, my neighbor aunt and my mother would brew different kinds of fruit wines in different seasons. This grape wine can be brewed with a purple color. It's best enjoyed in a glass, not too strong, with a light aroma of wine and a fresh grape taste. Talking about her skills, Shunman spoke confidently and was very happy to share. As for acupuncture, moxibustion, and herbal preparations, she felt she wasn't skilled enough and didn't want to show off. Under the gentle, soft, and sweet voice of the girl explaining, the other 3 men in the car listened eagerly. Jiang Yi didn't know his wife could also brew wine, and a feeling of pride rose in his heart. Look at her, she's amazing. She can brew wine too. He also learned a new skill from his wife, a little surprise unlocked. He didn't know how many more surprises his wife had waiting for him to discover, and love shone brightly in his eyes. Before boarding the ferry, Jiang Yi subtly glanced at his wife several times through the rear-view mirror. Of course, all of this was noticed by old Master Lu's sharp eyes. It seemed that this son-in-law truly liked his granddaughter from the bottom of his heart. The granddaughter's gaze at her partner was also full of affection. That's great. It looks like a destined match, bringing the granddaughter to the island to join her older brother. What a perfect match. But the grandson still made him uneasy. He hadn't heard any news from the Pei family's girl yet. Sniff, sniff, the front of the ferry whipped up waves, like a sharp sword slicing through the calm sea. The cargo trucks at the dock, people carrying baskets and rushing by, painted a scene that the capital never had. Old Master Lu hadn't been to the coast in decades. When he remembered the last time he saw the sea, the memories felt like waves, making him feel as if he had traveled through time. Grandpa, we're lining up. After we get into the cabin, it will take about an hour on the boat to reach the island. Shunman gently supported her grandfather's arm and carefully explained, trying to ease his unfamiliarity with the new sights and sounds. I've long heard that the island has a mild climate all year round, perfect for someone like me who fears the cold to retire. Now I even feel a bit warm. Grandpa Lu listened happily as his granddaughter explained, his eyes full of interest. Going to the seaside to gather seafood and fish sounds very appealing. Grandpa, take off your jacket and give it to me. I'll carry it for you. Lu Xiaobai looked for an opportunity to show off, acting obediently in front of his grandfather. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. He still relies on his grandfather to help come up with plans and to help him charm his fiancé. Little brat, you shameless flatterer, I wonder who you learned that from. Grandpa Lu sighed softly and looked at his granddaughter-in-law, who had a calm and noble demeanor. Then he looked at his grandson, feeling that he seemed a bit sneaky and sly. Grandpa, that must be for my dad. I should hit him. I learned to do good, not bad. I haven't learned your calm, wise, and brave ways. Lu Xiaobai's emotional intelligence briefly shone, and his words made people feel comfortable. Of course, your father is that troublesome guy. Grandpa Lu agreed wholeheartedly. That's just how he is. Fortunately, his granddaughter and grandson are clear about right and wrong. His daughter-in-law, under her careful guidance, is graceful, intelligent, and talented. As for the other grandson, well, he's a bit impulsive but not a bad kid. Oh well, they're family after all, generations apart. If he didn't support his grandson and granddaughter, he wouldn't have the face to meet his wife and the others like old brother Shen and his family. When mentioning Lu Mingyuan, the 3 generations felt no desire to talk. There was hurt and regret that couldn't be easily resolved. Not only Grandpa Lu, but also Shen Man and her brother wouldn't forgive him. Jiang Yi sat quietly beside his wife, silently making a mental note about that person, already planning in his mind. Don't worry, dear mother-in-law. From now on, Man will be protected by me. I won't let her suffer unfair treatment or be bullied by outsiders. I will give her freedom, respect, and share everything I have with her. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the capital, Lu Mingyuan was attending an early meeting at his workplace. During an important speech by the leader on stage, he suddenly couldn't control himself and sneezed several times. Achoo! Immediately, he became the focus of the meeting room. His direct superior's face slightly changed, and with a forced smile, he asked, Section Chief Lu, you seem distracted lately and not focused on work. Is something bothering you at home that's affecting your mood? Lu Mingyuan naturally understood the underlying meaning in his superior's words and hurriedly tried to explain, Achoo, this person, The more he fears something, the more it seems to happen. The other department heads in the meeting room concealed their true thoughts, lowering their eyes and watching quietly. Anyone who reaches this position isn't lacking in insight. In such a serious and solemn meeting room, it wasn't appropriate for Section Chief Lu to lose composure. Lu Mingyuan himself knew this, but since he was already at fault, he could only accept the scolding like a submissive child. After the meeting ended and the department heads gradually left, he slumped back into his chair, unable to regain his focus for a long time. When did I start being pushed to the margins by my leaders? From a promising high-ranking position to a minor role doing odd jobs, even becoming a background figure in the organization. His father was highly respected, and the Lu family had many connections. There were many opportunities for promotion at the organization, and as long as his father spoke, he could easily get a transfer, right? Thinking of his father, a bitter feeling spread in his heart. His father had passed away, and he would rather reunite with his children than stay in the capital, not wanting to see him. As he left the meeting room, Section Chief Li from the finance department called out to him. Section Chief Lu, what's up? The allowance for last month has been issued. When you have time, come to our department to pick it up.
Okay.
By the way, I want to transfer half of the allowance directly to the island, to my daughter. What procedures do I need to follow? Daughter? Isn't your daughter working at the hospital? Hearing the suspicion in the other person's eyes, Lu Mingyuan suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if being stabbed, and his heart ached painfully. He suddenly realized something. Over the years, his colleagues and friends around him seemed to think that his stepdaughter was his biological daughter. He paved the way for his stepdaughter, introduced her to others, and gave her careful care, trying to make up for the debt he owed her when his comrades sacrificed his life to save him. But his biological daughter, Mian, had no father by her side since she was young. How helpless must she feel? And he, along with his current wife, gave the marriage arrangement meant for Mian to his stepdaughter. Gradually, he realized that he had lost not just a son, but also his own daughter. Meanwhile, old Master Lu arrived on the island. First, he visited the military district's family compound to see his granddaughter's future home. After lunch in the canteen, he insisted on going to the guest house and checked into room 209, right next to his granddaughter's room. He sent away his grandson and son-in-law, who still had work to do, and finally, the grandfather and granddaughter could talk. Shin Mian dropped a drop of spiritual liquid into a kettle, poured a cup of hot water, and carefully handed it to her grandfather. Grandpa, drink some water. I don't know if it's just my mind, but I feel that seeing you and your brother and sister makes all my fatigue disappear. I feel full of energy now. Old Master Lu took the cup, sighed with emotion. Then he took a sip of hot water, his eyes brightened, and he took another sip, then another. Shin Mian sat down on a chair opposite her grandfather and politely invited, Grandpa, when our wedding house is ready, you can come live with us. The second bedroom is furnished, and you can move in any time. In her eyes, her grandfather was truly the best. She and Jiangyi would take good care of him in the future. You haven't finished setting up the wedding house, and with my old bones, I think I'd better not live with you two young ones for now. Old Master Lu stroked his chin, thinking about his plans. He looked at the small courtyard, 2 rooms and a hall, a bit small, perfect for a young couple's simple life. Considering that his granddaughter and her new husband were newlyweds, it might be inconvenient for an elder to live together. He came here to enjoy his retirement, to relax, but he would never be a bothersome elder. Moreover, there was a health and wellness center on the island. Although the conditions were simple, it was okay. After all, he had endured many hardships. Conditions may be simple, but as long as my grandchildren are nearby, I am happy. Grandpa, you're not staying with us. Where are you living? Shinman was confused when she heard her grandpa refuse. They had agreed that once she or her brother found a good place to settle, Grandpa would come to live with them. Now that Grandpa is here, why isn't he staying with them? Foolish girl, I have a place to stay. Isn't there a health and wellness center on the island? He had applied for a spot there, but it was still waiting for approval. He expected to get the decision in the next day or two, then he would move in. As for the second bedroom in their house, he said, when you have children, I'll come help take care of them. Sometimes I'll just stay for a rest. Old Mr. Liu didn't say he was worried about bothering the young couple with their new marriage, but he explained more politely. Shunman didn't fully agree. She was worried that the conditions at the wellness center might not be good enough to give her grandpa a better life. Grandpa, all right, it's settled. Don't worry. The country has never let us old soldiers down. I trust the country, he added, and you siblings are here with me. If I ever get tired of the food at the wellness center, I'll come over to your house for a meal. Old Mr. Liu was thoughtful when he talked about the country. His eyes showed trust and experience. Shunman was silent. She couldn't argue with her grandpa about this. Indeed, the motherland is gentle and kind to veterans. Plus, her grandpa had contributed a lot in the past. Okay, but we make 3 rules. Every week, we'll visit you at the wellness center. You're always welcome to stay at the family home. I'll always keep the second bedroom at Jiang Ye's house for you. Good, good, good. I'll listen to Man. Old Mr. Liu felt comforted. Girls really are thoughtful. Finally, he had hope for his later years. Applying to participate in the group wedding, Liu Xiaobai chuckled foolishly. Only Commissar G noticed the fingerprint on his right cheek and asked with some suspicion, "Who is your partner?" Afterward, he added seriously, "We can't force women to have partners. Commissar? I am a proper active duty officer. How could I do something shady? How can you think that of me?" Liu Xiaobai argued earnestly, still showing the slap mark on his face. This was proof that he had finally apologized and gained his fiancé's forgiveness. Otherwise, with his skills and her limited martial arts, how could she get close to him? This is the secret weapon his brother-in-law taught him for chasing his wife, being gentle and weak in front of her, but tough in front of others. Seeing the young man get angry, worried he might ruin his carefully protected head, Commissar G quickly soothed him. All right, tell me, who is your partner?" "A doctor from the military hospital, Pei Yanting. We are childhood sweethearts. My grandfather came and told me. It's a family arrangement." Liu Xiaobai put away his stern attitude, a complex smile appearing on his face. "A military doctor, huh? Okay. Send the report over, and I will arrange the procedures." Commissar G didn't want to argue further and agreed readily. "It's just a marriage report. What's there to make a fuss about? Conditions on the island are tough right now. Young active duty officers, if they don't settle down, can't focus on their work. The organization encourages officers to marry. The new family housing, clinics, and kindergartens built over the past 2 years are all for long-term development. A military doctor is a good match for an officer." Liu Xiaobai left Commissar G's office and hurried to the logistics department to persuade Director Wang. After much effort, he managed to get a nearby apartment for his sister. Most officers prefer apartment buildings because they are convenient, ready to move in with just a bag. The beds, wardrobes, tables, and chairs are all matched, so they only need to buy bedding, utensils, and other daily necessities. If they choose a house with a yard, everything has to be bought anew, which costs a lot. Not all officers come from wealthy families. Many are children of ordinary families. Their allowances are sent home for living expenses, leaving little extra money. The small courtyard next to Jiang Tuan's house had been left empty several times, but no one chose it. Director Wang considered everything carefully and finally approved it. Looking beyond appearances, Captain Liu was bound to get promoted someday. He was Jiang Ye's brother-in-law, and their houses were just a wall apart, so it would be good to have someone to look out for each other in the future. After settling everything, Liu Xiaobai happily ran to the guest house, eager to share the good news with his grandfather and sister. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest was in room 209, talking with old Master Liu. They started with polite greetings and mutual respect. Then they drank tea. Major General Duan brought a special, high-quality tea called Da Hong Pao. The water was boiled with a special liquid added by Shinman. The tea and water complemented each other perfectly, filling the room with a rich aroma. Tea connoisseurs couldn't help but be captivated. "I didn't expect you to be the grandpa Duan my granddaughter mentioned," Shinman said. "Oh, I was just worried she might be too formal." Man, just treat me like an ordinary old man. Don't be so reserved," Major General Duan replied awkwardly, touching his nose and taking a small sip of tea.
Huh?
The The tea tasted better than usual, more delicious than what he had brewed before. What was going on? He took another sip. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he quietly finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. "I'll drink tea instead of wine and punish myself with 3 cups, he declared, making a clever plan. Shin Man's lips twitched slightly. Major General Duan, on the island, was the highest-ranking commander. He should be impressive and commanding, full of authority. Why did he seem like a child, nervously grabbing water to drink? "Hey, Brother Duan, slow down. Be careful not to burn yourself," Old Master Lu said, confused but respectful. It was just a Hong Pao tea. With his rank, he must have tasted many fine things. Why was he so eager? After drinking a sip of his tea, he suddenly forgot his thoughts. Man, pour me another cup." Surprisingly, the tea Shin Man brewed was just as good as the tea he had tasted from professional tea masters. "Grandpa, this pot of water is finished. I'll go boil some more water and come back to brew tea. You and Grandpa Duan can chat for a while," Shin Man said helplessly, holding her small teapot. Where could Grandpa Duan have drunk several cups in a row, with the teapot still full of tea leaves and no drop of tea left? It seems that the special nature of spiritual liquid requires more caution. Therefore, she did not add any spiritual liquid to the second pot of boiling water. The tea brewed from it tasted very different from the first, much less flavorful and dull. Both elders wondered if it was because of the type of tea, the Hong Pao, and the brewing method that made the first sip so impressive, but later brews lacked flavor and became ordinary. "Next time, if I get good tea leaves again, I'll invite Brother Lu to taste it together." Major Duan clearly still wanted to stay longer, but after drinking some water, he didn't want to linger. He came mainly to gauge the attitude of this old leader. Since the other party was just here to retire peacefully and wanted to enjoy life with his grandchildren, he had no other worries. He promised to arrange a bed at the retirement home soon and then stood up to leave. "It's getting late. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I'll see you off." Shun Man stood up to see him out, but since her grandfather's status was already well known, he didn't need to get up. As a younger person, she naturally wanted to be polite. "Next time, if you have free time, let's go sea fishing together and see who's better at fishing?" Old Mr. Lu nodded, showing his agreement. They looked at each other, not with tense rivalry, but with mutual respect.
"Deal."
Major Duan smiled warmly. He liked making friends with straightforward people. Then he turned around, walking slowly downstairs with his hands behind his back and with a kind expression, said harshly, Man, if Jiang ever bullies you, just tell me. I'll help you teach him a lesson." His protective words made Shun Man smile slightly. Okay, I'll listen to Grandpa Duan." She saw the old man off to the entrance of the guest house. Wang Jia was sitting upright, looking serious and focused on her work. When Major Duan turned away, she quickly winked at Shin Man. Wow. She was scared. Did Major Duan really come to the guest house? She hadn't been snacking or chatting with anyone just now, right? Nowadays, when leaders visit, everyone would be nervous. Man, what's your grandpa's background?" Surprisingly, it attracted Major Duan's attention. Wang Mingkue saw Major Duan's guards leave in a car, and she relaxed her shoulders, feeling at ease. "It's nothing special. My grandfather was also in the army. Major Duan might have been visiting veterans and just happened to chat with my grandfather, so they talked a bit longer." Shin Man blinked innocently and told a kind-hearted lie seriously. She believed her grandfather would support her story and didn't want to reveal her true identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. "I see. I thought when I saw your grandfather, he looked very upright, like someone who had been to the battlefield." Hearing this, Wang Mingkue felt a little more relaxed. She was clever and didn't fully believe this explanation. But since Shun Man wouldn't say more, she pretended not to know. Sometimes it's better to pretend to be a little clueless. "All right, I saw Jiang coming. You two should take the lunchbox upstairs to eat dinner. I won't stay for long." Wang Mingkue's eyes sparkled with teasing. She had watched these two go from strangers to close friends, then to getting married, in less than a week. They looked perfect together, handsome and beautiful, a match made in heaven, standing side by side, both eye-catching and fitting. She wondered if her two naughty boys, when they grew up, could bring back a beautiful, fresh girl as their wife. Wang's sister Jiang Yi carried a full lunchbox and entered the guest house, greeting Wang's sister naturally. Then, his gaze never left his wife. Wang Mingkue felt a little amused but smiled warmly and responded, "Hey, Xiao Jiang, you two should go upstairs and eat. I'll show you your bicycle." "Okay." Shin Man's face was a bit flushed, and Jiang Ye's gaze seemed to burn like fire, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Without thinking, she instinctively wanted to run away. Behind her, there was the steady sound of footsteps in military boots, walking orderly up the stairs. Step by step, not rushing, but making Shin Man feel trapped, her heart pounding with fear she couldn't escape. Jiang Ye's gaze, from faint to intense, fixed tightly on his wife as she hurried away. Until they reached the second floor, he finally relaxed his possessive feelings. Since their arrival in Japan, they have taken their time, and the couple is not in a hurry. "Knock, knock, knock, Grandpa, Brother Jiang Yi is here to bring dinner." Shin Man knocked on the door of the next room. When she heard her grandpa say, "Come in," she turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Jiang Yi followed behind his wife politely and greeted him. "Grandpa." Xiao Jiang, you're here? Come inside and sit. I need to find something first. You two can start clearing the table." Old Mr. Liu saw his grandson-in-law and couldn't help but smile brightly, like a sunflower. He brought some nice things and was eager to share them with the younger generation. "Okay." Jiang Yi understood and looked at the table. There were still some teaware left unorganized. He put down his lunchbox, rolled up his sleeves, and started tidying up. "Brother Jiang Yi, Grandpa Du just came by. Why didn't you tell me? He's the commander, isn't he?" At first, I was so surprised when I found out his real identity. Shin Man was busy taking out her lunchbox, opening the lid, and arranging chopsticks for her grandpa. She mumbled softly, looking a little annoyed but also happy, very lively. Jiang Yi took the chance while Grandpa wasn't paying attention and whispered to his wife, "It's my fault. I won't do it next time. If you're still upset, whether it's a slap or a scratch, just say the word. Got it?" Being so close, when they looked into each other's eyes, Shin Man felt her ears tingle and her body seemed to have tiny electric currents running through it, making her tremble with emotion. Grandpa was still there, so she didn't dare to be too affectionate with her husband in front of the elders. She gently pushed him away, speaking in a normal tone, and asked with concern, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Jiang Ye's eyes carried a smile. His usual cool and reserved demeanor was slowly melting under his wife's care. It was like a small boat suddenly appearing in a cold, snowy world, with its anchor cast at his feet. As long as he wanted, he could leave this dull, icy world at any time. "Xiao Jiang, people need food. If you don't eat, you'll be hungry. There's so much food. Let's eat together." Old Mr. Liu was just rummaging through his suitcase and took out a jar of pickled vegetables. It was pickled snow vegetables made by Xiao Wang. When cooked, they were spicy and ready to be scooped out and eaten, perfect to go with rice. "Well, Grandpa is visiting the island for the first time. I wasn't sure about his taste, so I cooked fully cooked stewed dishes this time. Please try them and see if they suit your taste." Jiang Yi naturally agreed. When it comes to pleasing elders, he usually doesn't bother, but that doesn't mean he won't try to make them happy. Yes, I appreciate that you considered my teeth. My teeth really can't chew meat anymore." Old Mr. Liu looked at the dishes and wondered if Brother Tan was being too modest. This grandson-in-law seems thoughtful and caring in everything he does. He doesn't seem like someone who is silent and reserved. If he said something wrong, he appears to be very understanding. "Grandpa, when technology advances and hospitals make dentures, I'll take you to get a set." Shin Man handed a pair of chopsticks to the man. She gave him a bowl of rice, which was a bit soft, and kept the rest for herself and Jiang Yi. But, knowing what happened before, she casually scooped half of her rice into their bowls first. That way, it doesn't look like she can't finish her food, and Jiang Yi won't have to eat her leftovers, right? "I heard dentures are expensive and need to be washed every day." It sounds so troublesome. Old Mr. Liu listened carefully, feeling a little tempted, but still hesitated and tried to refuse. He thought to himself that at his age, Why spend money unnecessarily? He'd rather save that money for his granddaughter's future children to buy milk powder. Wouldn't that be better? That's not how you should think. The earlier you get them, the sooner you enjoy them. Grandpa, eat well and stay healthy. We, as your grandchildren, will be happy to see you in good health. Jong-yi spoke first to persuade him. He saw through the old man's thoughts and was moved. This grandparent-grandchild bond, the closeness of blood, really made him feel the warmth of family he hadn't felt in a long time. Exactly. Jong-yi is right, I think the same. Grandpa, don't worry about money. When the dentures are ready, we'll have them made for you. You don't know, on this island, there are all kinds of seafood and fresh fruits and vegetables. The food is wonderful, Shinman echoed, and the couple's back and forth made it clear they weren't worried that the old man wouldn't agree. Lu Xiaobai was excited when he arrived at the guest house, but by then, Grandpa and his sister had already finished dinner. Cluck cluck, the scene suddenly became quiet, only his stomach making protests. Grandpa, don't you eat with us? After saying that, she looked at Jong-yi with a pleading gaze, without hesitation. What are you waiting for? The food was brought by your brother-in-law. It's fine that he respects me and cares for me. When did it become a rule to bring you along? Old Master Lu's eyes were sharp. His grandson-in-law loved his family and showed respect to him. He wouldn't scold his grandson-in-law just because his grandson was a bit foolish. Brother, you have your own portion. Just go to the cafeteria to eat. Why are you glaring at Jong-yi? Shinman instinctively protected her husband. This matter was originally about her brother not being reasonable. If she helped the bad guy, it wouldn't be fair to Jong-yi. Now she was embarrassing him in front of her family. How could he lift his head in the future? Seeing that Grandpa was reaching for his cane, Lu Xiaobai quickly backed down, lowered his head and promised, I won't glare at Jong-yi next time. But in his mind, he thought, Jong-yi, revenge for my sister. Just wait. Tonight you won't sleep well. We're going to dig a hole together. Jong-yi lowered his eyes, hiding his inner joy. In his past and present life, he had protected many people, but few had supported him unconditionally. If love was a seed, it would have sprouted the moment they met. Now, under the nourishment of love, the tiny sprout in his heart was quickly budding, forming flower buds, blooming along the path. Grandpa, sister, I've cleared up the misunderstanding with Yanting. We've decided to be together. This afternoon, I'll go to the political commissar's office to submit our marriage report, and I've also booked a small courtyard next to my sister's house. We'll be neighbors from now on, Lu Xiaobai announced the good news, looking forward to his family's praise. Old Master Lu tapped his cane and said earnestly, That's more like it. Consider it your good deed. You didn't lose our Lu family's future daughter-in-law. Exactly. Brother, don't bother Yanting anymore, or better yet, don't make your sister-in-law angry. Shinman echoed, joining her grandfather in criticizing her brother, reminding him to control his temper and avoid saying things that would upset his wife. Until he saw his grandson looking dizzy from hunger, pale and unwell, old Master Lu finally ended his lecture. All right, it's getting late. Ming and I need to rest. You and Jong-yi should go back to the dormitory. If there's nothing urgent, you don't need to come. It saves me from worrying. His tone was full of familiar teasing, just like always, which made Lu Xiaobai feel close and warm. Because, from childhood, his grandfather always spoke to him with a bit of disdain, but secretly, he protected him, sheltered him from storms, and defended him against his stepmother's schemes. Got it, Grandpa. Lu Xiaobai waved goodbye reluctantly and got on his brother-in-law's bicycle. Then he chuckled softly. Grandpa is here. From now on, I won't go back to that house. Brother-in-law, take me to the cafeteria. I'm hungry. Look at him, so capable now, able to openly ask his superior for favors. Jong-yi didn't refuse. He happily took him and pedaled forward. Big brother, tell me about the family. I want to know more. If I meet Mr. and Mrs. Lu in the future, I'll know how to react. He had only heard a little from his wife about the family matters, about the childhood marriage being taken over by Lu's adopted daughter. His wife hadn't said much about the Lu family, only bits and pieces. It's a long story. It started 15 years ago when my dad took part in a battle. Although family secrets shouldn't be shared outside, Jong-yi was not a stranger now. He was his brother-in-law. Sharing the family situation was also a way to prevent trouble. The more Jong-yi listened, the more his brow furrowed deeply. Can you really repay kindness by going to bed with someone? He wasn't afraid of fallen comrades crawling out of their graves to scold Mr.
Lu.
From the very beginning, Mr. Lu was wrong. There are many ways to repay kindness, but he chose the most foolish one, taking in the widow and daughter of a fallen comrade. If Mr. Lu were single, that might be understandable. But he was a married man, breaking his vows. No wonder his mother-in-law was so resolute in divorcing him and taking her daughter away. In this era, extramarital affairs were shameful. Even in the dynasty of his previous life, a woman's 7 affairs were considered excessive, and a man's polygamy and keeping concubines were widely condemned. He truly despised Mr. Lu's actions. He was unworthy of being a husband or a father. My dad is blind in both heart and eyes. For a woman who is not as good as my mom in every way, he divorced my mom. He's lost his mind. Lu Xiaobai mentioned his biological father with sarcasm, showing a picture of a loving father and obedient son. Since he was young, he understood one truth. If the father is unkind, the son will be unfilial. It's natural and right. That woman pretends to be nice in front of others, trying to spoil me and ruin me. I won't fall for her tricks. And her daughter, Lu Man, is just like her mother, good at pretending to be weak and pitiful. Talking about his stepsister, he felt very uncomfortable. Do you know why I ran away from home and joined the army when I turned 18? Tell me. Jong-yi slowed down, with a hint of hostility in his eyes, but he held back. Spoiling a child often means weakening them, making them unprepared for real challenges. This kind of dirty trick was common in his past life, and in the household. That stepmother was really clever. I overheard a private conversation between that mother and daughter. The older one encouraged the younger to sleep with me after she turned 18. Later, they said I pushed her down, so I would be the one at fault. If I didn't marry the younger one, the older one would spread rumors, ruining the Lu family's reputation and destroying my name. Lu Xiaobai sneered. This was the mother and daughter's plan, their clever scheme, truly impressive. If he had stayed in the capital or with the Lu family, his chastity might have been at risk. Should he tell his father? His father had already become like Lu Man's father. If he told him, he might be accused of imagining things or slandering his stepmother and stepsister. What about telling his grandfather? At that time, his grandfather had health issues, often needing to go to the hospital for treatment, and couldn't get angry. He decided to act first, joined the army, left a letter for his grandfather, and went away himself. Over the years, he only sent telegrams to check on his grandfather's health, never mentioning this matter, fearing that if his grandfather found out, he might have a stroke and die. You did very well, protecting yourself and not worrying your grandfather. Jong-yi rarely praised him. He simply thought that his brother-in-law was quite unfortunate, a little bitter. Lu Xiaobai proudly lifted his chin. Yes, he was a very traditional man. A man's chastity was also very important. He doesn't think his younger sister-in-law is cheap. If he gives her something, it's because she's his future wife. Lu Xiaobai still had some luck on his side. When he went to the cafeteria, there was only one last meal left. He ate it quickly and then let out a big burp. Son-in-law, tonight it's your turn to repay the favor. Huh. Jong-yi, still digesting the information, was thinking about how to deal with Mr. Lu and his family. He didn't understand what his brother-in-law was up to. Digging a hole, huh? I also want to build a shower room for my family, Yen Ting. The water-saving toilet and shower you mentioned, I want to copy that in my yard too, Lu Xiaobai happily announced. Unfortunately, his yard didn't have a dry well, so he couldn't do everything he wanted. Maybe we can knock down the middle wall or open a door so our two families can visit easily. I can come to your house anytime to fetch water. Whatever you want. Jong-yi wasn't stingy about such things. Since his wife approved of her family, he naturally wanted to include them under his wing. Let's go to the logistics department to register, get a shovel, and start working. Lu Xiaobai, full and energetic, was ready to go. He thought, once the background check results come out, he could register his marriage with Yen Ting. They met through some rough experiences, and he had learned to be thick-skinned from getting beaten up. He wasn't afraid of being hit. Thinking about the embarrassing incident at the hospital earlier that afternoon, his face burned with shame. But so what? Can losing face help him win his wife back? Only shameless people can win a beautiful partner. Jiang Yi glanced at his watch, around 7 o'clock. He planned to finish digging the hole before midnight, so he could sleep. Meanwhile, at the Capital First People's Hospital, in a ward, a patient who had just undergone an appendectomy was being pushed back into the room. There were crying sounds and painful groans, making it hard for others to sleep. Gu Yining finished her shift and came to change her classmate. She asked her classmate to go to the cafeteria for some food and to take care of the hygiene. On a bed by the window, a middle-aged woman with fashionable curly hair looked weak, but was feeling much better. She held the hand of a young girl nearby and gratefully said, "Yining, thank you. Yuan told me that if it weren't for you asking for help, I might still be lying on a bed in the corridor. I really appreciate it." "Aunt Lu, please don't say that. Yue and I are classmates and good friends. I can't just watch you suffer or see Yue upset." Gu Yining was pleased by the compliment from the woman. She looked shy and lowered her head, but her eyes showed a little scheming. Lu Xiaoying liked the young girl's impression. When she was hospitalized this time, without any connections, it was hard to get a ward, let alone arrange surgery quickly. Fortunately, her daughter had such loyal friends who helped her secure a ward and arrange the operation. Of course, she knew deep down that a young girl like her wouldn't have such influence on her own. It must be her family background behind her. Thinking about her eldest son now working in the police, with a decent monthly allowance and still single, she had a bold idea. She quietly tested the girl. "Yining, do you have a boyfriend now?" "Not yet. My grandpa loves me. He says my brother just got married and wants to keep me at home a few more years." Gu Yining shyly smiled and told her she currently had no boyfriend. She also subtly hinted that she was very favored at home. "Tonight, Yuer's older brother will come to change shifts. I don't feel comfortable letting a young girl walk home alone at night. So, I'll ask her brother to give you a ride later." Lu Xiaoying's eyes grew kinder and more satisfied. A girl so loved by her family must have strong support from her family background. If her son could marry this girl, perhaps his career would advance even further. Both women had their own thoughts, but enjoyed the conversation. When Lu Yue returned, her mother was already very familiar with her good friend. Suppressing a slight annoyance in her heart, she smiled and joined the chat after coming in. From the conversation, she noticed her mother seemed to intentionally or unintentionally steer the topic toward her older brother. An hour later, a tall, handsome figure entered the hospital room. Gu Yining maintained a polite and respectful attitude, nodded slightly, and followed Yue, calling out, "Brother Qingfeng." The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, still dressed in his police uniform. His serious demeanor was intimidating. Lu Xiaoying gave her daughter a look. Mother and daughter responded in unison, asking him to take Gu Yining home. Jingfeng saw this and had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, he came riding a bicycle issued by his unit, which was left behind by a retired old police officer. It was a bit old, but very reliable. In the first-floor corridor, Lu Man was finishing work and lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, she unexpectedly saw Gu Yining pulling and tugging with a male colleague, and they were sitting on each other's bikes. Immediately, her previously annoyed mood turned into happiness.
Great.
If Gu Yining starts dating someone, she can move out of her and Tingchen's shared apartment. Then she wouldn't have to worry about him being at home and could do other things at night. "Yining, sister-in-law, who is this?" "Oh, this is my friend's older brother. He's taking me home." "I see. I won't bother you then. I have something to do. I'll go home later." Bye, sister-in-law. At this moment, Gu Yining was still grateful to her sister-in-law. She completely ignored the strange look in the man's eyes behind her sister-in-law. "Is she your sister-in-law?" Lu Qingfeng's voice carried a faint, almost imperceptible coldness. Looking at the woman's back, he felt a storm of hatred inside. "Yes, my sister-in-law works at this hospital." She helped arrange Aunt Lu's hospital bed and surgery. Guinin didn't notice the man's unusual behavior. She still felt a flutter of excitement, shyly lowering her head and not daring to look at the man. Actually, she had secretly liked her classmate's older brother for over a year. But her strict family upbringing, along with her grandfather and brother watching over her, left her no chance to confess. Plus, her classmate said her brother had joined the police force and was assigned to the capital. She thought they would never meet again, let alone have any contact. Unexpectedly, fate took a turn, and a year later, they met in the capital. It was a plan from heaven, and she didn't want to miss it. She learned that her classmate's mother was urgently hospitalized and scheduled for surgery, so she intervened. Now, she had finally gained Aunt Lu's favor. Would Brother Lu see her in a new light because of this?
Ah, looking Fang sneered.
His gentle nature was gone. He bent down, curled his lips into a mean smile, and said coldly, "Her mother abandoned everything for wealth and status, took her along, and attached herself to a married man. Do you know that? If you call her your sister-in-law, then you are just like her." Clap. Guinin's eyes filled with tears. Large drops rolled down her cheeks as she looked at the man with sadness and hurt. She felt terrible. What does this mean? Her sister-in-law's mother is a homewrecker? She's my sister-in-law, and I am myself. Why do you insult me? Her upbringing from childhood helped her hold onto her last bit of dignity. After asking this question, she staggered, pushed past him, and stubbornly walked forward. Her secret crush was about to blossom, but then something changed. But this was actually good. She saw this man clearly in advance. Oh no, she also saw her sister-in-law. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. She hurriedly jogged home to send a telegram to her grandfather to confirm something. This matter was very important to her brother. Northeast, the sanatorium. In a cozy room with a heated brick bed, a group of elderly men and women were lively, playing mahjong and leaf cards to pass the time. Just then, old Master Gu had just finished a game and lost. A messenger came over and whispered in his ear. He smiled and spat out the radish leaves he was chewing. "No more playing, no more. Mainin just sent a telegram. We'll play another day. Huh, old man, if you can't play, then don't. All you do is lose and run away. Bah, say that again and let's have a one-on-one challenge." A one-on-one challenge it is. Two elderly men, both over 100 years old. Arguing? No, their challenge was just words. Old Master Gu, using some colorful language, quickly won. He strutted out of the room like a victorious rooster, proud and tall. When he reached the communication room, the operator was there. She wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. She was just doing her job, which was strict. Transferring messages took time. Old Master Gu was thinking about why his granddaughter suddenly contacted him. After the call was connected, he heard his granddaughter crying as she explained what had happened and shared her guesses. Old Mr. Gu gasped for breath, clutching his chest, unable to catch his breath. "Grandpa, old sir, quick, take the quick-acting heart medicine." In the chaos, Guinin was frantic and couldn't dare to hang up the phone. After a long while, the muffled voice of her grandfather came through the line. "Inin, after your older brother comes home, tell him everything so he can check it out. Our Gu family isn't just any random person who can become your sister-in-law." After saying this, there was another burst of chaos on the line, and the call was disconnected with a beeping sound. Guinin was left feeling lost and helpless. Now that things had come to this, she had to follow her grandfather's instructions and wait for her brother to return home to tell him everything. She had thought her sister-in-law was kind and helpful, and that she had misunderstood her before. But now she realized it was all just a perfect act. Suddenly, she remembered something and hurried to her brother's room, rummaging through boxes. In a jewelry box inside the wardrobe, she found 2 marriage certificates. The names on them were clearly Lu, Man. Her sister-in-law shouldn't have the surname Lu? No, everything was wrong. Who was this person? This was an intruder in their home. What was really going on? Meanwhile, in the capital, the scheme of Lu Man and her daughter to secretly marry and replace someone was about to be exposed. No matter what chaos it might cause, it wouldn't affect the Lu family's grandparents and grandchildren. The next day was bright and sunny, with clear skies. Old Mr. Liu changed into a light, casual Zhongshan suit, wearing it less thick than when he was in the capital. It's still warm enough here. The temperature in the capital is quite cold. You're right, but also not right. The temperature on our island is quite comfortable now, but tropical regions have their own problems. Although the typhoon season from May to November is short this year, strong typhoons can break tree trunks and power poles, and even cut off water and electricity. Very troublesome. Wang Mingkue was serving breakfast, offering sweet potato porridge, and casually joined the conversation. What should we do when a typhoon comes? Old Mr. Liu asked with interest. Usually, he only heard about the island through radio or TV. At that moment, his heart was heavy with worry. His grandson was participating in rescue efforts, and he couldn't sleep peacefully, feeling anxious all night. What can we do? Just stay out of sight, stay inside. As long as we don't go out, it should be fine. Wang Mingkue chuckled softly. Yesterday, she had been a bit wary of this elderly man. But now, seeing how kind and approachable he seemed, she felt more at ease. Miss Wang, I also want a bowl of sweet potato porridge. Shin Man was standing in line behind her grandfather, trying to ignore the curious glances around her. Comrade Shin, later we're going to the beach to gather seafood. Do you want to come along? The speaker was Yi Qinghong, a cheerful young woman with a round face, who was about to become a military spouse. Shin Man remembered her. She was the first to greet her warmly. Yes, can I bring my grandfather? He hasn't been to the sea before and is very interested.
Ye Qinghong nodded happily.
Of course. We're just collecting some seafood to improve our meals. The old man can relax and enjoy himself. Great, we'll go together later. Shin Man smiled at her words, her face flushing with a gentle glow. This Shin comrade was truly charming. Not just to men. She herself couldn't help but be drawn to her. Hey, snap out of it. Zhao Cuizue nudged Yi Qinghong playfully. If Captain Liu sees you staring at her like that, he might get jealous. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Qinghong's face turned even redder, and the other soon-to-be military spouses chuckled kindly. Only one person remained unimpressed. She looked at Shin Man with disapproval, as usual. She thought, she just has a flirtatious face, always trying to hit on people, even women.
Ugh.
Just then, Wang Mingkue, who was serving porridge, noticed Mingli's son's unfriendly gaze. She quickly tapped the stainless steel pot, raising her voice to warn everyone in the small dining room. Son Meili, what are you staring at Shin comrade for? Are your eyes not working? I warn you, we're all military spouses. We support each other and keep watch over each other. We need to stabilize the rear so our husbands can serve the country without worries. If you keep causing trouble for Shin comrade, I'll have my husband, the political commissar, reject your marriage application. Where are you from? Just go back there. I don't. Son Meili's face suddenly turned pale. The eyes looking at her from all directions were full of scrutiny, disdain, disgust, and contempt, as if she were looking at something dirty. The people's eyes are sharp. Don't try to lie to me. Do you think you can hide what you do? Come on, use your brain. If you want to hide something, you must not do it yourself. To be honest, there are others involved. My husband is a political commissar, and in the army, he makes the rules about discipline. Don't let me find out if someone is causing trouble or making small moves. My husband isn't someone to be messed with. Wang Mingkue didn't mind showing off a little authority. Besides, today's show of strength wasn't to make her own husband look bad. There was nothing to be afraid of. Bowu, Son Meili covered her face and ran away. She didn't even finish her breakfast and went straight back to her room. All right, it's okay now. Everyone, hurry up and eat your porridge. It tastes bad when it gets cold. Got it. The soon-to-be military wives nodded obediently. The political commissar is a high-ranking officer, and they are not as clueless as Son Meili. Old Mr. Liu had been silent the whole time. He felt grateful to the military wives who spoke up for his granddaughter and protected her. That's more like it. In the family compound, military wives should have this kind of unity and awareness. In the next few days, Shin Man accompanied her grandfather and the soon-to-be military wives to go sea fishing. They gained a lot and successfully added more dishes for lunch and dinner. Everyone shared many laughs, and their relationships grew closer. Meanwhile, old Mr. Liu moved into the island staff rest home, assigned to the best room. This place is very close to the military district. When it was built, they considered the future retirement life of senior officers and chose a location on a corner of the military area. It's only a 5 or 8 minute walk back to the base, where he can give guidance to new soldiers on the training ground and use training equipment to stay fit. Of course, after these days of hard work, the showers in both small courtyards had dried with cement and mortar. The more complex septic tanks, water tanks, and shower facilities were also installed. Even a door was built in the middle of the courtyard wall, connecting the two houses for easy access. When her brother and his fiancé finished their background check and were about to get their marriage certificate, Shinman handed her brother the bankbook she had gotten from their biological father, the one that belonged to him. "I don't want anything from him." Liu Xiaobai's first reaction was to refuse, feeling that anything from that man was tainted. "Why not take it? It's not like we should let that woman and her daughter have it. Besides, this is for your wife, not for you." Shinman saw things clearly and patiently persuaded her brother to accept the bankbook and let his wife handle it. After all, they couldn't avoid taking care of their parents when they got old, but forgiving their father was impossible. So, why shouldn't they accept his compensation? Should they just let that woman and her daughter benefit instead? By the way, I've been getting some money from him every month as compensation. Honestly, I hope he stays healthy and keeps working hard to send me more. For the second time, Shinman didn't hide her true nature in front of her brother. Liu Xiaobai thought about it and realized she was right. "All right, I'll take it and give it to my wife later. That's better. Oh, and if you and your wife see any sponge cakes when you're out shopping, bring one back for me." Shinman wasn't really craving sweets, but her cat, Tang Yuan, loved sponge cake. She was even thinking about building a small oven in the yard. She had once seen a food blogger make one successfully in a video. If she could bake sponge cakes herself, she wouldn't have to take the ferry to the seaside city every time she wanted some. What a hassle that was. Okay, Liu Xiaobai agreed, then happily went off to get his marriage certificate. It was Friday, and the soldiers had the afternoon off. The officers were getting their marriage certificates early because the next morning, Saturday at 9, there would be a group wedding ceremony in the military hall. Shinman was also packing her things. After saying goodbye to Sister Wang, she would load her luggage onto the transport truck and move into the family housing area. Recently, Tang Yuan had been staying close to its owner, absorbing some good energy and growing half an inch longer. It wasn't very noticeable yet, but it could feel the energy inside its body becoming stronger. Now it was helping its owner manage the small farm in their special space, taking care of the chicks, ducklings, and fish in an orderly way. The mist in the space had faded a little, just a little, but it was enough to prove that its guess had been right. "Good, go into the bag first. Today, we are moving to a new home." Shinman gently pats Tang Yuan's head. She wonders if it's her imagination, but she feels Tang Yuan's face looks a little rounder. Just a little, she thinks. Never mind, better not say anything, to avoid making the little one upset. "Meow, all right, master. I also want a soft cat bed. It would be so comfortable to lie in the sun in the small yard." Tang Yuan is happy. Wherever the owner is, that's where it wants to be. The owner's home is also its home. The space is nice, but the outside world is beautiful too. There are flowers, the sound of insects, and its favorite egg cake. "Okay, once we get home, I will make you a soft cushion and a cozy cat bed." It's rare for Tang Yuan to ask for something, so Shinman naturally agrees. Everything to make it happy. Tang Yuan stares blankly at the owner. A blurry face flashes in its mind. Old Master Liu, who used to indulge it like this. A sparkle appears in Tang Yuan's eyes, but it quickly hides it, curling up in the yarn bag, pretending not to care. Shinman senses that Tang Yuan isn't feeling very happy right now. Just as she wants to comfort it, there's a knock on the door and a man's voice calls from outside. "Sweetheart, I'm here to pick you up. It's Brother Jiangyi." Shinman gets up and goes to open the door. Meanwhile, in the corridor, the knocking continues, along with the sounds of a conversation between a soon-to-be military wife and her officer husband. This time they are really moving. Shinman's suitcase is heavy, but Jiangyi easily lifts it, carries it downstairs, and loads it into the truck. During a break, Shunman goes to the counter to say goodbye to Wang Jie, thanking her for her care over the past week. They plan to visit each other again, if possible. Come to my house sometime. I'll cook our local special dishes. I promise you'll want to eat them again. Wang Mingkue smiles broadly. The young girl is good at talking, much better than Jiang Yi, who is a bit reserved. Her own man's hairline is safe, so in the future, when they walk together, there won't be any mistaken identity or confusion about their age difference. Yes, yes. Shunman nods. Wang Jie is the first military wife she befriended on the island. They share common topics and get along well. Having more friends means more places to visit in the future. Others gradually completed their checkout procedures. Shunman didn't disturb Sister Wang's work and, with her husband's help, sat into the truck. The truck seat was a hard wooden board. Jiang Yi folded his military coat and laid it across the seat for his wife to sit on. Worried that the bumpy ride might make her unsteady or cause her to bump into something, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, holding her firmly. This gave her a strong sense of safety. Shunman leaned into her husband's chest, holding her bag with both hands. Inside the bag was Tang Yuan, who was sleeping peacefully. The family of 3 sat neatly together. Behind them, other military wives arrived one after another, all envying Shunman. When the officers saw Jiang Yi using his coat as a cushion for his wife, they said they learned something new. But they came so quickly that they didn't even have their coats on. So, the military wives admired Shunman, and the officers secretly admired Jiang Yi even more. They thought, love and affection are nice, but showing how caring they are to their wives is even better. Did they consider how the others felt? If angry looks could hurt, Jiang Yi might have been torn apart right then. The truck smoothly entered the military area and stopped at the gate of the residential compound. One after another, officers and their wives got off. The men quickly helped their wives carry their luggage. Once most of the others had exited, Jiang Yi and Shunman slowly got off, carefully supporting her. Of course, with his long legs, he easily stepped down and effortlessly carried his wife off the truck. The nearby military wives watched in surprise. The scene was so beautiful, like a movie. They looked perfect together. They were so considerate. Despite being newlyweds, Jiang Yi and his wife looked so happy. The new officers were annoyed, glaring at Jiang Yi with accusing eyes. Come on, showing love all the way here wasn't enough? Now they even pulled a surprise move at the destination. Shunman felt all these eyes on her and couldn't stay indifferent. She gently tugged at her husband's collar and softly said, "Let me down, please. There are so many people watching." "It's okay. We're a real couple, no worries." Jiang Ye's deep sense of possessiveness was now completely visible. Even so, he still respected his wife's wishes. He loosened his strong grip around her waist and instead held her hand, their fingers tightly intertwined. "Let's go home," he said. With his other hand, he lifted the large suitcase and walked with a light, cheerful step. After waiting a whole week, he had finally settled everything. Now, with no worries left, he could take his wife home. Feeling his happiness, Shunman smiled. "All right, let's go home." The two of them walked toward their small courtyard, leaving behind a group of envious onlookers in the residential compound. A private courtyard was expensive to renovate. Jiang Tuan was truly generous toward Shunman. But honestly, if they were in his place, they would probably do the same. Among the crowd, Sun Meili tried to make herself unnoticed. She didn't dare say anything bitter this time. As she watched Shunman's back, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. "Stop staring. It's almost noon. Go home and make lunch for me," said a man in his 30s, a military officer, pushing Sun Meili impatiently so that she nearly stumbled. The same Sun Meili who had shown off proudly at the guest house earlier now behaved quietly, not daring to argue back. "All right," she replied softly. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghong turned her gaze away and followed her husband into the room on the right side of the second floor. After looking around, she blushed and asked, "Brother Gongzi, are you staying in the family quarters tonight?" "Not yet," Lu Dagong stammered. "Tomorrow, after the group wedding, I'll move my things from the dormitory." Then we can live together. His head felt dizzy. His wife was so beautiful and gentle. Of course, he was looking forward to their new life together, but he wanted to wait until after the ceremony to make it official. Just one more day and night, and tomorrow he could finally hold his wife close.
Ye Wing Hong answered softly.
She had been nervous, but seeing her new husband even more nervous somehow made her feel calmer. She wasn't the only one feeling that way. The other 50 or so newlywed couples were just as excited and shy. The difference was that some of them were more traditional, wanting to give their wives the best sense of ceremony possible. Some people, unable to control their instincts, have already closed the door and started to show affection to their wives. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Shunman returned to her small courtyard. In the past few days of repairs, the appearance of the courtyard hasn't changed much, but the inside has been completely transformed. The spacious and bright shower room, although not decorated with fancy tiles or painted white, just as plain cement walls. But in this era of scarce resources and high prices, it was very surprising that her husband could quickly build such a fully functional shower room. Meow, Tang Yuan signaled to her owner to put it down. As its paw touched the ground, it stretched lazily, then happily climbed onto the roof to bask in the sun. Cats generally like sunlight, right? Thinking this, Shinman felt a gentle pressure in her palm, followed by a tender kiss on her forehead. Her husband's hoarse voice sounded. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about us living here from now on." "It feels so strange." Shinman naturally hugged her husband's strong waist, burying her face in his chest, afraid to look into his eyes full of desire. His strong male scent surrounded her, and she was not unaware. He had always been gentle and caring before, only showing her affection, making her indulge in his tender illusion. Now, she could feel that beneath his calm face, his eyes looking at her were filled with raw desire, his possessiveness over her. Her heart fluttered. Her legs felt weak. "Are you afraid?" Jiang Ye's Adam's apple moved as he looked at his wife, leaning against him. This time, he didn't give her a chance to escape. He used to tell himself that they would eventually be honest with each other, and there was no need to rush. But now, she was in his arms, and his rationality was stretched thin. Deep inside, his desire was roaring, more intense than ever before. A little bit. Shinman's breath hitched, tears almost coming to her eyes. She could feel it now. Is there any point in saying she's afraid? Who? A light laugh came from above her, followed by a quick breath. Shinman then felt her body lift off the ground as someone embraced her around the waist. Suddenly feeling weightless as she was lifted into the air, she was so frightened that she let out a loud cry. Then her lips were kissed. First a gentle peck, then a fierce, passionate kiss that came suddenly and forcefully, leaving her unable to resist. She could only hold tightly onto the man's neck. When Tang Yuan heard her owner's cry, she instinctively leaned forward to look. Her eyes met the sharp, intense gaze filled with deep desire. Silently, she withdrew her head. Soon, soft, charming breathing sounds, gentle sobs, and tender coaxing voices filled the room, gradually fading into the wind. On the roof, Tang Yuan's cat ears drooped, and she clutched them with her paws. She thought to herself, Master, I won't let you down." It seemed that she also liked the way the big boss was close to her, so she decided not to be a bright little light anymore. In the evening, Lu Xiaobai happily came to share good news and looked for his sister. He only saw his brother-in-law squatting by the water well, washing clothes. He couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression and asked, "Where's my sister? She's too tired from moving and has fallen asleep." Jiang Yi remained calm and continued washing clothes. However, the slight change in his satisfied expression and subtle shift in his demeanor softened his usually distant aura, making him seem more lively and like a real person, more like a husband. "Oh, I got the marriage certificate with Yanting. We're having a group wedding tomorrow. Remember to help me move the luggage." Lu Xiaobai didn't doubt him and just took a few more glances at this young man. Okay. Jiang Yi was very easy to talk to now. His eyes toward his brother-in-law showed a kind of unfamiliar warmth. Then you should keep washing the clothes. My sister is delicate and shouldn't do such hard chores. Lu Xiaobai got goosebumps all over. He felt that Jiang Yi was acting strangely, very strangely. All right, brother, take care. Jiang Yi nodded seriously. Of course, since his wife was delicate, he would do these household chores himself. Until he returned to the dormitory, Lu Xiaobai touched the still-tingling goosebumps on his arm, secretly wondering, could Jiang Yi be possessed by a ghost? A man who has just started eating meat has endless energy. But considering his wife's physical condition, he had to suppress his own desires and cravings. Jiang Yi kept busy until 8 p.m., washing clothes and hanging them out to dry in the yard. In the yard and inside the house, he carefully checked everything again. Even the spider webs on the roof beams were not overlooked. He also told Tang Yuan not to see any mice at home. If she did, she would lose her dried fish treats. Worried that his wife might wake up hungry, he went to a neighbor's place to exchange for a hen, then slaughtered it to make chicken soup. It was still simmering on the stove. When Xinman woke up, the room was very quiet. There was a red candle on the table, giving off a soft, warm glow. Her slow mind started to work again after her body protested. Sure enough, practice is different from theory. She quietly took a few drops of the spiritual liquid, and her dull pain gradually eased, thanks to the life-saving magic item left by Elder Lu. However, she doubted the note Elder Lu left behind, claiming she was loved by 18 husbands. One was hard enough to handle, let alone 18. While she was lost in thought, Jiang Yi, sensing the change in the room's breathing, gently came over and knocked on the door. Knock, 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 wife. Are you awake? Shinman pulled her head into the quilt. Even though they had done something intimate, she still felt a bit shy and uncomfortable facing him. Are you hungry? I made chicken soup. I'll serve it to you soon. Jiang Yi had excellent hearing and knew his wife was sensitive about her face, so he kindly gave her a little time.
Okay.
Shinman's response was soft. After the footsteps outside faded away, she finally pulled back the quilt, and in the faint candlelight, she looked at her watch. It was almost 9 o'clock at night. She had slept for 5 or 6 hours. The messy bed sheets had already been changed. She felt fresh and clean, and the room still smelled faintly of mugwort. Thinking about what the man said before she dozed off, about letting go of her vulgar words, her cheeks turned red. She rubbed her swollen eyes, and the cold air touching her exposed shoulders made her shiver involuntarily. She sat up quickly, grabbed her clothes from the bedside table, and put them on. Almost as soon as she finished dressing, the sound of military boots approaching outside the door resumed. Wife, I'm coming in. Creak. The old-fashioned door, still with a mortise and tenon structure, made a squeaking sound. Shinman put down her peachwood comb, slowly turned around, and looked toward the door. Although she drank the healing liquid and her body improved, not a single mark was left. But the joy, the trembling near death that had been carved into her bones, she had truly experienced. Because of this, when she saw brother Jiang Yi again, she instinctively wanted to step back and run away. Sorry, I was too harsh this afternoon. Did I scare you? Jiang Yi naturally noticed the fear, nervousness, and shyness in his wife's eyes. After a moment of thought, he understood the problem. He put down his cup and approached gently, slowly closing the distance between them. A shadow cast over her small figure sitting in the chair. His apology came softly. I know I was wrong. Next time, I'll be gentler. If you're still upset, you can slap me a few times? Shinman didn't know what was bothering her. She felt awkward, petty, and a little stubborn, wanting to act out. But when the man reached out and took her hand, heading toward his face, she suddenly pulled her hand back, realizing she shouldn't do that. Her gaze at the man was naturally full of charm, affection, and longing. I'm hungry. Shinman didn't want to keep being stubborn. She felt ashamed of her recent mood. All right, have some chicken soup first. I've shredded the chicken into strips. Be careful, it's hot. Jiang Ye's caring tone hid dark, unclear eyes. A trace of regret flickered across his perfect face. Why didn't he just slap her? Shinman was indeed hungry, having missed dinner. At this moment, she didn't need to be polite. So she didn't notice the dark look in the man's eyes or the intense desire behind it. The rice dumplings tonight, I fed it a piece of egg cake and 6 small fish. It's now sleeping soundly in the cat bed in the main hall.
Did you eat? I did.
The bed sheets and clothes I took off have all been washed and hung out to dry in the yard. You washed everything?
Yeah, I did.
Shin Man's hand froze for a few seconds while drinking the soup, almost choking. It wasn't just because of the man's confident attitude, but also because of the way he lightly brushed her left hand's back with his knuckles, playfully toying with her fingers, full of suggestive charm. Drink more chicken soup. It's best hot.
There's still some in the pot.
Shin Man quickly lowered her head and stammered, okay. I always feel that her gentle, reserved, and self-controlled brother Jiang Yi completely changed after becoming more open. He turned into a very flirtatious and charming man. Every move he made seemed to be trying to seduce her into doing something wrong. There's some extra ingredient in this chicken soup. Shin Man finished a bowl and looked at the bottom, noticing a piece of sliced herb that looked like a medicinal ingredient. It has added something. Jiang Yi naturally took over the conversation, using a spoon to scoop more chicken soup from the bowl, signaling his wife to keep drinking. Huh. Shin Man's fingertips trembled slightly, her eyes full of curiosity. What did he add? To boost your energy and blood. You worked hard this afternoon, so I added codenopsis. It's good for your health. Jiang Yi didn't study medicine, but having lived on the edge in his past life, he was familiar with basic pharmacology and knew about the compatibility of herbs. Oh, I see. It's codenopsis, no wonder it tastes sweet. It's a warming herb that complements the chicken soup well. While thinking about this, she forgot to wonder why the man knew so much about herbs. After finishing the second bowl of medicinal chicken soup, Shin Man felt her stomach was almost full. Seeing her husband wanting to serve her more, she quickly refused. Jiang Yi, I'm full. I don't want any more. If she drank more, her belly would be stretched too much, and that would be uncomfortable. All right, then don't drink anymore. Jiang Ye's large hand, which had been stroking her left hand, suddenly moved to her waist, gently touching her rounded belly. For a moment, the air seemed to thicken with a quiet tension. When Shin Man realized what was happening, she was already sitting in his arms, her chin lifted by his large hand, just like that afternoon, caught in another wave of intense emotion. The marks are fading. Maybe it's because I have good health?
Oh?
Let's check. How to check? Shin Man wanted to pull away, but she was caught in her own words, revealing her feelings even more clearly. The night was still long. However, she leaned against the door, trying to secretly listen to how her older brother was arguing with the imposter. Tingchun, what's wrong with you and Enin tonight? Why do I feel like you're both angry? Lu Man was confused. She sensed something was off, but she didn't think she had offended her sister-in-law recently. She had just helped her classmate's mother with surgery, even risking offending the deputy director for it. Shun Man, do you know her? Gu Tingchun's eyes darkened, cold as ice, filled with extreme indifference. In just a few words, he almost whispered with a hoarse voice. Know her. Lu Man's bag slipped from her hand and fell to the floor with a loud thud. Who are you really? Gu Tingchun's eyes showed no warmth, only a cold unfamiliarity. He usually played with eagles, never thought that one day he would be deceived by a fake fiancé and marry her. Tingchun, I am your wife. No matter who I am or what I've done, you have to believe I did it because I love you. Lu Man knew her secret was out. She didn't understand why she was exposed, but first, she had to show weakness to calm her husband's anger.
Wife. Ha.
My fiancé is Shin Man. Do you want me to check everything I found out and tell you everything? Gu Tingchun grabbed a cup from the table and, furious, threw it at her. It missed her cheek and shattered against the wall, breaking into pieces. Crash. The beautiful teacup shattered, cutting Lu Man's hand and drawing a streak of blood. Ignoring her hand's injury, Lu Man scrambled and fell to the ground, clutching the man's leg and crying. Tingchun, yes, I was pretending to be Shin Man. But she disappeared 15 years ago, and no one knows if she's alive or dead. I am a real person. I have lived in the Lu family for 15 years and have called Dad for 15 years. Dad has treated me like his own daughter. I am also a daughter of the Lu family. You and I are truly a perfect match. So, you have been lying to me all along. The Lu family has been deceiving me. Gu Tingchen, in his anger, instinctively avoids danger and considers the pros and cons. At his feet is the fake daughter of the Lu family. The real daughter, his fiancé Shinman, went to her relative's home on their second day of marriage. But then he heard that he and the fake daughter had already registered their marriage a day earlier. It's too late now. If only, before the return visit, he hadn't gotten so drunk or shared a room with the fake daughter. Now, he is holding on to the Lu family's knowledge of the truth, deliberately creating a false situation to manipulate them. Father knows, but grandfather doesn't. Lumaman feels guilty now, but since her husband has already found out about Shinman, he also knows about her being a fake. If she keeps hiding it, her husband might dislike her even more. It's better to tell the truth. Gu Tingchen furrows his brows tightly when he hears this. Grandpa Lu doesn't know, so this matter was decided by his father-in-law and the fake daughter without telling him. This gives him fewer bargaining chips than he expected. Where is Shinman now? He doesn't care much about his wife's appearance or character, as long as her family background is decent and can help his career. He has no objections. But being played around by the fake daughter for the first time feels strange. Moreover, his real fiancé, upon learning her marriage was stolen, didn't cause trouble or try to take him back. This boosts his pride and competitive spirit suddenly. She left the capital and went to her older brother. Lu Xiaobai has gone too. Most likely, she's on an island somewhere, casually finding a man and getting married. Lumanman carefully observes her husband's expression, a faint sense of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. On one hand, she's proud to have secured a good marriage. Even if her scheme is exposed, she'll only get scolded. A day of marriage is 100 days of love, and her husband wouldn't divorce her at this critical moment. On the other hand, she's deliberately reminding her husband that Shinman wasn't upset about her marriage being stolen and quickly moved on to new feelings. Military marriages aren't easy to break apart just because someone wants to. Is that so? Gu Tingchen was furious but then laughed. He reached out and took the fake wife's hand, still smiling. He pressed his index finger hard on her wound, applying force. Ow, Lu Man grimaced in pain, but didn't dare resist. She thought to herself, the truth will come out sooner or later. It's good that her husband found out. She no longer had to pretend to be someone else, living in constant fear. Tomorrow, come with me to the Lu family. We need to have a serious talk with my parents. Gu Tingchen released her hand and, while giving instructions, took a handkerchief from his shirt pocket. He casually wiped the blood from his finger, then disdainfully threw the handkerchief into the ashtray. Okay. Lu Man relaxed completely, unsure of what to say. Maybe she shouldn't say anything, and just let her husband vent his anger. As for her cracked hand wound, she felt a strange sense of relief. Finally, she didn't have to hide her true identity anymore. Lu Man could now hold her head high and stop being a substitute for someone else. In the second bedroom, Gu Yinin, who hadn't heard any noise, was anxious and scratching her head. If her older brother hadn't kept her in check, she might have gone out to pull the fake sister-in-law's hair. How shameless to pretend to be her real sister-in-law and sneak into the Gu family. Damn it. She had always felt uncomfortable whenever she saw this fake sister-in-law. Now that everything was clear, she was just a fake, unworthy of being her sister-in-law. Her real sister-in-law was Shinman, not Lu Man. Gu Tingchen hadn't even taken off his clothes. He simply carried a quilt into the study and locked the door. His attitude was clear. He didn't want to share a room with Lu Man. Lu Man said nothing, quietly washed up, changed into pajamas, and lay on the bed thinking about the changes after her rebirth. Where had things gone wrong? Apart from losing the jade pendant space, everything else followed the same path as her previous life, with hardly any difference. But now one problem after another kept happening, and she felt she was getting more and more unlucky. On the last weekend of March, the sky was clear and sunny. At the island military base, everyone was celebrating. Early in the morning, Commissar G brought staff from the logistics department to the main hall to prepare the venue. The chairman's message was placed in the most prominent spot. Colorful flowers decorated the scene, with red ornamental balls beneath them and the names of the newlyweds carefully cut out. Today, each couple participating in the group wedding could come and pick up a boutonniere to pin on their chest. Commander Duan, Commander Han, and several high-ranking, elusive officers on the island quietly took their seats, witnessing the grand event of the group wedding. A few family members sat scattered at the family table. Among them was old Master Lu. Could he really come to witness his grandson and granddaughter's wedding? To be prepared in case he couldn't leave the scene, he had tucked 2 handkerchiefs into his coat pocket. As the atmosphere grew livelier, his smile couldn't help but widen. "Old sir, are you here to watch someone's wedding?" "Yes, I'm here to see my grandson and granddaughter's wedding." "Wow, double happiness. Congratulations. Congratulations to both." Old Master Lu smiled sincerely, his eyes fixed on the stage behind the main hall, eagerly awaiting the start of the wedding. Meanwhile, backstage, over 50 couples and more than 100 people were dressed in their best clothes, looking neat and tidy. They checked their appearances and adjusted the boutonnieres on their chests. "Sister-in-law, can you help me see if my braid is crooked?" "Let me check." "It's not crooked, very neat." Man, can you see if my braid is crooked?" "Ching Hong, yours isn't crooked either." Ha ha ha. The military wives exchanged smiles, and their nervousness eased a lot. Shen Man tidied her braid, thought for a moment, then took a small box of lip balm from her bag. Using her pinky finger, she dabbed a tiny bit and carefully applied it to her lips in front of the mirror. Pei Yanting nearby saw this and sincerely praised and teased her. "Looks nice." "When your brother-in-law sees it later, he probably won't want anyone else to look and will hide you away." "Sister-in-law," Shin Man's face was as lovely as a peach blossom, and she blushed shyly. But she wasn't just a passive participant. She believed that happiness shared is happiness doubled. So, the military wives present who wanted to put on lip balm didn't hesitate to help each other with their makeup. Most of the lip balm was used up, but many wives managed to apply the same kind as Shin Man, sharing her kindness. Pei Yanting was the only military wife with short, neat hair. After putting on a bit of lip color, her confident look gained a touch of gentle charm, making her even more attractive. She didn't say it out loud, but as the saying goes, women like to look good for those they care about. The satisfaction in her eyes as she looked in the mirror couldn't be hidden. The auspicious time has come. All newlyweds, please proceed from backstage hand in hand to the main hall stage to receive the party and organization's sincere blessings. The voice from the microphone echoed through the hall. Backstage staff helped maintain order, and everything went smoothly. The military wives soon found their husbands. Each had dressed up carefully, and their officer husbands couldn't help but smile brightly when they saw them. Pei Yanting, walking with her sister-in-law, deliberately stayed at the back, not trying to stand out. There was no need, being modest was enough. At the end, pairs looked at each other, some smiled warmly, others exchanged playful looks. When they reached the end of the stage, the host, Commissar Ji, began reading the marriage vows and blessings from the party and organization. Shin Man held her husband's hand tightly, her expression solemn and respectful. Love for the country.
Peace.
The nation comes before the family. The country's interests come first. Love for all knows no boundaries. As they looked at the national flag, everyone stood and sang the national anthem together. Old Mr. Liu hadn't expected to cry when his grandchildren got married, but when everyone sang the anthem, tears filled his eyes. He decided that his great-grandchildren would be named Patriotism and Peace. Yes, just like that, simple and spontaneous. If they were born on the same day, they'd draw lots to decide. Clap, clap, clap. The group wedding ceremony lasted about half an hour. When it ended, thunderous applause filled the hall. It was the liveliest group wedding Commissar Ji had ever hosted. After the ceremony, the cafeteria offered a free lunch to welcome the new military wives, a small celebration meal. Old Mr. Liu, supported by his granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law on each side, walked out of the hall in high spirits. "Yanting," he said with a smile, "if Xiaobai ever does something wrong, don't go easy on him. A man sometimes needs a good reminder, don't feel bad about it." "Yes, Grandpa," she replied. Man, Grandpa trusts you and Jiangyi the most." If your brother does something wrong or bullies your sister-in-law, just let Jiangyi go and teach him a lesson. Don't let your sister-in-law feel uncomfortable. Yes, Grandpa. Shin Man covers her mouth and laughs. Grandpa is almost completely biased toward the Northern Hemisphere. A resentful little look from behind cannot be ignored. Lu Xiaobai's ears are not decorations. His grandfather's favoritism is obvious. He has accepted it. After all, he is the grandson. Grandpa supports his wife, so as the grandson, he must act like one. Jiangyi always clearly understands his place in the family. As long as his wife doesn't make him sleep in the guest room or ask him to do something unreasonable, he's happy. It turns out, being loved and pampered makes people lose their senses. From then on, the ruler neglects his duties, and words become empty. Hey, Jiangyi, why are you smiling so strangely? Lu Xiaobai, who hasn't yet tasted the joys of marriage, looks worried when he sees his brother-in-law staring fiercely at his sister. Is it right to push his own sister into the jaws of a hungry wolf? If Mom finds out, will she come out of hiding to scold him? Guess. Jiangyi lazily glances at his brother-in-law. Still not trained by his wife.
So pure.
I guess your uncle. Oops. Before Lu Xiaobai can finish scolding, his grandpa whacks him with a cane. Lu Xiaobai jumps up, clutching his butt, and complains with a sad look. Grandpa, this is the army. There are many people watching. Please, give me some face. This is his real grandpa, confirmed. You little brat. Remember this. You're lucky to have your grandpa to discipline you at your age. When I'm gone, no one will restrain you. Be careful with your sharp tongue, or you might get hit on the back of your head when walking at night. Old grandpa gasps heavily. He's getting old, and his body isn't as good as before. Decades ago, he could carry a water bucket and walk dozens of kilometers. I know I was wrong. Grandpa, don't be angry. Maybe you can hit me a few more times. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobai immediately softens. Since childhood, he's been used to joking around with his grandpa. After joining the army a few years ago, he hasn't been spanked by Grandpa. He misses it. Yes, being hit again feels familiar nagging and scolding. Grandpa is right. At his age, having Grandpa's guidance is a very happy thing. While eating in the cafeteria, a middle-aged woman approached. She looked at Shin Man with a critical gaze and spoke in a condescending tone. I am Li Yumei, the head of the cultural troupe. You must be Jiang Ye's newlywed wife. I think you look nice. I invite you to join our troupe. Come to report next Monday. Is that okay? Shin Man looked up briefly, gave a calm glance, and politely declined. Oh, thank you for the offer, but I am not interested. No need. If she hadn't introduced herself, Shin Man wouldn't have bothered to pay attention. Comrade Shin, since you know I am offering you a good opportunity, how can you refuse? Maybe this is your chance to change your fate. Li Yumei, elegant like a chrysanthemum, but her lofty attitude and condescending tone made people feel uncomfortable without realizing it. Is being the head of the cultural troupe such a big deal? Can't you understand simple words? My granddaughter already refused. Who are you trying to impress with your high and mighty attitude? Old Master Lu was originally just leisurely drinking the water his daughter-in-law poured for him. When he heard this aggressive attitude from the woman, he couldn't help but slam his cup down heavily, unleashing a strong presence. Suddenly, the noisy surroundings fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused here. Are you Shin's elder? Looking at you, it seems you haven't gone to school, right? Do you know how many people are eyeing the position in the troupe? Many female colleagues are eager to join. It's a stable job with allowances, and you can stand in the spotlight on stage. So glamorous, Li Yumei sneered, her attitude becoming even more arrogant. In her view, Shin Man was just a pretty face with no real background. Her family's status couldn't compare to her niece's. Since they could get married, she could find a way to make them divorce. Even the most beautiful vase gets boring after a while, and men will lose interest. Her niece, although not as beautiful as Shin Man, had excellent conditions. The most important thing is that her niece comes from a good family. If her niece didn't insist on marrying Jiangyi, she wouldn't go to such lengths to come up with this plan. Yes, I, the old man, didn't go to school, but I am not talented. When I was young, I followed the chairman during the Long March, crossed the river battles, and the 100 Regiment's offensive. I earned some military merits. My name was originally Lu Erden. Thanks to the chairman not dismissing me, I was given the name Chongjun. I was the commander of the 28th Army Group, known as Commander Lu. May I ask, Captain Lee, what was your father doing when I was fighting the Japanese? Excuse me, my granddaughter doesn't want to join your labor art troupe. Are you trying to force her? Hey, I want to hear what the highest commander on this island, Duan Wujio, has to say about this. For the first time, Old Man Lu was openly confronted face to face. He initially wanted to stay low-key. But now, if he didn't stand up for himself and his granddaughter, anyone and everyone would come forward to cause trouble. Suddenly, thunder roared in Li Yumei's mind, shaking her heart and making her feel numb. Grandpa Shun Man turned out to be a retired commander. He kept calling the chairman, boasting about military achievements, and casually mentioned Commander Duan by his full name. Not only Li Yumei, but other officers also looked on with respect, standing silently, straightening up, and saluting toward the old man. The scene was as solemn as the collective wedding held earlier in the hall. Jiang Yi and his brother-in-law returned with food and saw the scene. Their good mood was instantly spoiled. They walked straight to their wife's table. Grandpa, Old Man Lu's aura slightly softened as he said to his son-in-law, Jiang Yi, Captain Li has quite a lot of authority. She mocked me for being an uneducated country bumpkin, and now she's acting high and mighty, inviting your wife to work in the art troupe. How should we handle this? Captain Li, slandering a military family member, do you want me to teach you how to apologize? Seeing the other person, Jiang Yi immediately thought of her annoying niece and looked displeased. A strong sense of pressure hit her, and Li Yumei's face turned pale, realizing she had really stepped into a trap. Weighing the pros and cons, she clenched her fists and, under everyone's watchful eyes, reluctantly lowered her proud head. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. I shouldn't have treated the old gentleman with such attitude. Please don't hold this against me. Young people these days are really not steady enough. Old Master Lu sighed softly, then waved his hand dismissively, showing he didn't want to argue, earning respect from others present. Li Yumei's pride was hurt. Feeling embarrassed, she wanted to leave, but Jiang Yi stopped her. Captain Li, my wife is well taken care of by me. I support her hobbies. She's not interested in your art troupe, so please don't bother her in the future. Understand. Li Yumei trembled with anger, feeling humiliated inside and out. She could only grit her teeth and reply, Fine. Then she covered her face and left, feeling utterly mortified. All right, everyone, let's eat. I'm just a retired old man now. Nothing special to see, Old Master Lu said with a gentle smile. His commanding aura softened, returning to the harmless old man image. He just wanted to spend his later years with his grandchildren. When they had children, he planned to help take care of his great-grandchildren and little great-grandchildren, living a peaceful life. If it weren't for that careless Captain Lee earlier, he would have preferred to stay low-key. Yes, everyone in the military nodded respectfully, then lowered their heads to whisper with their wives. Thanks to their explanations, the new military wives now knew what kind of status Comrade Shin Man's grandfather held. A warning to others, so to speak. From then on, no military wife dared to confront Shin Man in the family compound. They remained polite and friendly toward Shin Man and Pei Yanting. Soon, this incident reached the higher-ups in the army. Those who already had opinions about the art troupe became even more critical. The troupe's funding was the most strained. They demanded the best for performances, costumes, food, drinks, and makeup. The young women were delicate and couldn't be treated roughly like soldiers during drills. Maintaining such a money-consuming group was a significant financial burden. Coincidentally, taking advantage of this matter, the head of the finance department had a reason to make a big cut in this year's arts troupe budget. In short, on Monday, Li Yumei will receive a report of criticism and a penalty. Because of this incident, Li Jiao completely lost her feelings for Jiang Yi. Although she liked him, she wasn't willing to sacrifice her aunt's career for him. After the cafeteria incident, Old Master Lu calmly strolled around the military training ground, then politely declined his granddaughter and their company. From the military district to the sanatorium, it's just a few steps. He wandered alone, relaxed and carefree. He's not a child and doesn't need them to watch over him. Instead of wasting time, they should go home and focus on making babies. He also wants to hold great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. He made it clear, he likes boys and girls equally. He is a progressive elder, not into old-fashioned superstitions. Pei Yanting was straightforward and said she wouldn't let her grandfather down. A military doctor is tough. Shun Manhung blushed, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Grandpa's insistence on having children is quite fierce. After watching Grandpa walk away, Lu Xiaobai pouted, then whispered to his sister, "Sister, I'll go with your sister-in-law to the hospital dorm to move some luggage. You and Jiang Yi can handle your own things first." "Okay." Shun Man responded, feeling everything was happening so quickly. She had married so soon. Her brother also married Yan Ting.
What are you thinking about?
Jiang Yi calmly took his wife's hand, his steady and gentle voice warm and reassuring. "I'm thinking about becoming a military doctor, just like my sister-in-law, and being a qualified military doctor in the future." Shunman looked around, making sure no one was nearby, then shared her thoughts. Medicine has always been her passion. In her previous life, she specialized in cardiopulmonary and gynecological fields and achieved some success. Now, she needs to start from scratch. She wants to pick up the scalpel again and prove her skills and abilities. Jiang Yi extended his right hand, stretching his knuckles, and gently brushed a strand of hair from his wife's face, his voice soft. "Good. I support you. If you want to study medicine, go ahead. Once your sister-in-law moves into her new home, we can ask her about the specific subjects to study, find related books, and seek a mentor. There's no rush, take your time." He has never believed that women should hide behind men or be just supportive wives. His wife can do whatever she wants. He supports her interests. Before marriage, he had the same attitude after marriage. Yes, brother Jiang Yi, I have a gift for you." Shunman held his hand and gently grasped his wrist, revealing it. "Huh?" Jiang Yi understood but still looked confused, as if he didn't know what was happening. "It's a watch. Actually, I bought a pair of watches when I left the capital. This men's watch is for my future husband. It's part of my dowry." Shunman took a watch out of her bag, a domestic brand, shining silver in the sunlight. "Brother Jiang Yi, wear my watch. From now on, you are mine. Unless there's a special reason, you can't take it off. Nowadays, rings are not commonly worn. Moreover, Jiang Yi's status isn't suitable for wearing rings. So, a watch is also a symbol of being married." Okay. Hearing her confident declaration, Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile genuinely. The old watch face, shattered like a spider web, was gently removed. In its place was a brand new watch, symbolizing his new identity. "I already asked Grandpa to help set the time. The old one is kept in the main hall at home, so you can still check the time." Shunman spoke as she fastened the new watch, perfectly matching her husband's temperament. Jiang Yi gently took his wife's hand and kissed it seriously.
"Good.
You handle the domestic side and I handle the outside. You focus on being beautiful and I will earn money to support the family." He would do household chores. She only needed to learn how to survive when he's not home. Is that okay? Shunman felt a sweet warmth in her heart, recalling Aunt Ji's advice. Women who know how to be charming have good luck. She silently swallowed her objections. All right then, since brother Jiang Yi thinks she's a fool who doesn't know household chores. She then assumed she wouldn't be bothered and relaxed peacefully. "Brother Jiang Yi, I want to send some wedding candies back to my hometown. The neighbors and aunties there have taken good care of me over the years. Since I'm getting married, I want to share this happy news with them." "That's right. Tomorrow, we'll go to the post office in Haiban City by boat to send a package home. You know the address and the recipient's details, right?" "Yes, I remember." "Then it's no problem. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to pick out the wedding candies. Since they are people who have taken good care of you back home, we'll choose some nice ones." "Okay." Shunman smiled brightly, her eyes full of affection without realizing it. If before, her aura was like a fragrant magnolia flower, quiet and elegant, about to bloom. Now, her aura is like a fully blooming rose, stunningly beautiful. With such beauty and figure, no wonder Captain Lee has taken an interest in her. Honey, if Captain Lee still causes trouble for you, don't hold back. Don't worry about offending anyone. Your safety comes first. Okay, I'll remember. The two walked side by side toward their small home in the residential area. The man occasionally bent down to listen carefully. Their scene was harmonious and beautiful, like a painting, making it hard for outsiders to join in. Meanwhile, in the capital at the Liu family, in the study on the second floor, Liu Mingyuan and his son-in-law, Gu Tingchen, had been talking from morning until afternoon. No one had come downstairs for lunch, and no one knew what they were discussing. In the living room, Liu Man, with swollen eyes from crying, looked exhausted. Zhang Xuemei looked very worried. They didn't know what was wrong, but their housekeeper's job posting had been out for days with no responses. She had been waking up early and staying up late to buy groceries and cook at home. Her once delicate hands, used to luxury, weren't used to cold water anymore. Her cooking skills had become rusty. Sometimes the food was undercooked, or it looked like porridge. The dishes were either too salty, like they had been salted to death, or too bland, making her taste buds numb. Recently, she hadn't been eating well or sleeping well. Sleep paralysis, numb feet, heart pounding, making mistakes at work, and always getting scolded by her supervisor. She was over 40, and being scolded every day was embarrassing. Finally, the weekend arrived, and she thought she could rest for 2 days. But unexpectedly, early in the morning, her daughter and son-in-law came back. The truth had been exposed. The son-in-law looked at her with no respect at all, only a dark, emotionless stare. Sniff, sniff. Mom, what should I do? Could it be that Tingchen is talking to Dad about divorcing me? I don't want a divorce. Mom, please help me think of a way. I can't get divorced. Stop arguing. Look at you now. You don't even look like my daughter, Zhang Xuemei. Zhang Xuemei felt a headache from the noise and wondered what the father and son-in-law were talking about in the study for so long. What are they discussing? Liu Mingyuan's love life was a mess, but that didn't mean he was bad at his job. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held his department head position for over 10 years without being replaced. Now, facing his angry son-in-law's accusations, he calmly handled the situation, using subtle words to weaken the young man's sharpness. Manon is my stepdaughter. Her father sacrificed himself to save me. I promised her biological father that I would take good care of her and her mother. Although she isn't my biological daughter, I raised her for 15 years as if she were my own. As for why I allowed her to pretend to be man, it's because Manon and her mother haven't had contact with our Liu family for over 10 years. I'm not sure if her mother has found a new match for her since back then, the Gu family and our Liu family only had a verbal agreement about the marriage, with no official marriage certificate. At this point, his attitude was very clear. He didn't expose Manon's true identity as a stepdaughter and kept it hidden, allowing the situation to remain ambiguous. From a practical and moral standpoint, it was understandable. Dear father-in-law, you are so generous. Gu Tingchen's face darkened. After all this time, he hadn't gained anything and was instead disgusted by the shameless way the other side twisted the facts. No wonder Ms. Shen Qingluo chose to divorce and take her daughter away. He didn't know whether to pity himself or to pity his fiancé, Shen Man, who was once promised but now had her marriage silently approved by her biological father. You're not me. If you were me, you might not handle things any better. Liu Mingyuan clearly heard the sarcasm in his son-in-law's tone, but he accepted it calmly. Since you still call me father-in-law, it shows you still have some feelings for Man. What you want is mainly support from the Liu family. I can only promise that if you need help, I will do my best to assist you. Then thank you, father-in-law, for your kindness. Gu Tingchen's lips curl into a slight smile, but the sarcasm in his eyes is clear. I'm curious, father-in-law, with how much you spoil your stepdaughter and handle all her problems, do you ever feel guilty about your biological daughter? He is usually a vengeful person. If he married a fake, can he really feel happy inside? Although his father-in-law promised to help him when needed, he won't let the other side have an easy time. No need to trouble yourself with that. Since you're married to Man, treat her well. You two should have children soon, and your grandfather will be happy, right? Lu Mingyuan's gaze is deep, and a hint of discomfort flashes in his eyes. His tone carries a subtle pressure. No matter how talented Gu is in the capital, he still relies on Lu family's connections for his career. This point, being at a disadvantage, doesn't matter. As long as both sides have interests involved, sharing both glory and loss is natural. Breaking apart at all costs isn't good for anyone. You're right, father-in-law. I will have children with Man soon. Just a reminder, since you said to treat everyone equally, please don't favor one over the other, or it will hurt Man and me. After speaking, Gu Tingchen gives his father-in-law a meaningful look and stands up to leave. After leaving the study and going downstairs, he sees one of the instigators, his mother-in-law, warmly calling him. Tingchen, will you stay for lunch before you go? Gu Tingchen's tone and attitude are no longer as close and friendly as before. He is polite, but with a hint of impatience. No, mother-in-law. I have some matters to attend to. Man has been under a lot of work pressure lately. Why don't you stay for a couple of days? Without even looking at his wife, he walks away quickly. Man quickly grabs her bag and follows. What kind of things are these? Zhang Xuemei sighs, unsure of what to say. But she would never admit she was wrong. If it weren't for her careful planning back then, she wouldn't have succeeded in rising to her position and becoming Mrs.
Lu.
Enjoying over 10 years of wealth, luxury, and being highly respected. Furthermore, based on her understanding of her husband, since her son-in-law still calls her mother-in-law when he comes downstairs, it means they have reached an understanding and the matter is settled. As for the future, things will develop slowly. Once her daughter and son-in-law have children, her son-in-law will no longer care about their social status. The only problem is Shun Man, who has been silent for a long time and suddenly returned, causing many conflicts and issues. Now, her large savings were given to her children by her husband. She only withdrew 2,000 from the public account to give her daughter as a dowry, which caused a big fuss. In the future, her husband will send half of his monthly allowance as compensation to Shun Man. That was just over 100 yuan. In a year, that adds up to at least 15 or 600 yuan. It made her feel heartbroken. Damn it, she finally saw clearly. Her marriage was a half-hearted one, and everyone in the Lu family was wary of her. It was time to think about herself. She remembered a female colleague at work who was 5 years older than her. She had a big, healthy son, and this made her feel warm inside. In the end, she still hadn't gone through menopause. If she took good care of herself and tried hard, maybe she could have a child. No matter if it was a boy or girl, as long as it was from the Lu family, that old man wouldn't dislike his grandchildren, right? Once she had a child with Lu family blood, her husband's allowance and retirement pension would have to be left to her and the child. She was secretly planning to have a child targeting Lu Mingyuan, preparing a big surprise for him in the near future. It was a done deal. There was no point in saying more. Gu Tingchen, for his own benefit, could only grit his teeth and accept this mismatched marriage. After returning home, he sent a telegram to his grandfather, marking this matter as settled. However, Gu Yinin was growing more and more disgusted with this fake sister-in-law. She learned from her classmates that the fake sister-in-law's mother was actually the wife of her classmate's father's younger brother. Years ago, after her classmate's father's younger brother sacrificed himself, the army sent a condolence payment. At that time, the Lu family was very poor. The family brothers pooled their money to buy a coffin for burial. Unexpectedly, the next day, the mother and daughter ran off with the money without even sending a family letter. Not to mention visiting the grave or burning paper money during Qingming festival. In the countryside, many customs require only close relatives to burn paper money, so the spirits underground can receive it. Over the years, Lu Man and her mother never visited or paid respects, nothing at all. For the countryside, this means forgetting one's roots and severing family ties. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng holds a deep grudge against this mother and daughter, feeling sorry for his second uncle. Classmates also hinted that her older brother is firmly against having any relationship with Lu Man and her mother. And since she is Lu Man's younger sister-in-law, this relationship ensures that Lu Qingfeng will not give her a good attitude, let alone consider dating her. So, Her secret crush has completely cooled off. This makes her resent her fake sister-in-law even more. Men tend to be especially patient when it comes to intimacy. Especially men who are just starting to be active, they are very eager and enjoy the experience, often without restraint. Shin Man has spiritual liquid produced by Space Lotus to relieve discomfort. It's hard to imagine how other military wives spend their wedding night. Shaking off the inappropriate thoughts in her mind, Shin Man poked the man's chest beside her. He quickly understood and handed her a water-filled glass to her lips. Only 7 o'clock. Want to sleep a bit more? His deep, husky voice sounded in her ear. With his semi-naked chest showing a hint of seduction, like a charming spirit, he was doing his best to show himself off and invite her to continue sinking into the moment. Shin Man hurriedly swallowed her water and shook her head vaguely, refusing. No, I'm hungry. Let's eat something first. We agreed to buy wedding candies in Haiban City and mail them to our neighbors in Suzhou. Still sleeping? No, no more sleeping. After men sleep too much, they feel soft and sluggish, with dull minds. Jiang Yi put away the empty cup, leaned down, and gently kissed his wife's lips, like a dragonfly touching water, then quickly separated. All right, I'll wash up first. Feel free to do as you like. Shin Man was stunned. Did he really let her go so easily? His mood seemed very good now. Although his eyes showed desire, it was quickly withdrawn. Strangely, she felt a sense of peace, a warm feeling in her heart. Then her lower abdomen slightly ached, perhaps. When the man left the room, Shin Man immediately pulled back the blanket. Sure enough, relatives had arrived. Fortunately, she had stocked up on enough sanitary pads in advance, so it wasn't a big problem. She changed into a light-colored wool sweater and dark pants, simply styled her long hair, and the discomfort in her lower abdomen was not too difficult to bear. Perhaps she took the spiritual liquid to strengthen her body, and since it was mixed into the well water, her menstrual pain disappeared. That's great. Meow. Tang Yuan sensed the smell of blood and anxiously circled around her owner. Did the boss hurt her? Otherwise, why does she smell so strongly of blood? What are you thinking about? Brother Jiang Yi didn't hurt me. I came to visit relatives. Shin Man bent down, picked up the eager Tang Yuan, gently tapped its little forehead, and muttered softly. Then she stroked Tang Yuan's belly. There's some reserve, so no big problem. It seems Brother Jiang Yi has been seriously feeding Tang Yuan and taking care of her like family. Meow. Tang Yuan whimpered happily, enjoying her owner's touch. All right. She misunderstood the boss. The cat feels a little guilty. In the kitchen, the man was boiling red bean porridge over high heat, carefully cutting dried dates into small pieces with scissors and removing the pits. Red bean and date porridge is good for boosting energy and blood. Just as he covered the pot, a lazy yet excited voice came from the yard. Little sister, I'm here to fetch water. What are you cooking? It smells so sweet. Big brother, your face. Shin Man was brushing her teeth beside the water well. Seeing the red marks on her brother's face, she said nothing. It's nothing. I scratched myself accidentally. Not your sister-in-law. Lu Xiaobai blushed deeply after realizing he had embarrassed himself in front of his sister. His face looked like a boiling kettle, almost steaming. Feeling that he was talking too much and making mistakes, he hurried to operate the water pump. Soon, the bucket was filled with water, and he quickly took the bucket and left. Poof! Shin Man nonchalantly finished brushing her teeth and spat out the mouthwash. In the wash basin, warm water steamed, and the pink towel soaked in warm water felt just right. I cooked a bowl of red date and red bean porridge. It will be ready soon. I'll call brother over to serve a bowl for sister-in-law. Jiang Yi wrung out the towel, slowly unfolded it, folded it into a square, and handed it to his wife. Living nearby has its downsides. Any time they can visit each other. He prepared a small meal for his wife, but the big brother-in-law's keen nose could smell it, so she couldn't eat alone. She drank a bowl of soup, gave one bowl to her sister-in-law, and there was hardly enough left for brother Jiang Yi to eat and feel full. Jiang Yi took the toothbrush from his wife's hand, heard her question, and his expression softened as he responded happily, I'm eating noodles. Oh, Shinman glanced at her husband quickly and then looked away. He seemed to be in a good mood, easy to talk to, which strangely made her feel calm, but a little crazy. It must be a mistake. This is definitely a mistake. Washing her face, she tried to wake herself up. The towel was pure cotton, soft and warm, covering her face as she wiped it. She always felt like there was a gaze above her head, sticking to her. It felt like a sharp, invasive presence behind her. She instinctively pretended to be naive, avoiding his intense stare, and tried to stay calm. Wow, I'm so hungry. Why am I so hungry? Her delicate shoulders trembled slightly, and her slender fingers covered her stomach, weakly saying, Brother Jiangyi, I got my period. There's no faking this. It's really happening. She was pretending to be fragile. Her period came just at the right time, giving her a reason to rest. Otherwise, her small body couldn't handle his unrestrained behavior. Does it hurt? Jiangyi frowned as if he faced a difficult problem. For a man who had been pure and chaste in his past life, without even a maidservant, this was a complicated issue. He only had a vague idea about periods. Women come once a month, lasting 3 to 7 days, during which they are weak, shouldn't touch cold water, shouldn't overexert, and
No intimacy.
not painful right now, just a bit hungry. Wear something warmer. I'll lend you my military coat later. Shinman's words caught in her throat, and she could only weakly reply, okay. Although her military coat wasn't ugly, the island's temperature was comfortable, and wearing it would make her hot and sweaty, which would be inconvenient for moving around. Lost in thought, she realized she was already being led by the nose. When she came back to herself, she was wearing the coat, sitting on a chair in the main room, in front of a big bowl of red date and red bean porridge. If you like it sweet, add some sugar. I'll take a portion to Brother Zhang's house. Jiangyi was surprisingly caring and considerate. On a small jar on the table, there is sugar. Be good, you eat first. She still uses a coaxing tone with children, making it hard for others to refuse. Shinman is good at this. She likes being pampered and loved, feeling cherished deeply. That was the kind of unconditional love she couldn't get in her past life. Pure, without any ulterior motives, just simple care. The red date and red bean porridge in the bowl is already sweet. Plus, it was specially cooked for her by Brother Jiangyi. This thought makes it even sweeter. No need to add sugar. Of course, as a medical professional, she is cautious about diabetes. Sweetness is nice, but she knows not to indulge too much in sugary foods. After delivering the items, Jiangyi quickly went home to cook noodles. Cooking noodles is simple, no special skills needed. Boil water, add noodles once boiling, cook until done, then drain, add some salt and soy sauce, stir, and it's ready to eat. Jiangyi has been secretly training for years, often assigned to special missions in rainforests and other training grounds. He doesn't care much about food, just enough to fill his stomach, nothing more. However, in the afternoon, his brother-in-law's loud voice through the wall was really noticeable. Son-in-law, cook a couple more bowls of noodles. I'm coming to eat. Liu Xiaobai happily jogged over, completely unembarrassed. In fact, he thought he was a genius. Living next door to his sister's place is perfect. His brother-in-law can cook, so he can just come over for meals.
Perfect.
No need to cook at his own house. Of course, he's afraid to start a fire in his kitchen. His wife is used to hospital food and has no cooking skills. It's easy to imagine how colorful their married life will be in the future. Jiangyi raised an eyebrow. His brother-in-law really is getting bolder. He has a responsibility and duty to take care of his wife. This brother-in-law is going too far. Come here. I'll teach you once. If you don't learn, you deserve to go hungry. Why so serious? I just want to watch. Liu Xiaobai scoffed. He's not afraid of his brother-in-law's cold stare. If he dares to show a cold face in front of his sister, it might scare her. He wondered whether Jiangyi would sleep in the master bedroom or the second bedroom tonight. Jiangyi took out a small bowl of noodles from the cabinet. As he demonstrated, he spoke earnestly. There is a saying, if you can win a woman's stomach, you can also win her heart. Huh? Liu Xiaobai had never heard this saying before. What's the meaning behind it? A good man should be able to handle both social occasions and household chores. Look at me. Don't I take good care of my wife? And you, it's already late, yet you haven't boiled water, done laundry, or prepared breakfast. It's only because your sister-in-law is patient. If a man were lazy like you, useless and couldn't do anything, his wife would have already been annoyed. Jiang Yi poured a bag of noodles, about 200 grams, enough for the two big men to eat until they were half full. As for being full, come on, it's Sunday today, no training tasks. Just spend time with your wife. Do you really need to eat until you're full? That makes sense. No wonder you're chasing my sister. You secretly learned how to cook. Teach me too, so I won't have to come to your house just for a meal. Lu Xiaobai listened carefully. It seemed to be the truth. Every time he saw Jiang Yi, the other was either doing laundry, hanging sheets, or cooking in the kitchen. Compared to that, he felt a bit useless. At this moment, the man's competitive spirit surged again. Start from the bottom, bring the water to a boil. Jiang Yi truly hoped to teach his brother-in-law basic cooking skills for the future. The first step is the simplest. Later, if they plant some vegetables, they can toss in a few leaves. Right now, the small yard is bare. No vegetables planted yet. Shin Man finished a bowl of porridge, feeling warm and satisfied inside. The porridge was delicious, and the person who made it was even better. While her brother was still busy in the kitchen learning cooking from Jiang Yi, she took 2 pieces of sanitary pads from the box and put them into her bag. Tang Yuan decided not to go out and prefer to stay at home, guarding the house on the roof. Shin Man placed a piece of egg cake and a few small dried fish on a plate on the table in her room. She also poured a bowl of water and added a drop of spiritual liquid. She noticed that Tang Yuan's size had grown. She didn't know if it was natural growth or unnatural, but either way, it was a good thing. As the owner, she wouldn't be stingy with the spiritual liquid. Today, she bought wedding candies, and after sending the package, she wanted to buy some bottles and jars to make fruit preserves and fruit wine. At this time of year, the island's fruits are abundant. There are mangoes, jackfruit, lychees, longans, yellow peaches, starfruits, wax apples, watermelons, guavas, and more. Canned fruit and fruit wine are easy to store, and adding spiritual liquid makes them less likely to be noticed. Grandpa still has 10 bottles of wine, which will be ready to drink in about a month. Grandpa loves sweets, but he controls his sugar intake to prevent high blood sugar and blood vessel problems. Instead of worrying that Grandpa might secretly eat high-sugar fruits, she prefers to make fruit preserves and fruit wine mixed with spiritual liquid to satisfy his cravings. Besides Grandpa, she also can't forget Commander Duan. Brother Jiang Yi may not say much, but she can feel his respect and gratitude toward Commander Duan. Thinking about making fruit preserves is also a recent personal experience, discovering the amazing effects of spiritual liquid. As long as the water ratio is controlled, the effects are immediate. It can speed up wound healing and recovery from illnesses. It's useful for relieving fatigue, exhaustion from staying up late, and hidden health issues. She has tested this subtly on her brother, Jiang Yi, and Grandpa. By adding small amounts of spiritual liquid to their water over several days and checking their pulses, their hidden injuries almost disappeared. Perhaps, in a way, her crossing into this story, gaining a special ability, arriving on the military island, and finding true love are all destined. Her connection with her original body is perfect. Her feelings for Grandpa, her brother, and her late mother are much deeper than those for her parents and friends in her previous life. Now, she also has Jiang Yi and Sister Yenting as family. And there are people like Commander Duan and Sister Wang who treat her well. She is not stingy in returning kindness to her loved ones. Lu Xiaobai ate 3 large bowls of plain noodles before feeling satisfied and letting out a big burp. Son-in-law, you go help my sister with her chores. I'll clean up the kitchen. He is quite conscientious, he's willing to work, so he shouldn't complain. We're not going home for lunch, and the kitchen door is unlocked. If you and sister-in-law want to eat something, just make it yourselves. This means they can take whatever ingredients they want and just clean up afterward. He doesn't want to go home to see a messy kitchen. That would ruin his good mood. Got it, got it. Lu Xiaobai replied casually, thinking he would try cooking noodles at noon. His brother-in-law made a good point. A good man should be able to handle both social and domestic duties. He imagined if he learned well, winning his wife's heart by making her love his cooking, she wouldn't be able to resist him. No, he should listen to her and be gentle. Ahem, enough of that. Brother, we're leaving now. I've left Tung Yuan's food on the table in the room. You don't need to worry about it. Just let it be. Before leaving, Shin Man greeted her brother, saving him from accidentally feeding Tang Yuan something he shouldn't. Got it, got it. You guys go ahead. Lu Xiaobai waved his hand casually, thinking he wasn't that unreliable. It's just a cat. What does he care? Unbeknownst to him, after he finished cleaning up, the cat he didn't pay much attention to had already snuggled its head against his wife's chest, purring softly and giving a look that was a clear challenge. As April approached, people on the island switched to spring and summer clothing, wearing short-sleeved shirts or tank tops under their jackets. It was because the days were hot, with the sun blazing fiercely, making it very uncomfortable. On the deck, Shin Man felt a sinking sensation in her lower abdomen and couldn't help but clutch her partner's hand. Are you feeling unwell? Yes. Looking into her caring eyes, Shin Man felt a wave of grievance and dependence. The only thing she could do was hold his hand tightly, feeling his warm body temperature, which made her feel strangely safe. I'll find a good spot for us to sit first, then get you some hot water to warm up. Zhang Yi didn't expect his wife to be on her period. If she hadn't insisted on going out to buy wedding candies and send a package back home, he wouldn't have wanted her to go through all this trouble. Deep down, he worried about her health. She'd been bleeding for several days. Would it harm her body? He had no one to ask nearby, so he thought about visiting the guest house and asking Sister Wang for advice when he returned. Okay. Shin Man's skin was porcelain white and smooth, looking as if she could be squeezed for water. Because she felt unwell, she bit her lip lightly, and her red lips looked even more vibrant. A gentle breeze blew, causing her waist-length hair to lift slightly and fall onto the man's arm. Anyone who saw them could tell how close and intimate their relationship was. Beautiful women, whether men or women, can't help but glance at her a few more times. Sister Xian, look at that woman. She's pretending to be delicate and weak, almost clinging to that man. Shou, Qing, don't talk nonsense. Be careful what you say, or trouble might find you, Sister Xian. She's openly behaving in a way that's not proper. What if I say something? Could she possibly? Smack. Just as the girl with braided hair finished speaking, a seagull flew overhead and dropped a pile of droppings right onto her forehead. Xian, sister, quick, help me wipe this off. It smells terrible. Ugh, Yuan Qing exclaimed, looking disgusted and upset. Damn seagull, why fly so high? Don't move. Lower your head. Ji Xian kept an eye on her surroundings, watching the crowd with a look of schadenfreude, feeling embarrassed for her. But if she didn't help, how could she keep Yuan Qing loyal and obedient? Suppressing her disgust, she took a red silk handkerchief from her bag and helped wipe the messy, foul-smelling stuff off, then folded it up. Sister Xian, Yuan Qing wanted to say more, then suddenly changed her tone, blaming the woman earlier. It's all her fault. If she hadn't been so busy criticizing her, I wouldn't have been hit by that bird droppings. Shin Man, even lying down, she gets blamed for everything? Shu, speak softly. Don't cause trouble. Look at her, she's wearing a military coat, and that man looks like a soldier. We can't afford to offend them. Ji Xian spoke gently, but secretly she was stirring trouble. As for the dirty handkerchief, she threw it away. Even if she washed it clean, she wouldn't want it back. The soldier must have been deceived by that woman. Otherwise, how could he fall for such a fox spirit? Yuan Qing's malice grew stronger. Though Ji Xian was secretly provoking her, deep down she was jealous of women who received meticulous care and had striking looks. Shu, stop talking. Hurry and find a seat inside the cabin. Don't you remember? Our goal today is to buy enough food for a month. Xian's eyes flickered. Was she jealous of that innocent woman who was protected? That male officer, judging by his rank, was quite high. He was quick and agile, tall and strong, with a straight nose. In the short weeks since arriving on the island, she and other young people sent to the countryside had been living in a poor dormitory. The food was scarce, much worse than in the city. Just a few days, and every morning before dawn, they had to work, planting rubber trees, digging holes. The shovels were heavy, and without gloves, her fingers were torn and bleeding after just a morning. Even with gloves, blisters and swelling appeared, red and sore, repeatedly, until calluses formed. She asked herself, is this really the life she wants? How long can she endure such conditions? Every night, she silently shed tears. She resented her parents for favoritism toward her younger siblings. She hated the unfair fate that made her, a beautiful girl, suffer from sun and wind daily, roughening her skin and thickening her fingers with calluses. Lately, she often dreamed of leaving in a jeep, driving away far. Gradually, a seed of jealousy took root in her heart. In terms of beauty, she didn't think she was much less than that woman. Why was the woman the one riding in the jeep? Why could that woman get special treatment from men without doing anything? If it was just about looks, she might also be able to. Inside the cabin, Shinman had just sat down when she heard a woman next to her greet her. Hey, girl, we meet again. Last time, thanks to your husband for helping and giving you 2 mangoes. Annie, I feel a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, just homegrown. Take it. Thank you, Auntie. Shinman smiled as she took the 2 small, hard mangoes, not yet ripe, and stuffed them into her coat pocket. The Annie was very friendly. It was the first time she saw someone so pretty, and she couldn't help but look a few more times, asking with concern, Hey, where's your husband? He went to get hot water for me. He'll be back soon, Shinman responded politely, and the old woman and young girl started chatting naturally. My surname is Lee. Just call me Auntie Lee. Okay, Auntie Lee. Hey, Auntie Lee, how did you tell we are a couple? That's easy. Your husband protects you like his own eyes. He keeps looking at you without blinking. If he's not your partner, then he must be your older brother, right? Auntie Lee, your eyes are really sharp. My husband and I just got our marriage certificate. If we come back and meet you again, I'll bring you some wedding candies. All right. I wish you both a happy and prosperous life. Their voices were soft, but anyone paying attention could hear most of what they said. Yuan Qingqing's jealousy couldn't be hidden anymore. Since they just got married, it meant that when they met last time, this woman hadn't married that officer yet. Damn it. Why does everything good happen to this woman? Oh heavens, this isn't fair. She didn't notice that Ji Xianxian's face also looked strange. Jealousy wasn't just hers. It turned out this was a military marriage. Military marriages are not easy to break, or there would be serious trouble. Ji Xianxian touched the rough scar on her palm, her face looking very grim. Could it be that she only deserves to waste her best years in the rubber forest? Jiang Yu was fetching water when he saw his wife smiling and chatting happily with an older woman. As he approached, he overheard the woman wishing them a happy and prosperous life. Feeling unexpectedly pleased, he walked over politely and said, Thank you. Oh, no need to thank me. I won't bother you 2 lovebirds anymore. Xiao Shun, if you have free time, come to the tide pooling. Auntie Lee will take you to pick sea cucumbers and open oysters. Auntie Lee winked at Xiao Shun, looking like she was taking full responsibility for him. Okay, I'll remember. Shinman nodded happily. She liked meeting such a lovely old lady. Making new friends was a plus. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. He hoped his wife's health would improve and that her tide pooling trips would be fruitful. Later, he'd teach her about the nourishing seafood that helps boost energy and vitality. Cover your stomach with this. Though he was thinking about other things, her health was more important now. Okay. Shinman placed the warm water bottle on her stomach and pressed it gently. Surprisingly, it felt much better. Jiang Yi adjusted his sitting posture, lowered his shoulders, and gently comforted her. Rest your head on my shoulder for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive. An hour of travel is too long to just stare blankly. Since his wife's health is delicate, a short nap is better. Okay, just call me when it's time. Shinman was thinking about changing her sanitary pad. The bathroom in the cabin isn't very clean, but it's private and convenient for quick changes. If they reached the seaside city, she really wouldn't have the courage to face public restrooms, let alone change in one. Got it, I'll remember. Jiang Yi affectionately kissed her forehead. As always, there's nothing wrong with openly showing love to his wife. Shinman already understood her husband's personality. The more she avoided him, the more he would pursue her. It's better to be gentle and let him show affection. Outside, he still knows his boundaries. The couple's sweet interactions are very charming. Many men, women, and children secretly watch them, then look away shyly. Most people smile knowingly. Everyone has been young and impulsive once. Nowadays, young people are more open about expressing love, which is good. Some, like Ji Xianxian, a high school girl, have seen movies where the male lead kisses the female lead like that. Is that inappropriate? Movies from the Republican era were much more daring than this scene. They're a married couple, and they didn't do anything too intimate, just a light, fleeting kiss. As an outsider, what can she say? She quietly looked away, forcing herself not to watch. Ji Xianxian isn't exactly a perfectly upright person, but she still values morality and dignity. She admits she's still jealous of the woman who's so cared for. But her military marriage must not be broken. She's clear-headed about her situation. Xianxian, look. That fox spirit is so shameless. Yuan Qingqing's voice was still sharp, even lowered. It was annoying. Ji Xianxian sensed the man's cold, piercing gaze and felt a chill run down her spine, as if her life was in danger. He was caught, or rather, the man heard Yuan Qingqing's words and warned her. Be quiet. Don't talk nonsense. If you keep this up, we will cut ties and I won't talk to you anymore. Why, yes, I understand, Sister Qianqian. Don't be angry. I won't say anything else. I'll be quiet, Yuan Qingqing stammered. She looked into a pair of cold eyes. The other person looked at her as if she were a dead person, which made her scalp tighten with fear. Jiang Yi really disliked outsiders speaking badly about his wife. That malicious look made his heart fill with anger. He silently recited the party's principles many times to calm his mind and suppress his urge to act. Qingqing, Ji Qianqian swallowed hard and dared not look over there. Whether it was her instinctive fear or her self-awareness, she no longer dared to have any thoughts about that man. Sister Qianqian, let's change to another cabin. Yuan Qingqing had never experienced such a deadly stare before. Her legs went weak, and she was terrified. If she hadn't been rational, she might have really peed herself just now. It was too frightening. That man's gaze was fiercer than a beast. She put away her previous envy and even felt a bit of disdain for her own overconfidence. That man was too dangerous. She couldn't afford to provoke him. Okay. Ji Qianqian also felt guilty and scared. The two helped each other and changed to another cabin, afraid to stay in the current one. Her proud beauty was completely insignificant in front of that man. Still, she couldn't help but feel instinctively jealous of the woman who was perfect and protected and pampered by the man from all sides. Why was someone so lucky? Jiang Yi withdrew his cold gaze. His eyes fell on his wife's fluffy hair. The coldness melted away as he gently picked up a strand of hair and twirled it between his fingers. In this small space, the elegant scent of lily blossoms filled the air. Being so close, he seemed to have also been touched by this sweet fragrance. Jiang Yi played with his wife's long hair, thinking that it was a pity that men in this era couldn't grow long hair. He couldn't cut a strand to share a bond with her. But it didn't matter. In the days to come, he could always help her braid her hair and paint her eyebrows, growing old together. Perhaps because she didn't sleep well last night, Shenman closed her eyes and dozed off. She slept peacefully without any dreams. Until Brother Jiang Yi called her to wake up, she felt fully rested, energetic, and clear-minded. She looked outside the window and said she needed to go to the bathroom. Yes, I'll go with you. Jiang Yi helped his wife take off her military coat, folded it carefully, and casually hung it over his arm. Ready, he accompanied his wife to the restroom. It's not that he's overly cautious, but nowadays, his wife takes good care of herself. If he didn't pay attention to her safety, he would be a bad husband. Mrs. Li happily watched this scene, thinking they were a perfect match. After Shen Man changed her sanitary pad, several minutes had passed. Girls usually take longer in the bathroom than boys, and a man willing to wait is usually patient. Water has been boiled again. Cover your hands. While waiting, Zhang Yi finished the warm water in the kettle and reheated some water in the boiling water room. The military green kettle was just the right temperature, not hot to hold. Shunman obediently took the kettle, hung the string around her neck, and occasionally touched the kettle's surface to warm her hands. Although the military industry isn't very advanced, the materials used for military supplies are of the best quality, with no water mixed in. A kettle that lasts 3 generations isn't just talk, it shows how durable it is. The ship docked, and once the anchor was dropped, the cabin gently rocked for a moment before stabilizing. While lining up to disembark on the deck in an orderly manner, Shunman noticed a pair of female workers she had met briefly before. When they saw her, they looked shocked and panicked, then quickly cut in line and ran away as if chased by a ghost. She touched her face, wondering if she had dirt or something frightening on it. Brother Zhang Yi, please check for me. Do I have anything dirty on my face? Otherwise, why did those 2 women look at her like she saw a ghost and run away like they were fleeing for their lives? No, your face is very clean. Zhang Yi looked down, gazing at his wife's porcelain white, clean cheeks with a faint darkening in his eyes. If this position is, that's good. Oh, we're about to get off the boat. Shunman instinctively sensed danger and quickly changed the subject to divert the man's attention. Men who are just starting to indulge are not to be messed with. She personally experienced that gentle words are just an illusion, a trick men use to confuse her and lower her guard. Domineering and possessiveness are his true nature. She thought she was very clever and hiding well, but unknowingly, she was pulled into his carefully woven trap of tenderness, controlled completely by him. A man who isn't bad isn't attractive to women. Old Master Lu's note on this phrase is very accurate. No rush, take it slow. Zhang Yi lowered his eyes, his sticky, dark gaze almost glued to his wife. How could someone look and act exactly like what he loves? His wrist was tightly held by the man, and Shunman wanted to cry, but had no tears. She couldn't walk faster, even if she wanted to. Next, Zhang Yi hired a mule cart. Yes, a mule cart. Sir, how much for a full day at the supply and marketing cooperative? For a full day, 1 yuan. Does that include lunch? Yes, then 9 mao. No need for cheap options. Sorry to delay your work. 1 yuan is fine. Lunch included, no change. Zhang Yi kindly negotiated the price with the old man. Everyone suffers, but within his ability, he wouldn't be stingy. Next to the mule cart, Shunman had never seen a mule before and looked at it curiously for a while. It seemed to be a cross between a donkey and a horse. It wasn't as fast as a horse but had great endurance. Besides being a bit stubborn, it was quite popular among workers. The old man driving the cart warmly invited them to sit inside. The inside was covered with clean straw and a straw cushion. Rest assured, sit down. That's my wife's woven straw mat. It cushions the seat, so even pregnant women won't worry about bumps. The old man had dark skin, obviously sunburned. His smile was very bright, showing he was healthy and optimistic. Thank you, sir. Shunman politely thanked him. She was wearing a sturdy, dirt-resistant military coat, so she didn't bother with fussing and simply found a comfortable spot to sit. Jianyi followed closely behind. A tall man, over 6 feet, sat in the carriage, with a long leg sticking out outside the frame. Hold on, the old man sat on the front of the cart, gently flicking the mules behind with a thin vine whip. The mule lifted its hooves and started to trot faster. Shunman wasn't prepared and didn't expect the mule to run so quickly. Because of the inertia, her body uncontrollably tilted to the side and directly bumped into the man's chest. Shunman stiffened, and unfortunately, her hand pressed in the wrong place. She tried to secretly pull back her hand, but from above, she heard the man's husky, low voice change tone. Don't move. In the next moment, she was embraced in his arms. Shunman's eyes widened with a look of complaint. She had promised not to move, so why was she being held so tightly? Clatter, clatter. The mule was running fast, causing the cart to shake. The old man finally remembered something and, without turning around, warned, "Both of you better hold on tight." My mule is stubborn and will get excited when it runs. Please bear with it. Shun Man looked up and saw the man's Adam's apple move. Then her eyes were covered by his large hand. Be good. What had she done wrong? Unfortunately, her pleading eyes couldn't be opened wide enough to protest. Everything around her turned dark, leaving no light at all. She pouted in frustration, her pretty lips puffed out. The man suppressed his darker thoughts and pressed her little head deeper into his embrace. In a few days, once his wife's health improved, he would make her understand that men shouldn't be easily provoked or teased, especially when they are feeling frustrated. The mule was fast. In about 20 minutes, they arrived at the largest, most well-stocked supply store in Haiban City. The Hongxing supply store was big and spacious. After the mule was parked, the old man said he would wait outside and told them to go in and buy what they needed, not to worry about him. Jianyi was polite and nodded slightly. Holding his wife's hand, he entered the store. A few days ago, when buying supplies, he had met a friend but hadn't had a chance to properly shop with his wife here. Besides wedding candies, feel free to buy anything else you want. A man's earnings were for his woman, after all. His allowance was all for his wife. Then let's buy some rice, flour, and grains. Also, some vegetable seeds. Shun Man thought for a moment. She had already stocked up on everything needed in the capital and was gradually taking things out to use over a long period. The only variable was that her older brother might come over to eat, so she needed to buy more food to keep at home. She also knew that people must eat green leafy vegetables. She planted small green vegetables that grow quickly. If she could find soybeans or mung beans, she could buy some to sprout. Bean sprouts are also green vegetables and contain important nutrients for the body. Seafood is good, but it shouldn't be eaten too much, as it can lead to health problems like weak bones or gout.
Okay, vi noted.
Thinking about how his brother-in-law often came over to eat, he decided to stock up more food so they wouldn't run out. Both of them were serious about living well. They bought things carefully, discussing everything, and avoided waste. They only bought practical items and ignored fancy or unnecessary things. Jiangyi found some eggs, asked about the price, and then bent down to ask, "Dear, do we still have egg coupons?" "Yes, a few left. They're enough to buy 5 gene, about 2.5 kilograms. Good, then I'll buy all of them. Eggs are good. Whether boiled or fried, they're healthy for his wife." Later, he planned to visit an old friend to ask for some medicinal herbs and dried meat. If there were ready-made tonics, he would just take some. Seeing the eggs, Shun Man couldn't help but remember the scene where Tang Yuan was excitedly incubating eggs in the space. She couldn't help but smile. Their new yard was empty now. They planned to set aside a spot for vegetables and a corner to build a chicken coop with 2 hens, which wouldn't be a problem for laying eggs. She had asked Sister Wang before. In the residential compound, as long as you don't raise chickens on a large scale for profit, just a few hens wouldn't cause trouble. While they were choosing wedding candies, a commotion suddenly broke out at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. "Someone's been murdered. Come see, everyone. Help me stand up for my wife. My grandson got sick after eating candy bought from the cooperative. Today, they must compensate me for medical expenses and give me an explanation." Loud shouting and scolding filled the air. From the noise, it seemed someone was causing trouble at the cooperative. Deep inside, Shun Man's natural curiosity was starting to stir. Wait a minute. Shun Man suddenly remembered. Why was she transmigrating into this book? Because she was just watching the excitement of the main wife arguing with the mistress. She was suddenly stopped by. Thinking of this, her steps came to a halt. Her life is only one, and she couldn't handle another incident. Now she has family, a loved one, and happiness, dreaming peacefully with a smile. It's better not to get involved in the drama. In case she gets hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. Wanna watch? Jiangyi noticed his wife's conflicted expression, and he understood immediately. It seems his wife is someone who likes to watch lively scenes, probably wanting to see what's happening. It's not a must-to-watch. Shun Man's smile stiffened. Compared to the excitement, her life was more important. She learned her lesson. From now on, she would avoid the chaos and stay out of the front line. Seeing this, Jiangyi didn't comment and asked the shop assistant for a bag of brown sugar and a bag of red dates. The shop assistant was counting tickets and complaining at the same time. The old lady at the door comes to cause trouble every month, and she won't stop until she gets what she wants. Don't believe her words. Our supply and marketing cooperative sugar is definitely fine. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't buy it without any problems. I don't know what she did, but every time her grandson eats milk candies, he gets red rashes all over. Normal people wouldn't. Through the assistant's grumbling, Shinman had a guess. She wondered whether she should warn the old lady. Did that old lady take her grandson to the hospital? No, every time our director gets scammed out of a couple of yuan for medical fees, but he never saw her take her grandson to the hospital. Instead, she comes to buy milk candies once or twice a month, and every time, she causes trouble at our shop early the next morning. I see. Your shop manager is really hard to judge, but he really did compensate the other side. Shinman's eyes showed a complicated expression. She didn't expect that in this era, there would be medical disputes. Oh no, the old lady was unreasonable and demanding compensation, and the supply and marketing director actually paid. A big fool? Who's to say otherwise? We're running a business, and we can't refuse to sell her sugar. The old lady sits on the ground, like a rolling pin, and we're helpless. The shop assistant kept complaining while quickly counting the receipts, checking for accuracy, and then asked the couple if they wanted to buy a plastic woven basket. Buy one. Jianyi glanced at the plastic woven basket beside the counter, pinched it to test its sturdiness, and decided to buy it because it would be easy to carry things. 5 cents. The clerk's smile grew warmer as she quickly took a new plastic woven basket and placed the light items the couple bought inside. As for the 10 pounds of rice and flour, they could only be carried by hand. Thank you. Shinman took 5 cents from her purse and handed it to the clerk. Big sister manages the money, see. The clerk praised her and gave a thumbs up. This was the first time she saw a woman in charge of the household finances after many years working as a clerk. In her opinion, women who could handle the family's money were very impressive. Shinman smiled shyly and didn't explain further. The more she explained, the more complicated it became, and she might be misunderstood as showing off, so she simply accepted it. When they left the supply and marketing cooperative, Shinman saw an old lady rolling on the ground and a well-dressed middle-aged man wearing glasses. Grandma, my neck itches so much. Everyone look. My grandson is all scratched up. It's because of the candies bought from the supply store. Ma'am, you can't keep blaming me every time. I only earn a little each month. Every time you cause trouble, I use my own wages to pay for it. I have my own family to support. If you keep causing trouble, let's not talk anymore. We should go to the police station and sort this out. This time, the middle-aged man was more firm and less easy to persuade than before. People watching nearby pointed and whispered. The supply and marketing cooperative was run by the government, so they trusted it. Otherwise, if the food and daily necessities bought from there weren't safe, it would be a big problem. Jianyi carried 2 bags of rice and flour on his shoulders, held a plastic woven basket in his left hand, and held his wife's hand with his right, walking straight ahead. Suddenly, the little boy who was lying on the ground rushed over to grab the egg cake his wife was holding. Get lost! His loud shout made the dirty little boy shiver and wet his pants immediately. Ugh ugh ugh, Grandma, someone is bullying me. Help me beat him up. I still want that egg cake from the girl. The little boy plopped down on the ground, kicked his legs, and pounded the dirt, kicking up dust and making himself even dirtier. Shinman was still shaken, not because she was scared by her husband's shouting, but because she was startled by the brave boy on the ground. She quickly hid behind her husband, hiding the paper bag with egg cakes behind her. Those were her family snacks, and she couldn't let the brave boy take them. Yes, that's right, brave. At first, she thought the boy might be lactose intolerant and having an allergic reaction, so she hesitated whether to warn the elderly woman. Now, after seeing this pair of grandparents, and especially the boy with very unusual features, she remembered the first case of gene removal surgery she handled after returning to her country. It was a failure. This technology itself was still being tested, and there had been no successful cases in this field, either domestically or abroad. Back then, The boy's family was very wealthy and donated some funds to the hospital to support this research. She was involved in that surgery and learned about the genetics involved. Children like this often have asymmetrical facial features, such as longer ears, a prominent forehead, wide-set eyes, or a slightly larger jaw. Another way to identify them is that their intelligence is often lower or abnormal. They may have difficulty controlling emotions and lack self-control, becoming easily excited, aggressive, and showing antisocial behaviors. But the boy in front of her looked completely like a typical case of a brave child. His appearance, speech, and behavior all matched the traits. "Sir, you should leave quickly. This elderly woman is unreasonable and very difficult." The middle-aged man wiped his sweat and hurried over to signal the guests to leave. "Call the police." Zhang Ye's brow furrowed deeply, his face dark as if it could drip water. What if that dirty boy had bumped into someone and caused her to fall and get hurt? This unreasonable, impolite grandson and grandfather should go somewhere to have a serious talk. The middle-aged man felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He had only been pretending to stay calm, trying to scare the old woman. Now, he was in a difficult position. "Clearly, you bully my grandson, causing him to wet his pants. I don't care. My grandson wants to eat an egg cake. If you give it to me, I might consider forgiving your rudeness." The old lady looked stubborn and scheming, constantly sizing up the two young people opposite her. It seems they are newlyweds, probably buying lots of candy for a wedding celebration. Shinman immediately became upset when she heard her man being scolded. She angrily leaned forward and asked, "Want to eat an egg cake? Are you just stealing from your own family and blaming others? Do you think that's right? You little girl, I'm talking to your man. Why are you butting in?" The old lady's eyes looked resentful, narrowing into slits as if she was thinking about how to tear something off the couple in front of her. Shun Man was scolded. Although she didn't understand the word, little girl, being so rude, she felt that the old lady was cursing. Her face turned red with anger. She wanted to curse back, but didn't know many bad words, and she was worried about her man being nearby. She didn't want to ruin her image in his eyes. She felt very frustrated. "Call the police. This lady is suspected of fraud, intimidation, and insulting active duty soldiers and their families. We won't accept an apology. We will report her to the police." Zhang Yi once again said he would call the police, then signaled his wife to step back behind him. Why get so angry over this? It's not worth it. In his past life, he had seen many dirty tricks in the household, family disputes among women. In this era, there's no need to worry so much. He is here to protect his wife. The old lady was a little scared. An active duty officer and his wife. She was a bit fierce earlier, cursing in a rude way. Could these two really take her to the police station? Fine, I'll go to the police station now. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. No wonder he felt this newlywed couple was a perfect match, with extraordinary demeanor. Turns out they were real soldiers in uniform. With a soldier's testimony, maybe he could get rid of this big trouble. Without another word, he pedaled his bike and went to report to the police. "Hey, I don't want the egg cake anymore. You can compensate me 2 yuan, or even just 1 yuan is fine." The old lady was truly panicked now, still trying to negotiate at the last moment. As expected, Zhang Ye's gaze was as cold as if he was looking at a dead person, calm, steady, and intense. Of course, this is what a guilty person would think. However, the ordinary onlookers are not afraid. In their view, nowadays being a soldier is like a badge of honor, very trustworthy and reassuring. They naturally surround the elderly woman and her grandson, preventing them from escaping. Everyone heard it. "This elderly lady still wants to extort money from us. My wife is young and timid. She wouldn't dare to argue back when scolded. If I hadn't come out with her today, just her alone, who knows what this elderly lady might have extorted from her? Many of you have young children or grandchildren at home. If it were your children being bullied and extorted by this pair of grandparents, think about how you'd feel." While Zhang Yi was speaking, Shin Man cooperated willingly, acting as if she were frightened, with her eyes slightly red, like a poor victim who had been bullied. On one side, there was a stubborn, dirty, unruly pair of grandparents causing trouble on the ground. On the other side, A well-dressed, upright military couple, clearly distinguished and respectable. Moreover, the officer's words made sense. If one day, their own children or grandchildren were targeted and extorted by this pair, what would they do? They couldn't let good people be disappointed, nor could they let military personnel suffer unfair treatment. Passers-by, including an old man driving a mule cart, naturally gathered around, watching the grandparents on the ground, not allowing them to leave. Shun Man was relieved at this moment. Thank goodness, she wasn't overly compassionate. Indeed, life is full of surprises. Among vulnerable groups, there isn't always pure weakness. Sometimes there is malice. In the eyes of truly evil people, they are always right, and others always owe them. The little boy angrily bumped his head against his grandmother's stomach, like a little calf, unable to be pulled away. Grandma, you said as long as I roll on the ground, I can steal things. I want to eat egg cakes and candies. His fierce questioning didn't look like that of a child his age. Passers-by stepped back a few paces, afraid he might bite them. If this child had been bitten by a dog, it could be rabies. She was shouting and cursing, begging for mercy. But it was too late. The little boy suddenly sat down hard on her stomach, clenched his fists, and repeatedly hit her forehead. I told you not to lie to me. Old woman, do you think I'm sick and don't want to take care of you anymore? Shinman watched the scene with a frown. The boy's situation was already very serious. He was very dangerous, not well behaved, and had serious anger issues. All these problems added up. A child like this, even when grown up, could be a heavy burden on society and family. She knew she wasn't a kind saint, and she didn't want to get involved or help. Brother Jiangyi, let's put the things on the cart first. Fortunately, the rental was all-inclusive, so even if they took some extra time, it wouldn't matter much to the old man. Okay, Jiangyi agreed. He also saw that the boy was not right. His intelligence and temper seemed to have issues. Seeing the boy be so violent toward his loving grandmother, it wasn't just a matter of good parenting. The boy probably had a problem, but that wasn't his concern. Who says soldiers must always be kind to the people? It depends on the situation and the people. Good people support soldiers, love the leader, enjoy life, and stay positive. He protects them. Bad people curse soldiers, humiliate soldiers' families, bully others, and spread rumors. He wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson or, even more. Ring ring, the police are here. Look, the police really came at this moment. The director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative brought 2 police officers over. A middle-aged police officer on a motorcycle with a saddlebag twisted the throttle and parked in the open space in front of the cooperative. The young police officer jumped off the motorcycle, stood firm, and looked around with handcuffs in hand. Before arriving, the young police officer had already discussed the situation with his mentor to understand the full story. At this moment, he deliberately raised his voice to intimidate. He suspected that the impressive-looking man present was a similar type of person. When he saw the woman behind the man, wearing a military coat, turn around, he became even more sure of her identity. She was an officer. An ordinary soldier wouldn't have such a strong presence. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. The onlookers moved back a little, revealing the elderly woman who was being roughly beaten by a young boy. Comrade police, it's that pair of grandparents on the ground. They've been accusing our supply store for 2 months, saying the candy we sell causes stomach pain and rashes, and demanding medical expenses. The middle-aged man, the director of the supply store, parked his bicycle and angrily approached, accusing the grandparents of their actions. Who reported us to the police? The senior police officer got out of the car, looked around, and quickly shifted his gaze away after noticing a young couple near a mule cart. It was me. Jiangyi calmly adjusted his wife's military coat collar, buttoned up 2 buttons, then turned around and continued. I am Jiangyi, the commander of the 6th Army Group on the island. I officially report that this elderly woman is maliciously extorting us, allowing her grandson to deliberately pretend to be injured to scam my wife, and forcibly taking her belongings. All the local people here can testify. I saw it with my own eyes. This elderly woman was extorting us, and her grandson even tried to steal the egg cake from a beautiful military wife. When the officer stopped him, the boy started rolling on the ground and then rode on his grandmother to hit her. I can also testify. I can too. Within a moment, almost everyone present stepped forward to give their testimony. The elderly woman, who was beaten and dizzy, groaned and complained loudly. Comrade police officer, I know I was wrong. Just promising verbally isn't enough. Here's what we'll do. I'll write you a guarantee letter. You sign with your fingerprint. If you do it again, you'll be taken straight to the police station, put in jail, and sent to a farm for reform. What do you think? The young police officer had clearly dealt with this grandmother before and knew what kind of person she was. He thought for a moment and came up with a plan. Of course, he couldn't really arrest her and put her in jail. It's not that he didn't want to, but the conditions didn't allow it. All departments are now saving resources. Food and drinks are rationed. If they arrested someone, it would be a waste of supplies. Moreover, the grandmother is old. If something happened to her in jail, it would be hard to explain to her family. A guarantee letter, threats, and farm reform are the most effective ways to scare and control her for now. Okay, I'll sign with my fingerprint. I promise I won't cause trouble again. The grandmother hurriedly nodded, her face swollen and painful from the bruises. She couldn't go to jail. If she returned to the village, she would lose face and dignity. Her husband would dislike her and send her back to her parents' house. But her parents' house, who would be there? The young police officer looked at Jiang Tuan, asking if he was satisfied with this outcome. Although they are from different systems and units, the other person is a young leader at the group level with a bright future, so there's no need to mention that. He, as an experienced police officer, knew how to judge people well. Yes, Jiang Yi nodded. If it could be settled here, better to do it now. He didn't want to make another trip to the police station, risking complications. Everyone else was satisfied with this solution, except for the little boy. The president of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, a middle-aged man, was very grateful that the two people helped him solve a big problem. After the police officers left, he quickly took out some money and bought a bottle of ergotu, a type of strong liquor, to give to Jiang Yi. Captain Jiang, thank you for helping us be fair. This is a small token of appreciation from our cooperative. We're grateful for your honesty and for solving our big trouble. Please accept it. He then put the bottle into the basket of the mule cart and hurried away. Come visit us another day to buy things. We'll give you a good discount. As for the grandfather and grandson, after signing the guarantee with their fingerprints, they quietly slipped away. Shun Man sat on the mule cart, found a comfortable spot, leaned against the man's chest, and said seriously, Brother Jiang Yi, that little boy has a problem, something that can't be cured. Yeah, I can tell. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged with long legs, one hand resting on his wife's shoulder, and with the other, he peeled a milk candy and fed it to his wife. Shin Man, with the candy in her mouth, asked vaguely, How can you tell? A normal child wouldn't be so aggressive and attack family members. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered, and he looked away. He crumpled the candy wrapper and casually put it in his pocket, thinking about the fire they'd make tonight. It's a hereditary disease, passed down through genes. It's not a good thing. Shun Man sighed, biting the candy. She wasn't worried about the little boy. She wasn't self-destructive. She had encountered a medical case that made her feel a bit sad. In simple terms, it was a professional problem. She wondered how far her mentor and team had advanced in researching the gene splicing technology for supergenes. Jiang Yi noticed the melancholy in his wife's tone and thought she was sympathizing with the little boy. He expressed his opinion calmly. Everyone has their own fate. For example, that little boy was born into that kind of family, and it's a situation with no solution. I see all beings as grass and trees, but I only see you as a green mountain. After enduring 1,000 years of change, I can finally rest my head beside you. He didn't pity the little boy, nor did he want to interfere in others' lives or their karma. He selfishly wanted to keep the one who was worth his feelings and affection all to himself. To dominate her gaze, her heart. Capital City, Hongxing Hotel. Lu Mingyuan was invited to attend a birthday banquet at a family's house in the courtyard. The atmosphere was very happy when suddenly, old Master Lin, who usually had a good relationship with his father, spoke up. Mingyuan, you're really too inconsiderate, aren't you? The scene instantly quieted down because this old man was very important, the highest-ranking person at the celebration. Everyone put down their glasses and chopsticks, leaning in to listen. Uncle Lin, what do you mean? Lu Mingyuan's smile stiffened. He didn't expect that in front of so many people, this uncle would suddenly change his face and give him a warning. Oh, your children just got married happily, and you didn't even tell me. I could have given a big red envelope to your two kids. Old Master Lin looked at him with a teasing smile, appearing gentle and kind, but he was lazily leaning back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, which made everyone feel there was more to his words. Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan thought he was talking about his stepdaughter and relaxed. Uncle Lin, my Mian Mian did get married about half a month ago. I'm not talking about your stepdaughter. I mean your two biological children, Lu Xiaobai and Shin Man. They had a group wedding yesterday on the island. Don't you know? Old Master Lin's expression was half-smiling, his cloudy eyes full of sharpness. Lu Mingyuan's father had sent him a telegram, telling him to find a chance to embarrass his son publicly, to slap his son's face, or he wouldn't send him wedding candies or island specialties. Was he someone who lacked wedding candies or island specialties? No, he just liked to stand up for others and help people. Honestly, Lu Mingyuan, as a father, was really not doing well. Looking at this situation, he didn't even know his own son and daughter were married. Could it be that he didn't even know who his daughter-in-law and son-in-law were? No way. Old Master Lin, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Lu family only has Lu Xiaobai and a stepdaughter, right? Who is Shun Man? Oh, you came late and don't know the inside story. The Lu family, they are people you can't afford to offend. However, if you do offend them, there is only one choice. Lu Mingyuan felt as if his face was being pressed to the ground and rubbed painfully. His son got married? Who is his daughter-in-law? His daughter also got married? Who is his son-in-law? He was completely confused. No one told him anything, and he didn't receive any telegrams. Thinking about his biological father, his son who left without telling him, and his daughter whose marriage was secretly arranged by him, he felt a mix of emotions. He felt like an outsider, cut off from the three closest people. Look at you. You probably already know, right? I still want to ask if you know who your daughter-in-law and son-in-law are. Forget it. Come on, let's keep drinking. We won't leave until we're all drunk. Old Master Lin smiled kindly, showing a sly, fox-like grin. Others at the table saw this and guessed that Old Master Lin was deliberately embarrassing Lu Mingyuan, intentionally making him lose face. So they all pretended everything was fine. During the meal, some who knew the truth explained it to those who didn't. Their whispers grew louder, pointing and talking openly. The shock, disdain, disgust, and schadenfreude in their eyes were like parasites, always present, making Lu Mingyuan feel uneasy. He felt as if his clothes had been torn off, leaving him completely exposed to others' judgment. Shame, embarrassment, and humiliation. What hurt him the most was that his son and daughter got married without informing him, their father. As a father, he didn't even know who their partners were. Is this retribution? It came so quickly. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital in the capital, Lu Qingfeng helped his recovering mother and, with his sister, completed the discharge procedures. Lu's mother learned from her daughter that Gu Yinin's sister-in-law was the daughter taken away by her second brother-in-law years ago, Lu Man. During her convalescence these days, she couldn't help but sigh. Gu Yinin was undoubtedly a good girl, but unfortunately, her sister-in-law Lu Man was too domineering. Her own son wouldn't accept her. Such a tragic fate. Unexpectedly, after 15 years, their family would meet the daughter of the second brother-in-law's family again. I heard that my second sister-in-law remarried and became the wife of a high-ranking official. She is living very well. That's true. Someone as selfish as her can thrive anywhere. Unlike my second brother, whose grave is overgrown with weeds, except for his children and his biological daughter, who has been raised away from home and hasn't come back in 15 years. When I was going downstairs, I saw them at the staircase. They look so much alike. That niece really resembles her second brother's features. Clearly, Lu Man also learned about the Lu family from Gu Yinin. Right now, her eyes are full of resentment. She blames the Lu family for appearing and ruining her perfect image and peaceful life. She worked hard to get the happiness she has now through scheming. But because of the Lu family's interference, her identity was exposed early. When they brushed past each other, she deliberately bumped into Lu Mu. She didn't even apologize and just walked away confidently. Her resolute back looked just like her mother's. Mom Lu Qingfeng frowned. His dislike for his cousin had reached its peak. Sure enough, that woman has corrupted her. Will Uncle Nine regret, in the afterlife, that he once risked his life to save a comrade? It's okay, let's go. Lu Mu shook her head, but her heart sank to the bottom. It's just that their paths are different, and they can't work together. The second branch has completely cut off family ties. Oh well, that's it. Lu Man was holding her coat, about to go back to the changing room, when she heard some colleagues laughing inside. Hey, did you hear? The exchange program with Jean Ling is now assigned to Pei Yao. I heard. That's great. Dr. Pei's skills are clearly better than Dr. Lu's. Her acupuncture technique is amazing. Shh, be quiet. If Dr. Lu hears, she might hold a grudge and give you trouble later, haraha. I'm not afraid. Did you hear? She's just the adopted daughter of the Lu family, not a real granddaughter. What's there to worry about?
Huh.
My mom even took me to attend her wedding with Gu's family. She isn't a direct granddaughter of the Lu family, so how could she? How else? She's just like her mother, who climbed into bed with someone. Bang. The door to the changing room was forcefully pushed open. Seeing who came in, a few cheerful nursemaids fell silent, exchanging only glances. Lu Man looked gloomy, as if someone owed her money. She opened her wardrobe, put her coat inside, then took out her uniform and bag. She was very angry, her face burning with pain. Her inner anger was so intense that her reason was on the verge of breaking.
Who was it?
Who leaked her identity? Was it Pei Yao? Yes, it must be her. She was the only one competing with her, and they hated each other. Damn it, she wouldn't let her go. After Pei Yao received her advanced study opportunity, she happily shared the good news with her family. She has loved medicine since she was young, from traditional Chinese medicine and herbal recognition to studying at a systematic Western medical college. She loves medicine and dedicates herself completely, even to the point of neglecting sleep. In the Pei family, besides her grandfather, her most admired person is her cousin. Her cousin chose a tougher medical career, military doctor. Being a military doctor requires high medical knowledge, physical fitness, mental strength, and the ability to handle pressure. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, she and her sister applied together, but she was rejected because of her physical condition. Her academic results in her major were second place, and she was employed at the First People's Hospital. The top student in her major was actually Lu's adopted daughter, who is also her cousin's fiancé's sister-in-law. Originally, she wanted to interact with Lu Man and send friendly signals. She thought that if her sister married into the Lu family, it could be a good connection. But not long after, her would-be brother-in-law, oh no, her fiancé, suddenly left the capital to join the army. He has been gone for several years now. Despite her warm gestures, she was met with cold responses, and she gave up on trying to get along with Lu Man. Gradually, some gossip spread in the department, saying she was related to the hospital director's family, and that was why she got the opportunity first. Every time she gets a promotion, many colleagues congratulate her with a jealous tone, or they talk behind her back. Over time, she hasn't made a single friend at the hospital. Be careful these days, watch out. Grandpa Pei has been semi-retired in recent years. He spends his days in his study, working on notes, trying to turn his lifelong knowledge into a book, publishing medical texts so future traditional medicine enthusiasts can find references. But this work is very big. He's getting older, and his memory isn't as good. Every day, he has to double-check the prescriptions and cases he writes. At over 70, he's still busy. Grandpa, what do you mean? Is someone trying to harm me? Pei Yao is confused, resting her chin on her hands, with innocent, clear eyes. Grandpa Pei looks at his granddaughter from the second family, feeling a bit troubled. Why isn't she as quick-witted as her sister? Every time he teaches her, he has to explain things carefully, unlike her older sister, who understands things immediately. Yao, when will you learn to be more like your sister? You're so impatient, and your feelings show on your face. Others might see what you're thinking. Grandpa Pei advises her earnestly while reaching for his purple clay teapot, ready to pour himself some tea. Grandpa, Pei Yao admits she's innocent, but not foolish. She has good judgment. She quickly stands up and takes the teapot to pour tea for her grandpa. Grandpa, my good grandpa, I am your direct granddaughter. Please teach me what I should watch out for. Since she was raised close to him, she pouts and puffs her cheeks, rubbing his shoulders and back. Grandpa Pei softens his attitude. All right, sit down. I ask you, before the results are announced, do you think everyone in your department believes that Lu Man will be the one chosen? Huh? Grandpa, you're amazing. How do you know everything? Pei Yao nods and sits obediently, staring at her grandpa, eager to hear more. Lu Man is not simple. Grandpa Pei picks up his teacup, takes a sip, and squints his eyes as if savoring the tea. It's really not easy. Our hospital's vice director is very kind to her, personally performing both major and minor surgeries, giving her chances to practice and observe. Pei Yao saw that her grandfather wasn't speaking, so she couldn't help but share what she had seen. However, recently, for some reason, the vice director hasn't called her for surgeries. Instead, he keeps calling me. Grandpa, what do you think is going on with the vice director? I suspect that when your aunt gave birth to your sister, she used up all the good luck of our Pei family. That's why when your mother had you, she was a bit slow in the head. Old Mr. Pei opened his eyes and rolled his eyes in annoyance. This girl, studying medicine poorly. It seems I need to find a smarter match for her? No, not too smart, or she'll get taken advantage of. It's a headache. Children are like debts. At this moment, he envied old Lu. Besides his son being useless, his grandchildren are quite capable. Grandpa, are you scolding me for being slow? Pei Yao got angry, no longer wanted to talk to her grandpa or listen to him. She decided to send a telegram to her sister, telling her that grandpa was scolding her. But her grandpa's warning stayed in her mind. Lumenman, from now on, she would be careful around this person. Meanwhile, at the Capital First People's Hospital, in the changing room, a figure silently slipped in. With a pair of disposable medical gloves, she opened a cabinet and placed a long, black worm inside a wardrobe. After finishing, she restored the wardrobe and locked it. Then she threw the key back into a drawer of her desk, taking advantage of the others not being back yet, and left quickly. At this time, there were no surveillance cameras in the hospital corridor or outside the changing room. What she did was flawless. No one saw anything. Even if someone saw, there was no evidence, so there was no need to worry about being caught. As long as Pei Yao was bitten by a snake, she wouldn't be able to board the train to Jinling smoothly. When the time comes for the greater good, she will step forward voluntarily, take on the mission, and go in her place for exchange and study. This will be a natural outcome. The more she thought this way, the faint golden luck on her body was quickly swallowed up and turned into pitch-black ink. Perhaps even heaven couldn't tolerate it anymore. The originally gentle sky gradually darkened with thick clouds. Boom! Boom! A fierce wind roared. Lightning flashed from far away to nearby, first with light drizzle, then heavy raindrops pounding on faces, making them hurt. Mumin's raincoat was inside the changing room. To create an alibi, she had to ride her bike in the rain like the other female colleagues, returning home looking messy. When she arrived at the family courtyard of the Railway Bureau, she was soaked through. At home, she saw Gu Yinin in the living room, wrapped in a blanket and drinking hot milk. She hid her dislike inside and greeted gently. Yinin? Gu Yinin turned her head, ignoring the fake sister-in-law. The other had used mean tricks to impersonate her real sister-in-law, causing their Gu family to lose support from the Lu family without even realizing it.